got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. Yeah. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. Yeah. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've
back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. The blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm one in the charts. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy.
Get money.
Let's get the
Get money.
Hard work, because I think we as a team work really hard in the past 2 months coming into this VCT.
One word to describe our journey is crazy, because in 1 month of preparation for this VCT, we can beat Indonesia Tier 1 team and we managed to qualify to APAC Playoff.
It's so amazing, like this is gonna be my first VCT win.
Yes, because we have our confidence to win this APAC Playoff.
I think we are a very aggressive team and also we have a good individual skills.
We put a lot of efforts in practice and scrims because we also scrims in Saturday and maybe Sunday. So yeah, we put extra efforts to go to win the APAC Challengers Playoff.
At the beginning of our journey for this VCT, our team is orcless. Basically, we just mix team so we can play without any pressure. But now we should show what we're capable at this stage.
I think coming into this VCT, the toughest opponent for us is Serbia because what they achieved in 2021.
I think the toughest opponent was Boogie Sport.
I'm looking to play against Paperex and maybe Serbia in the upcoming match.
I want to face Philippine teams in this tournament just because how interesting their scene?
I guess Australian team, because we've never met Australian team in VCT.
I think it will be Forsaken, Elmimore, Severin, Blaze King, and Famous.
For the super team, I like to choose Forsaken, Mind Freak, Eeyore, and the last one is Famous. Let's go into Pride.
I think the super team is my team myself right now.
Thank you to everyone that's supporting us. We will try our best to qualify to Masters 1. Go on, Nick.
For all fans and supporters, please keep support Persija Sport, either we win or lose, and support all Indonesian team and player who play in APAC VCT.
Message to our fans personally by me is thank you for all the supports and all the players. Hopefully we can win the APAC Challengers Playoffs. Stay hungry, hungry Wiz.
สวัสดีครับผมซูชิบอยจากทีมเซอร์เซียครับผม
สวัสดีครับผมเดลเอ็นนะครับจากทีม MITA นะครับที่ได้อันดับที่2ใน Valorant Challengers Tournament Thailand นะครับ
สวัสดีครับชื่อทีครับทีเลิฟแฟมิลี่จากทีฟูเซนครับ
ก็รู้สึกโล่งใจครับว่าเรายังสามารถได้ตั๋วแล้วไปแข่งต่อในรอบ APAC ได้เหมือนผลงานปีที่แล้วที่ผ่านมาครับ
โล่งใจครับผมเพราะสิ่งที่เราพยายามมาส่งผลให้เราเห็นครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับตื่นเต้นที่จะได้แข่งครับผม
ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดถ้าเราเล่นกันตามที่เราเคยซ้อมแล้วก็ตามมาตรฐานเราจริงๆผมว่าเราสามารถไปเล่นมาสเตอร์ได้ครับแน่นอนก็ผมว่ามันทำให้เราต้องตั้งใจมากขึ้นครับเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมที่เข้ามามันก็ฝ่าฟันมาเยอะครับทุกทีมเก่งเหมือนกันหมดเราก็ต้องพยายามให้มากกว่าเดิมแล้วก็เล่นให้มีระบบระเบียบแล้วก็เล่นเพื่อชนะเหมือนเดิมครับ
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าก่อนหน้านี้รายการที่จัดมันไม่ได้ระดับสูงขึ้นถึงขนาดนี้ครับผมต้องเตรียมพร้อมและซ้อมให้หนักขึ้นเพื่อให้เราสามารถรับมือกับทีมที่เราเจอในรายการได้ครับผมมาร่วมด้วยก็รู้สึกไม่ค่อยกังวลมากนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนใหญ่จะซ้อมทีมกับต่างประเทศอยู่แล้วเลยรู้สึกไม่กังวลมากครับผมความมั่นใจในตอนนี้นะครับก็ 100% ครับผม
ผมว่าทีมผมก็น่าจะอยู่ในเลเวลที่สามารถชนะแล้วก็ไปแข่งในระดับมาสเตอร์ได้ครับ
สำหรับผมนะไม่รู้คิดเป๊ะเปล่าก็น่าจะท็อปครับท็อป3ครับความมั่นใจตอนนี้กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์100%ครับ
มีเปเปอร์เล็กครับผมมีบีชมีเซอร์เซียครับผมเพราะแต่ละทีมมีประสบการณ์ที่มากกว่าครับผม
จริงๆผมกังวลฝั่งออสเตรเลียมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าผมไม่เคยเห็นเขาสู้กับโซนบ้านเรามาก่อนแล้วก็เขาน่าจะมีแผนแล้วก็อะไรมาเซอร์ไพรส์เราหลายๆอย่างครับ
ที่แกร่งที่สุดในทัวร์นี้ผมคิดว่าต้องมีวอเตอร์ไฟนะครับผมแล้วก็มีฟ็อกนะครับแล้วก็มี PTC นะครับมีจอห์นโรเซนมีพอสเคนนะครับแล้วก็มีโค้ชเป็นCBBK ครับผม
ผมว่าก็ทีมผมเนี่ยนะครับไลน์อัพตามนี้เลยว่าน่าจะที่สุดแล้วครับ
เนี่ยครับฟูเซน5 คนนี่แหละครับ
ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ด้วยนะครับก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับอย่าลืมเชียร์ MITS ด้วยนะครับจะพยายาม ให้เต็มที่นะครับสำหรับรายการนี้ขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับ
แล้วก็สุดท้ายนี้ก็ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมเซอร์เซียในการแข่งขัน Valorant ด้วยครับที่กำลังจะมาถึงนี้ในรอบ APAC ครับผมแล้วก็พวกเราจะทำผลงานให้ผ่านไปถึงรอบมาสเตอร์ให้ได้ครับแล้วเจอกันในมาสเตอร์ครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมฟูลเซตด้วยครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับขอบคุณครับ
You can compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
The road to Masters so far has been a road filled with heartbreak. We saw 3 teams bid farewell on their journey here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, and this is also a road filled with triumph as we see the 3 other teams move forward in the bracket for their run in the lower brackets. Now, today, we will be seeing 2 teams enjoy the victor that they will taste, as we will be seeing the first 2 teams to get into the knockout stages, but we will also see another heartbreak later today on the final series. And without further ado, welcome you all to day 3 of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
I got you all there. It's not day 3, it's day 4 here at the group stages of the Asia Pacific Challengers. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing today?
Really exciting, man. We've had some elimination matches yesterday, and we're gonna have some more of that here today. So as you started, the opener with like, we're gonna have lots of heartbreak. Well, continue to get your hearts broken here, fans, because there's lots of last hope remaining for lots of the regions we have participating here for the APAC Challengers.
You're making heartbreak sound like it's so exciting.
Oh, yes,
of course not. Nobody wants their heartbreak. It's like, oh yeah, guys, get ready for your hearts to be broken. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are already fed up with that, but I'm absolutely certain that you're not fed up with our APAC Challengers, which has been at the utmost peak of all our excitement levels, as we mentioned.
Yeah, it's been a road of exciting matches, to say the least. We've seen a couple of that yesterday in the lower brackets, and we'll have a look at the highlights of everything that happened today. And it was very, very exciting. Like, we've seen a couple of close fights there, a couple of chances for some of the lower bracket teams there, like Naus Esports, who finally woken up just a bit, but then they suffered the same fate. And I could say the same for Bonkers. They are elated with that 2-0 victory against Fancy United Esports. A lot of things in those elimination matches yesterday.
Totally. I mean, you put it right on the money, right? We had kind of like different results, but ultimately I think the teams that we expected to win did kind of get there. So, with No Namers versus Cerberus, that one was probably the most 50-50. Some of us voting for No Namers, predicting No Namers rather, and some of us kind of going for Cerberus. It did go towards Cerberus' side, but to be fair, No Namers put up a really good fight, especially on that opening map number 1, where they ended that first half here on Ascent with, 10-5? Actually, no, rather a 10-1? No, 11-1 rather, yeah. So it was completely dominating that game, but when it came in the Icebox, it was Cerberus who finally, like a well-oiled diesel engine, just really started to heat up, and once they heated up, they just never let go.
Yeah, again, they were fine when he was in the perimeter, but you let him in the paint. You don't ever let the big diesel in the paint. You're gonna get the bow, you're gonna get back down. But that has been something of a recurring theme for quite a few of our teams. They have a really strong opener, and somehow they just kind of gas out when it's not their map pick anymore. Bonk versus Fancy was honestly a very interesting series in more aspects than one. A lot of layers being shown by Bonkers, not just being a team that's able to capitalize on their mechanics like RDW on his chamber, but also a lot of their utility with their double controller lineups.
There totally really is. When you look at the compositions, both teams break, you saw quite a big variation in what they're both trying to attempt here. But I mean, Bonkers, even though we talked about and touted that double controller is really good, which they did bring out on map number 1, when it came to map number 2 here, they went with the Brimstone, and because of their playstyle and how they applied that with a Sage of all things, really made work out and showed that Bonkers mean business, and they definitely bonked the competition.
Oh, and I feel like this is the biggest heartbreaker for a lot of us Filipino fans. Naus, they had a lot of fuel in the tank, but somehow the engine just wasn't enough to keep up with Onyx. You know how dangerous both these teams are, but it's one of those things. It's a bit of a wake-up call, really. Naus, an amazing team when it comes to just recent history. That strat group was running a little thin once Onyx started bleeding them out.
Yeah, I mean, they made it this way with a very different composition, very different style of play that we know from them, coming into the qualifiers for Philippines. They played KO a lot, really kind of centered their core compositions and strategies around that KO pick for most of the map, but it just wasn't working out anymore, and so they tried some new things, but ultimately, maybe too little time to practice those, and Onyx, well, they're going to play their game, and they know that they can win in every category.
I'm glad though that they're trying a lot of range, so to speak, because that KO, again, it's been beneficial for them. But as you mentioned, is it really sustainable overall when it comes to a super, super long circuit just like ours?
Well, definitely gonna have to have a little bit more octane there, a little bigger fuel capacity, because the tournament is still not over for these guys, and it's a long road even in the knockout stages. We'll have a look at what these teams went through. Well, some of these teams went through in the play-ins and what they're going through in the group stage and all the way into the knockouts.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual. I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
And that's the journey these guys have to go through, and the journey has been definitely rough, but for now, for the most part of the day that we have, we're looking at the upper bracket matches for Group A and the Group B hard-hitting teams that we have. And speaking of, let's have a look at the groups. We're seeing Boom Esports and Made in Thailand in that upper bracket, and it's not going to be as easy as it can be. Definitely going to be an exciting game. Over at Group B, we can have a look at Paper Rex and Persija Esports, the second team that we have for the day. Again, another hard-hitting teams here for Paper Rex and Persija Esports, for that matter, having that super team composition, if I do say so myself. But things are a little bit different here. Over at Group C, we got Serzia Esports, formerly X10C, going up against Bleed Esports with their 2 Swedish imports going to this match, and has been a big factor for their competition against Nous Esports moving forward. And then lastly, over at Group D, we can see the final match that we have for today, an elimination match. It's South Built Esports and Oblivion Force. The South Built Esports look really strong against Full Sense, but going into this matchup, it feels like it can have a clearer run, so to speak. I mean, all things considered.
I don't know if really strong is the most appropriate term, but they did look okay at the very least, especially going into map 2, and then opening half kind of fizzled out at the end, and so did Oblivion Force. Put up a good fight versus that Velocity Gaming squad, but both of them ending their series eventually 0-2. This is the last chance for either the Philippines or Hong Kong Taiwan region to make it further into this tournament.
The last great hope for their respective regions. And again, there's just so many storylines brewing. I just want to highlight whatever happens between Persija versus PRX. Bonkers are going to have a handful of a matchup to deal with, but let's not get too excited. Boom Esports versus Myth, the old guard versus the old guard, arguably 2 of the most storied teams, you know, from different points of their careers and their lifespans.
Well, Myth,
yeah, go for it.
I was gonna say, like, Myth, they're old guard in name, but they're new school in game. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh well, I see you're being fancy with your fancy and fly with those words. Maybe. Some ice in the veins here for Black and Blue. Maybe ice in the veins as well here for Boom Esports and Made in Thailand. They are the first series that we have today, and the first teams that we have to discuss here. It's been relatively a solid run for Boom Esports, 2-0 for No Namers. Made in Thailand, getting a 2-1 against Cerberus Esports. Might be a banger here just to start off the day, and it might just set the tone for the entirety of the day here.
For sure. And that what you're talking about is, I guess, this is basically like a precursor to kind of warm us up, but it's not going to be a warm up where we'll be like slowly eased into things. We're going with Boom versus Myth. They're just gonna throw us on the deep end and leave us to basically dry it off, because this is going to be a very, very intense match.
I mean, intense is a light way to put it. I don't know what's going on with Myth. Every time they play against a team, it's a very K9 themed one. Again, that's just something super off topic. All of them have been the very best of their respective regions, mind you. So their journey has definitely been one that you cannot discount. But Boom Esports, man, we have not really seen them flounder whatsoever. Their power levels, even coming into our APAC Challengers, they remain constant. They did not dip at all.
Yeah. And with that, we're going to have a look at the Alpha Wolves here in this competition. We got Boom Esports. An explosive run so far for Boom Esports. They want to bring the bang here in this series against Made in Thailand. We got Berserks, Blaze King, Flips, Jitter, Frostmine, and Tabitol.
Maybe a case of Romulus and Remus, the creation of Rome, but again, the empire has already been established by Boom. They hope to maintain it. Now, Boom, what can we really say about them except everything? They are one of those teams where they're so good at pacing whatever information they give you. And what I mean by that is the way that they approach the game is that they're not going to try and run up on you. They're always going to constantly hard reset. They're going to play off that swing, that round swing that honestly quite a few teams pay attention to. Aside from that, they have incredible individual talent that glue together so well.
Definitely do. I mean, you look at Boom Esports here, to devastate, to dominate, and demolish the competition is their only goal. And anything less than that, I'm pretty sure they will view themselves to be a failure, because they know that they should be at the top and they can be at the top. They just have to prove it here. And I've been touting them this entire stage, even before this stage, that they are the #1 team in APAC, in Southeast Asia especially.
Yeah.
And for very good reason. At the end of last year, what these guys have proved in the community scene really did, I guess, pay as a warning to every other team to step up their game, because if not, then it's going to be Boom Esports' show.
And on the flip side, Boom Esports, despite being touted as the best team that we have, arguably in the Asia Pacific Challengers, they're gonna be going up against a team that has made superstars all throughout the inception of Valorant in the region. For that matter, a lot of big names have already came from this team, and they want to get the upper hand against Boom Esports here. Without further ado, we got the man, the legend, the myth. Y'all see what I did there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course you do. But
no,
of course you did. No, don't. Anyway, we got Made in Thailand. They've made superstars, and this team right now is a superstar. Are superstars on their own. We got Lone Fields, Delenn, Kadum, Congarad, and Wannafly.
Well, there definitely is some experience on this team that most people might not realize. They might not have as big of a name as some of the guys on the Boom side was, but these guys have been competing as well even before Valorant. Some of these guys, players like Doom as well, especially. So there definitely is a lot for this team to bring to the table. Not a lot proved just yet in terms of them themselves as a roster, but they bring an old school name to the new school game here, and that's really where they are going to be innovators and improvise on a lot of these rounds, where I do think, Boom, they do have the upper hand, but Made in Thailand are just a perfect mix of chaos, but at the same time diligence that I think can dismantle this Boom esports. Is it possible? Yes. Probable, we're gonna find out, but I think if there's any type of theme in their position that can do it, it might just be Made in Thailand.
Yeah, they have a pretty solid core in Congred and Wanna Fly, and if I'm not mistaken, those are the two members that have recently joined Made in Thailand. They do have a bit of a well of magic there, because that organization has, how would I put this, nursed a bunch of perennial stars like Wits, Astro, PTC. They've had quite a bit of roster changes in their recent history too, but so far they've been looking super, super good. The chances of them beating Boom, I'm not entirely sure, but if they took a bit of that, that Midas touch, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. And we can talk about duelists here, Berserks and Kadoom, but I kind of want to focus on the information game here, because for Valorant, there are a lot of ways for you to gain information. But if you got people like a Blaze King and an Alone Fills that's coming up, and the head-to-head that we have for now for this matchup, it's definitely going to be a game changer for them.
Well, we're looking at these two teams, Blaze Kings and Alone Fills. Now, looking at two players who initially, when you look at the agents that they play, right? Blaze King, you typically find him on the Sova, and Alone Fills, more of the same as well, Innies, but they get up there in the scoreboard. And there was a time that I really felt like Blaze King was the best player on Boom for even the entire past year, and it even looks to me sometimes nowadays as well that he might still be that best player. And I think tenure-wise especially, I would put him in that category to be the best Boom esports player, because of just how consistent he is and how good he is in multiple clutch situations, and even finding basically himself at the top of the leaderboard as a darn Sova. You can say the same for Alone Fills, but he plays, as his name might suggest, a bit more fill-word, where he kind of fills in the gaps of the team, as opposed to Blaze King, who makes gaps in the opposing side instead.
The thing about Blaze King, maybe he is the forefather of the fragging Sovas. We've seen so many types of those players, even in our own local region with, Kevs and Tesseract, who is now Sir Deathio. But yeah, Blaze King, the third in is such a mystifying position, because yes, he has so much trust to whoever is going to be entering for him, and that space created by them is definitely going to be utilized. But when the tough gets going, it's actually Blaze King to pick up the gun and say, fine, I'll do it myself. Because we've seen so many clutches from him too, even in their previous matchup.
Man, this begs to ask a question though. Like, with the star-studded lineup for each respective region facing off against each other, we got Indonesia and Thailand going up. Do you guys think that this is a case of between an unstoppable force versus an immovable object in the series?
No, I don't think so. I do think while Boom esports are, for the most part, looking unstoppable, they are still mortal, and I think it would be a bit far-fetched to kind of call Made in Thailand, I guess, immovable object, or rather the other way around. They would be the unstoppable force, right? Because they have proven to be that they are a beatable team. They're not the best, and so I do think they're both capable of really taking each other down, especially Boom towards Myth, but equally, Myth are capable of really throwing that expectation around and really surprising everybody.
Oh yeah, and Made in Thailand, they've had a little bit of a rocky match history in the very, very recent time. I think they lost to Xerxia, so it really is kind of, well, aside from Farfetch, it's a little bit of a stretch to say that they're immovable. But now, since we are at the map veto, we're going to wait for this to somewhat marinate a little. Do you have any expectations, though, Black and Blue? We do see Bind getting removed, which has been arguably one of the most used decider maps in our APAC Challengers.
Okay, well, Bind to get banned off here, opening up for the side of Boom. Curious pick, but none that really surprises me. They're 2-3. in the past few months on that map. It's actually their worst map statistically, and so that's the map that most teams want to play them on, so they take it off the board. For Myth, they're going to be banning here, I assume either Haven or Split. Oh, they do go with Icebox of all things, which I thought was a bit better for them. I mean, the last time we did see them play it was against Sersha. They did bring it really close as well in 13-10 on those grand finals matches, so I'm curious to see what exactly made them like choose to ban this when they did win it against Search the last time around.
What I find interesting is we don't get those default bans, right? We actually see a Fracture pick by Boom, which has been pretty beneficial for them. I don't think they've dropped a single match on this map yet. Myth, they might ban out Breeze if they feel that's the comfortable pick, but I feel like Ascent is the bigger target. Maybe even Split to be removed away from that. But yeah, before that, Myth, since they got rid of Bind, maybe Haven is still in the pool for them, or at least up for consideration.
It's very, very curious for me to see all that. I almost feel like, is this the first time we're actually seeing Fracture here, including the play-ins? It might be, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it is.
This is.
Well, we're getting Haven for Myth, which is very curious for me as well. Like, it's not really necessarily known as their best map, and this is a really good map for Boom, by the way, all things considered. I would have expected them to, especially since Bind was banned, maybe have gone for Ascent, as he did say, or even help pick Icebox in the first place, but they go in Haven, and this map veto is already kind of looking wayward to me. If anything, even though Boom did pick Fracture, and they have more experience on that, we do know that sometimes Fracture can be a bit more, I guess, enticing than it ultimately ends up to be.
Overall, I think this is kind of leaning towards Boom, but they do remove their own Breeze. I'm not entirely sure what the overarching theme is for their picks and bans at the moment. Since we have Fracture, I feel like Fracture is going to be one of those maps where they try to demoralize Myth, because we know that Boom can be an incredibly cerebral team and can be incredibly mechanical. They can be a mix of both if they choose to be. Myth, I feel like this falls on this veto right here. Are we gonna see they ban Ascent? Myth ban Ascent?
What? Let them Split. And now, I guess Split is where we're going to be settled, which is arguably the best map of recent time of Boom, Wrath.
Yeah, and that being said, Split has not been so kind for Made in Thailand. Maybe they have some sort of new system that they want to implement. Again, Split has been a map of surprises for a lot of our teams and has been a little bit of an evolution point. We saw that in Bonkers. We saw that in Boom the last time we saw them play. We even saw that with Full Sense. But I'm not entirely sure if I agree with this Ascent ban on the side of Made in Thailand.
I don't know, man. This map veto's looking quite heavily in the favor to Boom, to me. I mean, Boom, they take up their worst map, and then Myth basically bans Boom's second worst map. And so with that, they're good on pretty much every other map left remaining, and that is just not a position you want to be in when you're the underdog. Half of the battle sometimes isn't that map veto, isn't that preparation phase. I only hope that they left Split open, because knowing that this is the best map here of Boom potentially, they've done the homework and they've done the research, they've done the R&D to be able to counter them and actually make this a full 3-game series, and when they get to that stage, actually close it out.
Well, now it begs to ask the question here: are we gonna see the entirety of the game play out in a best of 3, and who's gonna come out on top of here? Is it Myth? Is it Boom? Who do you guys have for this?
If I have to choose, Boom, if they lose map number 1, if they lose Fracture, because we have seen teams pick Fracture and subsequently lose it, because that Pandora's box is a lot more enticing than initially, in the end would initially kind of seem. But yeah, if they don't take map number 1, then this is going to 2-1 still to Boom. If they do win map number 1, this is 2-0 Boom.
I'm still asking why Fracture would be their first map, because I think this is one of those maps where Sova isn't necessarily a must pick. So Blaze King, he must have a little bit of a magic trick being hidden there somewhere. We've talked about Boom so much. Again, it does kind of come down how well they succeed on map 1. Made in Thailand, they definitely have a chance, but I'll have to go with Boom 2-1 here.
Well, I have to agree with you guys there. I feel like Boom Esports may just take this in a 2-0 if we're just judging it off of how they played against No Namers and how Made in Thailand played against Cerberus Esports. I feel like Boom Esports has definitely the upper hand here, but I feel like it's going to go into a full 3-game series. Nonetheless, Made in Thailand going to make it hard for Boom Esports to get that victory, but a victory for Boom Esports still is on the horizon. Without further ado, we're going to break all expectations here as we dive into Fracture, the first map in this best of 3 series between Boom Esports and Made in Thailand.
What's up, guys? Good morning sa inyong lahat. A very beautiful Valorant weekend as we're gonna be casting syempre ang Made in Thailand together with Boom Esports. We are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rere. Kasama ko dito si Taylor and we are really seeing a lot of strong teams here. And speaking of strong, we always have that fiber strong, a family strong with the new G Fiber only 2,099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. So guys, update na kayo. Pag gusto nyo, just click on that link and you can actually see what Globe has to offer. Now, speaking of going back already, Made in Thailand tsaka Boom Esports. Sinabi nga ng panel, we're gonna be seeing a Fracture map and it's been a while. I think this is the first Fracture map, di ba?
Man. Pagdating siguro dito sa ating group stage, no, baka ito ang unang Fracture map. But nevertheless, of course, nagugulat pa rin lahat ng mga tao once a map like Fracture is being chosen by a team. Immediately, parang right off the bat, seryoso ba? Fracture talaga yung gagawin natin. But maybe it is a pocket pick mula dito sa mga players din at sa mga teams na meron tayo. Dahil nga, usually, iniiwasan talaga tong mapa na to. But they're gonna dive straight in doon sa mapa. And of course, with that comes with great responsibility para sa team na meron tayo. Kung ang prediction ng panel kanina, 3 games daw. Sa tingin mo, Ray Ray, base sa Ray Ray curse mo, ilan ang games ngayon?
2-0. Wow! Ay! Siyempre, feel ko, hindi. Speaking of, if yung Boom mananalo sila dito, I think may malaki ang probability na pwede nila mak-win 2-0 to. Lalo na
100%
sa Haven.
win rate pa sila dito.
Oo. Diba?
Kasi 4 lang naman, 4 na beses lang nila nilaro yung mapa na to na Fracture para sa side ng Boom. Para naman sa Myth, nilaro nila to 2 times pa lang in a tournament setting at 50% win rate ang meron sila dito. They lost against Team Jobso pagdating doon sa kanilang sariling groups, pagdating sa kanilang sariling region as well. So not much data when it comes to this map. And I'm excited to see what will really happen because the map is actually picked by Boom.
Oh, no. I think then, okay naman yung KO pagdating sa map na to together with that bridge. Pero Brimstone is actually okay din naman. Pero parang mas gusto ko yung lineup ng Boom Esports. It's still pabor ako with that double controller plus that the Cypher really gonna give a big impact. And madali lang naman i-cut off pagdating kay KO. So talagang gumawa yung Boom Esports na something na pwede na lang counter ang Made in Thailand. So, may mga perks siya and perks. But knowing na ito talaga yung outstanding roster ng Boom pagdating sa Fracture map. So, baka makita tayo ng mas more comfortable gameplay sa kanila kaysa sa side ng Made in Thailand. Pero guys, baka pwede pa itong maging advantage ng Made in Thailand. You just pop off those flashes coming in from that KO together with that breach. Tapos tutulungan pa kagad with how Brimstone has that steam beacon. So, makita din natin paano nga ba ang movement ng Made in Thailand if this is gonna work against the outstanding 100% win rate ng Boom Esports pagdating sa mapang to.
I actually am a fan of the lineup na nagmumula sa Myth, no? So magkaiba tayo ng opinion pagdating dito, pero syempre, okay lang naman yun. Sometimes people have different opinions, but I really think they would really use this KO very well. Dalawa yung pop flash nila dito, but I am a fan of a chamber pick when it comes to a map like Fracture. Kasi nga, nakita rin natin yan from the previous match that we saw. Hindi ng Boom, hindi ng Myth, but the ability of just a chamber to actually rotate immediately. Sa dami ng corners na pwede mong taguan dito sa Fracture, and also kung gaano kaliit tong mapa na to, the chamber could be anywhere in the map and you wouldn't know. Yun yung malaking factor din dito coming in from Made in Thailand. And of course, with the help of a KO suppressing the players at mag-check ng corners, malaking bagay din. Kaya I'm a big fan of how they picked out yung kanilang mga agents dito, especially with the help of a Brimstone, kung saan matagal yung kanyang smoke, matagal din yung kanyang molly. He could just close off this entry points na kung saan makakapasok itong mga players ng Myth. Gaya ng pag nagbato lang siya ng molly here on B main, literal maku-close off na yan agad-agad. But the setup coming in from Boom already as they slowly come in at balakata nila dito mag-B-take.
Uy. Quick start sa Boom Esports, pero heavily relying talaga sila ngayon. How will Blaze King together with Flipsider actually get this? So, medyo slow pace pa lang sila ngayon. Medyo complicated talaga to kapag nakita natin. Walang wala kang katulad ng Myth na ang dami mo pang pop eh. So dito talaga sila magmamatter sa setup parate ni Flipsider. Pero ito na nga si Dylan. Okay, you won't be popping
Isip niya, masyado nang late. Kung magmamolly pa siya doon. And he's hearing the plant of the spike anyway. So he's saving up this molly para sa kanilang retake, which is actually a good plan. Dahil kaya niyang ma-push out o mapilitang lumabas itong mga players ng Boom. Aside from that, kailangan muna nilang ma-pick up si Berserks dahil magbubumbot pa to para makita kung nasan nga ba. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Dylan was able to use that molly perfectly and he was able to get a kill on that. Hindi makakapasok yung ibang players on B main. Habang si Berserks, kailangan nila mapitas dito. Kaso nga lang, nagtatago lang sa tower. Dalawa nang nakuha niya and very low on HP na rin si WannaFly dito, and the Len was spot on. 1-0 agad-agad para sa side ng Boom.
Ang linis doon, Tier. Ang ganda ng
ginawa nila dito, Ray. Nagparamdam lang si Frostmind sa satellite kung mapapansin nyo. Tapos naiwan talaga yung ibang members on A side kaya hindi naka-rotate agad-agad.
Ang lakas ng willpower pagdating sa Boom, pero it's just a good start coming from them. And yan yung kailangan lang i-take care of sa Boom. You can just really put the effort kay Blaze King tsaka kay Flipsider. Pero ngayon, na-full buy sila. They just try ngayon to play it maybe once again dito sa may B site na actually super open. Ilan yung mga miyembro ng Myth? Kasi nga, pagdating talaga sa mga rounds na second round bonus, mga teams talaga natin, usually sa A. Pero ngayon, sa Boom Esports, sana magkaroon sila ng good read against the guys of Myth. Kasi kapag kinaya nila tong pie na to, baka talagang magko-crossfire nga talaga sila sa Valorant.
Ang dami nila nag-aabang dito sa may A-main. Isipin mo, merong nag-aabang na doon sa doors. Meron na rin nasa Gedli pang isa. So they really have a plan here. On the other hand, nasa sandwich na rin sila because 3 players are actually pushing towards drop. And that is an opening kill coming in from WannaFly with a headhunter. Makakahanap sila dito ng isa. Magandang pick-off coming in from them at magandang opening. Pasok na nga sila on side for the side of Boom Esports. Pero itong mga players na nag-aabang with their pistols, mamamatay at mamamatay din kung sakasakali man. But actually, Dylan was able to spawn one and get the kill instead. Itong si WannaFly, tama na daw ang sabi ng Boom Esports. It's only Dylan that is left here. He has the Spectre. Maybe he can do something about it, but he's forced to actually push out because of that paint shells.
Good way pa rin sa Myth to actually get 3 guys of a Boom Esports. And we're seeing na talagang kinain ng Boom Esports yung pine. Alam mo kung magkakaparehas lang sila ng barrel that time, siguro natalo pa ang Boom Esports. Pero syempre, Berserks is there to actually save the day onto the side of Boom Esports and finally together with Tebotol. So ngayon naman, Myth, nakikitaan natin yung potential, sabi nga ni Taylor, sa pagdating sa lineup din nila. So ngayon, full buy na din ang mga taga-Myth. Maybe this is the time that they can actually close the gap once again. Hindi lang dapat sila magpapabaya sa ginagawa ni Frostmine. Talagang, kamag-anak daw ni Bane Freeze, si Frostmine. Nag-usap sila and that was an actually good call for Kadoom to actually do it. And together with Wanafly, na spot na din sila kagad. So naipit ang mga miyembro kagad ng Boom Esports isa-isa, as we only have 3 members at hindi pa sila nakakapasok ng site after all.
Yung mga ganong klaseng reposition, hindi kayang gawin ng ibang Sentinel dahil once na makongkas ka, syempre magtatago ka na lang kung iba yon. But ibahin mo ang isang chamber. Wanafly was able to spot one yet again. Very low on HP na si Blaze King, kaya mahanap na rin siya dito. Si Tebotol na lang natitira and he's gonna be pinched down by the players of Myth. Maganda yung lineup talaga nila dito when it comes to defense, lalo na yung mga suppress na kaya nilang gawin kapag kompleto yung kanilang mga utilities. Aside from that, you also have the fault line din naman and other flashes from the pop flashes of the KO, kaya kayang-kaya nilang makapag-retake dito. Ang problema ngayon ng Boom Esports, they're actually doing a great job having one lurk out, which is the Cypher. Nahuli nga lang on that round, on that specific round. That lurk is actually annoying the players of Myth and hindi sila makapag-rotate ng basta-basta dahil nga may naiiwan na isa. Lalabanan on Satellite, maybe the KO and of course the Cypher as well. Madedetect din siya nung knives doon. Ako nang nagsasabi habang sinisilip ko sa minimap, guys. Kinakas yung minimap no? Pero para lang malaman nyo yung mga rotations ng mga players kasi hindi lahat nakatingin sa minimap pag tinitignan nila yung match natin.
Natatunnel vision minsan. Okay lang yan. Normal lang naman talaga yan. At kikita mo, sobrang laki, di ba?
May ipit yung chamber dito, tignan mo rin. Pero magti-TP out lang yan.
Ay, nakapitas pa.
Nostra, di ba?
Oo. Nakapitas pa.
Nakita ko na yung future Pipitas lang siya dito, sabay TP out. Tapos hahanap na naman siya ng isa, but he wasn't able to spot and get the kill instead para sa kabilang team. 4v4.
At dito, Wanafly, buti na lang he can just manipulate it all over. Pero after few setups once again, that's the power of the double controller. Nakapasok agad sila. There's just a deny coming from the ult, pero kind of late already. Kaso bawas na bawas syempre. Ang katulad.
Swerte siya, malayo siya dun sa, malapit siya sa dulo ng circle.
Wala siya sa epicenter.
Oo, wala siya sa epicenter ng magnitude 7 na ultimate ng Brimstone doon. Kung sakali man nandun siya, huli talaga.
May line up para dito at lalaban ni Blaze King pero it's so complicated. Uy, nakabawi pa pala. But as they try to go for a defuse, dinay-delay sila, sobra buta na lang. Andiyan si Tebotol to actually save the day. And because of that, the flashes ay nakapag-deny lang on that possibility for them to actually defuse it. Although that was just a good retake, and I think pagdating dito, si Tebotol talaga waiting siya for that perfect time. Kinol na nga niya kagad. And if it wasn't for him, it's gonna be different. Pero may katulong din kagad kasi pagdating sa neural theft ni Frostmind.
Ito lang yung agenda dito ni Frostmind. Guluhin lang ang isip ng mga players ng Myth habang yung ibang players ng Boom nagtatrabaho na onto the side that they wanna take. Shutdown mula dito kay Kong. Meron siyang nahuli kahit pa paano na suppress yung iba. But of course, that's just information. This can be a total rotation coming in from Boom Esports. But they're still playing default looking at it. At makikita mo yung lurk mula dito sa Astra na nasa kabilang side. Siya lang din yung manggugulo dito. Ang isa sa mga issue ngayon ng Boom Esports, kaya rin sila nanalo on that specific round. Buti napatay nila yung chamber nung kabila, si Wanafly. Because if Wanafly is just TP out and then patay TP out na naman siya, problema yon for the side of Boom because they're not gonna know where exactly he is.
There's just some mispoints minsan sa Boom. Pero I think dito, kapag nabawasan na naman sila, na-cut off sila papuntang A-site, that's gonna be the problem. And kita mo naman, may counter pa dito si Ongered that he can actually use. And wala nang Viper's toxic screen that can actually cover them going in. And speaking of Pero nga lang, nilabas kaagad ngayon ang pagyanig galing kay Tebotol and suddenly they're gonna be popping off pero I think it's just too late already. Too late to apologize! At isa na lang kaagad ang natitira. And yun, na Thrifty. Ay, di naman
Ang
sila
ganda ng hold ng myth doon. On the other hand, hindi nila nasabayan yung Rolling Thunder. Usually, you would expect they would hop out once the Rolling Thunder is already set. But on the other hand, ang iba ang ginawa ng Boom Esports dito. Mainantay sila bago sila lumabas. And the thing is, tapos na yung kangkas mo, saka ka lalabas, no? Saka ka magpa-flash out. And if you flash out like that, you don't have any information because you're smoked off by the Brimstone. Everything is covered. The aftershock was there. Hindi nila in-expect that the land would be spotting them and getting those 2 headshots immediately. Na-sandwich na rin sila moving towards A main dahil nga wala rin namang ibang players na nasa satellite o nasa drop. Pero sila myth yung nag-timeout.
Siguro kailangan na huli nila pag-isipan. Kasi kahit 3-2 to, still they won that previous round, tingin ko nahihirapan din talaga sila. Paano nga ba natin, paano ba hindi natin makakain yung pain na ginagawa nga ni Frostmind? Or at the same time, how do we actually stop that slow push ng Boom Esports? Kasi yung time, kapag na-time nga ng myth yung slow push pa natin ng Boom Esports, well, it's gonna be their key to actually make it. Pero ngayon, hindi talaga nila ma-confirm eh. Diba ginagawa lang naman ng Boom, hindi sila naglalakad lang sila, hindi sila tumatakbo. And that's a good sign that they actually know how to manipulate myth. But let's see more out of this. Myth talaga ngayon, kailangan nga nila mag-invest ng sobra sa dalawa na lang initiator. Yung Brimstone can just cover some little angles, but then the counter flashes might be the one that can destroy yung Boom Esports. At ngayon naman, naglabas na rin kaagad ng to the force ang isa sa mga miyembro kaagad ng myth. At ngayon na Eco, mukhang may advantage pagdating sa baril ang Made in Thailand.
Gahabang lang sila dito si Wanafly. He's very well aware that someone might hop out here sa 3. On the other hand, nag-aabang lang talaga ang myth, no? There's no lurk at all. They're just waiting on site and just making sure that they're holding down the fort. With the Wanafly detecting, or rather na nasira yung trap niya dito, alam niya na may tao. On the other hand, talagang dalawa ang inaabangan dito ni Wanafly. The smoke comes in mula dito sa toxic screen, nakongkas pa at may TP out. Ito yung kinagandahan nga ng Chamber. Kahit anong util yung saluhin mo, makakapag-TP out ka pa din. Another chance to live.
Buti pa, may second chance pagdating nga.
Tinalo yung mga pusa sa amin. Siya mangbuhay.
Buti pa, no? Ay, pero grabe talaga, ang mga pusa immortal yan. Kahit itapon mo yan, galing sa puno, pababa, buhay pa rin eh. Pero this retake might work. Kaso nga lang, dapat hindi sila magpapahuli pagdating dito. Pero Frostnight was able to get piece of it 1 by 1. Pero si Julian, ang kanilang Brimstone, nakapag-igib na naman kagad. Parang parati na lang, meron siya kagad
ultimate
eh.
Oy!
Oh!
Oh no, nahuli siya doon, nasaktuhan. But this aftershock will just delay anyone defusing. Ang ganda ng usage ng utilities coming in from Boom Esports. And that's the reason why they got that round for Boom. Ang ganda ng utility usage, Ray.
Ay, delay lang sila eh. And Tebotol actually manages to get the very esports clutch moment. Here, kita mo naman. Sabi niya, sasama na lang ako sa hukay, I'll risk it. And buti na lang may nilabas din kagad na showstopper and he was able to at least pick off 1. While on the side, ni Delend, okay na sana ang kanyang ultimate at nakakapag-igib nga siya parate. Kaso nga lang, ang next na magiging problema ay yung delay nga mula kay Tebotol. So good effort onto the side of Boom Esports. And so far, we're seeing yung post plan, hindi talaga super nag-work. Pero pagdating lang kay Tebotol, ang kaisa-isang problema ng Made in Thailand, ang nakikita nating medyo, ay Tebotol ng Boom Esports ang nagiging problema ng Myth. Pero let's see, try lang talaga sila sa retake so far. And as they're just gonna be consuming them once again in B, they need to take care of it once again.
Nag-entry na yung Raze dito with a satchel in play. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng mapatay. This is Wanafly yet again waiting right around the corner. Nasira na nga yung gadget ni kuya mo Chamber dito. Kaya meron siyang information kung saan magagaling. Nakikita mo all the information coming in from WannaFly as the face cam is revealing. Aside from that, Kong was able to spa one already and get the kill. Pumasok na nga dito si WannaFly. Wala siyang pakialam kung may paint shell. So ang importante sa kanya, nakongkas na, kaya silipin mo na habang may chance ka. Frostmine on the other hand, nakita yung ulo ni Dylan. Binaril niya kaso he wasn't expecting na hindi tatama. Buti na lang si Blaze King nasa B main para saluhin.
Ang ganda ng pag-check nila parate ng position ng
Tignan mo yung ano nila doon, yung si Tebotol, hindi niya ginagamit yung utilities niya sa pag-entry. Ginagamit niya yung utilities niya sa post-plant.
Kasi, di ba, nakikita nga natin na dalawa kasing controller. So, they can just cover yung angles ng Myth. So, pinag-aralan talaga ng Boom Esports paano magiging effective ang slow plays such as this. And usually naman, workable yung Astra na yan together with Viper here in Fracture. We've seen teams conquer this. But I think, so far, I'm liking how Boom Esports captivates yung gantong type of gameplay. Pagdating sa Fracture, one is not sabi mo nga, not relying on the Twitch, and second, just relying heavily kay Flipsider together with Blaze King and mo kay Frostmine. Yung Cypher nila, nagiging duelist
Ano yan, Cypher duel yan, si Frostmine. Panggulo lang actually, pero siya yung nakakahuli at nakakaspot din ng ibang players dito dahil naka-cut off nga niya yung rotations dahil sa ibang pwesto na kinukuha niya. On the other hand, ang gandang refrag yung ginawa niya doon sa tower during that time or doon sa ropes, no? Because if both of them died, obviously, mahuhuli yung dalawang players. Unti na lang yung paproblemahin ng Boom. Walang tao na on ropes, wala nang tao on that side. But he was able to take the refrag. That means another corner has to be checked for Myth to actually make a retake happen. At this is 2-5 scoreline na para sa Boom Esports na pumili ng mapa. Kailangan lang nilang ituloy yung lead all throughout because the momentum is definitely on their side when it comes to those plants and those takes that we are looking at.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. And again, your champions. Pampalubag loob.
Oo, pampalubag loob.
Pampalubag loob.
Mamaya may laban yung SBE sa third series of the day. So, abangan nyo yan.
Balita namin may surprise. Pero sana magkatotoo, di ba? Surprise cutie na lang ang sabihin nyo sa comment section at Myth. Nagano pa rin sila. Bumali na sila. Sabi nila, hindi na natin dapat pabayaan na Boom will just gonna be keep on winning a lot of rounds. Pero ayun, nagpalit na sila si Kadum na kagad uli ang nilagay nila sa may B-site. And si Berserks lang's gonna clear up corner. Why? Si Delen pang nadali ngayon. And Tebotol suddenly pops off. Alam na nga din kagad nila na meron pang isa. And once again, B-take is up right there. Already blazing on towards the flank. Talagang paglalaroan na lang niya ang mga miyembro kagad. Although surprise siya, Kongred na top nga lang siya. But I think when it comes to this, medyo matatagalan muli ang mga taga-Myth to actually retake this.
5-2. Tebotol was able to spot one. Dalawa na lang problema nila dito, si Alone tsaka si Kong. At nahanap na nga ni Kong si Tebotol. It's still a 2v3. This is still quite possible. Retake para sa kanila. Kaso nga lang, time is ticking already. This grenade is gonna help him. Pero there are still two players waiting and wrapping around the corner. He gets one, pero duho lagi itong dalawang players na to. Si Berserk saka si Frostmind. Laging magkasama yan.
Talagang, ano yan? Yan yung nagduduo. Mahilig sila magduo, Taylor. Pero aside from that, I think yung mga it's just the same It's just the same gameplay, to be honest. But then the timing lang talaga. It's really perfect sa side ng mga taga Boom Esports. That's why it takes so much time kay Myth to actually figure it out. Pero Kadum, kailangan natin magising. Ngayon lang nakapag-i-give after ilang rounds yung kana showstopper. Hindi pa siya nakakapitas.
Naka-operator pa. So, let's see what will the team of Myth do? Because it seems like unstoppable dito ang Boom Esports sa pag-e-entry. Laging si Wannafly ang nakakapigil sa kanila, no? So, this time around, nahuli sila or nakahuli ng isa, which is si Blaze King. So, that is one controller out of the equation already. Aside from that, the fault line or maybe the ultimate will come in. Sumakto na nga with Wannafly, getting that 4K. And this is only Debotol remaining. Nakakuha na nga sila ng huling kill. And that is such a good dissemination of information coming in from Myth Esports. Aside from that, gaya na sabi ko kanina, Ray, si Wannafly yung may capability talaga to stop them on their toes. You look at that swing. He was able to hop one and get one. Tapos, magti-TP out lang siya and reposition himself perfectly here because no one would know.
Oh, that's really beautiful sa Myth din. So, pwede nyong i-figure out Boom Esports. Wag na lang kayo mag-A. Hindi mag-work eh. ang katapat talaga nila is si Wannafly that is usually making an impact, but then at least yung Myth nakakabangon muli sila dahil ayaw mo nga manalo ang Boom Esports all together one by one, but looking at it, mukhang nakapag-desisyon na nga sila. Bina lang talaga tayo, it's very okay for us, pero nag-e-extend na kagad sa mga places ang mga taga-Myth. Pero nga lang, mahuhuli si Dalend ngayon and Berserk's finally taking him out. Sinabay na ngayon kagad ngayon ang Rolling Thunder, eradicating everything. And kita mo, what was that? Frostmine! Sinabayan kasi ng Pinches, tapos sinaktuhan din niya kagad yung swing. A beautiful pickoffs once again sa Boom Esports, knowing saan nga ba ang usual position ng mga taga-Myth. And I think dito sa A-site, di na sila talaga babawi pa for that retake, kundi magsisave na lang talaga sila.
Ganda ng mga take nila dito. Ang nagiging issue na lang for the side of Boom Esports is whenever they go up against Wannafly right here. At mapapansin mo di ba? Parang pag si Wannafly ang nakakatapat nila, hindi sila makapasok at all. But if it's the players of Boom on the, or rather Myth on the other side, nakakapasok sila immediately. So there are certain movements coming in from Boom Esports. 5 pa rin sila dito, but it seems like nagda-doubt sila kung saan sila papasok. At syempre, with the spike being planted already, kailangan lang naman nila dito umatras kasi magsisave lang yung 3 players ng Myth Esports. That is a Lone Kong and Wannafly saving those guns para makasabay sila kahit papano, because this is already close to the final round pagdating sa first half natin. Di sila makakuha ang puntos
Paisa-isa lang.
Pag si Wannafly lang yung natatapatan, so dapat ang ginagawa na lang ng Boom, iniiwasan nila si Wannafly.
Ayan lang pala yung pag-asa ng Myth. Pero tingin ko din yung previous round na naipanalo nila, yung third round nila. Dahil lang may mga sila may mga ultimates. Kung wala silang ultimates at all, I think it's just gonna be harsh sa kanila once again. And Boom Esports, super clean talaga. Nangyayari lang is na-out man sila, naiipit sila parati. Pinagko-crossfire lang sila ng Myth, but the rest is really okay. And ngayon attacking pa to. And di ba usually Taylor, pagdating sa gantong lineup, kapag nakita ka tayo ng mga ganto na double controller ng previous stage natin here in the stage 1 nga sa ating own region, okay siya sa defending, pero hindi siya okay sa attacking. At ngayon na lang ulit ako nakita ng team na okay gamitin ang dalawang controller nila sa attacking. And you can actually see how Boom Esports dedicated their time to study this and create a lot of perfect timing. So, kita ba din naman yung skills nila? Equally distributed. Sobrang clean start for them. But Myth, may kita naman natin na si Daled and Wannafly is doing everything just to eradicate Boom. Unfortunately, si Kadum din kagad. Baka kasi masyadong maaga kasi yung gising tsaka yung series nila
Kulang pa sa breakfast yung mga players dito. Kaya buelo-buelo lang. Look at that, 8 orbs yet again wasted because they're expecting that Boom is actually moving forward already. Pero si Wannafly na naman ang nagtatrabaho dito. He's now pushing this time around. Hindi na mag-aantay ang Myth because it's not working out at all. On the other hand, the 3v2 situation looks like it's working in the favor or in the hands of Myth right now.
Ipit pa. Esports! Oh! Still, Blaze King takes the swing. 2 sa 2, pero yung spike pa rin kailangan ipaglaban. At ngayon, wala, double controller. Okay, Kadum gets it. Medyo ipit na din ngayon si Flipsiders. 53 seconds. Sige, walang magpo-push sa'yo dyan. Paglalaroan ka lang nila. And alone Phils takes them. And finally, Myth wins this with a 4-7. Diba? Kung naiipit, kung kukurutin lang nila talaga yung Boom Esports kung iipitin lang nila talaga in a pinch, okay na okay sa side ng Myth ito. At I think yun lang yung mga, kundi daw kasi kayang sometimes irritate with the use of the current strategies, pwede naman nilang i-push kagad. And it's working. So it's still a round win sa Myth. And ngayon na Boom, naipit lang sila. Finally, Kadum will be able to get one frag, a really maybe good statement na kailangan na din mag-pop off into holding lang ang mga miyembro ng Boom and giving a lot of delays.
Di in-expect ng Boom Esports kanina na ipupush na sila ng Myth finally So, they got those kills in. They were able to secure it yet again. At si Wanafly talaga mainit ngayon para sa team niya. So, this is exactly what Myth needs right now. At least one of the team members is able to punish the players of Boom Esports. Pasok na naman ang mga players ngayon ng Myth. TP out na naman. Ito yung sinasabi ko when you have that chamber. Wanafly was able to get one pero mapaplant pa rin nila yung spike. But still, a 1 for the team para sa Myth Esports. Importante para sa kanila at least makakuha at makapitas para mas mapadali yung retake nila. Pero the swing, muntik pa matamaan yung pangalawa. Wanafly was able to get another kill on this. With a 4v3 situation, the retake is happening from the side of Myth Esports. Habang yung ibang players ng Boom, ang trabaho lang nila dito is to delay. They don't even have to do the engagements any longer. They just have to delay the defuse of the spike. Habang si Delen tinap na nga, nakalahati niya na rin. This is the least of the problems right now of Myth as they spot another player of Boom. Pero hindi pa rin nila mapatay yung ibang members dito, which is si Frost at si Tebotol.
Switching sides.
Frost, Mind and Tebotol. Namadipila lang nila. Biruin mo. Napitas na. 2v3 na to. And Myth, 1 by 1. Na half nga. Pero, timing is perfect. The amount of trust nga na meron sila. Pinikagad dun, no? Ni Berserks. And, yeah. That's just it. Alam na din kagad nila saan manggagaling. Di pa nga nakapag-cross papunta sa site mismo isang miyembro ng Myth, and nakita mo yung plant ng Boom Esports, sobrang pabor. But at least it's not bad of a half 8-4. We all thought that Boom is just gonna be getting a lot of rounds side by side. Pero Myth, with just 4-round difference, baka mangyari ang kakaiba naman nilang play pagdating sa attacking. Dahil ngayon, may double initiator sila. So, talagang punish lang ang mga katulad ni Flipsider tsaka ni Blaze King. But I think ang kailangan mo talagang katakutan is si Frostmite tsaka si Tebotol has been really perfect here in this matchup, in the first map.
Nabasa ko na Alam mo yung body system nila dito, Frostmite Berserks. Yang dalawang yan ang laging magkasama on ropes. So, this time around with the switch, gaya na sabi mo, Ray, it's not too bad when Myth is stuck in a 8-4 right now because that's still 4 rounds at kung makukuha naman nila yung pistol, mapapadali ang buhay nila dito. On the other hand, in the attacker side, if you have that chamber yet again, you can just rotate. So feeling ko maglalurk yung chamber dito at makakalurk siya ng mas mabilis, no? Kasi he could just set it up close to B and then he could just rendezvous after making some noise on A. O kaya naman, there's just too many plays that they can actually do. Dahil nga sa mapa na split, or rather, dahil nga sa mapa na fracture, na split yung mapa. 'Di ba? So they can actually use the ropes in the middle o yung zipline na tinatawag natin to do a big rotation for the team. If I'm not mistaken, the chamber has set up something on spawn or hindi ata. Di pa nakakapag-set up. Yeah, nag-set up yung chamber dito sa may ropes, 'di ba? Pag zipline niyang ganon, set up siya sa papuntang B site para sakaling may maglo-lurk, mahuhuli nila.
Good.
The entire map.
Good way actually. Kay Wanafly. Pero madedestroy kaya nila si Frostmite. Pero buti na lang, hindi nila masyadong inagger yung A site. Kaso nga lang, ito yung next problem. Balak pa nila pala lumipat? Or malak lang nila ngayon kumuha ng onting noise? Kadum? Just gonna go back to his team. Wala nga lang siyang napitas. And Wanafly is just talagang nagbabantay lang siya if something bad happens sa kanyang teammates. Pero disiplina lang sa Boom Esports. Dalawa lang ang nakahabang sa kanila, Berserks, together with the Blaze King dito sa may A site. And if it starts real good upon Myth, then I think they will just be able to tackle here in Akon. Kas na nga kagad si Berserks, lahat sila sa takbo 1 by 1, pero mukhang alam na nga nila na meron pa isa. So may ipit sila and pupush sila papuntang B. At kita mo yung setup dito ni Flipsider, rather ni Frostmind. At excited ako paano niya matatangke to all by himself.
Ito na nga ata ang push na nagbumula sa Myth. Tignan natin kung magiging successful ba. Kaso si Kong dire-diretso dun sa wall. Dahil vulnerable din siya dito because of that smoke coming in from the Viper. Isa-isa lang silang pinistol dito using the classic mula kay Flips. Pinasok nila yung smoke.
Right click lang sila, Taylor. Wala din. Going down. Blaze King. My. Perfect B-site approach pagdating sa Boom Esports. Kita mo naman, sakto din kagad yung muling, sakto din kagad yung ginawa niya doon. And siya lang talagang, hello guys, punta lang kayo sa harapan ko, audition lang tayo, 1 by 1.
Bahala. Kahit yung lurk nilang chamber, wala na ring nagawa. On the other hand, ang ganda kasi nung snake bite doon. For the side of Myth, I think they were in a position na it's now or never. Kasi nabato na nila yung utilities nila. If they stop on their toes, yung utilities na yon lalo lang masasayang. It would be put in waste and they would go in a dry peak. Kaso nga lang, that vulnerability masakit talaga, especially with the help of the smoke or the toxic screen coming in mula dito sa Viper as well. So, that's such a good setup mula sa Boom Esports. And just with the classic shots, they were able to take it. 9-4. Force into an eco yet again ang Myth.
Boom Esports gusto talaga na lang maging perfect tong fracture play nila. And it's okay actually. Super interested. At ang ganda ng buhok ni Kongerd. Gusto ko yung ganyan. Nagpakulay ba sila lahat sa mit ng buhok? Wala lang, na-observe ko.
Yan ang tense ng Thailand.
Okay yun Pala yung naging
si Kong. Payaman yan
Nasa taga-payaman siya pala to si...
Oo, power.
Power.
Ngayon, Valorant player na. Nag-iba lang ng konti yung itsura, pero syempre, epekto ng Valorant yun Pagka sobrahan ka sa mga talo, ganun yung nangyayari.
Okay. Naglalaro-laro lang sila dito ng patenter. Kulit.
Ang kulit mo silip ka ng silip
Ayun, tinapuna. Oh no! Tebatol! Ayun, buti na jumping lason dito na alone. Pero nga lang, Berserks gets to. Okay, kaya pa daw pawi dito si The Land at alone feels na lang. Okay, he tries to spray pero sige po. Excited, let's see.
Not killing that first person that hops out is already a sign na hindi makukuha yung round na yun. Boom Esports takes this again, making it a 10-4. Double digit na score ng Boom Esports. Sila pumili ng mapa na to, so obviously it's their comfort pick right now for the team. And aside from that, they had a good retake here. Kahit na napunish agad yung iisang player na nag-aabang sa drop, na buweluhan pa rin nila, especially with that paint shells forcing out the players, or rather the player that planted the spike. And of course, may iwan na lang talaga dito. Literal, alone, si Alone feels.
Tapos rate pa tayo ng raise difference.
Raise diff?
The raise diff na yun
hindi makabuelo si Kadumi. Yung mga satchel in place na yung kailangan ng Myth dito.
Mukhang si si Wanafly, tsaka si Alone Feels yung si Wanafly at si Delend yung nagiging player nila At ngayon, okay, abuti na lang, natuto na ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Myth. At nakapasok na sila sa site, pero may idea na din kagad si Frostmind, and now what Alone Feels gets him. But then there's just the flash and Kadum is just gonna be playing 3. Sige, audition lang kayo pa isa-isa. At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira. Alone Feels ginamit na rin kagad ang kanyang Rolling Thunder para lang ma-confirm tong round na to and maybe just trying to close the gap. And speaking of Myth, umahabol sila 5-round difference. Pero I think yung Boom dun, disadvantage lang. Yung barrel, di kaya sa long space eh.
On the other hand, then at least finally Kadum was able to get those kills in the team actually needs to open up the site. Because of that, kaya rin nakapasok yung myth dito. Kaya nga importante na hindi mamatay or hindi mapatay agad-agad si Kadum eh. Kasi siya yung nagsasatchel in play. Hindi naman kaya mag-satchel in play ng iba dito. O slow play ang mangyayari kapag namatay siya.
Talagang kailangan talaga nila ngayong mag-trust kay Kadum or else wala talagang mangyayari at all eh. Pero baka nga Boom Esports. Oh, still, oh my! Blaze King pa! Alam na nila na may isang flank. Alam na nila saan usually magpa-push and that's the time already for Myth and buto na lang that perfect timing coming in from Kadum. Perfect. Patipit na naman sila ngayon and mukhang nandiyan na nga kaagad si Berserks to actually take them out. And isa-isa na silang nalilito pero si Kadum talagang tries to take them down. Wala naman pumalo kay Berserks. Naging disadvantage pa niya at ang kanyang ultimate. Pero buti na lang nabawas pa rin siya after taking out that paint shells. At mukhang i-ace pa nga ata ni Kadum to. Talagang naging Kadum na siya ngayon sa attacking side.
Nabuhay siya eh. Nabuhay si Kadum on the attacking eh. Because this is where the Raze will really shine because of the satchel in place. And there goes the ace. He's alive. The comfortability, the confidence of the team is finally back in their hands. 6-10 is the score for Myth. Ang ginagawa dito ng Boom, kung hindi nyo napapansin guys, because WannaFly is setting up on spawn nung kanyang mga TP and yung kanyang mga traps. Actually, the players right now of Boom Esports, one of their priorities is destroying those traps dahil WannaFly, they wanna keep him down low na parang hindi na siya makakaikot pa sa buong mapa rin. So, aside from that, for Boom Esports, the only thing that they can actually do right now is basically defend the site. There's nothing else that is going on very wrongly. Natatalo talaga sila pagdating sa engagement kagaya nung mga paint at gamit ng utilities ni Kadum kanina.
Talagang dito na nga natin may kita. The rise of Kadum. From Kadum to Kayehey na lang. Ang mangyayari. Kanina doom talaga yung frogs niya eh. Di talaga gumalaw eh.
Bawi na eh. Na-ace pa nga.
Na-ROI pa eh. Na-ROI pa. At Kong Red. Team Payaman. Oh, okay. Bye-bye.
Plus 1 na naman. Power para sa kanya. Isa na namang reset mula sa players ng Boom ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. But they are on an eco. So this is gonna be quite difficult. Nasaktuhan si Kadum habang nagbabato ng kanyang kaboom. On the other hand, Frostmind tagging players here. He got 1, but he's gonna get 2 more. Para sa kanya, hanap lang ng kalaban. Ito na nga ang duo nila with Debotol helping out with the flash. But Kong is actually just waiting right around the corner. Hindi pa nila napaplant yung spike kasi na-drop ni kuya mo kaboom.
At yun.
Na-drop ng Brim.
Oh! Medyo na, okay, buti na lang, nahawakan na lang. Umuli. At ito, labas na din kagad.
Safe plant.
Good way for them. Medyo alanganin si Tebotol ngayon, tsaka si Blaze King. Paano pa sila gagalaw dyan? Oh! Nagtaktuhan pa kagad ni Tebotol. Okay, good way. And Blaze King, sa kanya din magmamatter to. Kailangan makapitas pa siya ng isa. That's gonna be winnable for them. It takes out that concuss. Still tries to push. Pero may kita na nga siya kagad. And that's just a swing coming in from WannaFly. 7-10. Myth. 3 na lang.
Si Alone Feels doon, nagdadasal na lang sa gilid eh. Sabi niya, pre, sobrang low on HP na ako. Hindi ko na alam gagawin ko. Magtatago na lang ako panggulo. Ikaw nang bahala, Kong. Basta, etong si WannaFly, mag-aabang lang dito at maliligtas nga niya ang buhay ni kuya mo Breach na si Alone. No? But this is a timeout probably on the side of Boom Esports. Matagal silang napako on 3 rounds continuously, especially doon na nakabili na ng kanilang mga Vandals yung Myth kanina. On the other hand din naman, for Myth, this might be a possible comeback. Hindi imposible.
Naniniwala ka ba sa comeback? Ako naniniwala ba sa fracture map eh? Nakakatakot eh.
You never know eh. Ang dami mo kasing pwedeng labasan dito.
At yung 8-4 na yon, good half pa rin eh. Pagdating sa Myth, kasi usually pag nakita tayo dito, 9-3 or 10-2, di ba? Kapag 8-4, complicated pa rin kahit papaano eh.
At least dito, kahit hindi nila nakuha yung pistol nakabawi naman sila pagdating sa buy rounds nila. At actually, maganda yung mga take nila dito eh. Especially with Kadoom stepping up finally. They were able to take sites and hindi lang nila mapunish talaga minsan yung duo na nag-aabang doon sa ropes dito sa B site specifically.
At we're seeing yung shine upon Myth ngayon. Ano kaya sasabi ng mga shoutcasters ng ano ngayon? Ng sarili-sarili na lang region, no? Wala akong maintindihan, syempre. Pero sana
Wala.
naiintindihan din natin.
Parang tayo, hindi nila naiintindihan.
Talagang ang Boom Esports. Kung ano lang to, kung full sense to, manggigigil na naman tayo.
Oo nga eh.
Kay PTC.
Si PTC na walang ambag? Yun ba yun? Isipin mo, hindi na nga si PTC yung naglalaro, siya pa din yung ano natin. Siya pa din yung puhunan ng kwentuhan.
Oo, syempre.
Ayun
Mahal
ang
na
ambag
si
ni PTC. Wala tayong mapag-usapan. Si PTC ang pinag-uusapan natin.
Umagang-umaga, ganito galit kagad. Dahil talaga to sa SB kasi mamaya. At eto, may nag-comment. Uy guys, wag kayo mag-alala. Nag-i-improve si Kadoom. Okay, magiging kayahin na lang agad yan. Ano bang ano ng Doom? Nakalimutan ko na. Basta yun, ka-bright side ang mangyayari, but looks like flip-sider. Sabi niya, kailangan natin eradicate kagad itong Myth. Hindi na natin i-close na lang nakakadating isang angle kung saan pwede silang pumunta. And that's gonna be here in Aiming. And that's a good sign kasi kapag hindi nila kino-close at to, yung Myth pwede lang nila i-capitalize to actually entry there eh.
Para sa side ng Myth, pulot-pulot lang dahil nasisira rin naman yung mga traps dahil nga iniikutan na rin ng Boom kanina. But they were expecting that Boom might do it again. Yung pag-push nila para sirain din yung mga traps at para makapag-rotate sila at makaikot sa mapa rin. But they're not doing that right now. The purpose of Boom Esports is to defend, and they will defend and just wait. They destroyed the traps of the Cypher, which is Frostmind. So mabibigyan ng impormasyon na baka bumaba at bumagsak sila sa drop. Habang nandito yung camera ng Cypher, malolocate nila na nandito na rin si Kaboom. But also, on the other hand, using that concuss, wala naman silang mahuhuli dito dahil walang tao on A site. The players of Boom Esports right now are all the way from B. Aside from that, itong Rolling Thunder, hindi rin tumama kay Kadoom. So, the players right now, despite having that ultimate from the breach, hindi nila makapitalize because hindi naman sila pumasok right on the concuss and the timing. Blaze King and Berserks, they would just go for a save right now.
Hindi pa rin napigilan. Ito na ata ang magic ng teams ngayon sa Fracture. Dati, di ba, usually, yung defending, i-hold mo lang eh. Well, right now, pagdating sa attacking, it's much more safer. Once nakapitas ka lang kasi ng isa, that's already the breaking point pagdating sa attacking side kung paano nga ba nila magkakaroon sila ng malaking kalamangan. Pero si Kongor talagang hahabulin nyo. Kita mo siya talaga si Kilua Zoldyck, hindi nyo ba alam? Si Kilua Zoldyck yan na naglalaro ng Valorant. Kung familiar kayo sa Hunter na anime.
Gon. Tsaka si Kilua, yung mag-BFF. Berserk saving this operator, getting that triple kill, pero the round is still on the side of Myth. Ang kailangan lang naman nila doon, i-punish yung operator. Ang dami naman nilang pera eh. So, iniiwasan lang sana nila na makuha pa rin yung op. But on the other hand, Berserk was able to save it up yet again for the team. So, Boom, having the guns right now still. Kaso, that's still a round. Kumbaga, sasabihin natin, a round is a round kahit kano pa kadami yung kills mo dyan. On the other hand naman, for Myth, slowly but surely, hinahabol talaga nila dito ang puntos ng Boom Esports because that double-digit lead or rather score, hindi na sila makakabuelo ng pagkakamali dito. Forced into an eco is the players of Boom Esports. They have that operator, yes, and they knew that this is Berserk's waiting here on A main, kaya atras na lang din sila. They're just gonna decide and going to B side.
This is quite dangerous. Boom Esports. Tatandaan nyo, mapik nyo, yet ang Myth. Kumakomeback pa nga. Okay, that's a good trap. Maybe kind of take them away. Okay, kaso nga lang, di magkoconnect yung shots ni Tebotol. Takbo talaga sila. Pero takbo rin, takbuhan sila papuntang A-side. Sige, sinong mauna? Sino makakapagpapigil ngayon sa pares na teams? But then, Boom Esports, di na nga gumalaw after that 2 rounds into the advantage nila. Pero right now that all of them are here and medyo malayo-layo na nga when Myth needs to go sa B-side. Kailangan nila gamitin ng meron pero sumakto na nga kagad sa ulo ni Delend ngayon ang operator ni Berserks.
Nahuli. Another one bites the dust. Yan ang sabi dito ni Berserks as he gets another kill. This is now 2 players. Kung akala nyo nasa A-site kanina itong operator, nandito pa rin yan. Nag-aabang lang si Berserks with 14 seconds remaining. Such a good shot mula kay Wannafly but he didn't expect there's gonna be another player there. A retrade na manggagaling sa Boom Esports. A thrifty round at ang star of the show mapupunta kay Berserks because of that round that he was able to punish the players. Aside from that, mula kay Blaze King, na-force out yung mga team or rather yung team ng Myth dito na pumunta on A side. Aside from that, the 2 kills that Berserks was able to get, punishing the players left and right mula dito sa side ng Myth Esports na 350. Na thrifty. Itong Myth.
Oh no. So, yung sign lang yun eh. After the trap, after Tebotol saw na, okay, babalik sila na itakbo na din kagad sila. Hindi naman lang nag-reheat ang Myth doon. Medyo may onting pagkakamali pero okay, mahirapan siguro sila. They kinda overthink about it. Baka sila pa ang magkaroon ng disadvantage. Pero dito na nga sila magpo-push kagad sa isang iglap. Tebotol system out at ngayon nakapitas na nga din kagad si Blaze King together with Flipsider. Pero knowing that there's just some trades, it's just gonna be 2v1. Nilabas na din kagad ngayon ang Rolling Thunder pero pwede lang naman maghintay ang mga miyembro kagad ng Boom Esports for to actually plant this. Pero looks like after popping off that, malilipat na lang siya. And that's a good way. Or maybe paglalaruan lang niya to or talagang tatakbo siya papuntang Bisay, tatakbo talaga siya. Okay.
Baka magkaroon ng rotations na manggagaling sa players ng Boom Esports pero mukhang slowly pa rin silang nag-aabang sa Myth right now on A. He's just gonna run for it at with the help of the ultimate kanina na-concuss yung ibang players and they still stayed. Baka akala nila may kasunod pa yon. But this is now alone Phils planting the spike. Ang para sa Boom Esports, ang importante sa kanila yung body system nila because they can still definitely do the retake. Lamang pa rin sila when it comes to manpower dito. In a 2v1 situation, alone Phils, meron siyang concuss na pwedeng gamitin. This is Berserk's hopping out. He gets the kill on that. Hindi nga lang niya alam na body system ang ginagawa nila dito. Tebotol was able to spot him out and get the triple kill on this round at may kasama pang defuse.
At ngayon, Boom Esports is finally on a match point against Myth. Ibig sabihin lang, they took a lot to actually adjust to how Myth plays. And I think yung thrifty din talaga, Taylor, tama ka dun yung naging somehow, one way or another lang, na turning point ng Boom Esports to finally gain their momentum. And medyo nasayangan lang ako dun, pero I think clutchable naman kasi sa side ni Alone Feels, pero timing hits perfect once Tebotol pops him off. And now, isa na lang bago mako-confirm ng Boom Esports ang round na to. Ang map na to.
Yun nga eh. Isa na lang kailangan nila dito. Tsaka isa sa mga factors doon, Ray, ang ganda ng decision making ng Boom to actually stay with their teammate na hindi na sila maghihiwalay. Because pag naghiwalay sila and try to sandwich, yun na nga, nag-aabang na nga doon or nag-e-expect si Alone na doon lalabas, no? But it's not gonna happen like that. Because sabay nga sila dito pumasok. Although hindi nangyari yung double swing, it might be better for the team to actually just not give that information the least. Dahil sila yung may kalamangan na doon eh. Because they know that the last player, which is Alone, is remaining on that specific corner. Kailangan lang nila ng magandang timing. So good decision making coming in from Boom Esports. Maliit na bagay pero kung sisilipin natin in a bigger perspective is because, or the main reason they won that map. And holding back into this is Myth right now na may tour de force up and online. But of course, they have to make this perfectly. Yung entry nila dito dapat perfect dahil nga match point na ng Boom Esports.
At ngayon, Boom, naganahan talaga sila pero quick lang kagad ang pagpunta ng Myth ngayon at i-expect ba nila katulad Blaze King? Yep, nakuha pa rin siya dito at buti na lang napakalaking tulong kagad ng ultimate na meron si Congered pero on the other side, Boom Esports, spot na sila, Flipsider, kapag nakabawas pa siya ng isa, winnable pa to as he tries to pop off already. That snake
Lalo
bite.
na may aftershock pa. No, masasakto ng aftershock tong dalawang player. Showstopper out para kay Kadoom. Pero wala siyang maspatan. This seems like Boom Esports, they're just gonna go for a save. At atras na lang sila all the way to A site. Ang nag-aabang for the frags or yung ano niya dito, exit frags is actually Tebotol. Once na lumabas itong players ng Myth right now, still, they are still in the game. And they will get this round in a 12-9 once that spike detonates right now.
My gosh. With it, here pumapalag. Parang alam ko na to eh. Nakita ko na to eh. Yung mga ganitong rounds
Mga
crucial.
comeback. Nako.
Ay.
Lalo na, nabaliktad na naman, makukuha yung momentum. Nako.
Alam niyo na guys. And
wala eh. Alam mo kung isipin natin na pagdating naman sa Boom, nare-realize naman nila kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin dito eh. Sadyang nahuli at na-caught off guard sila doon. Especially when that retake is happening at nagamit yung aftershock. Naglabas ng showstopper. That's more than enough already. At least on this specific next round, they're not gonna be able to use that any longer. Kasi walang namatay sa kanila.
Kaya may problema ang Boom ngayon. Pero I think ang daming ginamit lang din ng Myth just to actually confirm that round against Boom Esports, and Tebotol finally finds an open. And ito para rin ang crucial. Si Congered has been making a lot of ambag sa kanyang team, but unfortunately, the Lend gets Flipsider on the other hand. Pero nga lang, ganda na ginawa na din yun. Pitik din yun. Tignan mo naman si Alotfield, have HP na din kagad siya. No armor to use. But while making a few noises, mukhang Myth, they're gonna be committing already here sa site. Pero sakto din kagad ang ginagawa ng mga miyembro ng Boom para lang hindi sila makapagpasok at all. But that wall bang, that good information is there. Pero at the same time, meron kagad concuss galing sa mga miyembro ng Boom Esports. Pero nga lang, the trade is up there.
Nice
And si
kill,
Wanna Fly! Woo! Shish!
Wiu na lang, mapapasabi ka na lang talaga ng shish dahil ang ganda ng play na yun, talagang nag-antay na lang siya. And of course, with Kadoom na namatay on satellite, they would expect na parang magre-refrag agad siya. But still, he waited patiently and just the perfect timing to catch him off guard, especially Tebotol. Habang si Bursex on the other hand, talagang inabangan na lang din. Ang daming players doon, kahit hindi mapatay ni Wanna-Fly, I'm sure they're gonna be able to still get that round because of the over manpower or over firepower na kayang gawin ng Myth. Right now, stuck na naman ang Boom Esports into this 12-scored line. Isa na lang ang kailangan nila para makuha tong mapa na to, na sila ang pumili, by the way.
Boom. Bangon. Boom. At kailangan na lang, I think if they still lose this, say hi talaga tayo sa overtime or malay natin, biglang nag-pop off muli yung Boom ngayon, pero it takes so much time. And I think yung aggressiveness, di na mag-work kasi si Wanna-Fly, sure naman siya. Nakailang points na ba siya agad pagdating sa pagta-take care ng mga flanks ng Boom. Isang beses lang siya na-tackle ng isang member that's going to be Blaze King. And the rest, di na nga nag-work after all, but there's just a trade at nakakuha na nga kagad. Tries to pop off something out of to the hands ng Boom. Pero meron na kagad kasamang Rolling Thunder. And speaking of, Frostbite gets a perfect timing. Dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira. Parang gusto na talaga tapusin ito ng mga miyembro ng Boom Esports. At isa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be a lone fizz going up against 3. Will it be the greatest clutch of all time? Greatest love of all by Whitney Houston na gustong ipakita ni Alone Fields. Pero looking at it, may operator na hawak-hawak ngayon si Berserks. Buti na lang, dinanay lang niya ang mga posibilidad at alam na rin kagad kung nasaan ba si Alone Fields as he tries to play this. 11 seconds. Pressure talaga sa lahat. Pero pwede lang siyang paglaruan. Ipupush na nga din siya kagad ni Blaze King. Nililito siya. Minamind Ginso. And that's just it. Berserks as the finisher here. Boom Esports. Mananalo sa pinakaunang mapa dito sa Fracture sa kanilang map pick.
Man, kumbaga isipin na lang natin, ilang rounds na lang naman na yung kailangan ng Boom Esports dito. When it comes to engagements, hindi naman sila nagkakaproblema eh. It's just the retakes na kaya ring gawin o palagan ng Myth. So it's a very, very fair and close fight mula dito sa dalawang teams na nakita natin. It's just, this is a map pick of Boom Esports. During the time on the first half, nakita natin that Raze has the potential already on defending. And on the attackers, of course, it would just shine more. Para naman sa side ng Myth, masyadong late na nag-shine si Kadum. And on the other hand, hindi niya napipigilan yung mga entry ng Boom Esports kanina during the first half, no? So malaking problema na nga yung lumaki na lang talaga yung score gap towards the end.
We're not bad sa Myth. They actually proved to us that KO, that bridge, perfect, the lend, and together with Vanafly, sobrang laki ng kanilang ginawa, especially on that first half. Pero nga lang, sinimulan pa rin talaga ng Boom Esports at gusto talaga nalang bigyan ng magandang structure pagdating sa double controller role nila. A lot of plays to actually take note of. And I think, ito yung mga match kung saan talaga may kita mo na lahat ng mga players sobrang laki ng impact each round. And yun talaga yung meron sa mga teams na actually really good in their own regions. We've seen Boom Esports yung kanilang experience. We've seen Myth also at the same time. But then dito sa Fracture, may kita mo kung ano nga ba yung kind of mas na-utilize pagdating sa mga agents nila. And I think yung Myth, nagkakaroon lang sila ng malaking paghihirap pagdating sa post plans nila. And at the same time, buto na lang yung Boom. Di na nila binigyan pa ng momentum muli yung Myth. Kasi pag binigyan mo, alam mo, mag-OT eh. And yung Boom Esports, sabi nila, okay, kailangan na natin manalo ng mga aim duels. Oo, tama na yan. Next map na.
Isa talaga sa malaking factor sa Myth. That's why nakaabot din sila dito sa 13-10 kahit papano and trying to make a comeback is because of Vanafly rin as well. He just performed during the first half all the way to the second half as well. He was able to take important kills na talagang game changer kung game changer yung mangyayari. Especially ito yung mga reposition niya during the time that he was on the defending. Isa to sa mga bagay kung bakit sila nakakakuha ng points because I really think that if they didn't have that chamber pick on the hands of Vanafly, it is gonna be a slump when it comes to the scoreline para sa dalawang teams na to because how Boom Esports play this map, it is just they know kung ano yung ginagawa nila. They know how to actually take sites and on the other hand, it's just Vanafly just shutting them down dahil nga nakakapag-TP out siya and the information game isn't in the hands of Boom Esports. But this is just the game highlights for you guys. This is game number 1 natin and the next map is of course gonna be ano ba susunod nating mapa?
Haven!
Haven na naman!
Lahat ng teams ay magaling sa Haven na naman! Gumawa
Lahat
ng
sila
bagong
nag-Haven ata. Si Myth naman ang pumili ng Haven. So feeling ko, mabubuhay na to si Kadum.
Gising na yan. Ano kasi ang aga?
Nakapagkape na.
Napakaaga daw masyado, hindi sakto sa body clock. At buti na lang, di ba? Sabi dito, si Kadum din yung mga nag-auto lock. Grabe naman kayo. Bumawi nga eh.
Bumawi naman, naka-ace nga siya kanina eh.
Grabe kayo.
Anyway, isa rin sa mga highlights dito that is not shown much is the 2 breaches of the team. At because of those ultimates, yung mga aftershocks na yan, especially for the side of Boom Esports, they were able to get a lot of kills a while ago as well. At hindi natin napapansin masyado, but that breach pick from both sides actually meant a lot for the team and how they do entries and how they punish when it comes to the defense then as well. But right now, syempre, game number 1 natin yan, diba? Sa best of 3 series, unang makadalawang puntos ang mananalo dito. Is it gonna be a 2-0 later on? O kaya talagang magtutuloy-tuloy to hanggang game number 3? Malalaman natin yan when VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage comes back. Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific Group Stage. Nandito pa rin kami inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Ray Ray para sa ating game number 2. Nakalamang na nga ang Boom Esports dito when it comes sa ating series points. Pero pagdating dito sa mapa natin na susunod, which is Haven, ang paboritong mapa ng lahat ng mga pro dito sa Asia Pacific, mukhang pinili ito ng Myth, Ray.
Alam mo, di ko din alam eh. Lahat ba ng players pinaglihi sa Haven?
Alam nila lahat yung Haven no? Yun yung comfort pick ng lahat.
Parang Gina G sila pagdating dito. Pero let's, on the brighter side naman, ano ba ang meron ng Boom Esports tsaka Made in Thailand pagdating sa Haven? Well, history lang Basic lang naman sa last year. Alam natin itong Boom Esports, naging kalaban to ng dating brand, now Team Secret. At Haven, parati yung malaking contestable map between the two. At dito yung unang natalo. Ang Bennett, Boom Esports yung actually nagpaalis sa kanila. Sa Masters pa nga ang tawag doon. Pero nung after doon, the second chance comes in, natalo na nga ang Boom Esports. So talagang remarkable sila pagdating sa Haven, not just last year, but up until now. But on the other side, Made in Thailand, mas marami sila actually nga pagdating sa win percentage when mas marami nga pala sa side ng Boom Esports. Ay, di pala. Nalito ako sa Made in Thailand. Mas marami. Tinignan ko
Oh,
na.
tinignan mo.
Mas marami sa Made in Thailand. Pero kasi, sa tingin ko, pagdating lang sa structure ulit and just basing lang it sa fracture, I think yung Boom Esports, mas maganda yung foundation nila sa mapang to kaysa sa Made in Thailand.
Yun nga, no, if we base it all off on game number 1 kung saan medyo offline pa yung ibang players dito ng Myth Esports, ganun talaga yung magiging perception natin. But still, Haven as a map, it's a free-for-all, kumbaga. Kasi ito, isa to sa mga mapa na OG, 'di ba? So, alam natin na matagal na tong nilabas. Obviously, the players, the teams, lalo na in older organization like Boom Esports na napakatagal nang nandyan. Myth, napakatagal na rin nandyan. So, both of these two teams that we are looking at are already playing tournaments more and more and more na sinusubukan talaga nilang makapasok dito sa VCT, sa Masters, hanggang makarating ng Champions kung sakasakali man. And hindi sila magpapasindak sa mga ganitong mga pick na kagaya ng Haven. So it's really right now, it's anyone's game for the two teams. It just really depends on how are they gonna perform. And I'm excited to see kung ano ba yung agent pick na meron dito. Makakakita ba ulit tayo ng KO? Lalabas na ba yung Sky? Magiging breach ba ulit ang mga pick dito pagdating sa gustong maging aggressive? O kaya naman magkakaroon ba ng Brimstone as well? Kasi most of the time right now, ay ginagamit nila is Astra, 'di ba? So Omen or Brimstone ba ang gagamitin dito?
And at the same time, makita ba tayo ng double duelist? So far, nakita pa lang natin na yung Paper X dito sa Haven na nag-double duelist. But on the other side, nakita rin naman tayo actually ng good plays by the Rays din sa maraming teams nga ngayon pagdating sa Haven. So, there's just the usual styles. Pero kanina sa Fracture, pinakitaan nila tayo, okay, bagong baraha na ipapakita namin. At ngayon, magkakaroon ba ulit sila ng bagong baraha dito sa Haven? Kasi we've been just seeing that double initiators. Hindi naman sa napapagod na kami. Gusto lang namin na something. Yung kasi parating sa, I think, every single map, almost, in all of the teams right now, going up with the series, may Haven. Hindi nagbi-miss out. Haven or Ascent usually. Pero, malay natin, dito sa knowing na ganito ang ginagawa ng Boom Esports and Made in Thailand, naglalabas na sila ng bagong compositions nila in one way or another, baka talagang mag-iba ang ihip ng hangin dito sa Haven map.
Definitely, may chance na maging ganun nga. Especially itong dalawang teams na to na kanina muntik pa nga mag-comeback yung score for the side of Myth. At para sa mga hindi nakakaalam, Myth or Made in Thailand, of obviously, all the way from Thailand yung mga players natin dyan. While on the side of Boom, this team is actually based or from Indonesia. At makikita natin itong dalawang regions na magkakatapat ulit dito sa ating Asia Pacific stage. Made in Thailand. Alam mo yung mga players dyan dati kung sino, Ray? Sina Wits, sina Astro, na nasa NGX na ngayon. So, nagdaan na dyan yung mga Pinoy nating mga players din. But moving forward, wala yung mga Pinoy players natin dyan sa team na yan. Lahat sila na dito sa Pilipinas ngayon, as far as I'm concerned.
Checklist. Nakita ko na si Wits nung last weekend. Nakita ko din si Astro. Nagkita rin kami. Oo nga, nagkita-kita kami sa isang venue. sa ano kami. Mahilig kami magkape. Ayan. Mahilig kami magkape niya nila Wits, nila Astro. Pero yung Naos, mahilig din sila kumain. Mahilig sila kumain.
Matatakaw.
Alam mo, mga teams natin dito sa pitch, mahilig sila mag-bonding kasama mga shoutcasters.
Kaya nga yung Naos, di ba? Sabi nga nila, ang difference daw nila against or compared sa ibang teams dito ay yung bonding diff na tinatawag, sabi nga ni Kakarot. But looking at going back to this two teams na meron tayo, when it comes to composition, pagdating sa duelist, especially in a Haven map, I'm just expecting a Jet, honestly. It's just the usual, typical pick na ginagawa dito ng players. At based naman sa Boom Esports, 11 times na nilang ginamit yung composition nila na may Astra sila and also with the Sky as well. Pero hindi ko lang sure kung yun ulit yung gagamitin nila coming here sa ating susunod na match, lalo na knowing that Astra was actually nerfed. So, might be a lot of change when it comes to the teams. Baka magano sila dito. ang dami nilang composition na ginamit eh. Actually, hindi sila nagsistick sa isang composition lang. So, depende sa trip nila ngayong araw. Gusto ba natin maging aggressive? Mag-breach tayo. O kung ayaw nyo, mag-double controller kung gusto nyo man. Lahat na ng gusto nila.
Ba't kasi 4 lang yung... Tama ba ako? 4 lang ba controller sa Valorant? Oo, di ba? Tama.
Hindi ko sure eh. Pero as far as I'm concerned, you have Astra. You have the Omen. You have the Brimstone.
Viper.
Ano pa ba yung isa mong smoker?
Viper.
Si Viper.
Oh,
Parang
yun lang.
Yun lang ata.
Diba? Tapos doon na nagpapaikot-ikot yung meta. Kasi sobrang powerful ni Astra. Kaya tayo nakita ng highlight please sa mga teams natin. And ngayon di ba last year, ang talagang duelist ang mga nakita natin nagpa-pop of this, stage, this new year of VCT. I think yung mga controllers talaga yung nag-pop off. Kaya sabi ni Valorant, okay, tara, nerf na natin si Astra. Iba pa rin, pero I think it's just the same all over again. And even if you have that Brimstone, you still have that Omen talaga na super ginagamit na din ng mga teams. I think there's still that magical way of how you execute with your Astra. So, may mga lang talaga. It just takes a lot of practice, to be honest.
May
pagdating sa mga teams.
May bago daw atang agent. May nabasa ako sa Twitter yung kung saan namin kinukuha yung mga sources namin pagdating sa mga leak ng Valorant. Pero ang sabi nila, ang agent code daw ay Bounty Hunter. So, curious ako, is it gonna be a duelist agent? Or, kasi naglabas na sila ng panibagong Sentinel eh. Kaya pakiramdam ko, kung na-mention natin na 4 yung controller, baka sakaling ito. Pero with the name Bounty Hunter, I'm not quite sure na baka controller yun. Tingin mo ikaw, Ray, kung huhula ka lang? Headhunter, hindi pala Headhunter, Bounty Hunter ang agent code, sabi.
Basta ako gusto ko ng bagong controller.
Baka Initiator.
Ang hirap, alam mo, hindi ako magaling magbasa ng mga Easter egg or mga clue ng Valorant.
Kala ko ba Marites tayo?
Sa iba. Sa iba.
Hindi tinulang pagkamarites dito ni Ray eh. Pero pakiramdam ko, it's either an initiator, a new initiator maybe for the team na baka nakakanakaw ng pera. Hindi ko alam eh. Leak pa lang siya, so hindi pa naman siya sigurado. But anyway, going back to the game though, map natin, map number 2, baka kakatune in nyo lang. Just a quick recap on what's gonna happen for today at para sa mga nag-aabang din ng matches natin, especially sa Tagalog broadcast para sa Filipino teams. Later on, yan ang maglalaban. Kasi susunod na match natin mamaya, unang nangyayari muna ngayon, baka merong nanonood, ngayon lang nakapasok. Best of 3 series natin against Boom Esports at Made in Thailand. 1-0 na yung score natin, that is on the side of Boom Esports lead. At para naman sa susunod na matches natin later, kapag nag 2-0 to o kaya kung mag 3 games, after nun, Paper Rex at saka Persija Esports ang maglalaban. Pagtapos ng second series natin for today, doon na maglalaban ang South Built Esports na mula sa Pilipinas, ang nag-iisang Philippine representative natin na buhay pa dito sa Asia Pacific stage. Laban sa Oblivion Force na nagmumula sa Thailand, or rather not Thailand, Vietnam. So yan yung dapat nilang pakaabangan. Last series of the day, may surprise pa kami para sa inyo.
Okay. Taylor, ang surprise sa atin ng teams ngayon, isa lang naman ang difference nila. Breach versus Sky, pero no Omen this time. Puro Astra sila. So talagang medyo nabi na, here ye. Astra kami ngayon ng Boom Esports together with our enemies for today, ang mga taga Made in Thailand. Pero ako aaminin ko, it's really hard. Kasi sa Fracture, pwedeng masasabi mo na, okay, Boom Esports to. Pero dito sa Haven, this is already the determining factor how Myth will actually stand off against them. Pero sa mga nag-aalala dyan, ano ba mangyari sa Myth together with Boom Esports? Out na po ba sila kapag natalo sila dito? If I'm not mistaken, player, ang mananalo ay isa sa kanila ay mag-a-advance na. Tama ba ako?
Oo, winners kasi to eh. So, ito yung mga nananalo, guys. At syempre, hindi pa natin nararamdaman yung feeling na yan. Lagi tayong napupunta sa elimination match. Gaya ng Southbelt mamaya, elimination match nila yon. Kaya supportahan natin ang huling natitirang Filipino representative natin, ang champions during the time of VCT PH. Pero itong bracket na to, winner's bracket to, kaya for Boom, ang importante for them is just to win this and make it to the grand or rather semi-finals dun sa knockouts natin. At mag-aantay na lang sila. Kesa naman yung matatalo ka pa dito for Made in Thailand, ay lalaban ka pa ulit para sa mga elimination match na yan. So, still, ang nag-aabangan dyan kumbaga kung sino matalo sa Boom Esports saka Myth, tapos kung sino yung matalo sa Paper X saka Persija. Yan yung bracket niyan, guys. So, kung sino man nanalo sa dalawang to, kakalabanin nila yung panalo ng susunod na series natin, kung di ako nagkakamali.
Hey. Boom! Versus Smith. Alam mo, nakakamiss lang yung Big Bam kung di natanggal Boom Bam!
Boom Bam!
Oh! Berserks! Aga naman, nagtatawa ng pa kami ni Taylor. Ay,
Hindi
advance ka na kagad.
Ready. Umabansi na agad pero nakapitas na nga siya dito. Yun daw ang boom para sa kanya. On another shot, he takes the second kill. Habang nagre-reload si Blaze King, makakabuelo siya dito. Still win at 100 HP, getting another kill. Si Flips na ang sasalo. Akong bahala sa inyo. Ang bilis ng rotations na nagmula sa Boom Esports. Biglang pagtingin mo, lahat sila nasa site na. Tapos pagtingin mo, wala na siya.
Ay, yan talaga sinasabi.
Ay, sorry. Nasobrahan.
Nasobrahan. Okay lang yan. Ang mangyayari dyan, ay kita mo naman yung shots ngayon ni Berserks.
Hindi pumasok. Hindi man lang kumapit yung bullets ni Kong doon.
Hindi siya hindi na kuha. Pero, ganun talaga. Minsan, may mga bagay-bagay na, alam mo yun, hindi talaga para sa'yo. At ngayon, balik na tayo. And your champion. Sorry, eto lang ako. Guys,
bumili sila ng Bulldog, pero si Berserks, stick lang siya sa Sheriff kasi gusto nitong mag-operator Feeling ko round 3 off agad.
At ngayon, Boom. Nagano lang sila laro-laro lang. Para sa
Gaabangan nga lang yung players dito ng Myth at saka ng Boom. Nagpapakiramdaman lang sila. On the other hand, ito si Berserk, same pa rin ang pwesto, no? Baka makapitas siya ng isa kung sakasakali man, but he would just rather hop out. He gets the information that the players are still playing default. So it's better na maka-atras na lang siya, especially that he knows na may na may Marshall kahit paano So importante sa Boom Esports is just to keep intact, especially in this buy round of theirs na may hawak sila, lamang sila when it comes to firepower. The push, recon in, at ito na nga ang pagpasok ng ibang players dito ng Myth. Kadubo is able to shut down Tebotol. Si Frostmine ang hinahabol nila dito na nasa likuran lang. 13 seconds remaining. They have to clear sight before they plant the spike. 10 seconds remaining para sa kanila. Buhay pa si Flipsider. Meron ding nag-aabang sa gilid na si Berserks. This is all up to him right now para kay Kong. He has that spike planted already. The aftershock connects, but it's not gonna be enough to punish the last remaining players of Boom Esports.
Ang hilig naman mambulaga nitong Myth. Nagulat din ata ang mga taga-Boom at buti na lang Blaze King together with Berserks. Buhay pa sila. May follow-up din na manggagaling doon. But on the other side, Myth, a good round still for them. Makapag-igib lang
masyado
pera
kasi
kahit
matagal,
papano.
Ray Nakita mo, 14 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Hindi pa nila nakiklear yung backside dito. And yung isa, nagpa-plant na ng spike. So immediately, kahit tatlo kayong buhay, parang 2v3 na yun yung nangyayari sa sitwasyon. Because one is planting the spike, so he can't be bothered at all. He can't shoot while planting the spike. Pag nangyari yun, iba na yung laro mo nun. Nakakabaril ka kahit nagpa-plant ka ng spike.
Ang galing, no? Ang bilis!
Masyado ka nang magaling.
Oh no!
No way!
Ano ba yan? Ayan, nagising na si Vil. Nakita naman naman. Gising na si Vil At mamaya may kita nyo ang surprise namin sa page broadcast. Pero, alone feels. Medyo hindi naman sila gumagalaw ngayon. Sige, sama talaga ganun. Pinipilit mo pa rin na magsama kayo. Pero, oops! sa side ng Boom Esports. Mukhang play passive lang. Dahil alam nila yung disadvantages ng kanilang burn somehow. But talagang magpupush sila sa B-side and I think this is just gonna be the retake coming in from Boom Esports. On the other hand, alam na nga din na kagad nila saan manggagaling ibang mga miyembro, makakapitas bit kagad dito ang mga katulad ng Berserk. Pero nga na speaking of main, wallbang lang kagad, may napaulan na kagad dito ng kanyang bala. Pero buti na lang pagdating sa mga baril, advantage na alone to. Pero mukhang meron pa. Sige, lahat ginangster ng mga taga-Boom Esports. Sasali na sila sa 187 mobs. Tamalabon, Tugs. At 3-0 na nga to in favor of them.
Grabe, yung retake na yun. Very clean. Naikutan lang nila yung mga players dito ng Myth Esports. Aside from that wall bang a while ago, hindi na nakalaban, hindi man lang nakapalag yung isang player doon dahil nga na-detect siya ng drone. Because of that drone, he was able to capitalize. Berserk was able to capitalize on that. And yung retake dito na nanggaling sa Boom Esports is not from B-Link, not from A-Link or C-Link, but it happened here in mid. It happened sa window at garage. Parang basang-basa ng Boom Esports kung paano yung magiging post-plant situation ng Myth.
Nahuli lang sila dun. At saktong-sakto, ang mga member ng Boom Esports, akala ko hindi makakapitas si ano dun eh. Si Berserks, parang nag-warm up lang sa first map. Parang ngayon, mas lalong tumindi na ang mga katulad niya. Pero nabawasan siya kahit papara. Pero may healing galing lang mula kay Flipside. Ano yan? Si Flippy, si Flipside, mga galing mag-sky yan. Flip yung pangalan sa una eh.
Siyempre.
Oo,
Si Berserk,
panalo SB eh.
Nakabuelo na ng operation. Ito na ang Operation Kill Them All. Operator is on his hands already with a clean 3-0 coming in from Boom Esports. They really have a good economy right here. But on the other hand, for Myth, nag-force sila. They still brought Spectres here on this round, the Sheriffs and also a Guardian. Let's see if it works out for the team. If not, it's gonna be a clean 4-0. At baka posible pa maging 5-0 yan because the players, they just forced out mula naman dun sa kanilang mga pag-planto spike nila kanina, nagkapera sila. So enough money to para sa susunod na round na makakabili sila kahit papano. They're taking care of the economy, but this is Kadum being shot down by Flips already. Si Blaze King nag-aabang lang din sa backside habang nag-clear out na dito ang players ng Myth. Dalawa na ang nakuha sa kanila. Flips was able to spot another one, not getting the shot. Berserk gets the kill instead. 3v1 situation, it's all up to Alone na nag-iisa. And Berserk just shot him down with the operator right close by.
Boom! Boom pow. 4-0. Against Myth. At diba, pinahirapan ng mga to sila dispenser dati. Tandang-tanda ko yung mga pangalan na yan. At ngayon, Laden talagang magawa to yung Myth. They're complete shutdown. And this is not the first time that we've seen a lot of teams defending talaga na kapag shutdown ng attacking every time that you have that popping of a sky. So ngayon yung Myth, nagsasama-sama na lang sila para makapag-quick up for sila sa trades. But I think yung amount of pressure kagad na binubuhos ng Boom Esports, medyo nagiging dehado talaga sila.
Yun nga eh. Para sa Boom Esports, for them, trabaho lang, no? And all they have to do is just not let Myth cross at makaposition sila ng magandang post plant. And so far, it's working out for Boom Esports. This aggressive stance na nagmumula kay Berserks, he might be able to spot one. But this is, of course, the Sova drone already. Hayaan niya lang at Kong was able to hop out, get the kill, and get back as a team. Mukhang nakapitas sila ng isa dito, but the movements of Myth right now is not all the way napapasok ng A-site. Aantayin nila tong Rolling Thunder. Walang tao na matatamaan because everyone is just still rotating as of the moment at ine-expect din nila yan. No one was blinded na nag-aantay on Hell. This is Kadum just holding down the fort for the team right now. Napatay rin siya dito, but Kong to secure the kill before he plants the spike. This is how you do a take. You clear the site first before you plant. With enough time.
And, buti na lang. Ang Myth, nagising na rin sila. Contest it. be confident and use up pagdating sa advantage mo. At buti na lang, medyo naging kalat din ang Boom Esports at the same time. Doon pa isa-isa. Go-audition ba kayo? Pero balita talaga pag marami akong kilala, nagpapa-audition sa Valorant. Sino ba ang best na kaduo?
Yun ba yung nila, audition nila? Naghahanap ng kaduo?
Mahilig yung mga yan. Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na Valorant lambingan, pero Blaze King, meron siya na pick off na isa, may binawasan pa siya kagad. Lahat na lang!
Ano lang yun Blind Hunter's Fury. Estimate lang kung saan nag-aabang at nag-aantay yung players. Because as a Sova, you would know the positioning. Of course, kung matagal na tagal ka nang naglalaro ng Valorant, alam mo na yung mga default setup na yan, tsaka yung mga position na yan. And they were able to capitalize on that, immediately shutting down WannaFly. 4 na players na lang agad ang natitira for the side of Myth. Hindi sila makabuelo no?
Oo. Ipit na naman! Dahil lang sa isang ginamit ng Boom Esports, pero to. Okay, clearing, getting a lot of info lang dito si Alone Feels. Diba? Ang ganda naman.
Paglabas mo, patay ka, sir!
Tumakto na naman. Audition na naman kayo kay Berserks. Ang init. Sana may facecam din yung mga taga Boom Esports.
Tapat lang,
Next. Sabay na ulit. Pero to, disciplined way lang. Oh no! Nice timing. Pero si Flip Sider is up to there and pops up that flash. Oh! Naku po. Nabuhay pa. At ngayon may mga taps kasi na reworking and now Blaze King gets the third. And still, Boom Esports manages to deny once again ang Myth pagdating sa A-site. And they're really leading by 4. Okay! Grabe, pagsama mo yung kill ni Frostbite, ni Tebotol at ni Flipsider. Yun ang equals sa kills ngayon ni Berserks.
Grabe, tingnan mo si Berserks. He was just able to spot one. It's just a dry P coming in from the jet. Ang hindi niya lang in-expect dito is meron na palang nakapasok ng A-short. But at least the players of Boom Esports was ready for the trade. So nakuha pa rin nila yung trade. And because of this cosmic divide na nilaro lang nila na hindi ka matatamaan, it's like you have a wall na pwede mong taguan, definitely. And then you just hop out. Kaso nga lang, ang hop out nila dito o yung paglabas ng Boom Esports on that retake is on both sides, left and right. So when you try to pinpoint one enemy, iti-trade off ka lang nung kabila. That is good communication coming in from Boom Esports and a good synergy as a team as well. Ang ganda ng pinapakita nila from map 1 up until here in map number 2. Si WannaFly na nagpa-pop off kanina during map number 1 cannot do anything or cannot do much right now for the team. Kaya talagang lumalaki lalo yung gap Kasi si Ray, di ba si WannaFly kanina, siya yung parang bumubuhat pa rin ng mga points, ng mga slack ng teammates niya na iba pagdating sa kills.
Alam mo ba, napagod siguro si WannaFly.
Sabi niya, ayoko na, pagod na ako magbuhat, guys.
Tama na to. Sana ganyan din kahapon. Sana Naos versus Onyx. Sa Onyx M, Monyet and Friends. Hindi na pagod pero to. Si Kadum, tamalon-talon lang. Frostmind, paalam muli. Pero Berserks, on the other side, trade-offs lang. Bawas lang din muli ng isa. At try talaga sila ng try kasi alam nila na makapick up lang sila ng isang opportunity na yan to actually go into A-site but they don't know. They don't know na meron si Flipsider kaagad. Pero the right click actually worked! Tebotol, pinupush kaagad dito ni Kadumi, gets one. And it's just gonna be a 2v1 Berserks. Anong gagawin mo? May Blazestorm kakasama. Oh no, sabi ni Dylan, hindi na kailangan ngayon ng mga Vandal lang Phantom. Kailangan lang niya ay Classic.
Na-thrifty round sila dun for Boom Esports. It was a mishap coming in from the team right there. At si Berserks wala rin siyang nagawa during the time na kailangan nilang mag-retake kumbaga. At makikita mo naman na huli rin nila dito si Blaze King na tumatakbo with the knives out for him and not the guns out. Kaya nagulat siya at di niya na-expect na meron na palang nag-aabang on a lobby. Because it's already a post-plan situation. I-expect mo talaga na merong magpo-forward o advance on a lobby kaya guns out ka talaga. So a little mistake coming in from Boom Esports. And Myth was just able to capitalize on that. Ito, alam niya na alam na ni Kadum na laging uma-advance to. Kaya ako nang bahala kay Berserks, guys.
Got you, fam. Sabi niya, got you, fam. Ito si WannaFly. Ayaw na mabot frag neto. Okay, si The Land once again. mga controller natin na may controller diff ata tayo. Si Delen gumagawa pero finally, Tabatol is gonna go down and Frostmind na lang together with Flipside. Frostmind nakalahi ni Brain Freeze. Si Kilua yan eh. Si Kilua Zoldyck naman sa side ng Myth, si Congored, di ba? Ganyan siya yung kapag sorry, natatawa kasi kuryente yung powers nga ni Kilua, di ba? Ganyan eh, parang nakuryente talaga. Ganyan, nag-cosplay yan. Mukha palang cosplay na Boom Esports. Dalawa na lang sila. Meron pa bang manggagaling ngayon na kind of making an impact? But I think not. Hirap na nito. Actually, contest pa. Meron ka Classic, meron ka Spectre. Anong mangyayari dyan? Versus the Operator, versus the Vandal, versus the Phantom.
They planted the spike right now for Myth. At isang malaking swing lang para kay Alone Fields to actually kill Frostmind. On the other hand, Wannafly is just waiting as well on A main. Kasi kahit naman lumabas tong si Flips once na lumabas siya, mahuhuli pa rin siya ng turret kung sakasakali man. But this position coming in from Wannafly, pag naswingan siya, I don't think they would be expecting, Flips would be expecting na nandito si Wannafly. Maybe on another angle, but not specifically in this corner. On the other hand, si Flips naman, hindi naman to lalabas kasi mag-aantay lang yan ng, ng exit frags niya kung sakali. Lalabas lang yan kapag sasabog na yung spike. He has the blind, he gets it, but Kadoom is wrapping around the corner on C as where, kaya naman makukuha niya pa rin yung kill na yan. Akong bahala sa'yo. 5-3, Myth was able to take the round.
Gustong gawin nga yun ng Boom. Di na nag-work eh. Di na nag-work yung usual plans nila. Myth, after a few tries, finally, na-break na nga din nila ngayon. Na-break na nga nila. Yung meron ang Boom Esports at ngayon 5-3 Taylor. Ayaw na nilang paabutin pa ng mas malaki. Pero Frostmind, Wannafly, sila yung mga palong-palukan nila. Sila ngayon naubusan ng lakas bumuhat. Napagod na ang chamber at yung Cypher natin sa previous map.
Ako, itong Myth ngayon, dahan-dahan na sila at bumubelo, no? With the Sova drone, no more dry peaks, sabi nila dito, because Berserks has that operator again in his hands. They have to be really careful in here dahil pag may napitas na naman sa kanila, it seems like they're doubting kung ano yung susunod nilang next step pagdating dito sa ating mapa. And this is the push coming in sa limang players ng Myth, and this is Alone being shot down already. Natuto na si Berserks kanina, nahuli ako sa A-short. Feeling ko meron na namang mag-A-short, kaya naman papatayin ko na lang yan. Habang nag-dash in na naman, the triple kill comes in. Is he gonna go for the fourth? It doesn't connect, but this is still the classic shot hopping in para naman kay Dylan. Siya na lang naiiwan dito. The Cosmic Divide is up, yes, pero no other information where the others might be. There is that gravity well that will pull kung sakasakali man. If he hops out, if this Cosmic Divide hops out, mawawala na nga yan. And this is the land being spotted by the two players of Boom Esports. Linis-linis lang, clean up crew lang para sa side ng Boom.
Pwede na pala sila mag-ayos ng kwarto, Taylor eh. Mahilig pala sila mag-clean up eh. Hindi malinis yung kwarto, ay pasensya na, Boom. Palinis naman. Pero ang linis din ni Berserks. Alam mo, yung gusto ko minsan sa mga ibang duelist, okay, hindi nag-work ngayon. So, how can we do it once again? Go lang. Gawin mo lang, Berserks, yung usual mong ginagawa. If you fail once, just try it again the next time. And it's okay. Sa Boom Esports to lose some rounds if hindi makakapag-pinpoint dito si Berserks. And now we are down with a 6-3. Once again, 3-round difference. And yung Myth, punish lang talaga sila ngayon at literal 15-5. Medyo jet malalim Jet deep ang meron kay Berserks together with Kadoom. Malay mo sa pag-switch, mag-iba na naman yung ihip ng hangin.
Yun nga. Kanina kasi nung nag-switch din muntik nang ma-comeback. 'Di ba? Yung score natin with regards to Myth laban dito sa Boom Esports. Kaya kailangan ingatan din nila yung scoreline na yan kung sakasakali man. Yung dalawang dalawang may hawak ng 6-man, yung turret. Sina Frostmind tsaka si Wannafly laging namamatay din agad.
Pero
buti nga hindi pa sila nafa-flankan ng matindi itong Myth. Kasi namamatay si Wanafly, syempre wala na silang tagabantay.
Paano pa kaya, no? Kapag ganun ginawa ng Boom Esports. Pag naisip lang nila, you know, if you just realize what I just realized, sabi ng Boom Esports, realize. Alam mo yung mga ganun na quote sa Friendster.
man.
Anong background music mo sa Friendster dati, Taylor?
Wala, hindi ko na maalala. Fall for you
Fall
ata
for you
yun.
din ang akin eh. At ngayon naman, pumush na sila kagad sa site, but there's just Frostmine. May nalusaw kagad sa kanyang setup right now at sinabayan din kagad somewhere or another. 3v3 na nga, meron tayo, mapapaback off kagad ang mga miyembro ng Myth. Hindi naging successful kagad ang pagpasok nila ng C after 2 of their members are currently out. Si Kadum pa naman, si Colored kagad ang napitas sa kanila. And mukhang nag-wait lang sila sa mga miyembro ng Boom to actually get. But baka may possibility of them to reheat it. Pero syempre, kukuha lang din ng information si Flipsider. Saan bang mga miyembro ng Myth nagtatago? Pinaglalaroan
Mabagal
ata
sila
tayo.
gumalaw eh. Mababagal silang gumalaw dito for the side of Myth. They really play out the whole default in the entire time that they are playing out. And with the 30-second mark, doon pa lang sila papasok on site. Kaya nga, kailangan muna nilang maklear yung backside eh. And pag tinaguan lang sila dito at hindi nila maklear, mako-cut off guard talaga sila at masasandwich. This is now Myth clearing up the sites. They have that alarm bot. This is why it is important for that Killjoy to stay alive para mabantayan yung flank na yan. Yung 6-mana turret eh, syempre umaaribo na din, nabawasan ng kahit papano. But the double swing mula sa Myth and sumakto na nawala yung smoke ng Jet will catch him off guard, making this a 6-4. Mabilisan ng binabatliktad ng Myth ngayon ang mga rounds na nakukuha kanina ng Boom.
At ang Boom, talagang win lang sila ng win kasi mag-iba pa na ihip na nga, hindi sila makapag-give. But on the other side, ang Myth naman, nakikita na din natin ang hope muli. Yung 4 na yan, good off na yan sa Myth kasi nakakabawi. Biglang mag-iisang daang porsyentong lakas. But I think they want to make this into a 6-0 most probably against Boom. And Berserk tries to pull off against 1. Pero ito na naman, wag mo sabihin mapti-thrifty ang mga taga-Myth. Nasa stress ako ng slight. Nandiyan na sa inyo advantage yet. Boom! May mga disiplina din sila eh. The smart plays on how to just pick off yung mga miyembro ng Myth one by one. It's okay. So, nakikita niyo yung talent din naman ng Boom Esports pagdating dito. Pero si Dalend, inaabangan lang niya kagad kung may sisilip pa rin sa Boom Esports dito.
6-4 nga score natin. Berserk's Blade Storm. Para sa kanya ang puhunan niya in this economy round for the Boom. At syempre kung meron siya mapipitas dito, maganda para sa team ng Boom Esports dahil they are all on an eco at kailangan nila at least ng pera at kailangan nila makuha pa rin tong round. He was able to get 1 kill out. Tapos sabay dash out lang din at bubuesto na naman. Bubuelo na naman dito si Kuya mo Berserks na sumisilip with a jumping peak. But this classic shot will just shut down that recon. But alam nila dito na may dalawang players na nag-aabang on C. They're up above the site right now. May nagplantang na spike na nasa gilid lang at nasa tabi lang nila. Hindi makabuelo si Berserks kung paano siya papasok dahil this cosmic divide, of course, hindi nila i-expect kung saan siya manggagaling. But still, the players of Myth was able to shut them down and this lockdown na nagmula sa Killjoy is just perfect. Kahit saksakin mo pa yan, 3 players ang hindi makagalaw. And that is the Vera Esports clutch moment of the game. Napakagandang ultimate coming in from Wanafly.
Okay na pala, Wanafly, bati na tayo. Hindi pa pala ubos. Good pick off na sana yung Berserks and yet, I think pagdating na talaga sa baril, pero dito, tinap-tap lang. Ano ba naman ito? At na-detain din kasi. So, it's just a really good move about how Wanafly wants to play this. And just 1 left. Myth will be able to tie this. They just need to take their time. Nga naman pala para basahin lang ito. Lahat tinapon kay Berserk Taylor, hindi na makagalaw at all. So ano nang nangyayari? Okay, vulnerable it is. Will he be able to get at least 1? Sisilipin niya to kung meron man siya mapipas. Pero kung ako sa kanya, magbaback off na ako. Dash out. Speed of light.
Peace out. Yung masasabi niya. Peace out, guys. Peace out. Oo, ginos eh. Dinashotan lang ng gano'n, matindi-tindi. At makikita naman natin na pumupush na dito si Kuya Mo Blaze King, checking corners, no? He knows probably that there is someone in the right corner as he hops out. Hindi niya na napansin Kadum, but Berserks was ready to take on the action kung meron mang gusto pang sumilip. Now with a 4v3 situation, mukhang nabaliktad na naman. This is the last round of the first half, kaya on the next following rounds, balik tayo sa pistol match. So, para sa Myth, ang gusto lang nila dito makuha is a 6-6 scoreline at least to make it even bago tayo mag-swap ng sides. If not, not too bad, I would say.
At least
30 seconds left.
medyo nasusurvive ngayon ang Myth at ipit sila sa side ng Myth. So I think you just need to have Kadum somehow. Paano ba tayo makakalipat? Pero ito na nga, nilabas na ang kanilang mga utilities. He will be able to dash in, pero nga lang madedenay lang sila isa-isa. The Lent tries to save the day. 9 seconds, bilangin nyo. Pero going up against 3, he takes at every corner. Flipsider removes him. And Boom Esports leads by 2, pero good half talaga sa Myth to, Taylor. Kasi hindi mo alam yung potential ng team na to na makahabol ng isang biglaan eh. Pinakitaan nila tayo sa Fracture, pero hindi lang din nag-work. Kaso nga lang ngayon si Haven, mas madidikta mo pa dito yung mga teams na kayang-kayang magkaroon ng good tie against sa team na kalaban nila.
7-5 is the score. Ladies and gents, lamang pa din ang Boom Esports ng 2 puntos dito when it comes to rounds. Pero mabilis, mababawi yan kung sakasakali for the side of Myth kung makuha nila tong pistol on the second half. Other than that, for Boom Esports, their defense was pretty strong, especially during the start. Lalo na yung mga pitas ni Berserks dito at saka yung mga tulong, yung body system pa rin ng Boom Esports, hindi nagbago. All throughout the maps, we've seen them play. Even on the other weeks, we've seen them play as well. They have that core system or core structure when it comes to their plays. They always have to refrag, first of all. And the second is they have to make their shots count. And you can see how it can connect pagdating dito kay Berserks especially. At there are just specific rounds kung saan it's overwhelming amounts of utilities. Like for example, the Cosmic Divide, there is the Recon Dart, and then meron ding ibang gravity well na ginagamit na hindi talaga makakabuelo on-site itong players ng Boom Esports, lalo na pag may napitas. Kaya nakukuha yung rounds pagdating sa Myth. But when it comes to just pure engagements, medyo lamang dito ang Boom.
So, may mga sa Boom Esports may mga upper hand din sila. Pero at the same time, sa Myth, meron din silang something beyond what they can do. So, really takes a lot of effort to manage this. But sa tingin ko, if Boom can actually manage to get itong first round na first half, ay na second half, baka medyo Myth, kailangan nating pumunta ng lower bracket para lang makapasok muli. But wala namang imposible, syempre. Dahil ang Myth, sabi ko nga sa inyo, Kadum right now, if he's really comfortable with his jet on the defending, baka magiging same problem lang din ng katulad na nangyari sa pinakaunang half against Berserks. But here it is, checking at every angle ang mga miyembro ng Boom. Mid-take is in. Setups lang naman ang kailangan nila. Really picks off kahit isa lang miyembro lang kagad ng Myth and it's gonna work well. And speaking of, lahat sila sabay-sabay, take our time, very slow. Kasi kapag nagmadali tayo, baka si Conrad pa mapipick off. Pero speaking of, hindi naman siya naglabas ng kahit ano. Tinignan muna ang backside kung merong tao. And finally, Frostmind will be able to plant. While si Berserk ngayon is just gonna boost himself here. And titignan kung merong papasok sa isa-isang mga link.
Tok na nga sila on site for the side of Boom, preparing for post-plant right now. And they're just going back. Itong pinagkaiba ng post-plant situation kanina from the side of Myth. Kung mapapansin mo, itong post-plant nila, lahat sila nandito bumalik sila sa labas, doon sa grass. But they have one person looking for flank, which is si Blaze King. Yun ang hindi ginawa ng Myth kanina. So let's see how they can play this out with Berserks actually taking 2 kills already with a flash connecting as well. Frostmind was able to secure one more and one of Fly alone feels hindi makapasok dito in their retake. Nag-aabang na lang yung dalawang players. Wala na siya masyadong magagawa. Time is ticking already anyway. And he has to get those kills. It's very difficult, especially without any flank at all. Una mong kailangan mong patayin si Blaze King eh. Na nag-aabang na ng magpa-flank. Tapos kapag hindi mo napatay yun, wala kang magagawa. Kasi nakalabas lang yung spike sa pagplant eh. Maliban na lang kung may sage wall ka, wala namang sage dito.
Naghahanap kayo ng wala na, no? Mahirap yun, Terror.
Hirap yun.
Oo. Di ba, Direk? Kung nandyan si Direk, syempre. At dinamay si Direk sa usapan. Di naman siya kasama. Nanonood lang naman siya.
Na nga lang
Oo,
eh.
nanahimik. Sorry, Direk. At kung alam nyo lang nangyayari kanina bago kami mag-start mag-cast ni Terror, ang saya-saya namin. Kumakanta kami ng magagandang kanta. Syempre, gustong-gusto namin.
Nagkaraoke muna kami bago
10 minutes.
Bago kami mag-cast
From
ng,
the vault.
Game na to. Sabi nga natin, 8-5 na score. Nakabuelo na nga sila dito pagdating sa spike and another post-plant situation. But this time, magkakaroon na ng flank coming in from Myth Esports. Ang tinagandahan for Boom, they are prepared to take this. Ang hindi nga lang nila in-expect, masyado nang malapit ang players dito ng Myth. They were able to take that Spectre. Baka kayanin pa nila to. With that fault line, it would connect. But still, Tebotol is waiting and wrapping around the corner as well. Kahit hindi sumilip si Kuya Mo Blaze King, may chance pa rin siya dito makapatay. Tuloy-tuloy lang na pagde-defuse dito and he sees him. It's not gonna happen. Yan ang sabi ni Berserks.
At Boom Esports still gets the lead 4 rounds against Myth. Pero dahil nga maraming nabawas sa kanila, mukhang kailangan na rin pumili ngayon. Panalo pa rin naman somehow. Pero dito, kumunti ka na din kasi sila. At buti na lang itong si Berserks. He was able to tackle on against the Lend. And finally, bibili pa rin ang Boom Esports para lang talagang masabayan at makarami pa rin ng rounds against Myth kasi nagiging confident na sila ngayon here once again eh. Nahuli nila eh. Yung mga miyembro ng Myth, kapag nahuli nila, that's it. That's the final call. Dito tayo magpa-push. Pero ngayon, mukhang nilalaro-laro lang nila ang iba't ibang mga aces kung saan nila i-expect ang Myth. And now, congratulations na naman ngayon na magiging battle nila at buti na lang. Napakagandang take coming in from them. Tatlo na sila kagad nakapunta sa B-site at dalawa na lang kagad natitira. Blaze King na sobrang low on HP together with Tebotol.
Isang pitas na lang, isang tapilok na lang ang kailangan gawin dito ni Blaze King. Mamamatay na siya. Kadum, on the other hand, was able to spot this Astra. Is now up to Blaze King. He was able to get a kill with 4 HP remaining. Ano pa ba ang kakayanin niya dito? Mukhang wala because the Spectre is already on site. This is gonna be a 3 guys mula dito sa Myth Esports na mag-aabang lang on our spike drop. So, wala siya magagawa dito. It is already in the round of Myth with a 9-6 score. Ekin! Ang kabaliktaran ng nice.
Nice. 1:23 PM. Nice score. At mula sa Boom Esports at sa Myth. Big shoutouts ka pala sa mga nanonood sa amin ngayon. At salamat. At nandito pa rin kayo. Huwag kayo mag-alala sa mga nagtatanong last series. May sorpresa pa kami. Bali, may nakita akong picture dito sa chat namin Sinend ni Direk Yung isa sa amin, tunay na makabayan. Yung kanyang, ready na ata Balita ako, may ano pa yan May, basta, maraming pwedeng mangyari mamaya. At itong mga to, yung first 2 series player, ano lang trailer lang.
Trailer lang to para sa ating lahat kung ano ang kayang ipakita dito ng SBE mamaya. Layo no?
Right there.
Pero ito yung commercial. Di ba? Pag magsisinehan ka, manonood ka muna ng mga trailer ng mga movie. Ito yon yung first 2 series natin. Pero importante din yung 2 series kasi winner's bracket na yan. Anyway, si Flipsider na nagtatago sa loob ng smoke, hindi yata maramdaman ni Kadum na nandun na sa loob ng site. There you go. The kill comes in from Boom Esports and they are already swarming in outside. They put up the lockdown as well para hindi makapasok ang iba habang ito ay si Mira using that aftershock, the perfect opportunity and a perfect take mula sa Myth. A good decision making din mula sa kanila. Buti na lang buhay pa si Kong. On the other hand, Frostmind nakapitas na naman siya just with the sheriff.
At nakakagulat yung turnaround pagdating sa Boom Esports once again. And finally, after being comfortable once again to actually push into A, okay na okay sila. At kita ba naman, no? Si Frostmind, ginagawa ang kanyang job sa kanyang teammates. And the amount of trust also na meron siya for his support teammates to actually make it work in A side. So here it is. Boom Esports in this round wins this. 4-round difference. Once again, ang Myth walang choice. Mahirap na mag-retake eh. Kung pinush pa nila yun, sila pang mawawala ng baril para sa next round. So, nakikita naman natin yung advantages din na ginagawa ng Myth in some way or another para lang hindi sila magigipit sa mga next rounds. Pero nga lang, double-digit score na ang Boom Esports at 3 na lang. Yay!
Tapos na. Susunod na ang PRX later and the other team as well. Pero di pa tapos talagang laban hanggang hindi pa umaabot sa 13 scoreline yan. Para sa Myth, meron pa silang chance dito. They were still able to buy the Vandals anyway. Kaso nga lang, mukhang si Alone gusto atang ubusin agad ang players dito ng Boom Esports. He was able to take down one. And that is yet again Frostmind na nahihirapan na kanina pa during the first half and on the second half as well. He wasn't able to pick up much kills and kung masisira yung kanyang mga mga traps, mawawalan sila ng bantay sa lurk. Pero alam ko si Blaze King lagi naman nag-aabang yan sa lurk. On the other hand, sumilip nga dito the angle difference na nagmula sa Myth Esports. Nakuha nila yung kill na yan at least. To say, we have 2 remaining players here from Boom that wants to go in. Kaso nagda-doubt na masyado on the positioning that they have. He got the spike right now. Tebotol is now planting at meron ding fault line na gagamitin dito. The players still not hopping out for the team and this is maybe a blind or recon coming in for the site. Hindi naman siya masaspatan. Kaya naman for the players right now of Myth, ang trabaho nila dito is to do a retake. 1v3. Not gonna happen as soon as the lens spots him out. The headshot comes in.
Grabe naman kayo, Myth. Yun na lang yung nasabi ni Hero.
Mahabol pa eh.
Mahabol pa. Gumugusto pa. Siyempre, kalaban nila Boom. Best nga sila sa mga owner regions na nila kahit
pinili
pa
nila to eh. Siyempre, sila pumik nung map. So, for them to lose it immediately for the team of Boom Esports. Or rather, si Boom ang pumili nito, no? Wait, let me check. Boom picked Fracture. Myth picked Haven. It just so happens na ang Boom Esports, isa rin to sa mga best maps nila.
Oh, kaya sobrang makikita mo yung kadikitan lang ng laban nila ngayon. Another trap card, papalabas, meron din kagad yung Myth. So, alagang it's gonna be the game of chess na nasa Valorant ang dalawang teams na to. Pero after this, I think na hindi sila nakapitas ng isang miyembro kagad coming in from Myth. Medyo mapapa-stop ngayon ang mga miyembro ng Boom Esports, pero it is the sign na para sa kanila gets that cosmic divide. Gusto pumush pero wala naman sila talaga dyan. Kundi nasa seaside sila, di ba? Ang galing, naging magic pero nga lang the land. Mapipitas kagad Blaze King. Antok ka na? Okay lang yan. Dahil may 4 ka pa naman na miyembro na nakapag-plant na kagad. Post-plant it is. At maganda naman tong angulo para sa kanila pero nga lang always care for the flank. And nilabas na nga din kagad for that retake. Sinabayan na kagad ni Flipsider but it won't work anymore. 2 left na lang sa Boom Esports. Berserk tries to care for the flank and looks like silang dalawa ni Frostmind ngayon ang kailangan magtulong-tulong. And lahat kagad tinapon na. Okay, isa na lang kagad. Hindi na binibitawan. Frostmind will be able to pick off by Kadum. And kaboom! Myth closes it into a 10-8 scoreline against Boom Esports.
Di nila ine-expect na may nag-aabang sa mid pagdating dun sa Myth Esports. So when someone was watching here in Garage, syempre itong mga players natin, lalo na to si Kadumo na nasa T-spawn, hindi in-expect ni Flips na gano'n nakalalim yung jet na yan with the flank. And because of that flank, obviously, for the side of Boom Esports, wala silang space to create a play anymore. They're sandwiched in a position na nasa silong lang silang lahat. Of course, with the pop smoke and everything else, para kang may human shield din na nag-aabang kung kailan ka lalabas, especially when it's just the last two remaining players coming in from Boom Esports. Napa-timeout na nga sila dito. And so far, for Myth, this momentum, the round momentum is on their side. Itong second half natin, medyo magulo. Sasalit-salitan na naman sila.
At Boom Esports, sabi nila, pre, kanina pa tong advantage natin na nanalo ang Myth sa defending side. There's just a clean retake. Plus, hindi rin sila makapitas at all ng isa ng pwedeng somehow maging way nga para makapagbuta sila into ABA, B or C side. But then on the other side, Boom, Myth pala rather, nagiging ano lang sila patient sa mga ginagawa ng Boom Esports sa kanila, kaya it somehow works well, and you're seeing how big of an impact WannaFly together with the Lendis. Once si pop off kagad yung kanina lockdown, okay na kagad, confirmed ang round, easy 2-round difference na lang against Boom Esports, pero tiwala muli kay Berserks. Malay mo ma-350 na naman ng Boom Esports to.
Si Frostmind yung may hero buy dito. Shock Dart won't destroy the alarm bot, but the shot will. On the other hand, si WannaFly na naman ang napakatinding player na nagmula sa Fracture kanina na kumbaga inuubos lahat. Maybe this time around, he can do a lot for the team here. Ang dami ng utilities na nilabas dito just to cancel out someone who's planting, but they actually just fake tap the spike. The whole rotation of the team of Boom Esports right now is all throughout C. Kaso madedetect pa rin sila dito ng turret, so they quite know that it must be a C push or a C take coming in from the team. Concuss hops in, Delend hops out, and Flipsider gets the kill. Instead, WannaFly is just waiting around the corner. Blaze King, Flipsider, just getting kills left and right para sa side ng Boom Esports. Niyanig ang banig pagdating dito sa C. And this is now Kong just spotting the players. The last remaining is Flips, and they managed to take the win. 10-9, nababaliktad pa ang score natin. Nakaka-comeback pa dito ang Myth Esports pa konti-konti.
Boom. Boom boom pow. Ang masasabi ko na lang sa inyo, hindi pa makakuha nun. Pero ang ganda kasi mayroon kang pang-retake na ultimate sa side ng Myth. Why not use it talaga? Because it's quite dangerous to actually Boom Esports win that particular round. Buto na lang lahat ng miyembro kagad ng Mythic na contestant kagad ni Congered. At yan ang kalakasan ni Kiliwazoldik. At ngayon, 10-9. Full buy ulit ang Boom Esports. Try lang ng try sa C-site. Kapag hindi nag-work, tignan mo. 13-10 yan. Panalo miss.
Si Killua, yung buhok niya rin, parehas din ng hati dito kay kay Congered Yung gitna din yung nakahiwalay Mga ganun ba? Pero ito na nga si Berserks with his own entry, but the blind is there. He spots no one on logs, but the players are right around the corner. Nakapatay na nga dito ng dalawa si Frostmind. On the other hand, tatlong players pa. 3v3 situation. Kadum has the operator, but they're all swarming out towards City. Nahanap na rin ni Tebotol yung isang player dito na si WannaFly. Hindi niya na naantay yung ibang players. Dalawa ang na-detect. The both teams, or rather both players of Myth Esports, alam nila ang posisyon. This is gonna be a complete take coming in from Boom Esports. Nakuha nila yung informasyon pagdating doon sa city, and it just gave away everything for the team of Myth. Na-force silang lumabas on garage dahil doon
Walang, alam mo yung walang no way. Sa Myth.
Sabi nga ni Spider-Man, no way home.
Totoo, no way home. Pero to, ang tindi kagad na ginawa na Boom Esports. Pero gusto ko lang sanang i-shoutout. Mamaya daw, magwa-watch party ulit mamaya at miss na daw si PTC. O miss ka na rin si
mamaya
Zoms.
si PTC. Anuhin natin yan. Watch party tayo mamaya, guys. Supportahan natin ang SBE. Tsaka meron kaming guest caster. Ayos ba yun?
May guest caster kami.
Sikreto muna. Sikreto. Surprise yan para sa inyo. Dahil mahal namin kayo. Boss agad. Di makagalaw dito si Congered. At walang sumigaw ng blinded. So, ibig sabihin nakatalikod yung mga players, at least not giving that info for Boom Esports to get a frag actually. At finally, nag-ceasefire muna saglit, makaka-atras si Congared at makakahinga siya ng saglit doon. Kita mo yung mukha niya parang, muntik na ako doon, pre.
Muntik ka. Umano yung, alam mo yung buntong yun. Gumanan.
Kanina pa siya pinapaulanan ng bala doon eh. Mauubos na lang yung magazine ng player dito. Tignan mo si Berserks, 25 bullets na lang, plus 9.
At ngayon, set up na lang mula kay Tebotol. Okay guys, tara, pasok na tayo para di tayo mabawasan na talam ng ano natin na mayroong isa. Oh no! Nagkitaan sila! Nag-meet up! Nag-EB! Ang mga miyembro ng
Nakuha ata nila yung yung go signal mula dito sa sky. Sabi niya, clear sea. Guys, rotate na kayo all the way. 15 seconds na lang kailangan nila dito. Wala silang choice kung hindi tumakbo. And the side of Mid Esports, gumagapang na sana sila. With the Seekers up and online for flips, makakuha pa nila yung informasyon na yan. Nabaliktad pa ng Boom Esports yung sitwasyon kung saan dapat pressured na sila sa time pero walang pumipigil on C-Long. This is the lockdown of the Killjoy, but who will be spotted? No one. Sinabayan din ng kanilang sariling lockdown for the side of Boom. Walang makakapasok. Parehas na team. O, sino mag-defuse?
O, sino mas...
Ay!
May lineup. Ay, papasok sila, oh. Papasok, oh. Oh, uy, gini.
Blind, nice blind. Hindi nila mapasok.
Okay, natanggal ang kapangyarihan.
Hindi nila alam kung may nagde-defuse.
Ay!
Oh my God, nakatalikod si Kuya mo, Congared. No way. It was already a perfect cosmic divide. They used up the lockdown of the Killjoy para lang lumabas talaga yung players ng Boom. And on the other hand, using up the cosmic divide, that basically means util lang ang kalaban nila dito. Maliban na lang kung ipupush out talaga. Na-half na sana eh.
Oo.
Hindi na nga nakalabas si Flips eh.
Naipit pero nandun si Berserks eh. Sabi na tanggalan natin ng kulit pero ito na.
Nakatalikod lang si Congared. Bakit? Kasi ata ine-expect niya ata magbablind pa ng isa. Wrong mistake. Wrong na mistake pa. Oh no.
No way!
Sayang yun. Buti nga hindi siya nasaksak dun eh. Ang dikit niya sa wall eh.
At ano ang mangyayari
Match point na.
Oo, isa na lang.
Paper Lex na ata.
Tapos na yung ano natin, yung
commercial, yung trailer. Watch in the cinemas only. Only available in cinemas saka Dolby.
Dolby!
Oo, diba? Yung mga ano pa nila, yung mga simula
By the way,
Tapos may raindrop sa buong cinema para marinig mo yung surround sound.
Alam mo na ibig sabihin ng terror. Ano yan, not sponsored by the way. Gusto na namin gayahin. Oh no! Umiinit si Berserks pero tingin ka sa parati. Tumingin ka. Ito na nga. Nagpapa-audition na naman kayo sa mga member ng mid. 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Let's count it. Risking na lang. Tsaka si Tebotol. Lahat sila ay nagka-anuhan lang dito sa may ako.
At least hawak pa rin nila yung spike. Hindi na drop sa site, no? So, 3 man waiting on A site. 13 seconds remaining. Kailangan nilang gumawa ng plano
10
dito.
10 seconds left.
Galaw-galaw.
Paggalawin ng baso.
Ay, sinib.
Wala. Parang exit frag lang ata si Kuya mo Tebotol kung sakali man. Sayang hindi nila nakuha yung kill kay Alone Fits. Pero gusto niya pa rin lumabas talaga. Gusto niya mamatay. Walang pera. Ata. O makakabili rin naman yung myth kasi sila pa rin naman ang nanalo sa round na yun. But that hurts. You got the round already. With very low HP, you survive. Tapos mapapatay ka pa rin. Di mo, yung 2-9 mo. 2,900 credits para sa Phantom na wala lang din para mula.
Ginost, no? Yung lahat ng pinagpago. Ito na naman 12-10 terror. Tama na, Boom. Huwag nyo nabigyan ng second chance. Masakit na eh. Pag binigyan mo pa. Kaya isa na lang. Kung kasakasakali pa nga makuha na nila to. Pero, mayroon ba mababawa si Alone? Wala. Pero may konting nabawasan lang noon na pitik ka kay Blaze King. Pero still, buong-buo pa rin ang loob ngayon ng Boom Esports. Remember, meron silang Cosmic Divide. Kailangan nila gamitin to. And just one kill mula kay Blaze King. And maybe he can actually go for the postman. So mukhang they're kind of making noises here sa B-site. Mukhang sinisimula na din ngayon ni Frostmind.
Wala silang choice dito kung hindi manalo because it's already a match point for the side of Myth Esports. Lumabas si Delen. He was able to get one pero one and done position ang meron siya dito. Hindi niya naantay yung mga kakampi niya. He just wanted to stop them on the toes at isa-isa lang nga silang nag-audition at lumabas for the side of Myth Esports. One by one, they all falter. 3v1. It's all up to Kadum right now to make a play and make this game happen. Dahil kapag sila ay natanggal dito, syempre bababa sila sa lower bracket natin at aabangan nila kung sino mananalo sa Oblivion versus South Build.
At ayun, ano na ang gagawin ni Kadum?
Wala siyang magagawa dito. Triple pick lang din siya mamaya kung sakasakali eh. So he really had to push, Ray. At yet, this is a victory para sa side ng Boom Esports in a clean 2-0. At napakalakas ng showing nila dito. Isipin mo from game number 1 and game number 2, it's very consistent on how they played it out.
I just love how first map was really just like this. Sobrang dikit. And second map, sobrang parehas ang 13-10. Pero nakikita mo kagad yung mga small mistakes, di ba? Nakatalikod, saan nakatingin, medyo maasim, medyo hindi. Mga little things lang actually there, nagiging mistake kung saan natatalo ang Myth together with Boom Esports on each round. Pero ngayon yung Boom Esports, medyo kailangan na nila i-clean take kagad yung last round itself para lang hindi mag-overtime. And still, let's give it to Berserks talaga how he's doing yung mga duelist na nagmimik ng space sa kanyang teammates, but at the same time, marami din tayong nakitang kakaibang moves coming in from Blaze King.
The only thing that was lacking in this map is Frostmind's presence. But during the first game that we saw for Boom Esports, ang ganda ng mga trade-offs na binibigay ni Frostmind din as well. He's one of the players, the reason why the team actually won the first game as well. Para naman sa side ng Myth, it seems like they're still going back to the drawing board, trying to find a solution to the problem. Kaso nga lang, one of the solution is actually hitting your shots pagdating dito. And on the other hand, when they do retakes from that previous rounds that we just witnessed, makikita mo talaga na yung ibang players hindi na nag-aantay ng rotations. Isa-isa silang lalabas through the smoke. There's no trades happening immediately as soon as the kill comes in. And there are just a lot of moments na talagang mapapansin mo na nasa kanila na sana but nababaliktad pa ng Boom Esports. It just goes to show that Boom deserves to be in the top spot right now and deserves to move upon the upper brackets.
At ngayon, makikita natin that looks like Myth, meron pa silang kailangan harapin pa mula sa makakalaban nila in their own bracket. And boom! Medyo makakita na tayo ng first team na mag-wave papuntang knockout stage next week. So, really, congratulations sa Boom at talagang I think, based lang sa mga matches so far, I love how consistent yung mga taga-Indo region, to be honest. Pero ganda din kagad ng performance ng Myth. This is a close match talaga. A good 2-0. Hindi siya yung 2-1 na may isang map one-sided eh. Kundi ito yung dalawang map na parang katumbas ay 2-1 dahil lang sa ganito ka-smart maglaro ang parehas na teams.
Aside from that, there are lots of opportunities for Myth to make a play. Like Congared, nakakakuha siya ng mga kills dito eh. But this is the latter part of the match where he was on the other side. He was expecting another flash maybe, kaya siya nakatalikod ng ganon. But it's already done and over with. Wala nang flash na natitira for the sky. And I really feel like pagdating sa mga flash din ng Myth Esports, hindi mo masyado naramdaman yung flashes nila doon. You can't really feel the impact that the flashes make on the team and on the rounds itself. So mapapansin mo talaga yung mga ganong mistakes. And obviously, when it comes to the upper bracket and the map pick was already on the side of Boom Esports, they were ready to take it. Do you think na sakto ba talaga na hindi talaga sila nag-fracture or nakuha nila yung fracture, it helped out? I don't think it did. But that was game number 1 for you guys. Right now, pupunta muna tayo sa short break. Later on, may panel tayo and getting ready for the next matchup as well. Kami nga pala inyong casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Ray Ray. Don't go away. We're gonna see you later.
Turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Looks hard to see. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Boom Esports, they remain undefeated here in the group stages and they qualify into the knockouts after getting that 2-0 against a Made in Thailand. But all things considered, Made in Thailand have made it that little bit hard for Boom Esports. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf. And why don't you guys go in and break everything down for us there? It was as close as it can get for Made in Thailand. They kept it as close as possible between Fracture and Haven.
Definitely did, and especially on that second map is where we really saw them, I guess, look at least better on the start. Although we did end both maps 13-10, I don't know, the Haven map just looked a bit more convincing for me. Fracture just seemed kind of like they won this, but barely, and on the opposing side, we can just be a bit dirtier. But Haven is really where I think we saw the true potential of both of these teams, and they were so close to doing it twice. Ultimately, though, Boom once again continue on, and they haven't dropped a map, dude, since like what was it, maybe a month or two ago. So yeah, basically they are just on a complete tear. The last time they did drop a map was like in their own qualifier upper bracket semifinal or something. So they are just looking spectacular right now. Boom.
I mean, again, we talk about that, right? And how strong they are on that approach. If you could break this down round by round, or rather map by map, thing is, that 13-10 scoreline, I feel like can be so incredibly deceptive because, as you've said, sometimes it felt like Myth was surviving the defaults, but then when Boom would pull out those set plays, it became a completely different story. On Fracture, honestly, I've said this many times, I'll say it again. If you're playing against an Astra Viper comp, there is absolutely no way you are winning that utility stagger, which is the perfect complement to Boom Esports' brain-melting style. There were a lot of times they sent Blaze King and Flip to assess how they want to distribute utility pressure and commit the more finite duelist and initiator resources. They had a good balance between experimenting and protecting the lead so well on that first map, but there are also times where, I guess, lapses in judgment, those hard pushes towards A main without actually taking control of sands and ropes, didn't look like it hurt them too much.
And that was especially true, Raph, here on Fracture, where you're not going to be able to, as you said, kind of out-shuffle the utility when they have more utility. That back and forth, that trading game is not going to favor you, although those controllers did end up negative KDA-wise. It's not about the kills, it's about how they enable the rest of the team to win. And that's, I think, the biggest point here that we should take away from that matchup on Haven, rather, on Fracture. But we go to Haven, look at the composition of both teams. A bit more similar. They're kind of almost in the mirror match, aside from the fact that on the on either side, the kind of supporting initiator for Boom was that Sky, giving them more information. There was a bit more, I guess, aggressive power that they bought with Conquer Red on that bridge, but they're both very viable. Just the way they were played does sometimes kind of make it a bit more difficult for a team like Myth to, I guess, just overpower what Boom got. And we were all touting them, to be one of the, if not the best team here we got in APAC, and they're proving that.
With that being said, once again, I feel like Boom is that team that's the least conditional to win. We talk about the mechanics of the matchup and the what ifs whenever we bring two teams together, but that doesn't seem to be the case with Boom heading into, as I mentioned, the matchup, which is also a testament to how deliberate they are with the game in terms of execution too. I think Boom is the best, bar none, in APAC.
Well, they will prove that they are going to be the best in the Asia Pacific region. They will be the first team to get into the knockout stages, and they will be waiting for whoever their opponent is going to be. Meanwhile, for Made in Thailand, they get knocked down in the lower brackets, and they will be facing off against Cerberus Esports for their final chance to get into the knockout stages. Now, that we have to move to the next match that we have. It's Paper Rex, Persija Esports. It's Singapore versus an Indonesian team that's a mismatch of all the strong players from that region. What do you have for this?
I mean, that's kind of what we got from this matchup that we just saw here versus, Boom, and then them going up against this roster Made in Thailand. It's very similar to that, where, Persija, they're kind of a mix and match of the remaining players that basically didn't go to Boom or didn't go to Onyx, and it's kind of hold over, I guess, in a way that you also see some of that play style from Boom kind of transfer over to the Persija squad. But Paper Rex, we know who they are, we know what they've done, we know what they can do, but we also know how they have maybe failed to, I guess, reach the potential that everybody's expecting from them last year. But last year, that's bygones be bygones. This is a new year, and this could potentially be Paper Rex's.
I'm glad you mentioned that, right? When it comes to just the player compositions of our incredibly top-heavy Indonesian scene, again, it's not to discredit Onyx, it's not to discredit Persija. It's just how Boom have literally handpicked from the Pantheon itself. Doesn't make any of these players that we've mentioned any lesser. It's just, why is Indonesia so strong? It really begs the question.
Well, I feel like they have the Valorant in their veins for the most part here. That's why they're strong. But there are teams that want to take them down, and one of them is Paper Rex. And this is the team that Paper Rex wants to take down. It's Persija Esports. We've got some of Indonesia's finest playing in on the field here. We got Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, and Rozofi.
And we were talking about how they pretty much have the DNA of this kind of Indonesian scene in their blood. You know, you got many players here who have already made the name for themselves last year, like Asterisk on Boom. You also had Famous on Bigatron. You had Eeyore, who also came from Boom. So there's lots of experience on this team, and they're really proving that they themselves can do it. I mean, you heard Rozofi in the interview during the break, right? They've been playing together for what, like a month or 2 or 3 maybe max, and then they just suddenly come up here and qualify into this stage, get this far, even go to the playoffs. And they're just such a formidable team that really surprised everybody. People were thinking maybe they would be the 3rd seed if ever, but no, they even went 2nd and sent Onyx down that way. So they really are such a great team who have the core DNA of what it means to be a great team, especially from Indonesia, where they're super tactical and very, very mechanically gifted as well. They have experience, they have the knowledge, they have tenure, they have everything that you need from a championship caliber team. They just, I guess, haven't had the time itself when playing together. They have tenure playing separately, but not together yet as much as the other Indonesian teams like Onyx, like Boom, and that is the only kind of, I guess, factor that separates them. So give these guys a bit more time. Maybe next stage they could be the favorites, but for now they're in the running, but they just need that small factor to be really considered as the top Indonesian team.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad that you reminded everyone on how new this team is relative to the competition, right? And I'm glad you went sequential 1, 2, 3, because I get really confused with numbers. What's before 4 and 5? Black and Blue's got me. But jokes aside, Persija has shown to use that map 1 as a bit of an investment, really. Typically, that's where they hard scout, or at least that's what we've seen from them. And like I said, this is also a bit of a symptom from being such a recent team. Typically, people think, oh, isn't 3 months enough time to really develop a core identity, a core strategy book? No, absolutely not. That is a very, very finite time that honestly is invested in a lot of chemistry. But going back to Persija, they've shown to have that stamina and grit to hold on against hyper-aggressive approaches and, again, the more varied playbooks that our more veteran teams display. But again, they have that fantastic baseline, but I just feel like PRX is a whole different beast.
And they are. I mean, you talked about how Persija is relatively a new team joining in on Afraid. The next team that you're going up against, it's Paper Rex. They're not a new team. They've been here before. They have tasted what it's like to be in Champions, and they want to make their comeback there. Without further ado, here comes the squad from Singapore. Already feeling and the excitement of going back into the international stage. We got Paper Rex, and these guys are no strangers in international competitions. We got Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mind Freak.
Incredibly familiar names, and arguably the apex predators of the region. PRX have been...
APAC Predator.
Okay, I'll give you a pass. No, you know what? No, that's an Asteroid moment. That's an Asarai moment. I love you, Asarai, but that's an Asarai moment. Back on topic. They've been given very little reason to use their shiftiness. Again, their raw defaults and dueling abilities have been outstanding. They are the indomitable Rex, as Black and Blue loves to say, but with a team like Persija, I think this is where they kind of have to dig just a little deeper. We've talked about how Persija has been somewhat of an unexpected second seed, but that is once again just a testament to how strong both these teams are. PRX, they have to keep their heads on a swivel. I feel like they've had their share of disappointments too, and they just don't want a repeat of that. They've been, hey man,
Look at
put that
Benkai.
out there. That's
Look
the.
at
He's lying
Benkai.
down.
Oh, he's chilling. He's chilling.
He just needs a bathrobe at this point.
Persija, yeah, that's all good. We're Paper Rex. But talking about the achievements of this team, their own qualifiers included, by the way, they've taken the first place in what, like the last three tournaments. So that searing streak has definitely shown signs of, well, maintaining. You know, they haven't really showed any signs of kind of icing over.
Well, their team captain is is a very entertaining guy. That
I'm
Ben
sleep.
guy. He's like, okay, I don't got a stage to walk out on, but I can lounge in this camera. And so, well, I mean, there's
like
no
that.
lounging to be done here by Paper X. They are the favorites, but not by much, even if the odds might say so differently. I do think otherwise, that Persija are really in the running to potentially even win this game. So Paper X, they can't get too complacent, but they have to be confident that they are the better team in this case.
Yeah, and with that, we have to really have a look at the head-to-head that we have, because this is a look into Roseau and the Benkai, two of the brains in the operations here for the teams. They get as much information as they can for the team, but at the same time, for the case of Benkai, he has such a varied agent pool that he can just fill in the gaps for Paper Rex.
We have seen Benkai, throughout these past few months, just be such a flexible part of this whole, I guess, assemble that they got going for them, right? He flexes back and forth, and you see him pretty much taking every single role while doing the IGL as well. To its fullest extent, as much as you can honestly expect from someone like him. Then you look on the other side of things. You look at a player like Rosify, who has pretty much just been locked to that Sova, but he performs so amicably on it, aside from maybe going to a Viper every now and then. But, for the most part, it does seem like these two players, what they really bring to the table is that leadership quality that you expect from your Sova, from your main initiator. Now, Benkai wasn't always on that role last time around when they still had Shiba. When we saw them on the international stage, he was that sentinel. But for him to flex on here and still this team be as good as it is speaks volumes of the type of players that he is as well.
With, the variation from the personalities, like you mentioned, one is definitely incredibly loyal to that role, while the other is incredibly flexible. This is also an overarching theme. They'll do whatever it takes to win, whether it be locking into one role, as I mentioned, or doing everything. Now, I just want to highlight that Benkai, no matter what role he's undergone, he's always there for the kill participation. This is something that we constantly have to highlight, especially when you're not just the duelist, right? Again, it's those recon darts, it's those cypher traps, it's those killjoy turrets. It's basically just the utilization of everything that's not a gun.
And they have to utilize everything at this point onwards. I mean, for Paper Rex, at the very least, they're currently undefeated here in the group stages compared to Persija Esports, who've lost one map on Bonkers. But do you think that Paper Rex's streak might just end right now going up against Persija Esports, or would we see another 2-0 for them and keep that clean record?
I don't think we're going 2-0 here. Paper Rex are such a good team. Yes, I will agree. They're even my number 2 in this entire tournament who are still playing. But I do think Persija have what it takes to take a map, and more importantly, they also have the game to even potentially win the series. So I don't think this is going to go 2-0 either way.
I'm looking at who picks the first map. It is Persija. I've talked about this also previously, that they kind of have a very, very slow start to their play style. It's really a hard scout. I don't think they can afford doing that against Paper Rex, sorry. But the veto, it is winding down. We are going to see Split being removed. I would say kind of let the band marinate just a tiny bit, but Split is incredible for Paper X. I think they're sitting on top of a 70% win rate, if I'm not mistaken. They've also shown quite a number of approaches for this map, to whether it be fast or whether it be that utility stagger that we've seen pretty much all APAC long.
I mean, their playstyles between these two teams aren't super drastically different. Maybe Paper X does kind of rely on winning those gunfights a bit more often, but that's where they're super good at. They still are a tactical team at the end of the day, and that cannot be discredited. But Persija simply aren't in the luxury of relying on that. They're mechanically gifted, yes, but let's put it simply, they don't have Forsaken and Jing on their team, who are just complete, utter destroying monsters when it comes to the mechanical game of things. They might be doing stuff sometimes that makes you go like, what on earth, but they work, and so you can't discredit that factor. PSJ, they pick Fracture to start things off, and just to back my point up, sometimes it ain't just about how the tactics go, it's basically who clicks the head first, and Paper X, they're really good at doing just that.
Do you think PSG is banking on the fact that PRX has had one of the smaller sample sizes when it comes to Fracture? Let me double check that, actually, so I don't spread misinformation. Again, guys, don't do that. Don't pretend you know everything. Now we have Fracture. They've only had two games on this, rather, on the side of Paper X. So PSG, once again, I think they're playing on the fact that this might be the map that PRX don't have a lot of depth. But that's also the thing, like we mentioned, they have Jing and they have Forsaken. They have absolute Terminators that, well, will terminate.
Well,
Breeze.
Who needs depth when you bring a bunch of death with you wherever you go, basically, for this Paper X team? I mean, they might be the dinosaurs here in terms of their stature, how huge they are, indomitable Tyrannosaurus, these guys, but they also can be mortal, and we've seen that, those type of incredibly awesome creatures are just very prone to being extinct. So for Persija, they know that there's a game plan here. They know that there definitely is a chance for them, and they know that, I guess, what they have to do has to be done, and how to do it as well. I'm pretty sure they prepared for this matchup. And the thing is with Paper X, they've been in the limelight for so long that people pretty much know them and know how they play as well. And for a team like Persija, who has those players who have been competing for so long, they might just have the secret sauce. They bring it, they've got it to, I guess, turn this and flip this around.
I did mention that PRX have not been really forced out to bring out their playbook. Their raw dueling has been fantastic. This whole map draft seems to benefit Paper X at the moment. So PSG, I hope they have their Model 1895s certified for hunting those TRX type opponents. But now we have yet another ban on the board. Bind is still on the table, as well as Haven. I feel like it'd be better. Okay, never mind. Before I could get the point across, they get rid of Bind immediately. Oh, Icebox.
No legacy maps. All the new ones.
Yeah, Icebox. All the latest stuff. All the new craze. Apparently, you can teach some old dinosaurs new tricks as they take off Bind.
I wish I had a pet dinosaur.
To be fair, they haven't rather played Bind since the start of the year. It's been quite a while since we've seen Paper X on Bind, and they've been doing pretty good, to say the very least. On all these maps, I mean, they haven't dropped a single map in the ones picked remaining since the year started, but it's a very small sample size to go by. Meanwhile, I think it's more important to look at what Persija start with, and for them to go with Fracture when we actually haven't seen them play Fracture at all, if ever. Really seems like a risk that I do think at the end of the day is worth taking.
So I have a question before we kind of close this one off. So Icebox, we know that it had the most recent changes, and again, it's being shown on screen right now in front of our faces. If you forgot to spell that, write that down, take a screenshot, do whatever. But again, Icebox, how hard do you think the beat changes affect the lineups, right? Because we've seen very little variation in our usual Icebox lineups. We still see the Viper, we still see the Sage, the Chamber does come and go every now and then. But do you think Paper X is also kind of hoping for the fact that maybe that slight, minute change could butterfly into, that brawl that they would love to prefer?
I do think that they are pretty adept at playing the new Icebox. I mean, it always has been one of their better maps, and I think that's what they're banking on. If anything, it is the maps that we do see, like Breeze and Icebox, have been some of the best for Forsaken himself. He really does pop off there, but I think the latter, especially Breeze, is one that Jing has had really good performances in. And so for Icebox specifically, yeah, they're a pretty good Icebox team. They almost did it when they were playing on Icebox during Masters Berlin, and that was a matchup that we could have maybe thought that if not for the 9-3 curse versus Vision Strikers, they could have beat Vision Strikers in that series. So now DRX, and so the curse does happen, but I do think that they are a very adept Icebox team. If not, it could be even their best map, if not the second. So I think this is a really good veto, at least on the latter end for Paper Rex. Fracture is a complete unknown. We've never seen either of these two teams play it.
Not enough, at least.
Not enough, at least.
But we'll get to see that right now. But the question at hand here is, will we go into Icebox, and who will come out on top of that? I'll start with you, Raph.
No, you're not gonna start with it. Go back to you. No, I'm joking.
Nope, not gonna happen.
I'm joking. So, like I said, Prestige's biggest what if is really using that one map leeway to benefit them and gathering that info. But Paper X, they're just gonna keep shooting you in the face. That's all the data they're gonna give if they don't feel like they have pressure, or rather being pressured enough to open that strat book. I've said that many times. So I'm gonna go with PRX 2-0.
It's very difficult for me. I mean, I do think Prestige have what it takes. That map number 1 is a map that we've only seen Paper X play once, and that ended, by the way, in like 9 overtimes when they played versus Bleed. And I'm thinking that Prestige right here pick Fracture because they have a VOD on Paper X's Fracture, but Paper X don't have the same against them, and I think that's where it really comes on into. So I will still say that Prestige will take a map here. I think they're taking Fracture.
Fair enough.
But I do think Paper X will close it out on map 2 and 3 to go 2-1.
I'm gonna have to agree with Black and Blue there, and you guys for that matter. It's a Paper X win for me, but I feel like with what Persija Esports has is just the raw experiences they've had from different teams, different ideas merging in together to try to take down this Tyrannosaurus of beasts that they're going up against. And without further ado, we're gonna drop into Fracture. The second time we're seeing that here in the group stage. It's Paper X versus Persija Esports.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Nandito pa rin tayo sa ating group stage. At nandito rin ang, syempre, nagagandahan at nagwagwapuhan yung casters na si Tayville lang pala.
Hey, what's
Ikaw pala yung maganda, no? Ako yung gwapo.
Oh.
Baliktad pala.
Okay lang yan. Ang haba ng haircut today. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, kami nga pala ang The Bod. So, ladies and gentlemen, ano na talagang gustong-gusto nating makita na lumabon ulit yung page. The persistence of this is just really great, and syempre it's just a connection lang din na meron yung Papers, kaya rin sila nakapunta doon sa Masters Berlin back then. Pero yeah, hopefully talaga makita ulit natin itong mga players na to. Pero in terms of connection, mga kaibigan, fiber strong, family strong with a new G Fiber only 2099 and Globe at home. Game speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.glom.ph/broadband. But wait, there's more. Siyempre muna natin.
Akala ko meron pang kasunod yun eh. Balita ko kasi wala.
Dinagdagan ko na lang, di ba?
But wait, there's more. Fracture ang unang mapa natin. Fracture na naman. Kanina fracture din yung unang mapa eh. Paper Rex versus Persija. Eh, yung mga natin, yung mga panelists natin, lahat sila dito. Sabi nila, Paper Rex daw, 2-0. Ikaw, anong pinaniniwalaan mo?
Mukha naman na talagang
matutuo.
Oo, matutu-0. And at the end of the day, this is still Paper Rex. This is still Benkay and the squad.
Natutulog na nga lang si Benkay kanina eh. Dun sa camera nung nasa panel.
Ano mo ginagawa niya? Natutulog siya, and at the same time, nag-meditate siya.
Quick naps daw, quick naps. Oo, para lang para kumpleto ang lakas, 100% ang 100% ang ilalabas nila dito para sa side ng Paper Rex. On the other hand, when it comes to a map like Fracture, kanina it was picked by the other team, which is Myth, pero kabilang team pa rin ang nanalo. And maybe this time around, looking at who picked ang pumili actually ng Fracture is Persija Esports. So looking at, when we look at the stats of the players here, when it comes to Paper Rex muna, silipin natin ano ba ang kakayanan nila sa isang mapa na kagaya ng Fracture. They only played this a total of 2 times in a tournament setting.
Yeah.
100% win rate pa rin naman sila dito, but that's still a very little or few sample size we are looking at.
Yeah, yun yung maganda. Pwede natin sabihin na ito rin yung pocket map nila if ever. Pero like what you've said, itong 100% success. Sila dito mga kaibigan, pero ito si Neon Guerrero, dire-diretso lang din talaga papunta lang dito sa may likod. Pero, uy, meron siya may gira dito, pero yun nga lang, maabutan ba niya? Konti na lang,
Hindi niya
Diyos ko.
naabutan.
Konti na lang, maabutan na niya.
Muntikan lang pero hindi umabot. Nagpaplanta nga ng spike dito ang Persija. On the other hand, yung ibang players dito ng Paper Rex, si Forsaken pala, naka-neon pala si kuya mo Forsaken. Oh, lumabas na rin yung paint shells. Won't connect to anyone. Pero itong Steamy ni Breamy, baka makatulong kahit papano sa bilis ng mga players dito. Sinalo na lang niya yung damage when it comes to the molly, pati na rin doon sa snake bite para lang ma-retake talaga. Nabawasan na rin nila dito na matindi yung HP ng mga players and a successful retake mula sa Paper Rex. In-overwhelm lang nila.
Oo, 100% success talaga yung mga ginagawa ng mga players natin dito. Nakita naman natin talaga si Forsaken. Sobrang aggressive talaga din dire-diretso. Yung pag-push dun lang sa may mid-ropes. Wala nagawa eh. I mean, yes, merong tripwire doon. Pero at the end of the day, talagang si Forsaken pa rin talaga yung may lamang doon kasi wala namang magagawa yung kalaban niya eh. Maglalambitin lang naman siya eh. Tapos si Forsaken ang gagawin lang niya, puputok lang siya. Pero hindi rin niya patay, pero damage is still a damage dito sa mga players sa to, partner. And kitang-kita mo naman, di ba? Wala nangyayari pero nagkakabawasan.
Muntik na nating mapanood. Pero nagre-reset lang yan. Huwag kayong mag-alala. 1-0 na ang score natin. Lamang ang Paper Rex. Just a little bit of a tech difficulty. But on the other hand, si Forsaken tsaka si Jing dito, forward na naman. Especially when you have a Neon. Walang Brimstone dito, pero mabilis pa rin yan kumilos.
Ang gumagamit
Tumatakbo yan.
Ang gumagamit ng Neon back then is actually si Team Secret, pero ngayon mukhang ginamit na ata ganun Paper Rex itong Neon Guerrero mga kaibigan. Yes, 0-1 siya, pero it's just a stun that he can do dito sa match ito is just really overwhelming. Pero hindi ko alam kung bakit ganito. Totoo lang. Pero yun nga, Asters with a kill onto the Vi right now. And tingnan natin if maliritake pa ba yan ng PRX mga kami, pero nga lang Mind Freak sees one with a win with a kill 0 already. Still in favor of Paper. Napapansin talaga hindi talaga sila nag-commit dito. Inaantay lang talaga nila na mag-plant ng spike ang Persija kasi wala naman talaga silang choice at all. Just gonna go dito sa default, sa backside or kahit saan man lang magpa-plant sila ng spike and talagang nag-aantay na sila ng sound cues dito FF. Pero sinabi ko kanina 0-1 si Forsaken pero yung nga lang he tried to be really aggressive A-hole and kinapitalize talaga yun ni Forsaken to push in, to push out, na-stun na rin, dire-diretso, may slide pa, sangkap.
Kumpleto eh, lahat na eh, no? Sumaslide-slide pa, kala mo sand dunes ang pinuntahan. Si Benkay nakapatay na rin just using that aftershock. Very good opening kill mula dito sa Paper Rex at hindi nag-upgrade halos yung ibang players dito because they have that headhunter. Si Benkay, he's just gonna stick in this goal setup that he has. Ayaw niya nang gastusin yung natitirang pera niya dito for the next following round, especially in their official buy round. But as PSJ is trying to find that opening, napatay na rin nila dito si Forsaken kahit papano, but Benkay was able to stop them on their toes. Sabay-sabay na nga namatay dito ang players ng PSJ. Muntik ko nang makita.
Muntik na makita eh, no? Pero alam naman natin pa medyo sneaky rin ata ang galawan dito ng Paper Rex and syempre ng PSG. Pero kung napapansin pa party si Asteris lang din talaga ang gumagawa. Yung mga duels dito sa side ng PSG, eh, 0-3 sila pareho. Hindi nila malaman kung ano bang gagawin nila dito sa top 2. Or top 3, top 2 ng buong Asia Pacific. Ito yung kalaban nila. Isipin mo, pag top 1, top 2, top 3 yung kalaban mo, talagang kakakabahan ka lang talaga eh.
Lalo na kung ganito mga map picks, yung hindi mo alam yung statistics, wala masyadong VODs na mapapanood. But maybe it will help out PR or rather PSJ this time around. Talagang X lang saka J ang pinagkaiba when it comes to the teams dito. At this is PSJ now pushing forward with the help of the paint shells. Syempre, dadash na rin yung kanilang jet. On the other hand, si Forsaken nag-aabang lang din. But he was able to be shot down by Flinch. On the other hand, the Vi is the only man remaining with the Headhunter. Baka meron pa siyang mapitas. But this is already Asterisk planting the spike.
Wala na siyang choice dito kung di talaga lumabas na din talaga. Pero yun nga lang, at least ang PSJ meron silang pambawi dito. And Flinch being taken down, it's fine. At least buhay pa naman yung apat dito. And si Eeyore, if ever hindi siya mabuwasan dito mga kaibigan, marami siyang pera next round for sure. The Vi with that Headhunter. 100 yan kada putok mga kaibigan, pero meron pa siyang 5 putok na natitira dito. Pero yun nga, let's see if ever makukupin si Eeyore. Pero nga lang, Rosify on the left side of his spectrum mga kaibigan, gonna take him down 3-1. And the PSJ slowly and surely nakakabawi na rin kahit paano. Pero ipagpapatuloy ba to ng PSG or talagang ang PRX talagang gaganahan pa and sobrang maging aggressive dito kahit sila yung defender? Kasi napapansin natin sa round number 2, isipin mo sila yung nagpo-push. Yes, naka-specter na sila, pero that doesn't mean na sobrang aggressive mo. It's just they have this strat na talaga na wala silang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman ng PSG. They have that neon, they have that breach. That breach talaga ang pinakakailangan if ever you really want to be aggressive. Like right now.
The only smoke they have is actually coming in for Mind Freak. On the other hand, para naman sa kabila, they have that Brimstone. And I think it's very essential to have the Brimstone, lalo na yung mga Molly lineups niya rin dito na pwede niyang gamitin. And this is Forsaken being tagged. At lagi nga siyang nahuhuli. Yun yung maganda dito sa parte ng PSJ. When they did that entry on a site a while ago, nung nag-dash yung jet papunta doon sa drop, he was able to pick up on Forsaken. Kaya hindi na nakapunish ng iba. This is a very, very slow peak mula kay Davai. Hindi na siya nakapag-rendezvous. On the other hand, the Eeyore took that opportunity to actually ground him down. On the other hand, Forsaken still can't get the multiple kills that he's looking for. He gets one, but he's done for. Para naman sa 3v4 situation, ready na sila for the post-plant situation. Ang bilis ng mga rounds natin.
Sobrang bilis. Ito yung maganda para syempre mag-SBE na. Pero Flinch with that swing up, nakakita rin isa dito. Flinch taking one. Mind Freak is now down. Wala silang smoke. It's up to the breach and syempre that initiator and the sentinel na meron si Jing mga kaibigan. Pero Jing, makakuha siya ng isa dito. Pero yun nga lang, Jing already knows na talagang hindi na talaga siya magpipick together with Benkai because of the armor na meron sila na hindi naman nabawasan at all. So it's gonna be costly for the players of PRX if ever kung lumaban pa dito si Benkai at si Jing. Alam mo yun, pag hindi naman tayo bayani mga kaibigan, this is 2v4, pumunta na tayo sa safe side kasi at the end of the day, ano pa rin tayo, lamang pa rin tayo 3-2.
They still decided to hold on to the rest coming in from Jing. Kasi masyado namang malayo yung mga namatay na players din eh. If they force it out, it's a 3v4 and the time is already halfway there para ma-defuse yung spike. So grabbing pressure na yon para sa team ng PRX. On the other hand, they did their deeds anyway. They got some kills over there and tried to destroy the economy of PSJ. Good thing on the hands of PSJ, nakuha nila tong magkasunod na round. So, easy lang sila, Bobby D, para sa kanila, no? With the Neon pushing forward immediately, 3 players ngayon ng PRX ang kailangan bumalik towards drop dahil may camera ng Cypher, huling-huli sa akto.
Grabe naman si Forsaken, kitang-kita mo yung camera, talagang protection muna bago umaction, mag-isa lang siya, pero mag-isa lang dyan, pero naka-face mask pa siya eh, no?
Oo, syempre.
Sa safe side tayo.
Muna. Safe muna. May
pero partner, alam mo ba ibig sabihin ng PSJ?
Ano?
Pogi si Justin.
Anyway, 3-2 ang score natin. PRX on the lead right now.
Wala kang kwentang kaibigan eh, no? Alam mo yun.
Wala talaga.
Kala mo meron.
Di naman ako magde-deny.
Pero
alam mo, ang tunay na kaibigan, sasabihin yung totoo.
Oo, tama. Wala ka naman sinabi, pero ramdam ko.
Hindi na nga ako nagsabi, hindi na nga nagsalita. So, ibig sabihin, semi-truth.
Oo, kasi tama naman talaga, diba? Kung wala ka naman sasabing maganda, shut up
tumahimik ka na lang. Oh, yun na. Anong ginawa ko? Di ba nanahimik na lang ako? Yan ang tunay na kaibigan.
Salamat, part.
Pa-shut up na lang.
Oo. Pero, bago tayo sumatap mga kaibigan, buwang sisigaw ata si Reyes dito ng fire in the hole, pero napatay pa na si Jing ngayon mga kaibigan, pero nga 4 second going in already, but 4 second nakakuha na nga na isa dito. Joseph is now down for, pero nga 4 second mukhang you really wanna be really that aggressive for him to take down the players of PSJ, pero Fame is gonna shut him down sobrang agad lang din. 2v3, hindi sila magpapakabayaan ngayon kasi talagang gusto na talaga ubusin ng mga players ngayon ng PRX, pero Famous sees one, Benkay mga kaibigan, nakakuha pa na isa aftershock onto that area of the map right now, para lang syempre hindi siya makapasok dito, pero Flinch waiting patiently doon sa may second floor. Benkay is gonna be down 3-3, lamang na ang wala.
Pantay na ang laban dito. Pero lamang ang PSG kasi mapipilitan na natang mag-save ang Paper Rex for this specific round. Si Famous, dinampot niya rin dito yung operator eh. So, magkakaroon sila ng extra punch pagdating sa kanilang mga baril. And on the other hand, for Paper Rex, I feel like dahil nga masyadong mabilis na ginagawa nila dito, especially with the neon setup that they have as a team, mabilis masyado yung nangyayari. For Forsaken, he is able to get 1 kill but he's gonna be immediately shot down. Ganun lagi yung nangyayari in each and every round. Kung i-compare natin yan sa kung pinalitan mo yung sensitivity mo na sanay ka sa mabagal, you have that accuracy and precision, pinalitan mo ng mas mabilis, yes, mas mabilis ka mag-swing, but the accuracy and precision-wise, mawawala yun kahit papano.
Yeah, I mean, napag-practice na naman yan kahit papano. Well, mahirap din naman talaga if ever, lalo na ganun. Kasi ako, kunyari, sanay ako sa 400 DPI eh. Pero tas biglang yung sensitivity ko tsaka DPI, ginaya ko yung kay Javi. Ayan. Kasi ginamit ko yung PC niya. Back then,
tapos nagandahan ka.
Oo, nagandahan ako dun sa sense ni Javi.
Settings.
Oo, tama. Tapos na-realize ko, parang ang bagal pala talaga. No? Kasi ano ako eh, 0.24, tapos, hindi, 0.33, hindi, tama, 0.33, 400 DPI. Men, ang bagal nun. Kasi nga ARM player ako, hindi naman ako wrist eh. Pero nung hinawa ko yung PC ni Javi, Diyos ko.
Malaki lang yung kanan mong braso, ganun.
Oo, kasi wala akong ginawa, kundi galawin to eh. Left, right,
Saka
left, right.
diba?
Oh,
Pag mababa yung sensitivity mo, ganun talaga yon. The flash comes in, nag-raise na nga ng wall dito. Good positioning coming in from Jing. Hindi pa rin nila na-shutdown. There goes the headshot coming in from Famous. Habang itong paint shield, susubukan niya maka-force out ng ibang tao. This Viper's Pit is gonna be a problem for the players that wanna push here. On the other hand, Asteris nasa site lang, nag-aabang lang kung sino papasok. Naubos.
Oo, walang ginawa ang PSG. Talaga nag-antay lang sila. Si Jing, solid yun eh. Solid yung mga wall boost talaga na ginagawa. Trying to catch these players off guard. Kasi wala naman talaga gagawin si Jing. Just gonna tap heads lang din talaga. Pero kung maganda ang retake ng PRX kanina, maganda naman ang pagkuha ng PSG dun sa B. And walang choice ng PRX just to save. They don't have any money. Bawi na lang sila sa next round. Bawi na lang sila sa next life. Sa PSG, they have the momentum already.
Get out of my way.
And might as well win this round again.
Susubukan ulit nilang pumitas dito. The breach was ready at talagang nakaabang na rin yung ibang players ng Paper Rex. But this wouldn't be the push of PSG. Instead, yung decision making nila dito, hindi na natin tatapatan yan. Alam ko na merong tao pero hindi natin kailangan labanan because the plan is to actually take B side and they completely take it. No one is around B at all.
It's all about these players lang din talaga na medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. Minsan nag-overcommit, minsan nag-end. Pero ngayon, paano nila kukunin to knowing na broken by lang din naman sila. Si Flinch can be really aggressive with that base storm though, pero yung nga lang, napakagandang flash yung ginawa dito kay Flinch mga kaibigan, pero nga with that updraft, not gonna be able to take down these players. Hindi na Diyos ko, walang tumama kahit isa. Pero Asher is breaking on to one. Pero si Benkay, oh my God! Namatay, sayang! Walang pumapansin kay Benkay, ginawang bangkay ng mga players na PSG. At saka isipin mo, meron pa orbital strike na papunta eh. I mean, yes, hindi naman talaga tatama agad yon, pero might as well get that instead. Kasi it's just securing of fronts na lang din talaga.
I actually thought that they defused the spike already. With Benkay really close to it, millisecond na lang yun. Buti na huli pa ng PSG dahil kung hindi, na-defuse na talaga. Wala nang kwenta yung magiging orbital strike na yan. Mawawala lahat. Sayang yung magiging round for PSG. So at least, I wouldn't say it's a bad decision for Benkai to tap the spike because it was almost a defuse.
Yeah.
Mukhang na ganun na sila, nag-relax na dito.
Oh! Kalampag ng papag mga kaibigan all the way dito sa B para makapasok yung PSG. Pero yun nga, PRX mga kaibigan, nag-aantay na sila. Jing will kill on to one right now. Pero nga si Flinch nakapitas na nga rin din. Pero Mind Freak, Diyos ko po, wala silang idea at all. Sa Mind Freak nagtatago lang dun sa may corner, dun sa may likod. And now Banker with another one right now. Davai will finish it off. So napaka-perfect ng smoke sa tao lang nung wall. Kasi wala silang idea at all na nagulat na lang sila. Ay, meron pala tao dun? Always check your corners, always check everything. What's around you guys? Sino si Mind Freak, oh? Kalmado lang with his wall.
Hello.
That is his wall.
Hello.
Wall na yun, men. Pero hindi nila na-realize na, ay, meron pala dun.
Tsaka na-late yung aftershock. Kung nag-aftershock muna sila doon bago sila nag-plant ng spike kasi hindi nila nalinis yung site muna eh. This is why it's very important to clear sites first in each and every angle before you plant the spike. Kasi once na nag-tap ka na ng spike, literal parang -1 yan kasi hindi ka nga pwedeng bumaril habang nagpa-plant ka. Masyado ka nang magaling kapag kaya mong gawin yun.
Yeah.
Tinakpan nila yung trap, pero makakaramdam sila. Tumatalon, tumatakbo. Yan ang sabi dito ni Forsaken. Nahuli nga lang siya. PSG was able to secure those kills instead. Benkai and Forsaken out para sa kanila. And this is very low on HP. Famous goes down as well. Davai nag-aantay lang sa entry ng mga players dito habang yung ibang players naman ng Paper Rex all the way from the other side rotating towards A.
Wala, hirap din kasi partner kasi isipin mo, they have that trace, they have that jet na sobrang solid mag-entry, no? I mean, sa mga mapang ganito, you really need all these players lang din. Pero if naging attacker ang PRX, isipin mo sila na mag-entry sa kanila.
Huli lahat!
Forsaken lang din, pero yung nga lang, tumalon agad lahat. Pero yung nga nakapatay pa! What? Mindo na silang idea to na si Eeyore nandito lang sa may drop.
Tsaka yung unang swing pa lang nila doon, the double peak or rather yung dalawang nag-aantay on the right side, even or despite having the concuss na nagmula doon sa Rolling Thunder, if they both wait in the same spot and it's just one player swinging out, it's gonna be a difficult time doon sa nag-iisang player. Kasi kahit concuss ka, makakabaril ka pa rin naman eh. Sadyang mas mabagal lang yung paglabas ng mga bala mo. So if you are like this player, syempre as a professional player, you aim for the head anyway.
Yeah. Always aim dun sa bagay, alam mo mamamatay agad. Pero dito naman sa mga players ng PSG, talagang marami din nag-root dito sa PSG. Syempre, ano pa rin yan, from Indonesia pa rin yan. And itong PRX mga kaibigan, talagang top 3 to eh. Sino ba yung top 1? Syempre, Search siya, top 2 Secret, top 3 PRX. Talagang they really want to prove that they're really one of the best teams here in Southeast Asia or Asia Pacific. They're kind of famous mga kaibigan going in already flinch with another one right now. Forsaken with a guardian shutting down Asters. Pero yun nga lang, it's just a positioning of Rosify and Flinch na wala talagang makuha ang PRX dito. Hindi nila malaman kung saan ba talaga sila mag-rotate, saan ba talaga sila papasok. Kasi sobrang aggressive ng PSG. They're just literally all over the map. Na sobrang na-overwhelm ang PRX na hindi namin alam kung ano ang gagawin namin. Hindi namin alam kung saan kami pupunta, partner. Ano na?
Ang ano kasi nila dito, fast-paced game style eh. Because they also have that reach as well. And I think babawi ang Paper Rex when it comes to the entry, kung saan sila yung nasa attackers. So anyway, moving forward, maganda nang nakaipon yung PSG on this first half because on the defense as well, napakalakas din netong remaining players, no? Not only when it comes to agents lang mga Paper Rex on the defense, kaso nga lang hindi talaga nag-work out eh. So it really just depends. It all boils down doon sa mga engagements na nakukuha nila. Like Forsaken getting a kill and then just moving backwards instead of a one and done position. Pero mukhang gusto niya talagang pumush dito kaya lagi siyang nahuhuli ng PSG.
Asterisk at least nakakuha siya ng isa dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Jing, he's gonna do the same thing all over again. And kino-crossfire lang sila dito ni Jing tsaka ni Benkai. Pero nga lang, Flinch! Oh, huli ka balbon! 3v2, Flinch with that blaze. So one of the best jets there in Indonesia. But Benkai, pinakain sa dragon.
May kasamang pagbuga no? May kasamang pagbuga si Bengay, pero not too bad when it comes to the score. 7-5. Mabilis lang din nila makukuha. Ito yung kagandahan ng may neon ka. Mabilis ka rin makakapush. Ang problema nga lang, kaya hindi makasabay yung ibang players. If example, na kailangan ng trade-off dito ni Forsaken. Kasi nga masyadong mabilis ang isang neon. So, naiiwan talaga yung ibang players. Hindi naman sila makakaslide para makakuha ng trade kasabay nito ni Forsaken. So, importante right now for Forsaken, he's looking for those kills, yung multiple kills na typically nakukuha niya ng madalian naman. But pinapahirapan talaga siya ng PSG during this time. At makikita mo naman, isa sa mga nagpapahirap dyan is the Jet himself, Flinch, with 13 kills already and 8 deaths only.
Yun nga, I mean, Flinch really popping off agad-agad part. Well, talagang pinaparamdam na talaga na dito sa PRX. Yes, you're the better team in terms of stats, in terms of experience. Pero, etong mga players nga na PSG, galing to mga to sa mga iba't ibang malalakas sa team. Sila Ear, sila Asterisk, boom to, di ba?
Boom.
Yeah, boom sila last year nung mga kinakas natin. Boom patay pa nga tawag natin. Pero...
Tsaka si Asterisk nasa top 10 ng Radiant ngayon Top 2 ata siya kahapon nung sinilip ko.
Naunahan na naman niya ako. Pero...
Naunahan ka na naman, no? Top 3 ka eh. Top 3 sa mga mapagpanggap.
Minsan kasi top 1 ako eh. Pero... Kala mo tapon naman.
One tap lang.
Hirap naman, Taylor. In-explain ko pa yung joke. Ba?
Pasensya na, ito lang ako.
Okay lang, excited na ako sa laban ng
ng SBE. Tsaka meron tayong sorpresa para sa viewers. May special guest, balita ako.
May special guest tayo, mga kaibigan.
Sino ba yan? Si James Reed? Artista no?
Grabe. Yung kapatid ko? Grabe.
Nako.
Si James Reed, kapatid ko. Kasi dalawa kasi yung kapatid ko, si James at si Nash.
Si Nash Agos yung isa.
Yun. Wala naman kaming ginagawa. Di naglalaro lang kami ng Valorant. Salamat PPGL kasi pinagtagpo nyo kaming dalawa.
Yung pinagsama na ang mga nawawalang pamilya dahil dito sa PPGL.
Tama.
Marami ring naghiwalay dito eh.
Mga nagulat ka na lang. Sinabing tulog na pero nag-chat dito.
Nanonood ng PPGL. Lalabas doon. Justin Villaseran is watching with you. Panis. Huli cam.
Huli ka no? Good night pala eh. Alam mo, actually, nung naliligo ako, kahapon ata yun. Pabayaan na natin, marunong sila mag-Valorant eh. Naintindihan na naman, diba guys? Manood lang kayo. Kunyari, sinabi ko, kunyari lang Taylor Taylor. Kunyari, jowa kita. Kunyari lang. Sinabi ko sa'yo, tulog na ako. Tapos, yung pala, nag-queue ako ng Valorant. Tapos, nakalabang kita.
Diba? Masi-stress ka na lang eh. Tinuloy yung defuse. My God, si Asterisk. Fake Stone Pro. Sinaksak na lang.
Saksak patalikod, mga kaibigan. Ninja!
Nagahalit si Bengay. Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Yung ginawa ni Bengay kanina, muntik na mag-push. Yung nangyari naman sa Paper Rex, I guess they tried to went in for the shots first. Nangyari din to kanina during the first series that we had Nagde-defuse lang ng spike tuloy-tuloy. But what they actually did, instead of shooting it outside, instead dun sa ping mo, hindi. Pinasok nila yung smoke to be actually sure na matamaan talaga nila immediately. And I guess Paper Rex decided to use utilities and other the guns that they have instead. Kaya natuloy-tuloy lang talaga yung pagde-defuse dito ni Asterisk. Good job mula sa PSG.
Good job.
Good job.
Sorry, kinausap ko si Derek. Pero yun nga, party isipin mo yun. Kunyari, nagsabihan na tayo na good night, nag-good night na tayong dalawa, ganyan. Tapos nag-queue ng Valorant, magkalaban tayo, nakakatawa siguro. Tapos may kaduwong iba,
naku po. Ayan ang pighatipin. Huli cam ka talaga. Kaya pala, kumbaga dito sa real life dati, pag tinted, no? Ngayon, tinatago na lang yung mga pangalan sa game.
Oo. Kasi
hide
iba
name.
kasi hide name na lang. Pero hindi, syempre, jowa mo, magka-friends kayo, di ba? Ganoon, di ba? Buti na lang hindi nangyayari yun sa amin ni May. Kasama kami sa bahay. Baka. Pero, Famous mga kaibigan, tamang wall lang
Uy,
din ang
tumalon,
ginawa
di niya
dito ng
napansin.
PSG, pero nagtalo na din, wala silang pakila sa mga nararamdaman ngayon ng PSG mga kaibigan. Talagang papasok dito ang PRX, pero Mindfreak gonna plant the spike already, meron pa siyang smoke, pero nga lang Famous will get a kill auto jig right now. Mindfreak with another one, 2v2. 8-5 ang score, and all they gotta do is just wait patiently. Mag-antay lang sila na pumasok dito ang PSG kasi wala naman talagang silang choice kundi pumasok lang din talaga. Crossfire sa Valorant ni Davai at saka ni Mindfreak. Sino ang unang papasok dito? Eeyore goes in with a one-tap of that headhunter. Pero Mindfreak, anong ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? With a kill! 6-8.
Ganda ng crossfire nila dun. They weren't able to actually clear out the left or dun sa pocket because there was someone waiting on A main. And Paper Rex, a good post-plant positioning. Equivalent niyan ay of course a round for the team. 6-8 na, hindi na ganun kalayo at kahirap habulin to para sa side ng Paper Rex. On the other hand, for PSJ, it's not too bad even. Yung kanilang dito, yung kanilang defense system. Parang nangunguna yung mga engagements bago yung mga spike talaga
Oo, parang tayo partner, di ba? Pareho tayong drummer. Alam naman natin na merong sariling beat pag depensa. Pero paano depensa ngayon ng PSG ngayon na talagang pumupush talaga yung mga players ngayon ng PRX Molly just to stop the push of PRX right now. But Famous and Rosify talagang talagang ginagawa nila dito, crossfire lang din. Kita naman sa Rosify, meron pang shorty like a Melody. Tarang 150 lang yan. Pero dito naman sa B mga kaibigan, pupunta na ngayon si PRX, pero wala silang idea at nababatay na din talaga dito yung Cypher ng PSG mga kaibigan. Mindfreak nila onto ear at bukas na bukas na ngayon yung site ng B, and it's time for them to do some
retakes
and syempre rotation. Flinch will gonna be down, and yeah, this is gonna be a 7-8 for sure. And pushing in Shorty, anong gagawin na sa malayuan, baby boy?
Walang magagawa yung Shorty sa malayuan. On the other hand, that's such a good take coming in from Paper Rex. Nakita mo, kumbaga si Davai, nang asar lang siya, sabay TP out. So, still for the side of PSJ, they were assuming that maybe there is a chamber somewhere. Hindi lang sila sigurado kung nasan nga because of those rendezvous. At mabilisang rotation na nagbumula dito sa side nila. On the other hand, for PSJ, na-stuck, napako na yung score nila dito. Sila yung nakakuha ng pistol, but moving forward, pati dun sa bonus round nila at buy round, hindi nila nakuha yung pagkapanalo. Flinch, he goes back as the blind comes in habang yung players ng Paper Rex this time around, they're gonna play it slow. Maliban na lang ata dito kay Forsaken at saka kay Jing na napakalikot.
Parang uod na
Parang uod na inasinan.
Gusto mo mapatry. Pag nakakita ko ng uod, asinan. Pero ito na talaga, tarang hinati na mo ito. Malap mo sa galawan. Pero Rose vertical onto one Jing. Galit, battle stage mga kaibigan.
Oh my God, si Flinch pa nga nakakuha ng kill na yon. In that engagement, PSJ actually won. But this is Davai. He has access to Spike and meron na rin siyang Vandal na hawak dito. Kaya naman, in this specific round, he still got something, but Flinch was able to cut off him coming back to the site. Ganda ng round para sa PSJ. Ang daming namatay, pero worth it.
Oo, tama.
Just to get the round in.
Ganito guys makinig kayo guys. Kunyari pag meron kayong VCT Champions na skin, tapos pag kunyari nakapatay kayo, kunyari kung hindi nyo pa nakikita si Brimstone, hindi yan lalabas hanggat pumunta kayo sa gitna. Kailangan pumunta kayo sa gitna nung finisher, tas look up. Pag humina na yung tugtog, yung pag humina na yun, tapos naging pula yung langit, lalabas si Brimstone. Oo. Sisilip.
Sisilip nagawa niyo dyan, ha? Pero si Forsaken parang masyadong malaki yung galaw niya dito na mabilis, na talagang hindi nagiging accurate.
Oo nga, hindi pa basta makabato lang ako.
Oo, basta makatalon, men. Basta sumiswing-swing ako dito, kayo na bahala. Panggulo lang ata siya dito Alam mo yung saling ket-ket?
Oo, men. Sabi ni Mama.
Yung sabi ni Mama, papaluin mo ang PS2 pero hindi nakakabit.
Yung controller.
Oo, pumipindot ako pero hindi ko makakabit.
Oo, hindi pang ingay-ingay mo pa, pero wala ka namang ginagawa.
Sumisigaw ka, pero wala ka namang ambag. Para kang si PTC.
Oo. Kawawa naman yung tao.
Napasok ko pa yun.
Oo nga, kawawa naman talaga yung tao niya. Pero deserve naman niya. Deserve! Pero, flinch!
Wala siyang nagawa dun.
We're gonna go down the vibe. We gotta kill again and again. Pero ngayon papasok na yung PRX dito sa may A. Go, go, go! Yan ang sabi ngayon ni Neon.
Hindi pala to si ano eh. Hindi pala to si Tala. Ano ba yung pangalan niya talaga? Ito pala si Rufa May. Na bagong member dito ng Valorant. On the other hand, napaplant na sila ng spike with the Viper's Pit up as well. They have to figure out where Mind Freak is para lang mapababa to. On this, the Rolling Thunder was set out already for breach at na-let go na rin sila. Nagsagutan ng kalampag sa papan.
Diyos ko, palakasan ng kung sino mas malakas kumalampag mga kaibigan. Pushing ito 1v1. Give me a corpse. Yan ang sinasabi ngayon. Pero yung ano, ER!
Oh, nasa taas, nasa taas.
Sa taas, pre. Sa taas, pre. Sa taas.
Yaw.
Yaw.
10-7. PSG is still
Kailan
on
mo
the
yung mukha ni
lead.
Cypher?
Walang hat eh, no?
Oo. Give me a corpse.
Sabay pa eh, no?
Sabay pa. Pag pinindot mo yung X,
Kaso walang katawan, malayo pa. Nagsagutan sila dito ng kaldagan. Mas malaking kumaldag yung PSG.
Grabe, 500 kaldag per second.
Ay, nako. Excited na sa SB.
You want to play? Let's
Gotta go! Yan, sabi dito ni Yon, mabilis na naman natakbuhan. May hawak siyang frenzy. Baka makapitas siya. Merong tao sa satellite. Narinig niya na rin naman. But this is a Vandal that he's going after. At talagang nanggugulo lang siya dito.
Forsaken mga kaibigan. Ito na. Ito na yung sa Meralco. Forsaken, naghahanap na pwede mapatay dito.
Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng madut-dut.
Ito na.
Sakali.
Pero ito,
Naghahanap
partner.
siya.
Ang ni Forsaken, malapit malayo, pareho lang yan ng pareho lang yan ng hindi. Mas malayo, syempre mas mahina. Pero ulo sa buong katawan, pareho lang siya ng damage.
So it doesn't matter kung saan mo tatapa.
kahit
Hindi kagaya
sa
nung
ulo.
jet knives na dapat sa ulo para sure.
Oo, ang bzz ni ni Forsaken kahit saan. Kahit sa pa.
Ito na yung bago kong paboritong agent.
Kung wala kang tutok. Mag-neon ka na. Oo.
Mag-neon ka na lang.
Oo, kasi
yung mga factor niyan, di ba? Yun nga sabi mo.
Kikiligin ka talaga.
Malakas, kikiligin ka. Eeyore, he was able to take a kill, pero si Jing sumasagot din with a 2v1 situation. Kailangan umatras ng nahuhuling membro ng PSG dito. Wala nang oras. Bilis naman nila, hindi pa nga tayo tapos magkwentuhan eh.
Oo nga eh. Meron tapusin.
Tapos na yung round. Pero sige, para SB na.
Pero isipin mo, grabe ng PSG, 10-8 talaga. Diyos ko po, yung mga naglagay sa PSG, masaya. Isipin mo, 8 pesos magiging 80 pesos.
Ngingiti sila pagtapos ng match na to.
Grabe.
Kung sakali man.
100 pesos, easy 800.
Itong Paper Rex napakatibay din itong comeback.
Oo, iba-iba ang comeback potential.
Mga 12-1, 12-0, kaya pa nilang kuhanin yun.
Kahit 30 na yung kalaban, kaka-comeback
Kahit
pa rin
30 na yung kalaban, nakukuha pa din eh. Minsan wala nang maniniwala sa atin, no? Darating yung araw na yun.
Oo, dumating na, bes. Kala mo ba, hindi pa dumating na, pero yun nga lang, nagtututot na yung spike mga kami, pero flinch. We gotta kill all the way, pero si Ben kay mga kaibigan, nakakuha naman sila dito, pero Jing needs to take care kasi baka makuha siya na isa, pero after siya tatabaan siya, pero yung at least nakakuha siya na isa dito, nakikita niyo yung mga ulo ng mga kalaban na, Diyos ko pa si Jing! Grabe naman talaga, napaka-on point ng ulo!
All the headshots, hindi nila mapunish si Jing na open, and the Vi was able to secure that final kill, making the score into a 9-10. Papantay na sila, onti na lang, at masastock na naman dito ang PSG. Pero viral na nila itong susunod.
Grabe si Jinky.
Si Jinky no? Ang ganda ng suporte eh.
Oo
Tsaka makikita mo, battle stage na battle stage yung galawan.
Kala mo.
Strip lang ang puhunan eh.
Talagang mapapakanta ka lang talaga ng para sa'yo.
Ang laban na to.
Ay, hindi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year, everybody!
Everyone kasi best everyone.
Everyone ba yan?
Everyone.
Iba yung version pala na napanood ko.
Remix siya, remix.
Remix yung akin.
Oo. Isa yung mga pinapatugtog sa jeep eh. Ano yun? Yung
sa akin na remix.
Yung mga biyaheng antipolo, yung tipo uupo ka.
Para sa'yo, tapos kumakalampag yung papad.
Oo, yung mga tipo ganun.
Kala mo, kasabay mo si Breach. Tapos tipong yung galawan ng driver, mala Forsaken.
Oo, pinapakabilis. Isipin mo.
Papabata yung mga ganun eh. Bata ka mamamatay, kaya di ka tatanda.
Pumunta ka, di Marcos Highway, di ba? Bakit mo lang antipolo, biglang naging, I wonder if you know how to drive in Tokyo. Biglang
napaakit ng bundok sa Antipolo Church.
Tapos biglang deja vu. Biglang nag-drip akit.
Pero Tagalog version. Siyempre, mga jeep natin. Anyway, share lang namin.
Pusong bato. Pusong bato.
Pusong bato. Pusong bato slow version.
Man, si Jobit Baldebolin.
Baldebolin.
May nagpag-basketball yun.
Sumishaking and bacon.
Shaking and bacon. And doon yung galawan, Jobit Baldebolin in the house. Your flinch! We're gonna go down.
Nahuli ni Forsaken. Mabilisan na naman, tumatakbo na naman at Forsaken yet again getting another kill. Hinati na rin ang mundo ng A-side pero dahil ang daming utilities na nalalabas dito ng PSJ, kahit hindi totoo na naka-timeout pa sila, makaka-atras sila dito. Sabi nila, nakabuelo na tayo ng 2 kills. Mukhang lilipat na tayo na kabila. Baka nag-rotate na yung ibang players. There is a trap here set by the Cypher. And of course, Eeyore has that camera. He still has control doon sa kabilang side kung sakasakali man. Pero nagkakaroon na nga ng gunshots from A main, papunta na rin sa canteen. On the other hand, walang tao sa A side. Kaya naman ang desisyon ng Paper Rex, tara, rotate, pre.
Or dito tayo, pre. Dito tayo sa kabila.
Sabay-sabay sila nagro-rotate lahat, to.
I mean, gano'n naman talaga dapat eh. Hindi yung isa lang. Pero, actually,
may iwan yung isa.
Nagulat nga ako eh. Kasi dapat hindi naman gano'n eh. Kasi as long as hindi pa na tatap yung spike. Napaka-uncertain nila. The uncertainty.
Bumalik ulit!
Yan ang doubt, mga kaibigan. Hindi nila alam kung saan talaga sila pupunta. Paano nila babawiin to. Pero wala silang idea at all. Ang si Bengkay.
Hindi rin alam ng PSJ kung saan sila pupunta. Kasi nga, na-debate sila dito ng Paper Rex. Itong kinagandahan sa Fracture, kahit late ka mag-decide, at least maliit lang yung mapa.
Oo, tama yun. Uniko. Meron ka bang glitch pop na skin?
Ano lang, knife lang. Wala kang pambili nung ano eh. Bundle eh.
Talaga?
Hirap, pasensya ka na. Ito lang ako ha.
Wala nga ako.
Kung bibigyan mo ako, bakit hindi? Hindi.
Ako nga, wala. Bibigyan pa kita. Sino ka ba?
Hindi na lumabas sa store yun.
Yung ano? Yung
glitch pop. Oh my God, masyadong mabilis si Forsaken. Hindi niya in-expect na meron nang nag-aabang na malapit and playing very close. Pero okay lang, binuhay ang patay. The Jing and Jason connection. J&J.
Sino ba si Jason? Derulo?
Si Forsaken.
Jason Derulo.
Si Forsaken, Jason pangalan yan. Ito na si Jing, umuubos na lang. Siya na lang daw bahala.
Diyos ko po, may muntik na.
Okay lang.
Jinky! With a kill!
Para sa'yo, ang laban na to.
Oo, tama.
11-10. Nakambak na.
Alam mo yung sikat yun sa Valorant PH? Yung yung montage nila. Tapos yung background nila karaoke. Cool,
ganda pala ng mga kills ni Famous doon. Pero itong Marshall hindi na nag-connect kay Jing kanina eh. Sayang yung opportunity. But on the other hand, Forsaken was wrapping around the corner anyway. At matitrade off lang naman din yun. Sayang lang yung kill kung sakasakali. Pero kita mo naman ang Battle Sage natin, 23 kills na.
23 kills si Battle Sage. Akala nyo, support ako, no? Akala nyo, packet Sage ako, no?
Go, go, go.
Nope. Go, go, go! Forsaken? Famous nagbabaril. Isipin mo partner eh, ilan sila nagbabaril dito sa sa dish? Tatlo baka mabuhay si Forsaken doon. Minima operator mga kaibigan, you are better than that, my guy.
Na parang nangaasar na lang dito si si Davay. Anyway, a 5v4, we don't have that Forsaken or that Neon anymore to do their entry. But right now, for the team of PRX, ang goal nila dito ay makapitas. They know there is an operator there, kaya si Davai naman ang pipik para saluhin yan. This is the smoke coming in from the Viper, and they successfully take sight as Davai was able to punish one more. There is someone on drop. Tatanggapin niya tong snake bite. Napakasakit with 82 HP remaining. Rossify is just right around the corner pero hindi siya makababa. On the other hand, si Eeyore ang kasabay niya dito. Makapag-retake sana, but where is Eeyore? He's just right around the corner as well, and he is already waiting. Habang si Jing very low on HP, nalikuran na nga ni Eeyore. Mayroong aftershock na pwedeng gamitin, and the neural depth will just show wherever everyone is.
Dalawa yung natitira dito sa may aiming, mga kabi, pero Eeyore pushing it already, but they know exactly where Eeyore is. 12-10. Isipin mo, kahit si Forsaken lang yung nag-entry sa kanila, kaya pa rin nila mag-take ng site. Actually, wala kang entry nangyari kay Forsaken dito eh, no? 4v5 ang labanan, men.
Tatakbo lang yan eh. Tatakbo, tatalon, sisigaw pangalan mo. Hanggang dun lang yun.
Sisigaw ang pangalan mo, Robby!
Rene! Yan ang sabi dito ni... Kala mo, ha?
Oo, sige.
Sabi ni Neon, and...
pareho pala tayo
as you can see. Oo. Kaya, ano tayo, magandang partner yan eh. Match point na, Paper Rex. Mukhang sila pa ata mananalo dito.
Go! Pero yung mga players ngayon ng PRX mga beto, Forsaken, talon-talon na lang din, ma'am. Tamang wall lang din. Hinatihan mo ito, malamuhin sang galawan, pero ito yung orbital strike. Pero pero Rossify mga kaibigan ako. Pero Flinch will gonna take down for a second right now. Meron siya nakuha ang isa daw.
Dun sa bzzz. At least napatay niya, no? Kakaiba tong casting natin. At least meron ding background music at may sound effects na tinatawag. Hindi bayad yan. Isipin mo, kalampag sa papag, nakuha yung dalawa. But the last two remaining is also an A-main. Habang ibang players dito ng Paper Rex nag-aantay lang. Mukhang it is gonna be a successful take already on site. Hindi pa napaplant yung spike. Nagre-retake na sila kanina.
4v1, Eeyore!
Sa kanya na lang nakasalala ito.
Sino
pero
pumili nito, Besiwap?
Ang pumili nito, PSJ.
Nako po! Akala ng PSG sila ang mananalo, pero sabi ng PaperX, kami pa rin ang sakalam. Kami pa rin ang top 3 or 2. Kasali pa rin kami sa top 3 ng buong. Ito si Benkay, feeling ko favorite niyang purple eh, no? Grabe yung pagka-purple nung lahat eh, no?
Nung kwarto.
Kulang na lang si Barney.
Yan kasi ang kulay ng Paper Rex, di ba? So, kita nyo naman si Jing,
yung
si
kulay
Paper Rex Jing, ang top 8 Radiant ngayon sa leaderboards natin eh. Nakita nyo with the battle stage. But anyway, that was the first game and Paper Rex was able to take it away from the map picker themselves, PSJ, in a 13-10 score. Pagdating sa ating stats dito, 25 kills for Jing, 2.7 KDA, and a 306 combat score. But honestly, even without the Jet, o kaya naman, even without a Neon, para kay Forsaken, the other members of the team are doing the job already. Kumbaga, nagiging second entry nila dito si Jing, kaya siya yung nakakakuha ng kills.
We don't see this every day. Sage being the MVP. Napakaganda naman kasi talaga ng mga pwestuhan ni Jing dito. And dito talaga natin makikita na kahit hindi ka duelist, kayang-kaya mo talaga maging MVP. Yung mga ibang kasi na pag-MVP, may bot frag, ganyan. Wala namang problema. As long as you're gonna do your job, as long as you're giving space for your team, pwedeng-pwede na. And yun nga, napakahirap na din talaga ng ginagawa ni Jing dito. Kasi, sa totoo lang, siya parang, he's actually really being aggressive. At saka parang pag nakita mo si Jing, parang hindi ka haharap eh. Hindi kasi sobrang bilis niya. Tapos mali mo may kasunod siya. Talagang manatakot ka talagang harapan to si Neon eh. So, yan ang kinapadalas ng PRX. Si Neon yung pantakot. Si Neon yung haharap, dire-diretso ka kahit saan ka mapunta, tas kami na yung bahala sa iba. Basta makapasok lang tayo sa site, sige, okay na.
Yun nga eh. Syempre, for the goal of PSJ, gusto nila dito na matapos o patayin yung Neon. Namamatay si Forsaken. And it's not impossible for Jing to actually get a lot of frags. Bakit? Kasi si Forsaken, kasunod ni Jing usually yan. And if Forsaken dies off, Jing is gonna take those refrags. Kaya siya yung isa sa mga top fragger natin dito instead of the duelists themselves. But Forsaken was able to get those important kills. Ito yung posisyon nila, oh. Forsaken will do the first job, and then Jing will hop in, will try to get another kill for the team or refrag kung sakali man namatay si Forsaken. Kung hindi, swerte sila. But Jing is just spectacularly playing on this map, and you can just see kung ano yung mga engagements na tinatapatan nila dito sa PS Day. Si Jing yung nakakakuha.
It's just yung ano nila talaga na pwede rin sabihin na yung objectives na talaga nila dito. Number one objective nila is gonna go into site. Kasi mahihirapan sila eh. If hindi sila nagpaka-aggressive tulad ng ginagawa ni Neon dito, mahirap. Kasi sino ba yung ibang papasok? Wala naman silang duelist talagang makakapasok agad-agad. Ang PSJ meron. They have Jet, they have Raze. So, okay lang sila maghiwalay talaga. Pero dito, nakasalalay kay Jing yung panggulo na ginagawa nila eh. Sige Jing, pasok ka dyan. Tapos, pero dito kami sa kabila pupunta. Alam mo yung mind games na lang din talaga nagagawa dito ng paper decks talaga na it's just, minsan na-debate pa nga, di ba, ang mga players dito. Kasi, nung defenders yung PRX, wala kayo, dito nasa likod lang ng smoke wall, wall smoke, Viper wall. Basta yun na yun, Viper ability. We're gonna head out on a very short break. And yeah, game number 2 will be PSJ versus PRX. Once again, we are your casters, Villain Taylor here. See you later.
Welcome back! Gulat kayo, no? Kami
Akala
lang
ko ba
to. Wala eh, ganun talaga eh. Biglang lumipat sa atin. Magugulat ka na lang din eh. Pati tayo, nagulat na lang din. Pero ito na ang matchup natin, guys. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. Ako nang bahala sa intro nyo. My name is Terror. With me is Vil. At kami ang...
Damons. Hey guys. Actually, napanood ko yung napanood ko yung setup nila sa Vietnam. Yung
Anong setup nila sa Vietnam?
Tawag dun.
Yung napanood mo talaga.
Yung mga nagkakas sa Vietnam.
Yung
meron
mga
silang
caster.
meron sila parang mga filter dito. Tas
Talaga ba?
Something. Legit. May mga sila. Kulit. Gusto ko nga rin maglagay eh.
Pwede gawin mo kung saan ka sasaya. Pero ito tayo sa game number 2 natin between Paper Rex and PSJ. Unexpectedly na makakakuha pa sila ng mas maraming rounds actually. At malaki na yung lamang nila during the first half against Paper Rex. But along the way, it was just about time. Kumbaga eh. Forsaken, he was just waiting for the moment they are on the attackers para manggulo.
Talagang panggulo na talaga si Neon Guerrero dito, mga kaibigan. Pero makikita natin if ever sino pa talaga mga susunod dito na nalalaban dito sa next map natin, which is apparently partner. Pupunta tayo sa Breeze na pinili ng Paper Rex. Yun nga, 'di ba? Malalaking mapa talaga itong playground ng Paper Rex. And tingin mo, talagang 2-0 eh.
Yeah, when it comes to a map like Breeze, kung hindi nyo napanood, way back, Masters, ang Paper Rex, they actually had an interview. At ang sabi nila doon sa interview, they really have favorite maps. At isa nga doon ay Icebox, tsaka Breeze. Bakit? Because they love doing aim duels when it's further. Gusto nila yung mga aim duels ng mas malayo at feeling nila mas comfortable sila doon at mas confident sila in taking those shots in. At nakikita natin yon because the picks or map picks that we are looking at, kahit na umabot tayo ng game number 3, hahantong pa rin tayo sa Icebox as a decider map. So here in Breeze, this is a map selection again by Paper Rex, and I think for this time around, it's really gonna be a 2-0 unless meron talagang kakaibang gagawin dito ang PSJ. Kasi it's not too far off naman eh. When we look at the fracture map that we just witnessed, hindi ko sure kung pocket strat to ng Persija because when you actually take a look at their stats in tournament setting, never nilang nilaro yung fracture. So walang information. Maybe they were gauging on that na walang information yung Paper Rex against them.
Pocket nga talaga to. Sobrang napakit nila ang fracture kasi alam na nila yun eh. May nanghihirap kasi isipin mo, second and third map, parehong favorite mapa ng kalaban mo. Ang hirap doon. Hindi mo alam kung anong gagawin mo doon.
Parang pag hindi mo na nakuha yung first game, yung sa pangsusunod na mga matches na Icebox tsaka Breeze, parang 50-50 talaga.
Wala,
or
mahirap
maybe
na talaga. Nakakatakot lang din doon if ever. Pero I mean, nangyari na ang dapat nangyari. I mean, for Persija, at least na-prove na rin nila yung mga sarili nila na they're actually really worthy to be here. They're actually one of the best teams so far in the whole Asia Pacific region, knowing na dumating tayo sa point na wala silang sponsor, walang org na kumukuha sila sa kanila. Kumbaga sila yung parang looking for org ng VCT PH. Ano ba yung nila? Ano yung
Boys with Love?
Yun, Boys with Love, di ba? Yun yung
pangalan nila ate. So, akala nga natin mapipick up eh. Mamaya maging army din sila, mga BTS army, mga ganun ba? But, syempre, ang nakapick up sa kanila is mukhang Persija.
Persija na lang din talaga. Pero ang totoong army, yung Paper Rex man kasi yun yung purple, di ba?
Oo. Makikita mo yung purple, tunay na purple army, kumbaga, sa mga suot nila. Pero ang ganda ng jersey ng Paper Rex, ha? Yan yung jersey nila simula nung Masters Berlin. Kakulay nila yung Masters Berlin. Di ba? Purple din yon.
Ano suot mo, partner? Naka-jacket ka din ba? Naka-hoodie ka? Ito rin.
Neon! Syempre, match tayo. Ano ka ba? Uniform na to ng casters ngayon.
Man. Kasi ang baggy, ang sarap suotin. Alam mo yun? Pero mamaya, iba ang suot ko.
Yan ang gusto kong abangan. Kasi special yung match natin mamaya eh.
Oo.
Kailangan matinding suporta na sa SBE yung kailangan natin gawin dito. At speaking of, yun na pala yung susunod na match after this series. Pag natapos to in a 2-0, it's gonna be, ano yun?
Yun na muna siguro.
Yun na muna siguro. Itabi nyo na muna to.
Mamaya na to, man. Yun na muna, yung SB muna kasi yun naman talaga
Hindi,
yung
kailangan
gusto natin
kasi ano ka ba, pag manonood ka ng main movie, syempre may trailer.
Oo, tama. Kumbaga sa banda, merong kunyari concert, syempre merong mga nauuna muna,
First
mga
act.
starter. Oo, mga ganun. Kunyari sa sapakan, hindi naman matutuloy ang sapakan kung walang starter.
Yun nga,
Ano
kung walang mag ting-ning-ning-ning, o diba? Yun ang tawag dito sa Paper X saka PSJ.
Sa sapakan pa may bell.
Oo, men. Sa boxing.
Okay, sige. Salamat.
Nasa mali.
Nasa tama.
Nasa tama.
Wala ka namang
Kita
mali.
mo naman. Paper Rex sticking with Forsaken at magja-jet na siya dito finally. At si Benkay naman ang magsosova habang si Davay ang may hawak kay Pastor. Si Jing naman with the KO and Mind Freak, of course, as their smoker, it will be a Viper. Wala sila masyadong blind.
Itong si Soba, vlogger to eh. Nagmo-montage.
Yung drone.
Oo.
So the flash that they have is actually will be coming, of course, from the KO.
Yep.
On the other hand, para sa flash na pwedeng gamitin dito ng Persija to clear out angles is gonna be Sky. So, Guiding Light at Trailblazer ang puhunan. Anong mas trip mo? KO o Sky? Breeze.
Sky.
Kung makikita, makakagat mo eh, no? Tapos malapit sa'yo, pupush ka na lang.
Kasi, mas gusto ko si Sky kasi may sustain yan eh. Gusto ko sustain na Sky.
Feeling over here.
Meron siyang sustain eh. Well, si KO, meron din siyang semi-sustain pero kailangan pa siyang buhayin ng 4 na segundo. 4 seconds is long, man. Haba
Pero yung
nun.
sustain niya, pang buong pamilya eh. Hindi yung para sa sarili.
Yun nga. Yun nga rin talaga yung maganda dito kay Sky. Tama, Sky naman din, diba? Pero we're gonna get to CPLX. Pero sa totoo lang, if ever attacking partner, KO talaga. Pag defending, Sky.
Scanning ahead.
Yun lang din. Alam na lang, lalaro, yung lineup ng Paper Rex na ganito, partner, is yun yung lineup nila ng attacking. Pag defending ang Paper Rex, iba yung lineup nila for sure. Kasi syempre gusto nila, dun sa first half, makalamang na sila eh.
Makuha na nila yung mga rounds.
If ever na hindi ka lumamang sa first round, sa first half, mahirap maka-comeback eh.
Ang galing mo talaga, coach. Si Jing nagpa-plant na ng spike ko. Tinuruan na naman ni Vil. 4 laban sa 3. Low on HP is Davai with 10 remaining. Meron ding lalabas dito sa kanyang kabilang gilid, which is si Flinch. Habang that is happening right around the corner, Forsaken will spot someone on mid or rather on window. Sumabay na rin sa hukay si Asterisk.
Nagkakasabayan sa way, pero nga Rose will gonna be down as well. Into the hands of Jing!
Nakuha pa nila yun, no? Ang bilis lang.
Partner. Ramdam ko yung yung nagbabadyang malakas na ulan. Ramdam
Talaga
mo ba?
Pupunta na naman dito yan, nata-traffic lang.
Man. Kagabi.
Okay lang, masarap yung malakas yung ulan eh, kasi malamig.
Tama.
Cuddle weather yan.
Yan, tama.
Tapos yung jacket naman tayo, kaya okay lang.
Tama. Alam mo ba, masarap humiga sa kamang may kulambo.
Totoo. Yung lang, fresh air lang.
Yung tipong, kunyari, pag yung kulambo nasa paa mo, tapos kinikis-kis mo yung mga paa mo sa mga kulambo.
Wala kasi masyadong lamok sa amin eh, kaya hindi ko, pero laking electric fan din ako eh.
Ako rin. Pero nung nagka-aircon, di na ako nag-electric.
Wala. May pambayad naman. Sige lang. Mind Freak. He spots one. He gets the kill. Jing as well. Nakadalawa na rin sila dito. And the entry from Paper Rex is pretty much successful at this point. Ang post plant na lang ang kailangan nilang problemahin. But Forsaken is back in his momentum already with the jet. Asterisk was able to spot one with 17 HP remaining.
Nice.
Hindi na yan makakabuelo. Paper Rex takes it to a 2-0. Pero ang daming casualties.
Tama. Maraming casualties. Pag maraming casualties, maraming walang pera, partner.
True.
Lamang na lamang ang PSJ dito, PRX. Yung iba magka-classic, yung iba magsi-sheriff. Pero Malaki ang suspecha ko, partner, makakasama to ng SBE sa Masters eh.
Oo nga eh. Itong Paper Rex o PSJ. Paper Rex, no?
Paper Rex, oo.
Yan naman lagi
Makakasama
magkasabay
na.
eh. Di ba last time, dapat kasabay nila yung Team Secret din. O, tas dinala nila yung bandila sa Berlin. O, pagdating ng
ganda nun.
champions, sila din yan.
Oo, makikita natin ang...
nagdash.
Nagdash ngayon
Nabulat.
Nagdash ngayon si Forsaken, pero nga lang, alam naman to ng PRX na wala silang bawi dito eh. Alam na nila to na they came from the future. Pero si Jing kailangan nilang buhayin ngayon, pero nga lang Rosify all the way dun sa dulo. Kahit tamang taps lang with that Vandal on hand. 1v2 winnable, partner.
Yun nga lang, hindi nag-connect
winnable!
yung headshot. Ang pinagsasabi ng caster, winnable daw. Pero headshotin ko lang to. Dalawang angle ang kailangan abangan doon ni Benkay. On the other hand, alam na naman niya yung impormasyon eh. Nagkulang lang talaga when it comes to the engagements. Naunahan na rin siya doon. And still, pretty much a successful take on site considering na yung defense dito, VIL, nakabili na sila ng Vandal. Inubos nila yung tatlo rather.
Mabilis ang nangyari dito. Pero kahit namatay naman yung mga... Oo, ganun. Oo, tama ka dyan, Uncle. Pero, Forsaken! Bladestorm!
May pang Bladestorm din si Flinch eh.
Oo, si Forsaken wala siyang pera. Bakit? Kasi nag-drop siya sa kakampi niya. So Forsaken, sabi na, sige pre, meron akong Bladestorm. After 3 rounds, mag-o-operator na to. If ever nakapatay naman si Forsaken, okay lang, meron siyang Vandal. Pero hindi na pwedeng mapatay ang Paper Rex ngayon. Knowing that this is their map. Benkay, nagmomontage ng mga kaibigan with matching background music. Forsaken will kill on the famous... Pero yun na nga. Yan na. Meron ng barrel si Forsaken ngayon. Meron siyang Vandal, man. Easy upgrade ang ginawa ni Forsaken dito. Pero yung nga lang, Jing. Ito. Itong mga players na to, men. Lahat naman sila may fundamentals. Solid fundamentals. Alam mo kung saan sila natalo? Sa aim duels. Magagaling naman. Ito nasa top leaderboards naman to mga players na to eh. Sure na yan. Matic na yan. Pero nakadepende pa rin talaga tayo sa kung gaano ka crispy yung aim natin eh.
And Forsaken, obviously, he loves that long aim duel as well. Nakita mo kung paano niya clear out yung B site. He only needed to stop the chamber and then the entire team of Paper Rex was just able to go in. Ito na naman sila with the long range duels at nanalo na naman si Forsaken. On the other hand, Flinch, despite having a Marshall, nakapatay pa rin siya ng isa. They are forced into an eco right now. So it's a 4v3. Laban sa Pistols, laban lang sa Sheriff at saka Classic ng dalawang remaining players. Wala pa silang napupulot dito na barrel. On the other hand, itong si Asterisk, nako, sumasayko dito sa likod. Sana hindi mahuli. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets the Vandal, but Forsaken was ready to go back after that updraft. Nakahuli pa ng dalawa. Winnable.
Classic lang sa kalam. Yan ang sabi ni kaibigang
hindi pa sila nagpa-plant ng
sa
spike.
PSJ.
Hinahayaan pa dito ni Forsaken na linisin ni Mindfreak yung backside para makapasok siya.
Tama. Pero nasan ba si Ear? Medyo malayo siya dito.
Magmi-mid ata siya.
Hindi mo na sila, hindi mo na nagpa-plant dito si Forsaken kasi nag-aantay na talaga siya i-clear talaga muna eh. No? Kasi what if hindi cleared? Ear nakaisa pa. Diyos ko pa, winnable pa. 1v1 with a great one nasa taas. Si Mindfreak dyan kasama ko, Eeyore.
Ay, inupuan!
Ay, Diyos ko po,
Tactical
inupuan.
crouch.
Pero okay lang yan.
2 crouch per second.
Oo, men. 2 pumps.
Dalawa lang eh.
2 pumps lang daw. 2 pumps. Okay, ayun lang.
Ayun o, yung updraft ni Forsaken, dapat papasok na ng site yun eh. Pero napabalik siya eh.
Stretching lang ng konti. Stretching. Yan o.
Patingin na.
2 pumps.
Hindi na pinakita.
Ay! Ito ang pinakamagandang montage sa lahat, mga kaibigan. Yung aerial ng VCT. A big shoutout nga pala kay Mrs. na nagtatrabaho.
Let's play.
Let's play na, sabi ni Chamber dito. Pop flash. Sabay may kasamang peak. Pero this smoke will help out the Paper Rex team. On the other hand, nilapag na rin nila yung Viper's Pit right in front of the entry, no? Just very considering na Viper's Pit usually are used inside after you plant the spike, but it was just actually a fake. They went all the way to B site and completely took it. Talagang hindi takot ang Paper Rex dito na gumamit ng utilities para lang ma-make sure na talagang makakapasok sila on site. The Sova drone will spot or be spotted by Jing. At syempre, naririnig niya na rin yung mga ibon na lumilipad sa likuran niya. Famous was able to get 1 kill before he goes down. On the other hand, hindi pa siya buhay na buhay pa dito si Famous at umaabante lang for the retake. But Benkay has that clear opportunity to actually make this happen. Pagdating dito sa shock dart, lumaline up na naman. Tignan mo kung sasakto. Yun nga lang. Sa tatlong players, heal lang na heal. Si Famous, bumagsak. This is them defusing the spike. Wala silang magawa si Benkay. Pinatay lang silang lahat.
Benkay!
Vera Esports, clutch moment of the game, my guy.
That's a 1v3 Benkay with that lineups na meron siya with that shock dart, mga kaibigan. Hindi yan in-expect ng mga players ng PSJ.
Men, di nila inasahan nila doon yung heal na lang ni Famous. Kumbaga, sabi niya, tangkihin nyo, guys. Akong bahala mag-heal. Kaso masakit. Siya yung unang tinamaan.
Alam mo yung masaklap din? Men, okay lang kasi may Hunter's Fury si Benkay.
Meron pang Hunter's Fury, hindi na nga nagamit eh.
Oo!
Gandang gandang hold, gandang
solid.
post plant position mula kay Benkay doon. Madaming matututunan na naman yung mga Sova main.
Diyos ko. Natutunan ni Benkay yung kay Jessie Bash eh.
Oo, tinuro ni Sir Bash yan. Meron silang naspatan here on stairs. Mind Freak was able to take the 2K. Suppress sila ngayon kaya hindi sila nakakagamit ng utilities nila habang Rosify nakapulot na rin siya dito ng barrel. This is now a 3v3. Pantay pa rin so far ang laban. Hindi nga lang tumama yung sheriff shots. Pati na rin dito si Rosify. Siya naman ang nakatama with regards kay Jing.
Nakita nila. 1v1 with the great one. Benkay, gagawin mo ba ulit? Yes!
Wow.
Benkay popping off! Free operator! Minima operator, mga kaibigan!
Gandang mga post-plant situation na pinapakita dito. And even the take on the halls, wala nang nagbantay. Kaya na-caught off guard sila pagdating doon sa pag-push ng Paper Rex because no one was watching it. And on the other hand, sa stairs sila bumubuelo lahat. And they, as soon as some of the players were shut down, they don't have any information with regards kung nasan nga ba si Benkay. Imaginein mo si Benkay tumatrabaho ng 2 rounds pero when it comes to those kills in, makikita mo na nasa baba pa rin siya nung scoreboard. Lahat talaga sila dito may ambag.
Si PTC lang wala, pero someone is pushing in already. Forsaken knows exactly kung nasa po si Sky, pero tamang jump pick lang din, pero lalabas na talaga siya dito. Forsaken, there's gonna be a battle between Forsaken versus that Sky, pero nga lang, mayroon pang tao sa may likod mo, pero nga flinch! Slowly, pushing in, sayang lang din kasi hindi yun nakita ni Jing. Key.
Si Flinch umaari ba din with his own operator Naswertehan niya na nakatalikod si Forsaken during that time. But this is Jing trying to see kung meron siyang mapipitas on B. Kasi kung meron siyang mapitas, the rotations will definitely come in from the other players as well. They know that there is the Viper's Pit on A main. And they don't have mid control right now. It's now up to Jing how to open the site. This is detection mula sa chamber. Pop flash sana, kaso meron na ring tao doon sa mid. Papunta doon sa, ano tawag doon?
Saan?
Hindi ko nga maturo eh. Kung nasan si Famous. Nalimutan ko.
Si
Itong tunnel. Sasabihin ko sana Macdo. Kasi yung Macdo sa kabila yun eh.
Elbow. Hindi.
Tunnel nga.
Famous ba si Famous? Sa mid?
Nasa tunnel nga siya ng mid. Sasabihin ko kasi sana Macdo. Yung Macdo sa kabila yun eh, di ba?
Mid tawag namin dyan. Kasi mid pa rin naman talaga yun. Benkay, nakapatay nga na isa pero nga Famous with another one right now. Dito lang sa may mid.
Uy! Tumatalon lang dito! Si Dabay naglalakad lang!
1v3. 1v3. Dabay with that operator. Meron siyang operator dito pero meron din siyang pang TP out.
Akala nyo, ha? Gamitan na ng utilities pero hindi nila alam nasa B main na. Itong si Divine, I think they're quite aware the TP was in place at yung rendezvous na gamit. But this is Flinch. Paping! Yan ang sinasabi niya dito. Si Astris na bahala kung saan nagagaling yung bullet trails.
Sayang. Ano na eh, napuputok na lang niya eh, nakatutok na dun eh, sayang.
Feeling ko
Parang
kinabahan siyang kumuha nung vandal dun sa sa main.
Oo.
Kaya
Well,
sana.
Mahirap din kasi 1v3 yun, naka-operator siya, sobrang open niya. Buti sana kung nandun siya sa may nest. Nest tawag dun, di ba? Yung sa dulo. Basta yun. Kung nandun sana siya, pwede pa, pero hindi. Eh meron pang smoke, kahit iping mo yan, kung may smoke naman, what if kunyari nasa gilid siya? Yung tipong ganun. Yung kalaban mo dito oras eh.
It was
Pag
already
oras ang
good
kalaban
enough pagdating
pag
sa
oras
plant.
kalaban mo, hindi ka pwede magkamali.
Dapat nga hindi na makakapag-plant si Divide dun eh. Hindi lang natamaan ng operator kanina sa mid. Pero tumatalon lang siya doon sa sumisigaw ng pangalan mo. PSJ, they are on a timeout. Despite winning the round, sila pa rin ang nag-timeout dito. They have to talk it out since lumalaki na rin yung gap na nakukuha nila against Paper Rex. It's already 4 rounds in when it comes to the advantage of Paper Rex. And of course, moving forward, gusto nilang bawiin yan.
On to the players of PSG naman ngayon. Makakabawi pa ba sila dito sa things na ginagawa nga ng PRX? Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, 2-6 yung score. Pero low kill count lang lahat. Kasi lahat may ambag. Lahat may ginagawa para sa team. Hindi sila pabuhat, walang ganun nangyayari. Famous pushing in, meron siyang pechay dito. Davai, we're gonna swing, but Famous gonna get that kill. Also, another one right now, Forsaken na nga isa pa nga. Pero Famous, napakahirap spatan ni Famous dito. Kaliwat kanan may tao.
Ganda ng map awareness ni Famous. He was able to take the information at with regards to Seekers niya, nagamit niya properly. This is yet a 1v1 situation. Hindi lang in-expect ni Benkay, pati siya napaiwas in real life. Napa-sideways siyang ganun sa cameraman eh. Uy! Wala na siyang nagawa.
Lumeprite siya eh.
Lumeprite. Sumishaken and bacon.
Shaken and bacon.
Pero ito, map awareness coming in from Famous. When that Seekers were out, saka yung mga players o yung mga teammates niya namatay, the information was disseminated immediately that there was someone on mid. And aside from that, with the help of the Seekers, nabulag niya rin yung isang player doon and he was able to take the kill. On the other hand, for Paper Rex, Benkay wasn't expecting at all na meron nang nakapush forward on A main, kaya nahuli na rin siya. 6-3, Flinch still has that operator. Full buy pa rin naman para sa side ng Paper Rex. At half armor lang para kay Davai at Jing ang puhunan dito.
Pero dito naman sa PSG, they have the momentum already. Kanila, pero
Player standing. Spike planted.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy remaining.
Here we go. Are back. We are fine back. And for some 7-3 na pala ang score. My God. Going back to the game though. Babalik na tayo dito. Partner.
Back. Sa ginagawa natin is just for trying to go on, trying to push everything talaga dito lang sa may site na to. Pero Forsaken trying to really, he's actually one of the best jets sa mapa na to. But we're gonna get a kill on there right now with just that Daystorm though. 4v1 Asterix with just that jet, medyo mahirap to, partner, if ever. Asterisk, super low. Taken, being aggressive, and with a
The
kill as well.
confidence.
8-3. And for the
The
last round
confidence.
of the first half,
Before the switch.
kaya pa ba ng PSJ na makaisa?
Make this an 8-4. It's not gonna be too bad, you know? And the thing is, Forsaken is really confident with how he checks angles. Aside from that, with how he swings as well. Nakita mo naman, the entry coming in from
Davai.
Paper Rex is very clean at gumagamit din sila
Talagang
dito.
really proving na rin talaga na they're one of the best teams dito sa groups na to, partner. I mean,
Anyway, going back to this game though, Forsaken, he's on this knives. Bladestorm ang kapit niya dito. And on the other hand, para naman sa team ng PSJ, kailangan lang naman nila hawakan, hold down the fort for the team. Forsaken was able to spot one 3v3 situation since wala na rin si Jing dito. Kailangan nilang i-rest. On the other hand, Igor was able to get a kill with that operator. Mind freak na pumupush. Sana para sabayan yung Sova drone na yan. Nag-fail. And this is gonna be an 8-4 scoreline. Finally, a retake happening on the side of PSJ.
pero ito na. Mukhang inaayos lang namin yung mga sa side namin. Sorry. May naayos lang kami dito. Pero yun nga, going back here in this game, yung mga players ngayon ng PRX talagang gigil na rin partner. No? Isipin mo, magiging 2-0 kaya lahat to? Mukhang maaga ata tayo matatapos today.
Oo. And kapag nagtuloy-tuloy lang kasi yung momentum dito ng Paper Rex, ang hirap ng pigilan eh. Lalo na makikita mo si Forsaken, pasok lang ng pasok. Even with the Neon a while ago, ganun din naman yung ginagawa niya nung yung mapa natin is fracture pa. But at least PSJ on the last round in this first half, they were able to stop Paper Rex from just pushing in. There's lots of mistakes too. Like they were pushing down kay Sova kanina, kay Asterisk habang nagsusova drone. At hindi nila in-expect na meron palang isang nag-aabang pa sa likuran to protect the Sova. Just the perfect timing coming in from PSJ. It would definitely change up pagdating dito sa second half dahil nga syempre, magsaswap na tayo ng sides. So clean slate for two teams.
Pero 8-4 though, ang PSJ makabawi naman sila dito. Yun yung kailangan nilang gawin. Pero kung napapansin mo partner yan, ito yung mga kills ng PRX, medyo pantay na pantay lang talaga eh. Diba si Flinch with 14, 13, Famous, Benkay, 11, 12. I mean, parang is really close. Well, syempre di kasama si Iyo tsaka si Dabay, si Iyo buhat eh. Pero dito naman sa PRX though, maganda yung fundamentals. I mean, talagang may rason kung bakit ito yung favorite. It's just everything is really flawless. Like what I've said, ang pumili ng ang PRX.
Kailangan mag-ano talaga din dito, Vil eh. Aside from that, dun sa mga na-mention mo nga, si Eeyore nahihirapan din na makabuelo. He isn't performing in this match that we are looking at when it comes to those skills. So, least that he can do at least those utility usage. Kaso nga lang, when you have a chamber, you gain on that, you have a bigger advantage on the guns itself. Pagdating dun sa tour de force and also the headhunter when in an eco position, makukuha mo yun. Ang problema, Eeyore is not hitting the shots right now or he's not performing very well when it comes to the fragging capability. Si Forsaken nagiging ano lang dito eh. Kumbaga, confidence level niya through the roof na kaya niya lang i-peak, kaya niya lang labanan yung aim duels nila.
Through the roof? Yan ang ginawa nila dito. Yung mga players ngayon ng PRX parang gusto na ata pumasok dito sa may B mga kabi, pero the Miracle onto Flinch right now, hindi talaga sila magpapatinag dito. Uubos nila yung mga players ngayon ng PSG na unti-unti pumapasok na yun, pero yung alam mind freak nga dito, pero yung alam mind freak pushing in already. Nakita si Rosevine went ahead 4-9 and minsan sabihin yung gusto ko sabihin kanina, excuse me, ang pumilo is PRX. Sila ang pumili ng mapa na to. So, ang PPPSJ, siyempre, yung sides. So, pinili ng PSG is defending nila. So, ang kailangan mag-adjust dito yung PRX. Kaya nga nila talaga pinili si KO dito. Kasi syempre, mas madaling mag-attack pag KO ang gamit mo. If ever gonna kaya ng KO, depende sa sitwasyon niya, ano yung side nyo. Dun yan.
Eeyore was finally able to spot one player. Nagamit niya yung headhunter niya at least to get an opening kill right now. But looking forward, as Paper Rex is trying to push, sila rin naman ang nauuhuli dito. Caught off guard na sila. And this is their buy round actually. So, kailangan nila mag-ingat dito on being so attacking-sided na nasa defense na sila na kailangan lang nilang mag-antay sana. But it's not happening right now for Paper Rex. There's 2 players already at gumagapang na lang din yung ibang players dito ng PSG. They're just all over the map and Mind Freak was dinked out of his head. 19 HP remaining and of course that Sova will detect him out and this is only up to the Vi. The Vi naghahanap ng isa, pwede mapatay. He has the headhunter, hindi nga lang niya napansin na merong tao sa likuran niya and Rosify just perfectly going around in circles para lang mahuli and makatch off guard itong mga players ng Paper Rex. When it comes to PSG, this eco round that they had, they played it fairly well, especially with an opening kill na nagmumula kay Eeyore. They really need Eeyore here. At para naman sa players ng Paper Rex, I don't think that this was the plan. The plan was to push forward to get and catch the players off guard. Kaso nga lang, masyadong nagde-default play tong PSG. So they weren't expecting na doon sa mga spots na pinush nila. Also, on the other hand, for PSG, they're also pushing this one.
As too much, yung mga last 2 maps natin is yun yung mga comfy picks, yun yung mga favorite maps ngayon ng PRX. So talagang dapat ipanalo to ng PSG para lang syempre ma-push it pa sa game number 3. Pero nga nag-defy, trying to push it already. Nakita si Famous, pero Famous we're gonna get that headshot onto the Vi. Walang natamaan yung headhunter pero 3v4 pa natin sabihing winnable pag nakakuha na ng mga barrel dito ang PRX. We're gonna start it off na rin talaga dito sa side ng PSG mga kaibigan with a Trailblazer. First nagbabantay lang si Mindfreak, nagbabantay lang siya ng, oh my god, Mindfreak with a 2k 3v2, yung isa naka-file, oh my god, Mindfreak with what's up to the head, napatayo na nga, naka-shorts lang. Diyos ko,
pistol lang ang kailangan.
Oh my
Serif
god!
Lang sa kalam!
Serif lang sa kalam, mga kaibigan! Mind Freak! What is that? Oh no! No way!
No way!
No way!
Kita mo naman ang linis ng mga shots niya dito. 2 bullets is all he needs. Napatayo siya.
Napatayo siya.
Alam mo yung hindi ka makatayo all the way kasi yung earphones mo hindi aabot.
Oo, tapos pag nahugot mo, sasama po yung buong system unit mo.
Take pause.
So take pause yan. Sasabihin ni Mindfreak, sorry Lods.
Ay, sorry.
Sorry akin.
Yung ano ko. Yung earphones ko, nahila yung PC.
Oh, man. Sorry. Oh, Diyos ko po, nagkamunti ka na nagkakit. Pero walang na-picturean yung kuya. Pero
Eeyore!
No way! Ngayon si Eeyore with a headshot hunter trying to hunt all the heads of the players PRX right now. Pero Asterix will plant the spike. 3v5. Winnable ba? Mahirap.
Can be. Kung tama ang gagawin nila dito, especially when they still have the recon up and online in the side of Benkai, kaya nilang makapitas dito ng isa, baka sakaling kayanin pa. With the setup of the wall mula sa Viper, they are looking for picks right now for Paper Rex. Kaso ang unang mapipick dito is actually Mind Freak with Flinch having that operator in his hands. Kumbaga, kung Sheriff ang hawak nyo kanina, mas malakas kayo. Pero bakit ngayon? Na-vandal na. Nahihirapan na kayo makapag-retake. Obviously, with a 1v4, the Vi will just assume na I'm just gonna go back. Isi-save ko na lang. Wala na namang pera ang team.
Out now, Lods. Ginawa na laban, para. Ito feeling ko, alam mo feeling ko sino yung masarap, kunyari, lalabas tayo with teams. Feeling ko masarap kasama to si Benka eh.
Oo, nag-toothbrush ba naman sa gitna ng VCT Champions?
Oo.
Sa Champions ba yun?
Berlin or Champions?
Oh, Berlin or Champions. Lumabas na nakatuwalya lang.
May paper next ba sa Champions?
Sa ano lang ata, sa Berlin, sa Masters sa Berlin.
Masters yun. Pero, sino ba yung merong isang player sa paper next yata or X10 na parang ini-interview sila. Di ba ini-interview sila? Tapos sinagot nung isang player parang in his native language, blah, 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 blah. Siyempre, hindi ko naman masasabi, hindi ko naman alam eh. Tapos biglang, sorry, I'm just messing with you, I know how to speak English, blah, 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 blah.
Sila Paper Rex.
Oo, Paper Rex ata. Sino? Si feeling ko si Benkay.
Si Benkay din yun eh, yung mahilig mang troll.
Oo.
Ito talaga si Wolf, di na mapigilan eh, no?
Oo, wala eh. Hindi makapagkas, naglaro na lang.
Hindi nyo kilala si Wolf eh. Napabisita na rin yun dito sa VCT dati. At kamukha niya si Benkay.
Si Wolf. Ganito yan.
Optimum Pride ka.
Sorry.
ng comment section. Okay lang yan, pambawi yan sa mga panahon na ako naman si Optimum Pride.
Ako naman ngayon si
Nabaliktad ang mundo.
Man. Pero
6-10 ang score.
Ang problema kahit sa Pilipinas Optimum Pride pa rin ako. Ikaw wala ka sa Pilipinas dun eh. Nasa Cambodia. Oo, men. Masarap bang ano ang hello sa Cambodia?
Hindi ko alam eh. Akon lang ang alam ko, ibig sabihin thank you.
Akon?
Oo. Akon, thank you.
Di ba ang Akon yung kumanta ng You see me wild
up on the floor. Dapat sila nga yun. Tama ka nga ata. Pero si Forsaken naka-double kill na agad. Ganda ng push mula sa host. May kasama pang fake drop.
Parang dinrop yung yung classic niya doon para kunyari nandito ako, pero kung napapansin mo sino ba yung nasa mid natingin si Iyor. Hinahanap niya pero fake lang yun. Alam niya
wala.
Alam niya nung wala pero Iyor. Ano bang hayop si Iyor?
Ano ata siya eh. Hindi goat.
Donkey. Oo.
Si Iyor.
Ano siya yung sad girl, sad
siya
boy.
Yung sad boy.
Oo, kumbaga sa
Sorry, ito lang ako.
Kumbaga sa sa amin tatlo nila nila Ray.
Nahuli.
Taylor.
Kaso hindi tumama.
Si Ray yung sad girl eh. Pero flinch. Hindi sila nagkatamaan dito. Flinch with a blade storm already. Pwede siya mag-blazer pero kaling Eeyore. We're gonna take down Davai as well. 2v3 partner in favor of PSJ. Pogi si Justin.
Nahuli sila doon. Actually, nahuli pala rather. So, kung iisipin natin, they already had the aim. Lalo na kay Forsaken against Flinch a while ago. If Flinch was actually not able to take the shot against Forsaken, it's gonna be a different story altogether pagdating sa Paper Rex. Kaso nga lang, Forsaken missed the shot. At with the knives, he will detect someone, but Mind Freak already has this shotgun. Pero mukhang wala atang lalabas dyan. Gamitan lang ng utilities.
Kung hindi nagkatamaan.
Wala silang choice eh.
Wala silang choice.
No choice. Para sa side ng Paper Rex, making this a 10-7 scoreline. Para naman dito sa quick replay. Ang ganda na sana ng opening kills ni Forsaken doon. On the other hand, ito yung nahuhuli niya na sana si Flinch eh. Naunahan pa siya ng swing na yon. And pumush yung Paper Rex. Kaso, na-plant na yung spike. Wala naman silang choice kung hindi pumush.
Alam mo, partner, may player cams, diba?
Oo.
Kaya sila hindi may camera, hindi pang, mga tipong gumagano-gano sila sa camera. No?
Wala pa eh.
Here.
Oo, ko ba? Si Vash ginagawa yun eh.
Yung makikipagtitigan sa camera, pag player cams na. Tsaka Borcon time, di ba?
Sanay na sanay si Vash dun sa ganun.
Huli na naman.
Hindi sila nag-usap.
Hindi nasabi ni Astris. Meron nang nasa likod.
Hindi sila nag-usap, man. Ano yan? Oh my God, mind break!
Huli?
Parang ba?
Ikaw to,
Diyos ko! Ba't kayo hindi nag-uusap, man? At saka bilis na nangyari. I mean, hindi sila nag-usap pero dapat narinig yun ni Eeyore. Diba?
Nasaktuhan atang nagsiset up siya ng traps. So maybe hindi narinig, no? But Flinch na-cancel din siya. Kumbaga, si Famous ang bahala sa mundo. He was still able to take the shots in though. Na-clutch pa rin niya with the Vera esports clutch moment of the game. Paano nangyari yun? Anyway, Paper Rex with a 10 scoreline, a double digit. Dito na naman nasa stock eh. Ang ganda na sana ng mga opening kills muli ni Forsaken doon. Kaso nga lang nauubos at nauubos pa rin sila. If you think about it, Paper Rex didn't have to push any longer. And they still decided to push. So, that little decision making that they are doing right now is having problems pagdating dito when it comes to Paper Rex. Imbes na sa kanila na yung round, imbes na sa kanila na yung opportunity to have that man advantage, nababaliktad pa because they wanna keep pushing like Forsaken does. And moving forward, syempre, yung kanina nakapitalize ni Forsaken, pero yung ibang kakampi niya hindi.
Sorry guys, nagulat ako eh. May banda sa labas ng bahay namin. Pero, nagulat ako, may nagtatambol, men.
Baka akala nila Chinese New Year.
Oo, men, gusto mo. March na, tapos na yan, hoy. Pero, tamang wall lang to, pero Viper split coming in from the players of PSG right now. Pero kung napapansin natin, mukhang winnable pa ata sa side ng PSG. Pero PRX Jing going in, nakakita ng isa. Wala ka ng Viper split, kapatid! 43, Mindfreak kill on to 1 right now. Pero Mindfreak is gonna deny that recon bottom and then meron tao dun lang sa may corner, dun lang sa may cubby. Pero yung mga ibang players ngayon ng PSG is just sobrang hirap nila malaman kung nasan ba, no? Well, they ang gagawin talaga dito is gonna take time and play with the time. Yeah, oo nga, inisabi ko kanina. Pero the vibe with that operator.
Hello.
Oops!
Dito
missing that shot.
Ay,
naku! Kitang-kita ka dyan, boy!
Nagtitipi ka, kitang-kita pa. Wala kang Ang tagal pa naman bago nung reset nun.
Oo, men. 30 seconds.
Nahuli cam siya eh.
Oo eh. Grabe yung mga dito, mga tugtugan dito sa labas ng bahay namin, men.
Mga tambulan.
Oo nga. Ay! Narinig
Hindi
ba?
naman namin naririnig ata.
Sayang.
Anyway, si Flinch nga, ganda na ng performance ni Flinch all throughout the rounds that we are looking at. At PSJ, it seems like they're taking this into a comeback fashion with the flash coming in. Andito na naman yung mga thrifty ni PRX. Dito sila nagsasucceed eh pag thrifty round.
Pero players ngayon ng PRX, mga kaibigan, going in already, pushing in. Naghahanap sila ng pwede mapatay dito. Gusto nila talaga i-9-11 to. Para lang syempre mag 2-0 tayo para SBE versus OF na. At alam naman natin na talagang SBE ang mananalo doon.
Nako. Slowly but surely, Paper Rex right now, naghahanap sila ng space. Forsaken, low on HP. Wala silang any utilities that can heal up. Aside, of course, sa sarili nila, wala naman silang mga panghili. Pero si Famous sa kabilang side, binubuhay lang ulit tong mga team members kung sakasakali man. It's just a waiting game at this point. And the Paper Rex that we see na aggressive, this time around, they're playing it very slow. Dahil nga, eco din naman sila. Forsaken was spotted already and he was killed. Flinch, on the other hand, was able to spot another one. Pero ito na naman ang Paper Rex with their shots coming in from the pistols. Hindi nila ina-expect that Ear was already inside halls. Walang nagbabantay. It's all up to Mindfreak right now as Jing is already punished at wala na siyang chance i-revive dito. Maliban na lang kung magkaroon talaga ng space. Flinch was able to just kill off Jing as well at tuloy-tuloy na nga. Mindfreak is the only man alive. Makakapulot pa ba siya? Makakapulot pa ba ng baril or he's just gonna stick with his sheriff right now? No one wants to spot him or no one wants to get out and this is Flinch getting the kill in the perfect timing. 10-10. Pantay ang laban.
10-10. And at least nakakabangon na talaga ang PSG dito, partner. Mukhang mag-game 3 ata tayo hindi pa tapos, men. Buhat na buhat si Flinch no? Ay, buhat na buhat ni Flinch
Siyempre, trabaho lang para sa kanya.
Gustong
hirap na hirap eh.
Alam mo ba, ang talagang yung mga players naman, talaga ng mga players na makalipad. Yun lang naman eh. Pag nakalipad na sila, goods na eh. Sarap kaya ng feeling na naglalaro sa LAN, di ba? Kung wala ng pandemic, Dami ng...
Pumunta ka na din.
Ando na tayo, best. Lalo na kunyari, kunyari APAC. Siyempre sa ibang bansa to, kunyari dito sa Pilipinas. Diyos ko po. Di syempre may PH broadcast, tapos on-site. Naku po, best!
Kawawa sila sa sigawan natin doon.
Promise ko na.
Ano yun? Land trash token ang tawag.
Kunwari, andyan yung kalaban ng Pilipinas. Ay, my God!
Isigaw mo. Hindi naman nila maririnig yun kasi naka-noise cancelling sila. Baka maniwala yung viewers.
Hindi. Tatanggalin natin yung mga plug.
Puputulin namin. TP out lang para kay Davide dito. He was able to get a kill on Famous. Flinch on the other hand, sumasagot din. And his kill is on Mind Freak. 1-to-1 trade lang ang nangyari doon. But still, Paper Rex, they are on the lead right now. When it comes to manpower, Flinch, mayroon siyang opportunity to actually do a clutch moment. It's now up to Asterisk versus Forsaken. Si Forsaken ang kailangan lumapit dito. At syempre, naka-vandal laban sa operation.
Mahirap to.
Sino mananalo?
Vandalism na operation mga kaibigan, pero tamang dash na the clock is ticking. Kailangan talaga niyang kulin ngayon. Okay, 20 seconds.
Kumuha na siya ng baril.
20 seconds.
Naku, masyado ng iikutan lang siya dito.
10 seconds.
Hindi niya mahanap.
Yan.
Asterisk was getting the kill. 11-10. Lamang ang PSG. Mukhang makakakuha pa sila ng isang mapa.
Natutunan ko yung mga Natutunan ko yung mga callouts na yun. Kasi syempre may, di ba, pinlant mo na yung spike, di ba? Depende sa tunog nung bomba kung ilang seconds na lang. 10 seconds, 15, 20, ganyan. Nababasa mo eh. Kaya
galing mo naman.
Kaya if ever na defending kayo, tapos kunyari mag-defuse kayo ng spike. Madali lang, promise, madali lang. Kunyari, hindi mo alam kung may oras ba o wala. Dapat kabisado mo yung tunog ng spike para malaman mo kung ilang seconds na lang.
Pag matagal pa, paano yung tunog? Tapos pag 15 seconds na lang, pag 10. Patol ka din eh, no?
Ganun.
May point naman. Hindi, actually, totoo naman yun eh. So, with the timeout, napatimeout na yung Paper Rex, kailangan na nilang mag-isip-isip dito na bang gumagana. Kasi mukhang eco ang gumagana sa atin. Mag-sheriff na lang kaya tayo.
Oo, di ba? Sheriff na lang kayo. Mag-sheriff na lang kayo.
Sheriff na lang tayo. Yun ata yung doon tayo nakakakuha ng kills eh. Doon tayo halos na nanalo eh. Importante ngayon sa Paper Rex, huwag silang mag-pick ng mag-pick. Kasi nga, playing on default is PSG. Tapos once na may butas, talagang naiikutan silang lahat.
Napatabing tutot ako kanina. Eto na! Saan ba naglalaro si Forsaken?
Sa bahay.
Sa bahay ba yan?
Iba yung background niya eh. Iba-iba sila ng background eh. So,
pero grabe si Forsaken. Talagang naka-face mask pa.
Sa com shop ata si Kuya mo Forsaken eh.
Sa Mineski ba?
Sa Mineski. Naglalaro na. Nagpapaluto pa ng pansit canton yan. Isang pansit canton nga, saka isang coke.
Omsim!
Yung omsim.
Kung omsim ba? Tapos kunyari may magta-time natin. 30 minutes pa!
Pa-extend na nag-overtime yung match.
Ate, nag-OT! Sa piso na talaga siya naglalaro, pare.
Piso net eh, no? Pero nagpapabarya pag nag-time out sila para magpabarya si Forsaken. Nakahanap na nga siya ng isang kill. At syempre, itong players ng Paper Rex, subukan nila dito na hawakan lang yung mga site. On the other hand, Flinch was already getting kills and he was able to get one. That is Forsaken. At itong si Jing, patay na rin for the team. Si Flinch, umiisa pa. Siya na umabot sa tatlo.
Diyos ko, pag-game 3 ata tayo, man.
Ayaw palaruin yung SBE.
Tignan na natin to. Direct pa in-stream.
Laban sa dalawa.
Winnable para sa PRX. Pero wala silang pera next round. Oh, no.
Tatago na lang sila dito. Baka meron silang makuhang exit frag tsaka makapulot sila. Kung hindi, papapatay na lang si Mind Freak.
Oh, ganun na lang.
Saka sakali man. Pero meron siyang ano
Hindi.
eh. Pwede
Okay
siyang
lang
pumasok ulit maya-maya.
Okay lang kahit di mo matay sa mind freak, men. Okay lang. Judge is still a judge. Pero mukhang magpapakamatay yata.
O, kukuha siya ng baril. Tapos sabay atras. Iwan niya muna to, then kuha siya ng Vandal.
Ayun, Vandal!
Uy! Nice. Match point, ang sabi ng PSJ, mga kaibigan. Akala ko magto 2-0.
Here.
Okay, wala.
Well,
Sabi
it is what it is.
Sabi ni Sharamari Kimi, ang BTC, wala!
Wala pa din.
Wala na ang ambag! Nagwawala pa!
Ikaw yun nagwawala.
Oh.
Anyway, last round na nga ba o makakahabol pa ang Paper Rex? Dito malalaman, depende kung sino ang una makakuha ng pick-off. Si Forsaken nahuli na naman. Buti na lang si Jing may sagot na 3 kills on himself. Benkay, nandito lang siya sa backside and gagamitin na nga niya yung kanyang Hunter's Fury. Pero isang tap lang ba nagamit niya doon? Makakapagplanta sila ng spike in a 3v2 situation. Jing was able to punish at least half of that HP mula kay Rosify. Wala naman silang healing galing dito. Kaya naman very low on HP ngayon ang isa sa mga players nila. With a 2v2, winnable to for Paper Rex to do a retake. Depende na lang sa kanila. Lalo na kung sa sandwichan nila ng napakatindi. They get 1 kill and in the corner, they know the information already. He cannot do anything with a snake bite. He has to be forced out into a position kung saan kailangan niyang lumabas, and with this operator, napupulutin ni Mind Freak.
Oh, pwede na pulutin yan.
Paper Rex, still alive.
Yeah, still alive.
May insta-op pa.
Oo, di ba? Amin lang pera. O tama, may pera sila. Nakapatay sila, nanalo sila sa round. For sure. Ganda na position ng Jing. Partito walang flash yun yung ginawa niya. Knife lang. Wala sila magawa eh. Hindi sila makagamit ng utility. Suppress!
Tsaka si Flinch, nahuli pa nung recon. So, ang ganda rin ng positioning nila when it comes to retake dahil merong nagpa-flank and they weren't aware of it. They got an easy kill right there. Dito na lang magkakaalaman on the final moments. Is it gonna be an overtime or will we be pushing to game number 3? Si Benkay ready for his overdrone just to check halls and he knew that there is someone there, which is a Flinch na nabawasan na ng HP. Hindi ko alam kung saan nanggaling. Shock dart ata.
Yung ano?
Yung bawas ni Flinch, wala na siyang armor eh.
Okay.
Tsaka hinil na rin siya eh.
Benkay.
Sa isang shock dart ata yun ni Benkay.
Oo. Okay. Alam ko mag-recon bolt si Idol Benkay.
Deploying drone.
Drone lang. Sabay gawa ng montage. Yan ang sabi dito ni Asterisk. Naghahanap ng pwedeng mapatay. Wala siyang masaspatan. Lahat ng players ng Paper Rex nagtatago lang.
Baka matama si Jing dito ng operator. Oops. Oh,
angle.
Jing, angulo. Tamang angulo lang ha. Si Jing, meron pa siyang knife. Wala siyang knife dito. Meron siyang flash. Pag dumating sa point na nag-skill na yung mga players ng PSG dito mag-flash si Jing, kailangan natin mag-flash dito. Pero yung nga lang, ito na yung ultimation na ginawa ng Robocop mga kaibigan. Asex will take down Jing. Pero okay lang yan. At least hindi pa sila makakagamit ng skill. Pwede, Davai, tamang patches natin talaga. Pero nga lang, Davai, nagbabantay lang din siya. Makuha mo yung hula, yes! Oh my God, nagkaroon sa kill pero hindi. Best, low ang Viper, low ang Jet.
Dahil kay Davai yun.
Here.
Oo nga.
Nakagawa pa siya ng matinding damage bago siya mamatay. It's such a good hold coming in from Davai, and of course, the players of Paper Rex right now, nagpaplano na sila on doing that retake. Mukhang si Forsaken, nakapatay na rin ng isa in a 3v3 situation. Low on HP na ang natitirang players dito. Itong dalawa na si Flinch at si Rosify na kailangan hawakan yung post-plant. Meron pa bang snake bite? Wala nang snake bite dito na pwedeng gamitin, kaya walang lineup. Ide-defuse na lang ni Benkay. Halfway there, Forsaken was able to take that double kill, and Benkay, will they be able to defuse the spike? Nakaw, malapit na sumabog. Kakaabot naman.
Abot.
OT. Sabi ni Drake, there's not much love when we go OT. Ayos yun.
Ayos. Ganda yung pag-push ni Forsaken. Buti na lang meron pa siyang smoke. Buti na lang talaga meron pa siyang smoke. Tinan mo, pushing Nakakita lang isa.
Buti hindi tumama yung shot, napatayo siya eh.
Oo.
Oh.
Sa Forsaken, no?
Buti hindi nasira yung mouse tsaka keyboard.
Oo.
Alam mo yung mga nasa com shop, yung naninira ng gamit.
Oo. Meron ako nabasa sa mga com shop. Hindi pong, wag mong sisihin yung keyboard or mouse. Kung banu ka. Yun, man. Alam mo ba, ang pangarap ko, gusto kong makalaro sa PisoNet kahit isang beses.
Nakalaro na ako PisoNet.
Talaga?
Kanto kasi ako eh.
Ako never.
Lumaki kasi ako sa streets.
Noong 2012 kasi, shoutout kasi, libre ako sa Manetki.
Com shop person kasi ako dati, ako doon, nakikipag-tournament ako.
Wala akong computer dati, kaya buti nga nalibre ako
Tapos
sa
yung ano ko pa nun, yung
MI.
mouse ko pa nun, yung alam mo yung may ×2 button sa taas.
Alam
mo na yun.
Oo. Tapos may tapos yung sa sensor, pula lang.
Oo, pula lang.
Oo.
Ngayon wala nang ganun-ganun, men eh. Tatawanan ka pag ganun ang mouse mo. Anyway, Famous at Eeyore, nakakuha ng 2 kill. Napaka-importante niyan, especially here on this round. This is the first overtime that we are looking at. Si Davay ang may hawak ng spike. Naku, tinanggap niya yung shock dart dito. Si Benkay ang magpa-plant, and this is Mind Freak on the corner. Di nila napansin sa tunnel.
Diyos ko po, na Pepe. So, si Rizal yun Pero, 2v2, Davay, low on HP, flinch, going in. Asterisk as well. Davay knows exactly where nasa ba itong mga to. Pero yung nga, medyo nakasilip ngayon si flinch, mga kaibigan. Pero, may sinas
Ping!
Asterisk! Ping! Palit! Diyos ko po!
Hindi nila napatay yung defuse! Asa si Davay doon?
Anong ginagawa na PRX? Hoy!
Hindi nila naayos yung trip nilang gawin sana doon. Unfortunately, they weren't able to kill the one killing or rather defusing the spike. Tinuloy-tuloy lang. Pros don't fake ang sabi ng paper or ng PSJ doon. Wait. Bakit ka tumatawa na naman?
Check mo yung Haven. Natawa lang ako.
Hi.
Diba?
Itong PRX, si Forsaken, umiiwas-iwas na lang sa mga ibon eh. Buti hindi nagda-dry pick tong mga players ng PSJ, kung hindi mahuhuli cam talaga sila ni Forsaken doon. In a 5v5 still at playing on default right now is PSJ. They are on a match point. Isa na lang kailangan nila para mapunta sa game number 3. Diyos ko, tapusin nyo na para SBE na.
Diyos ko naman. Anong oras na?
Kung kailan, nakala ko matatapos tayo ng 3:30.
Scout destroyed.
Napatagal pa.
I-comeback nyo.
Direct check PM, direct.
Forsaken, he was able to spot one. He gets the kill on Eeyore. Habang yung iba naman dito, tumatanggap din ng damage. That is Asterisk, half HP already. The wall comes up. Mahihirapan pumasok ang PSJ dito. Magiging sapilitan to at soon as these doors open up, syempre si Famous manggugulo lang yan habang busy sila dito. Si Davay nasa corner lang at nakita niya na nga ang ulo, blinding para sa kanya, and he sees one. Guiding light, Benkay was able to take 1 kill, but they're gonna go down. I think this is all up to Mind Freak right now para i-clutch itong nangyayari. He still has the opportunity to do so. 3 players dito ay yung dalawa low on HP na, kaso meron pa atang wala nang utilities.
Magiging 3 best.
Di niya alam. Di niya alam na walang tao on site. Time is ticking right now for Mind Freak at wala rin siyang cloud or anything na makakatago siya dito at makakabuelo siya. This is the Sova drone. Baka sakali pa ma-defuse tong spike. They don't have the angle right now for the team of Paper Rex. They just gotta tap this. They have no choice. They have no choice.
Wala na. Game number 3, guys.
Game number 3.
Attackers win.
Paper Rex, they tried their best but it just won't happen. The dedication of the team of PSJ na wag lumabas in that post-plant situation, talaga makikita mo at gustong-gusto talaga nilang kunin itong map number 2. We went into 1 overtime and it was still PSJ after all.
Ano nangyari sa camera ko, bes?
Japan kami na. Malamig dyan?
Nangyari. Okay ka lang, Bobby?
Looking at stats right now, Diyos ko, PSJ, flinch. He was really not flinching at all when it comes to those kills. 39 kills in total, 2.5 KDA and a 398 combat score. Isa talaga siya sa mga pillars dito pagdating sa PSJ.
Pero akala natin makukuha nga ng PRX to kasi wala sobrang naiwan sila nung attacking ang PRX. Nagulat nga tayo nakapag-comeback dito ang PSJ. Talagang wala, sasabihin talaga nila na sige, babawiin namin lahat ng pagkatalo namin. And for themselves, talagang kaya pa ng PSJ. Pero partner, last map is Icebox. Mapa ng PRX yun. To be
Mapa rin
honest,
to ng PRX eh.
pero yun nga, I mean, hindi ko nga alam kung if ever mapa rin ba ng PSJ yun or not. Pero we all know that PRX is really
100%
strong.
win rate sila doon. But it only had two. Dalawa lang yung sample size nila. It was against Bonkers. They won at Onyx G, actually. So, that's still a big thing because Onyx G is actually a pretty strong team as well.
Yeah. Ito yung nalikulan sila ni Asterisk eh. No? Parang akala ng PRX talaga makukuha nito. Pero this is actually the best clutch na nakita natin so far. Dito sa match natin ngayon sa totoo lang.
Yun nga, itong paggamit ng utility ni Benkai is just perfect to actually take upon the side the post-plant situation. But when it comes to the defense nung Paper Rex, doon sila nagkatalo-talo eh. Nahihirapan sila on the defensive position. May times na pumupush sila, but it was very unnecessary for them to push. And despite that, itong mga magagandang game highlights at clutch moments, hindi pa rin enough to actually win the game. At para sa akin, it was just a 50-50 for these two teams. For PSG, they performed really, really well as Flinch was taking a lot of kills. Obviously, 39 kills siya bago matapos tong pagkatapos nitong matchup na to. But ang daming beses na nahuli nila na off guard itong Paper Rex.
Yeah.
Kagaya nito, di naman na-plant yung spike. Pinush pa rin nila.
Ito yung naka-4K si Flinch ata eh. Yeah, yan nga yun. Tira mo, parang sabihin natin, just sobrang on point pa rin talaga. 3K lang pala yan, sorry. Or to 2K. Pero natin sabihin na talagang sobrang on point na rin talaga ng PSG. Ang lakas ni Flinch. Mag-jet sa totoo lang.
Alam mo, feeling ko kapag inaguluhan na lang to ni Mindfreak nang nagde-defuse siya, baka hindi siya matamaan. Dasal na lang, mga ganon. Kasi hindi talaga sisilip yung mga players ng PSG eh. Obviously, they are in a position na lamang sila and they just have to wait until he tries to tap the spike, until he tries to defuse. Even with the safe plant, they still have that angle and they would still push out. Nakuha niya yung triple kill, but obviously, around is around. It was the match point already for the side of PSG.
We're just gonna wait if ever kung sila ba talaga mananalo dito sa game number 3. Pero we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are canceled for the day. The mods. See ya.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam.
At kami ay nagbabalik dito sa laban ng PRX at PPGL. Kayo ay nanonood ng Valorant Challengers Tour APAC. Kami ang inyong mga casters at ihahayag namin sa inyo ang lahat na nangyayari dito sa laban na to. Ako si Vil at kasama ko si Taylor. Bes, kamusta?
Eto nga, no. Ang hirap sabayan, pataas yung ano. Kalungkutan, akala ko SBE na maglalaro, pero hindi pa pala. Dahil humabol pa ang PSJ, they made a comeback and in an overtime, ay syempre, tinapos pa rin nila yung mapa na yan. It was actually picked by Paper Rex, the map Breeze, but of course, moving forward, itong susunod na mapa is actually Icebox. And the performance of Paper Rex, it's to sa mga una nilang pinipick na mapa. And I really think when it comes to the last and final map, obviously, for the boys of PSJ, this is still a very formidable team. Lalo na kapag nag-pop off pa si Igor. Imaginein mo yan. Si Flinch pa lang yun, 39 kills against Paper Rex.
One of the highest so far dito sa game natin. I mean, sa buong VCT APAC. And tignan natin kung sino ba talaga mas aangat na kill sa kanya if ever. Pero yun na nga. I mean, dito sa Icebox, once again, mapa ng PRX. Pero kung napapansin mo, pwede rin itong maging pocket ng ng PSJ.
Yep. It can definitely be their pocket pick. Kagaya na nangyari kanina, they picked the first map as Fracture and they literally, pag sinilip mo yung VLR nila, you couldn't see any information at all. Walang agent pick na ginamit nila and everything else. It's literally zero blank. At ngayon, magkakaroon na yan ng 0% win rate, no, because of this match against Paper Rex. But still didn't work out for them during that first time. Mukhang na-overwhelm ata sila sa bilis ng takbo ng isang Neon dito mula kay Forsaken habang yung iba tumatrabaho lang. On the other hand, pagdating sa map 2, nakapag-perform na rin naman si Forsaken, but it just so happens na talagang may times na pinupush nila na hindi naman dapat na nangyayari. There are also engagements na nauunahan sila pagdating doon sa mga pick-offs saka sa mga pagkakapitas. But this final map, which is Icebox, hindi ko pa nakikita yung Paper Rex maglaro sa bagong Icebox, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited on what they can offer dito sa Paper Rex. Pero, I mean, dito sa Icebox rather. I mean, itong mapa na to is actually really tricky. I mean, if ever na talagang magagawa ng Paper Rex yung mga lineups nila dito, that'll be good. And sa totoo lang, the one thing na rin talaga nahihirapan ng Paper Rex dito, it's just the flank of PSJ na lang din talaga. They have no idea at all na talaga naiikutan na sila. Si Eeyore, I mean, sobrang tahimik lang. I mean, it's just that time lang din naman talaga na minamaximize ng ng PSJ dito. Na it's fine if ever mabagal tayo maglaro. It's fine kung mabagal tayo gumalaw. As long as tayo nananalo per round, as long as na-pick off natin yung mga importanteng tao na ma-pick off natin, good sana naman talaga yun. At saka itong mga players naman na to, hindi naman talaga sila papasok bigla-bigla sa isang site. No, they're not gonna do that. All these kind of parang doings. Talagang they need to pick off these players lang din talaga isa-isa. Then if ever nakakuha na tayo ng magandang opening, then we're gonna start it from there. Like, pwedeng B, pwedeng A. It's really up to you guys. Or pwedeng mid. If kunyari mid, nakakuha ka ng isang malaking Sova kill, that is huge already. Kasi it just means na wala na makakakita kung nasaan pa yung mga kakampi mo if napatay mo yung basta napatay mo yung kalaban na Sova. And lalong-lalo na you need to check din if ever meron ba silang pang anti-diffuse, anti-plant or whatsoever, because kung napapansin mo partner, talagang if ever na mag-icebox talaga tayo, wala, ito na talaga. Ito na yung the best. Kasi sa lahat ng teams, ito lang din ang gamit nila, di ba?
Comfort picks lang, kumbaga.
Oo. Ito na rin kasi this is the best.
Bakit mo naman babaguhin yung gumagana?
Tama. Don't fix what's not broken.
Exactly. So, bakit tayo nagagalit? Hindi ba nga nagsisimula yung match?
Nag-1-1 eh.
Nag-1-1 kasi akala namin talaga SBE na. Pero by the way guys, the next game would be against SBE, ang ating Filipino team laban sa Oblivion Force mula sa Vietnam kung hindi ako nagkakamali. So abangan natin yan, yung ating watch party mamaya, at balita ko may special guest caster daw na sasama sa atin dito sa Tagalog broadcast. Pero bago ang lahat, syempre, ito nga ang score natin para sa Best of 3 series. This is gonna be their make or break map. It's gonna be Icebox. No one chose this. Kumbaga ito yung decider map pagdating dun sa mga bans nila. And surprisingly, para sa Persija, hindi nila binan itong Icebox, no? Looking at their stats, they have that 100% win rate, but a very small, yet again, sample size that we are looking at. It's only 4 games. At yung picks nila dito, usually, it just really consists of that chamber. With Famous, ito naman si Sova on Rossify, Asterisk in that Stage, and si Flinch, magsistick pa rin siya on the Jet. And Eeyore is actually a pretty great Viper player. At talagang nagsashine yung mga Viper player when it comes to Icebox.
Yeah, for sure. Pero tingnan natin if makakayanan pa ba to ng PPRX or PSG. Pero nagka-bari na nagkaputo ka na. Flinch, galing sa Asterisk there. Meron namang pocket Sage, okay lang yan. Healing over here. Pero oh my god, Diyos ko po. Nakakita nga, pero Flinch, ewan ko bakit kailangan mo pang sumilip doon. Hindi namin. Ito na, wala na kami pakialam kung PRX o PSG manalo dito. Natro lang. Kanina meron eh. Pero ngayon wala.
There goes Eeyore getting the kill on Mindfreak. Shinoutdown niya na nga ang katapat niyang Viper dito on site. And this is now the entry na nagmumula sa Paper Rex. Using up the wall as typical as it sounds. The typical wall is what we're looking at right now. At nakapag-plan na nga sila. Ready for post-plant situation already. At si Forsaken bumabansi na rin. Sinusubukan niya rin makakuha dito ng kills. Baka sakali daw tumama yung kanyang mga shots. Hindi natin malalaman. But the Vi, he was able to punish one. That is Famous, ang kanyang kamuka. On the other hand, in a 3v2 or rather a 2v2 situation, ang dami ng wall ng Sage dito. Magde-defuse na lang ang gagawin. At si Benkay na naman ang natitira with 4 HP remaining. Hinahabol na naman ng Sage na si Asterisk. Time is ticking, halfway done. Ang pagde-defuse ng Spike when he hops up, hindi pa rin namamatay si Benkay. Oh my god, ginulo lang niya ng ginulo. And this is gonna be in the hands of Paper Rex with 4 HP. Benkay!
Kahabulan sila.
Binigay!
Walang oras!
Wala siyang magawa dun eh.
Asterisk. Ay, lamang naman si Benkay doon. Kahit ano mangyayari. Kahit na-half din ni Asterisk. Lamang pa rin si Benkay.
Pero may wall. Yun kasi yung problema. Nakakatakas si Benkay dahil din dun sa wall.
Oo. Yun nga eh. Saka napapansin mo, hindi si Rina Benkay yun. Kasi alam ni Benkay, na-advantage na yung wall na yun.
Okay ka lang. Tulong naman, oh. Medyo yung partner ko dito.
At may tao sa baba mo, tabay! Pero si 4 seconds sabi niya, sige lang pre, I got you.
I got you,
gonna
man.
take down Rosify. Ay, Rosify, gonna take down 4 seconds right now. Pero, tamang wall na rin ginagawa ni Chico para syempre makakuha ni respect. Pero yung nga na atin sa likod lang din, pero Famous get a kill on to 1, pero boost na. Tatlo ang napatay dito sa players ng PRX, tatlo din na magsisave.
Dito na mag-ano yan, guys. Para sa Paper Rex, tuloy-tuloy na daw 13-0, sabi. Tinext ako ni Benkay kanina eh.
Oh, talaga?
Oo. Si Wolf. Nakausap ko na kanina. Sabi niya, sige na nga, 13-0 ko na para tapos na yung trailer. Papunta dun sa match ng SBE. Flinch, wala siyang nagawa for the last 2 rounds that we saw him. He didn't get any kill or anything at all. Aside from 1 assist at least.
Eto na! Magkakaroon na tayo ng balagbagan dito mga kaibigan. Flinch! Waiting patiently. Kasama pa ang Champions Bundle.
Bumili ka ba niyan?
Hindi. Papadrop lang ako.
Uy!
Si ano? Ang nagdadrop sa akin si Heinzel.
Yun madaming si Boss Heinzel. Maraming rep.
Kahapon magkasama kami ni Heinzel. Punta ako sa studio kahapon eh. Alas 3 na kami nakauwi.
Magaling.
Oo.
Parang walang cast, no?
Oo. Second game pa naman ako, partner. Mind freak. Hindi ko na nga dapat ginawa. Pinagmalaki ko.
Nahuli nila si doon. Una si Flinch kasi nag-push siya dahil narinig niya nga si Benkay na nagdo-drone. Pero inaabangan lang din siya ng ibang players. So, this is PSJ pushing and trying to get that advantage towards Paper X. Pero nabaliktad pa. 2 players are out.
Alam mo, partner, yung na yan, yung parang LED na sa likod ni Mind Freak, dati hindi naman gumagalaw yan eh. Di ba?
Oo.
Hindi yan gumagalaw dati. Ang nakalagay dyan, yung employee of the month.
Employee of the month? Totoo.
Oo, di ba? Pero ngayon, LED screen na siya talaga. Gumagalaw na. Meron ng transition.
Talaga. Upgrade na tayo. Ano na? 2022 na.
Oo, nung oras na kasi eh, no?
Well. When it comes to the replay, obviously, lamang ang mga dito eh. When it comes to experience-wise, pagdating as a team, and especially in this specific map, Paper Rex talaga ang may lamang dito. And it's a clean 3-0 already. And PSJ, they will be forced into an eco.
Pwede na kanila ipanalo to dire-diretso.
Tuloy-tuloy na yan, 13-0. Tinext nga ako ang kulit eh.
Sorry. Ano sabi sa'yo?
Yun nga.
Ayo! Ano sabi sa'yo?
Ayo!
Ayo! Load, Tito Rolly mo ito. Loadan mo ako 300. Ito, bagong roaming number ko, text back.
Yun ang sabi. Siyempre, sinendan natin.
Oo, diba?
300.
Oo. Pero, Forsaken mga kaibigan, naghahanap na din pwede mong patay, pero meron tao dun sa may backside, pero nagbabantay talaga dito yung mga players ngayon. Actually, napakaganda ng pwestuhan yung Forsaken dito eh, no? Pero nga lang, kailangan talaga mag-swing out. Jing nakakuha ng isa. Shuttle not gonna connect though. Pero nga lang, Benkay, isa pa. Diyos ko po, inuubos ng PRX ang PSG. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Pero, Benkay will get a plant spike already. Forsaken catches one. Trying to go with the second one. Asterisks will be down as well. It's all up to Famous. Dinala niya ang mundo. Forsaken, pumunta sa gitna para makita namin si Brimstone.
4-0. Very clean take mula sa Paper Rex. Alam na alam nila ang mapa na to, guys. Daming beses na nila nilaro to in an international stage, even in Masters as well. So, obviously, Paper Rex has the upper hand. But, syempre, hindi mo pwedeng i-cancel out na PSJ. Despite everything else, sila pa rin ang nanalo dun sa second map na minention natin, paborito ng Paper Rex ang mapa na long-range duel like Breeze, but they weren't able to get it away from PSJ. So kaya nila tapatan ang mga Paper Rex, especially Flinch.
Ito, dito sa dito kay Flinch, that operator needs to be worth it dito sa side ng PSJ. Pero at least si Famous sa coach na isa dito, Jingbo be down. Forsaken mga kaibigan. Kung napapansin nyo, wala naman silang dalang operator kasi syempre kailangan nila makapasok dito. So if ever lang talaga sa PSJ, kung sino gagamit ng operator, syempre si Flinch lang din talaga. Pero makakuha pa siya ng isang kill dito. Famous nagbabantay, Mind Freak waiting patiently. Andito siya sa may default though. Maikli ang wall. Para lang syempre makapag-push out pa siya. Famous will gonna be down as well. Pero yung mga ibang players dito ng PSG, they need to go out. They need to move out. Forsaken. Oh, meron tao doon sa may snow pile doon, pero hindi na alam na baka meron pang dumaan doon sa may Harry Potter pe.
Hey, Eeyore, he was able to get the kill instead. That is Forsaken out. A 3v2 situation. Kailangan makapasok ng Paper Rex. Pasok pa sila on site but the spike has been dropped. At inaabangan lang yan ng ibang players dito ng PSJ. Kaya si Mind3 kailangan niya sumaiko dito ng kaunti. With the last player remaining, alam na nila na wala sa loob ng Viper's Pit itong natitirang player, which is Mind3. With only a few seconds remaining, Flinch was able to spot him and with his operator, shot him down. A 4-1. Lamang pa rin ang Paper Rex. But PSG, at least they didn't lose this round, and Flinch got his first kill, and he still has that operator yet again for the next round.
At least nakakuha siya dito mga kaibigan. Well, yun naman talaga importante dito sa PSG. I mean, yes, nagkakaroon sila ng problema. Yes, nagkakaroon sila ng konting mishaps. Pero as long as you're racking up all these points for your team, kahit lugmok na lugmok kayo sa score, ang importante makabawi. Tamang montage lang din. Sabi ni Flinch, bawal mag-montage dito. Guard! May nagka-camera. Bengkay! But at Hunter's Fury, Rosify, nagkasagutan na nga ng Hunter's Fury dito. Nag-sword fight.
Tuloy mo! Di ba? Gusto mong ikas? Ituloy mo!
Nagsapalan. Dulo-dulo.
Si Jing nakakuha na ng triple kill. Si Bill hindi pa rin tapos tumawa. Hindi ko alam kung ang round na to ang una matatapos. So si Bill, mga kaibigan, as Jing hops out, he was able to spot one pero it's too late to actually fire the gun. Si isa na lang natitira, which is a Rosify na kailangan mag-defuse ng spike. Pero this close plant position right now from Paper Rex, masyadong matindi.
3v1. Masyadong matindi. For second, pwede makapalit. Sige po na timing. Pero Rosa will get a kill. Oh my God, Rosify, delikado ka dyan. Bobby D! For second, with a kill instead. Tapos na.
Okay na, nalabas mo na lahat. Bakit ka ba tumatawa?
Hindi ko alam, happy ako.
Ba't ba? Guys, patulong. Parang ata, kinain na ng Valorant to si Vil.
Oo. Sakto lang.
5-1 na ang score. Kung titignan mo yung mga kills, pare-parehas lang halos. Pero, ang hindi ko makuha dito, bakit hindi tumitigil si Bill tumawa?
Si Derek kasi.
Nagturo ka pa. Wala ka mapapakitang pruweba, men.
Ito timestamp. Tama na.
Ikaw lang na. Ang bot sa imo.
Time out naman eh. Okay lang yan.
Diyos ko. PSJ, napa-time out na sila. They have to figure out kung paano nga naman kasi sila makakapasok. Kasi kung iisipin mo, it's already the 7th round and still they're stuck in this scoreline. We all know that it is an attacker-sided map, but what kind of retake is PSJ offering right now? Mukha kasing tinatapatan ata nila agad-agad yung mga players dito ng Paper Rex, tapos nahuhuli lang din sila eh.
Oo, tapatan! Pero, panoorin mo ako!
Tinagalog mo lang yung sinabi.
Flinch. Naghahanap siya na pwede mo to. Dito. Flinch. Let's see if makakita pa siya pinungan ng Forsaken. Na-fast hands na nga itong mga Lodi. Pero Davai, we gotta kill on to Flinch right now. Wala na namang pera ang PSJ. May pera, wala. May pera, wala. Yan lang, paikot-ikot lang. Ikot.
By Sarah G. Forsaken, kayang-kayang i-heal eh. Ay, nako! Na-PC masyado mag-wall si Kuya mo, Jing. Hindi na rin niya mahi-heal dito si Forsaken. Mind Freak was able to get the kill instead, though.
Oh, Forsaken pushing in. Pwede niya makuha si Asterisk dito. Oh my God, Diyos ko pa. Feeling ko si Forsaken yung makukuha dito eh. May pakiramdam ako eh. Pero yun nga lang, hindi tumama si Asterisk. Sayang lang yung load.
Nalaman pa kung nasan siya.
Boiler! Ayan, nasa boiler ngayon. Si Rosify mga kamit. Pinatay sa Forsaken pero meron na silang baril ngayon. 2v3. Rosify with just that she-rep. Asterisk, sumisilip na yung mga ulo pero Mind Freak siya ang lamang dito. Pero yung ano, nandun lang sa taas!
Nako, dun lang sila nahuhuli.
Oh, wala nang oras kapatid. Bengkay, okay lang kahit mamatay ako. Basta mataas yung stats ko.
Hindi na siya makakatakas dito. Marami naman silang arep eh. Okay lang yan. Ang importante, hindi ma-diffuse.
Omsim.
6-1. Paper Rex is getting this. Dati Pepper Rex yan eh, di ba? Nalala mo pa yun?
Oh, yun.
Pepper Rex. Yung intro natin, Pepper Rex. Pero ang daming times na na-caught off guard lang sila dito. 2 times actually in this specific round as well. Na tumatalon lang sila. Ito, knives out, sabay huli.
Wala eh, ito yung mapat nila eh. Wala naman tayong magagawa. Ito talaga yung mapat nila. Edi G, edi wow.
Ang plano kasi talaga dito ng PSJ, makuha nila yung first map. Kasi nga pagdating dito sa third map, this is probably the strongest map of Paper Rex.
Yun nga eh, di ba? Napaganda pa eh. Pero ano, Forsaken nakakuha na ng isa dito mga kaibigan, pero makakakuha pa sa isa dito, which is apparently yung nagbabantay sa backside, which is si Eeyore. Yung spike hindi pa rin drop, hindi pa rin napaplan. Papunta na sila dito sa A, nagpapakiramdaman lang sila. Ang dami-dami nilang ginagawa dito. Si Flinch baka makuha pa nga ni Forsaken, si Ear, dumediretso lang din. Forsaken with that swing, pero yung kalang Ear pa rin na makakakuha ng kill dito. Famous. Dito lang sa may backside, dito lang sa may labas, dun sa may ladder, dun sa may rafters.
Malakas na si Famous eh, no? Nung
UV3.
mga nagtatanungan sila na sinong gusto mo sa dream team mo, laging sinasabi na may mention to si Famous.
Oh, malakas naman talaga siguro siyang sentinel if ever makikita natin. Pero nga lang Famous, maganda yung posisyon ni Davai dito. Davai, we gotta get on to one. Pero yun nga lang sabi ni Famous with a spray and pray. 6-2.
Such a good retake coming in from PSG. And still, despite that retake, 3 ang naging collateral damage pagdating dito sa PSG, no? And with that, I'm not quite sure how their economy looks like. As Forsaken, he pulled out the knives, yes, and it's just that napipigilan sila dito, especially with the wall that is like that. Isa lang talaga ang entryhan mo, isa lang ang papasukan mo as well. And Davai, despite having a good positioning on site, hindi naman yan hindi yan box na hindi nawa-wallbang.
Oo.
Wallbangable yung tinataguan niya doon.
Exactly. So, meron pa sarang chance, pero sobrang silent dito kasi hindi na nakuha. Pero yun nga lang, here in this round, they're gonna go here in mid. Pero kung napapansin mo, oh my God, Diyos ko po, kitang-kita ka. Ba't kasi mo, bakit nilalabas mo yung drone mo?
Nahuli siya doon. Yung ibang members dito ng Paper Rex nakapasok na ng kitchen and they're well aware that they're already in kitchen. Hunter's Fury nilabas nga dito a very little amount of space that they can actually move. Pero kung mahuli sana ni Rosify yun, ang dami niyang mahuhuli.
Mind Freak. We're gonna use that Viper Spit na din talaga mga big Famous super low on HP. Mind Freak siya pwede makakuha ng kill dito. Pero let's see if ever makakuha ba nga niya. Pero nga ni Eeyore pushing in but Nava will gonna get that kill. 4v3. 3v3 right now. Mind Freak. Saan pa talaga niya? Oh my God! Ipaplat niya dun sa may loob. Dun sa may corner. Yun yung gustong gawin ni kaibigang Mind Freak. Pero ngayon wala na silang Viper Spit. Uy! Asan yung Ilaris? Hindi nakita asin kung asin si Flinch. Pero yun, nakita kita. Pero meron ba magkikila to? Oh! Jing will gonna get that kill. Famous with another one. 1v1. Jing versus Famous. Oh!
Aray.
Famous super low. 10 HP. Pero, naglalakad lang din talaga si kaibigang Jing, mga kaibigan. Pero saan pa talaga pupunta si Famous? Narinig nito. Oh! Tamang right click! Hoy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Huli!
He was very well aware and confident now. Very low on HP. He knows the position, so why not? instead of risking not knowing kung nasan ba talaga siya, instead of planting the spike na mawawala pa sa mata niya yung isang chamber, i-push mo na lang. Kasi lamang ka naman pagdating sa positioning tsaka sa barrel. Very low on HP. What can you expect? It's just a right click to the face, to the body. Patay yan.
Typats Academy. 7.
Saan galing yun? Typats Academy. Akademya ng mga laging namamatay.
Typats Academy.
Just go.
Iyon with the guard dyan. Ito ang guard. Forsaken, mga kaibigan sa matagal sa pero si Jig nakakuha pa nga rin si Jig, pero Forsaken will not run through that smoke. Ano? Viper spin! Pinagkasabi mo, ha? Forsaken. Oh, meron tao dito sa may rafters, pero kalma lang. Forsaken tumututok sa kakampi niya, kalma.
Kala niya kalaban pero it's now a 4v none. A 4v none dahil ubos na sila, pati panubos. 8-2 scoreline at Paper Rex on a big lead.
Uy. Andito si Annan Tawat from Thailand, sabi niya. Hello.
Yun naman din naman talaga sinabi niya. Pag tinignan niyo yung C translation. Hello! Welcome to the stream. Sana naintindihan tayo. Hindi yata tayo naintindihan yan. Flinch!
We are really sorry if we don't speak in English because we need to cater for the Filipino people that's watching right now. Hello.
Si Jing gusto nang mag-plant ng spike pero ako parang gusto ko nang tigilan kasama i-casto si Bill.
Pero asterisk, mga kaibigan, medyo kinakabahan siya dito. Muntik siya matamaan ng shock dart, pero yun nga lang, naghahanap lang siya ng perfect angle, perfect position, Eeyore, dito sa may boiler, pero man, we're gonna get that. Kasi go for the second one. Oh my god, ang ganda ng mga angulo, ang ganda ng posisyon ng Paper X. Men!
Totoo. Isa na lang ulit natitira sa kanila dito. Si Famous, all up to Famous right now. Ang daming nag-aabang sa kanya. 3 players ata ang naka-peak. At this is a clean 9-2 score. They were able to take yet again a side. Perfect execution na nagmumula sa Paper Rex. They know this map. They know they can take it.
See if they really can take everything para sa kanila. Pero 2-9, men. 2-9.
Nilalabanan kasi nila no?
Malakas ang feeling ko, wag na lang sana sila mag-pick no? Antayin na lang nila Ganun na lang sana Wala
nilalabanan kasi nila ng nilalabanan. Ito na nga yung nangyayari pag hindi nag-show up si Flinch. Kung kanina naka 39 kills siya, napagod na siyang magbuhat, men.
Oh my god, the
nice kill from the Vi.
Solid through that smoke na ginawa ni Davai dito. Si Flinch agad na nawala. Madalang kwarto ni Davai
Yun yung napansin mo.
Oo. Pero
naku, nag-aabang sa Gedli.
Ginagawa mo dyan, ha?
Nahuli. Pero ang malapit dito, busy sila sa B, lahat nasa A na.
Forsaken. Jing, oh my god, Jing! Isa pa nga, pero tsaka ko for the second one, maganda yung position ni Jing. Diyos ko, anong klaseng position ni Jing yun? Sino ang nagbabantay doon? 210!
Wala atang nagsabi sa kanila na nandun si Jing. Tingnan mo si Benkay, 300 crouches per minute.
Ang bilis niratat. Kinaldag
Kinaldagan Oh my god, the first kill mula doon kay Flinch kanina nung tumatakas siya, yung dash niya kasi hindi pa kaliwa o pa kanan talagang pakatras lang. So literal, kapag binaril mo lang din ng padiretso, patay, yataps.
Yatapchi wa.
Yung 39 kills niya kanina, naging 2 kills na lang, patapos na yung match.
Ay, nako. Kung ito lang yung score kanina no? Kung ganito lang no, sa game number 2, di sana tapos na.
At least mabilisan na lang para SBE. Tsaka obviously this map, Paper Rex knows it. I don't have to keep saying it again. Everyone knows it. Literally, kahit manood ka lang ng Masters, matagal kang nawala, hindi mo sinusundan yung Paper X. Alam na alam nyo na yan eh. It's an old map that is fairly new because of the changes, but it still doesn't face Paper Rex in actually performing really well. At ganun pa rin yung lineup nila dito. Ang nagbago lang talaga, dumagdag lang yung chamber when it comes to the players. At ang maganda for the side, ang magandang balita para sa side ng Paper Rex, itong chamber nila, syempre, mabilis makakapag-rotate kung saan niya man gusto. So, I think the Vi, especially he's getting the shots in, he would probably lurk around the map and as well set up traps, syempre, para sa flank nila, no? But more on the firepower capability of a chamber, he can definitely use it up.
That's a good spot.
Paano ang gagawin nilang pag-use dito, partner? I mean, paano nila ipapanalo to? Na knowing na medyo mahirap na rin talaga gawa ng paraan eh. Kasi kung tuloy-tuloy na talagang ipapanalo ng Paper Rex to, pag nanalo sila dito sa first round ng second half, it's over. It's really over, man. Kasi, if nanalo ng Paper Rex dito sa second half na to, kailangan mag-force ng PSJ. Kasi if hindi sila nag-force, matatalo sila. Asterisk. Planet
Oh my
Spike.
God.
The Vi with a kill. Up top, yellow. Hindi sila pwede sumilip dito sa may wall, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na nagkakaskas na ng yellow. Si Forsaken, mga kaibigan, mukhang gagawa na ata ng halo-halo ang kuya mo. Jing with a kill onto one as well. Pushing ito 4v2, 4v1. Flinch, it's over! This is over.
They don't even have to use the wall any longer just to defuse the spike. So with that, 11-2, Paper Rex takes it and makakabili sila on the next round. I think this must be either magpo-force tong PSJ or they're gonna play out overtime, which is sobrang dami nilang hahabulin na rounds. Kailangan tuloy-tuloy na ilang rounds yung kukunin nila dito? 10.
Yeah, this is done. Like, super done. They tried their best, but it's not enough. On to this game right now. Mind Freak inside that smoke. Dito. Hindi generator yan eh. Generator ba yan?
Ang alin?
Yung kunasan si Mind Freak niya.
Hindi.
Hindi, diba? Hindi? Ang tawag dyan?
Pipes.
Pipes. Okay, pipes. Pero wala. Oh, debated! Si Mind Freak nasa may likod.
Oh, boss.
Men, hindi nag-force buy ang PSJ.
Wala. Lalaruin nila to ng lalaruin nila ng 10 rounds tuloy-tuloy. Uy! Si Benkay talaga, ang bilis ng daliri nito sa control. Pinoy talaga to. Wolf talaga yan. Sure na ako. Walang nagsabi na may tao sa pipes. Masyado atang mabilis. Nabilisan ata sila doon. Hindi nila ini-expect. But obviously, it is already a match point para sa Paper Rex and PSJ. If they want to win this, they have to take 10 rounds consecutively.
Wala. Nilabanan nila.
Winners bracket naman to eh. So,
may laban pa sila sa baba.
May laban pa sila sa baba. Huwag silang mag-alala kung sakali man. Hindi pa sila tanggal. Hindi pa wasak ang pangarap ng Persija.
Pero tinan mo naman nagkawasakan na nangyari. Tinan mo yung baril ng PSJ. Tinan mo yung baril dito ng PRX, men. Broken by kalaban ng mga vandalism. PSJ narinig to for sure. Pero yung nga lang, for a second with the 2K or sa nagkawa mo the third one right now. Pero triple. Magi-triple pick na rin ata dito ang PRX. Kahit dalawa sila, triple pick.
Pero wala na silang magagawa dito. May isang nagbabantay sa B. Maliban na lang kung mapatay nila yan si Benkay.
Naka-Spectre lang. Naka-Spectre lang si Benkay.
Naka-Spectre lang. So, Bulldog, Vandal laban sa Spectre ni Benkay. Hindi sila alam ha. Walang information. As soon as Benkay hops out, hindi niya nakuha yung kill. Pero nabawasan niya kahit pa paano. Si Famous, it's all up to Mind Freak right now. Hindi nila nararamdaman the swing. It's not gonna happen. PSJ, they were able to take this away from Paper Rex at least. May pag-asa pa.
Meron pa bang pera ang Paper Rex? Okay, meron pa ata, I guess. Maraming pero TSJ.
Enemy down.
Bonus nila to dapat eh.
Maraming beses pwede magkamali ang Paper Rex.
Yun nga, this is rounds to lose kung sasabihin natin. And they can be very, very aggressive just to try to finish this map away from PSG. But on the other hand, it's just too many rounds to lose right now for Paper Rex. It doesn't matter so far if it doesn't work out the first few moments. At gaya nga nasabi mo, walang pera. Si Jing lang. Hindi ko alam, nasama sa hukay eh.
Dalawa yung napatay niya.
Sa likod ata, wallbangable kasi yan.
Oo, wallbang. Pero sa likod ba? Wala eh. Wala, hindi sa likod oh.
Di ko rin alam kung paano nangyari yun.
Dapat dalawa.
Basta si Jing napatay siya, yun yun.
Magkapatong sila, men. Magkapatong sila.
Siguro.
Nasa isang position lang sila. Pero paano, men? Mamaya nga sana sila play. Sana nakuha. Famous, inuubos na Mindfreak with another one right now. 1v3. Mindfreak super low on HP. Tagging by that, by that CCTV. Crucify, wallbang. Okay, gusto ko makita kung paano napatay ni ni Flinch yun.
Baka may replay na ilalabas. Ito. One? Magkasama lang. Akala ko nasa likodan, nasa may Raptors na huli.
Oo. Kasi dun sa minimap kasi, magkadikit lang yung X eh.
It's quite interesting kung ba't pinili din ng Paper Rex yung posisyon na yun. Especially, ang bilis lang din mag-transfer spray in that specific position. But it's still, this time around, bibili na ang Paper Rex ng kanilang mga baril. Si Flinch, meron pang Blade Storm. Tignan natin kung meron siya mapapatay o mauunahan ba siya dito. With Flinch, using that 3 knives, he doesn't get to have a damage even towards Forsaken. This Recon will control the dictation of the game. And ito na nga ang paggamit ng Hunter's Fury habang yung ibang players ng PSG pumapasok na rin. But because of this wall from the Viper, it's quite difficult na makita yung ibang mga kalaban. And this wall, kailangan nilang basagin lahat ng panel dito dahil isa lang ang madadaanan nila. Shinakdart, pati kakampi, nagkamali lang ng kaunti. But Eeyore was able to spot one and get the kill. And this is Jing going down habang yung ibang players ng PSG, trabaho lang para sa kanila. Forsaken very low on HP, but he was able to kill the one that holds the spike as he opts out. Hindi na niya makukuha to. Benkai was able to take on the kill himself. 2v2 situation right now as they hop out on site. They were able to secure another kill. Eeyore with low HP, 30 HP remaining in a 2v1 situation. Up to Mindfreak right now.
Sobrang tagal, men. Sobrang tagal nang nangyari
bago
doon na labanan dito sa A na wala. Bago nakapasok. Bago nila na-plat yung spike. Pero yun nga lang, Mindfreak. Anong tinitignan mo sa kanan?
Tinitignan niya kung pag bumaba yung smoke kung may tao ba.
Pero okay. Pero yun nga, ang tagal nung bago ma-plat yung spike. Kasi napakadaming tao eh. Nahirapan silang pumasok.
Tsaka may wall ng Viper.
Ang PSG, yun nga eh. And for the side of Mindfreak right now, he actually really waited lang din. Partner, tinan mo kung sinong top frag. Si Jing na naman. Diyos ko po, Jing!
Si Flinch, napagod na magbuhat to eh.
Oo, grabe si Flinch.
Sabi niya, kayo naman. Kanina pa ako, 39 kills yung ambag ko kanina.
Hindi naman to Flinch plus 4. Ito, FP4. Hindi naman ganun, di ba?
Niya, Monyet and Friends.
MP4.
MP4?
Pero, Flinch, mga kaibigan, waiting patiently with just that operator on hand. The famous, look at that. Won't take down the fire right now. Jing with a one tap to the head with a 2K.
What?
Diyos ko, Jing! Pwede po niya mag-revive dito. I-revive ba niya? I-revive niya! Huy! Mamamatay yan! Huy!
Pero ito yung space niya. Opportunity to get the kill. He gets one!
My God,
okay
Jing!
lang! Ang importante sa kanya, ubusin yung kalaban! Oh my God! It is a win!
Oh my God! The best way to end the best of 3 series is an ace!
What a play!
With that sheriff!
What a play na nagmula kay Jing. Isipin mo, water ba? Ayan na! Si Benkai! Sumisigaw na! Si Wolf!
Grabe si Wolf!
Nagalit si Wolf!
Pati yung camera kakainin!
What a way to end things! Look at that kill! Alam mo, ang ganda ng ginawa ni Jing doon.
Ang ganda!
He rest up, he walled up, he rest up. Binate niya lang yung mga players. Alam niya na kaya niyang kuhanin yung mga kills na yon. It's just beautiful to watch. Beautiful Valorant ang nakita natin dito from Paper Rex.
Ang ganda, sobrang ang ganda ng ginawa ni Jing, pare, pero mas maganda si May. Oh man, Jing with 26 kills, 3.3 KDA. Jing, nung game 1 pa lang, nag-pop off na yan. Kanina pa. Galit na galit.
It's a force to be reckoned with.
Oo, and talagang pinaramdam ng PaperX na kahit default map to, men, mapa namin to. Ginawa ang icebox para sa PaperX. Kasi ang dulo nilang letter ay parehong X. They are the second team to qualify sa knockout sa mga kaibigan. Makikita natin sila next week.
Oo. Sana kalaban ang SBE. Diba? Yan ang sanang makita natin. At speaking of anyway, next match natin is gonna be SBE versus Oblivion Force. Isang napaka-dominating win mula dito sa Paper Rex, especially on that first half na talagang it was all them who was taking the rounds yet again and again and again. Lalo na during the times that they were attacking, parang unstoppable force ang nagiging itsura dito ng Paper Rex whenever they come in on site. At tinatapatan lagi ng PSJ on their own engagements, but they can't hit the shots either way. At kung masisilip nyo game highlights, unang round pa lang, yung ginulo-gulo pa lang ni Benkay, alam mo na eh. Ramdam mo na eh.
Oo, Diyos ko!
You know, yung mga support ni Jing doon na nagdo-drone yung Sova, busy si Benkay. Ako bahala.
Sobrang nag-shine si Jing dito. Di ba siya yung 6-man dati?
Hindi ko sure eh.
Tama ba? Hindi ko rin sure.
Pero ang importante for the side of Paper Rex, kung siya man ng 6-man at kung siya man ang bagong salpak dito, eh talagang he's proving that he's definitely worth it to be on this team. He fits like a glove, and as well as for the Paper Rex side, alam nila they're very confident on this map. They played it multiple times already. And for PSJ, it's still a very good sign dahil hindi pa naman to ang huli para sa kanila because they're going down on the lower bracket. This is the winner bracket, guys, that we are looking at. So, hopefully, para sa PSJ, makabawi sila doon. But this is the sign that Paper Rex is one step closer in making it to Masters Reykjavik.
Konti na lang. Ito yun, no? Tignan mo, oh.
One. Binabaril na si Asteris eh. Pero si Sova talagang didikit lang dun.
Oh
I don't know why or where the Viper was looking. Maybe in a certain angle dun. But you saw si Wolf na tumatahol. Paano? Nang ganon. That was our game number 3 between Paper Rex and obviously PSJ or Persija Esports. Right now, we're gonna go in a break. Sa pagbabalik, syempre, it's gonna be panel and then magiging SB na. Tapos, surprise ang magiging isa sa mga casters natin dito. My name is Taylor. Maraming salamat sa inyo guys. Para sa akin, magpapahinga muna ako for today. Pero si Vil ang makakasama nyo with our special guest later on. Maraming salamat, but we're just gonna go in a very short break and VCT Asia Pacific will be right back for the next match.
Test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here. here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift.
As close as it was in Fracture and in Breeze, when we went to Ice, it was relatively a one for Paper X as they get that 2-1 victory. I'm Nomad alongside of me. It is Black and Blue and Raph. In that game, Raph definitely was something was a little statement there for Paper X.
I absolutely agree with you. Icebox, I checked, it was 2-0, and then I look up from my phone, it's 2-10. I just don't understand what's going on. Paper X really turning up the heat, and it started with a Fracture. But again, let's get into that, right? Let's get this into a map by map basis. They did look somewhat rough on Fracture with the Neon pick. It did bear fruit, but at times it looked like that idea still needed a little bit of time to bake for that perfect strat souffle. Of course, courtesy of Chef, Forsaken, and Jing. The set plays, though, honestly, as simple as it was with the fast lane and the barrier orb, plus the scattered map control of the rest of PRX, it really did give them enough space to go wild.
Well, maybe the destination was the same, but the journey definitely wasn't. We were kind of expecting Persida to win their opening map pick here on Fracture, because that's a map that we do know they have, some reason for them to pick on Fracture versus Paper X, but they don't really go that way. It did come down to it really close near the end of that Fracture map, 13-10. One more would have been at the final round of regulation, but I mean, they still did a very amicable job considering that this is Paper X who did beat Glee on this map as well. And composition-wise, it brought something different. Go on over to Breeze, and that's where Person will come back super hard. It was looking like a Paper X match for the entirety of that first half, but second half, after the opening pistol, then, Persida, they just go on like a 7-round run just to come back, where Paper X eventually just closed it out. So this is a really good map for Paper X, and for Persida to keep it that close and even win it was a big monumental win for them, I think.
Oh yeah, especially considering how, once again, recent they are as a team, right? Strong firepower was once again the prior modicum of success, but we did see that more cerebral aspect of PRX when it's deemed necessary. But as the rounds went on Breeze, did kind of lose a little bit of diligence. Persida made great emphasis on capitalizing on that. But oh boy, Icebox, like I said, I looked up, score was there. Well, that can't be right.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like a quick breeze, if anything. Just Icebox cool and put on ice here. They did, especially with Jing, man. He is so insane. How do Paper Rex have like two of the best aimers in the entirety of the continent, right?
Man.
On one single team. It's crazy. As soon as Jing was added to this roster, no knocks on Shiba, he was great to be their support player and to be that utility player on the Sova. But Jing was an entirely different beast, and everybody knew that Paper Rex were going to look even more scary as soon as they come into the year with Jing, now that they've had that practice. And Benkai is going absolutely
so
insane.
animated.
You love the energy here from this team.
Yeah, they
Again. Go ahead, my bad.
No, your opinion matters more, sir. Go ahead.
I'm glad you know. I'm kidding. Absolutely, I'm kidding.
Wow.
That's just a little bit of banter to spice up the afternoon. Again, just to keep the juices going, because we are nearing that summer heat that's been kind of knocking us over. And that fire that Flinch had, again, I just want to point out that Flinch was absolutely crazy when they needed him to be. We talked about Jing. We talked about everybody else on PRX Forsaken also popping off. Yeah, let's give credit where credit is due.
Yeah, definitely. And all the more reason for Paper Rex to be elated with that victory, because they are the second team to qualify into the knockout stage that's going to be happening next week. And what a wonderful way to end it with that ace from Jing, and that eco ace for all that matters. They're definitely going to be feeling that up until the knockouts. And Persian Esports, they're going to be dropping down into the lower bracket and will be facing off once again against Bonkers, and that's definitely a rematch that we to look into as the days progress here in the group stages. But we have to look at the other side of the coin. Paper Rex is late. One of the teams that we have up next will definitely be definite. It's South Built Esports and Oblivion Force in a best of 3, and we just have introductions going here. So without further ado, comes the first team into the fray. Hong Kong and Taiwan's last hope for their region to get into the Masters and make a name for themselves. We got Jime, Furious Mao, Hypathor, Nomad.
They are the #1 seed of Hong Kong, Taiwan, but they are also the last remaining hope for it. And for a region that has constantly been, looked at as, having less of the structure that most of the other C regions might have in terms of, the esports infrastructure that they got there, for them to get this far is already a really big, accomplishment for them. But they have still yet to really win a single series here in the APAC stage. They played against Griffin in their own grand finals, and we know how Griffin went, a very valiant team, but ultimately could not get it done. And we look at them playing against Velocity, and they did bring it really close, right? They went to double 13-10 scorelines on Icebox and on Ascent, but couldn't close out either. So they definitely have what it takes to beat those kind of teams, but they're definitely as well the underdog in this situation. Although we love to root for the underdog, and so Oblivion Force, they can obliterate the competition here if they bring things full force, steam ahead.
Oh yeah, and we talk about how South Built is a pretty slow starter. If they can manage to somewhat close that gate before, the boys over at South Built pry that open, then we're gonna have a real problem here. We've seen a lot of our players, and Oblivion Force is no exception. They're ready to play. They are honestly ready to go, especially with the pressure that the lower bracket brings.
Yeah, speaking of the pressure of the lower bracket, South Built Esports, their team's been in the lower bracket for the qualifiers in the Philippines, and they made it into being the top seed that we have for the Philippines. And this is a shot in proving themselves in the national stage, and they are definitely built for the esports. Without further ado, here comes South Built Esports.
Ooh.
Oh, well, again, guys, these are names where you should be familiar with if you are from, from PH. And we have dubbed them many names. The Kings of the Underworld is one. Another thing that I frequently ask myself watching them in the group stage is, what are you doing? Again, there's just so many tendencies on South Build that kind of make me scratch my head sometimes. But when push comes to shove, these boys, we've been looking at them since a lot of us, since we used to compete or, aspiring pros. These were the names that would come up like, oh, I want to be like these players. But now they are the last great hope of the Philippines. So there is quite a bit riding going into this series. We know how tactically sound they are. But as we mentioned, they are a bit of a diesel engine. They do take quite a bit to start up.
And when they get those older bones starting moving, that is when they get better. The longer the series goes, the better this team does get. And basically the way these guys like to play a lot of times, or the way they come across, is they're the type of folk who would probably call the waiter over before they even look at the menu, right? So basically what I'm getting at here is they work best under pressure. They work best under pressure, and that seems to be the case. They always kind of struggle whenever maybe the stakes are lower, but when the stakes get rolling, once we get high up in the heat, they seem to turn up just with it, and even surpass the what is expected of them. And so for the team here coming from the Philippines, there's definitely lots of expectation, especially when people saw what Secret did last year. People are looking at this team and be like, okay, what you guys got?
Oh, exactly, and it kind of brings back that question. I kind of want to go back to your points when they went off against Full Sense, where you guys mentioned that for South Built Esports, you gotta poke them a little bit before they wake up. They got poked really hard by Full Sense, got knocked down into the lower bracket. As we go into the header, it's gonna be Q versus Papi Chulo, again the brains of the operations here. Do you guys think that South Built is properly poked now, so to speak, and that they're fully awake in this lower bracket run, especially for Papi Chulo to lead this squad against Oblivion Force?
I do think so. I do think that they're, finally woken up here. They know the stakes are high. They know anything barring from like a top 5 finish is a disappointment for them, especially even though it's their first outing, and they are really going to have to step up their game and play the way that everybody knows that they can. But can they actually deliver? We're gonna have to find out for ourselves. I do believe it to be the case.
I mean, they damn should be awake. It's lower bracket. You're done. If you lose, you're done. And absolutely, both these players are very, very aware of that. Papi Cholo, we know that he's an absolute insane clutcher. Seems like Ascent was one of his feeding grounds. Q as well, who's been an absolute fire starter in the sample size that we've seen him play. But once again, guys, we do see different effects when we talk about that pressure, right? Some players crumble, some players thrive. Again, that is really up to both South Built and Oblivion Force to pick which one they want to tread on, which path they want to tread on.
But yeah, for the side of Oblivion Force now, they got Q. That's gonna be wanting to wake up the things here for the most part. And if we're looking at HK and TW as a region that's kind of relatively not just there yet, slightly developed, but is getting there. Do you guys think that Oblivion Force, as the only representatives that we have right now for Hong Kong and Taiwan region, Black and Blue, do you think that they will be able to get a map of South Built Esports, or better yet, will they be able to get the entire series away from esports?
Oh man, I mean, we are thinking of, more importantly, how the vetoes will go, because we do know there are holes in South Built's game, especially when it comes to their map pool. There are maps they struggle with, and we know they almost automatically always ban Fracture, and that's something that, you know, OF can start playing to their hand. And the fact that, you know, South Built has so many VODs out there means they can also do that research beforehand. If they were able to really make the adjustments, though, within such a short, you know, time frame that they're given, which is a day or two at most, that remains to be seen. But I do think Oblivion Forest definitely has what it takes to take a map away from South Built, especially when Raph talked about it, and we've all kind of mentioned it in the past, that South Built do start off slow, and so that map number 1 is the win condition, I think, for OF to take.
It's kind of like that pet rock Patrick had that won the race. You look away, how did South Built get there? You know, that's how it is. But again, this veto, let's let it cook for a little bit. Fracture is a no-brainer ban, honestly. It's one of those default bans that we've come to expect from most of our region. Oblivion Force, they do take away Bind, which has been a pretty flexible map for South Built. We've seen them play that at different speeds, employing that breach, even double controller maybe. But once again, SBE, they've always had a bit of a rough patch when it comes to that first map. Hopefully that's something they can rectify, because Oblivion Force, despite coming in from a region that is yet to flourish, they're still absolutely dangerous. We've seen their mechanical prowess, and much like a lot of our teams here, they have that high baseline for at least on a mechanical standpoint. So once again, the volatility is still very much present. We do get an Icebox as a first pick, though, interestingly enough.
Ooh, Icebox. It is one of those maps that can be quite hit or miss, but when they hit, they definitely knock it out of the park here for South Built. You know, Paper Rex, one of the best teams that we know playing on Icebox in the world. South Built were able to beat them on Icebox, and only in that one map when they played in a different community tournament at the end of last year. So they definitely have shown to have prowess in Icebox, but they also have lost against teams that maybe you won't expect them to lose against on Icebox as well. So could be that big kind of contrast and shakeup between that. But we're looking over to Ascent, which has also been kind of more of the same. When they hit on Ascent, they knocked it out of the park, but when they drop, they really go down low, Raph.
I mean, for all you weebs out there, South Built is kind of like Hatsumi-sen from Kengan Ashura, Kengan Omega. Very high baseline, very tenured, but you'll just never know what you're gonna get.
I mean, I guess that's
it's very specific.
Very
it's like
specific. I see why
specific.
you and Asarai are friends, and you've known each other for a while. You two get along, but
He's
I
a
think
bigger
more
weeb,
importantly, when you look at the pick here on Ascent for the side of Oblivion Force, it is one of their better picked maps, and it is a map that they have, you know, played against Velocity Gaming, gotten very close. They beat Griffin on it. And so that is something at least we can look forward to. But Breeze being banned here by South Built, which I can hear the coming from Raph. I think I know what he's about to say.
South Built once again continues to surprise everybody who's been closely following them for a good amount of time. Oblivion Force, though, very, very smart taking that split away. We know how comfortable South Built is. The decider map has been, once again, a bit of a toss-up here. Haven, South Built, they've had that on and off performance. It's either a 1 or a 0. It's either a very, very big hit or a huge whiff.
Well, Haven is one of the best maps for both of these teams. In recent times, it has been the best map actually for Oblivion Force. So if we get to that third map, they definitely have a chance to close it out. The last time they played this was against Griffin to open up that series where they beat them in the series. And they went 13-10 on that, so they were able to beat Griffin, not super decisively, but hey, they still got the job done. And South Built, we've seen them, you know, do really good things on Haven as well. Playstyles kind of differ, and dare I say, I think map as a Haven, even though it is probably the best map of, you know, Oblivion Force right now, playstyle-wise, I think it does favor that tactical side to South Built more than the bit more aggressive like stance that you see be taken by Oblivion Force quite often.
Well, I kind of want to pick your brains here a little bit more, Raph. Who is the region that's going to be moving forward, and which region is going to bid farewell in this matchup, looking at the maps that we have?
Look, man, you know I've talked about so much South built, and I'm pretty sure you guys already know my prediction, but I just want to flesh this out just a tiny bit. Oblivion Force, I think, or at least I believe stat-wise and in their recent history, they haven't really run into a team that's had the same kind of level of success like South built. This is honestly a great test for them to see how far they can really go, and a great baseline to, well, base for their future performances. At the same time, this could be a compatibility issue for both these sides, so still, it's pretty much a toss-up. But I'd have to lean with the stats, the tenure, and of course the achievements that South built have well built upon themselves. South built 2-1.
Well, when the going gets tough, we know that the SBE boys get rough. And from what we've seen on their local qualifier, from literally the bottom of the leaderboard to the #1 seed at the top of the end, I think it's only be given due respect to what they've done, the benefit of the doubt. But if they get too confident in that, they can also lose these maps, because these are also very, very good maps for the side of Oblivion Force. I will say, there's a real good chance Oblivion Force could upset this, but it's an upset for a reason, and Southville should have this 2-1.
Well, you guys made the valid points there, and I am inclining to agree with you guys. Southbuilt Esports should be able to take this out in a 2-0 fashion, if I do say so myself. Oblivion Force, yeah, despite the fact that HK in Taiwan's finest is here, they still have a little bit to go through going into just the international stage, and hopefully this may just be the spark that HK as a region would need to get into this. And speaking of getting into something, we're about to get into the first elimination game that we have between Southbuilt Esports and Oblivion Force.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen, the pride of the Philippines, mga kaibigan. Hindi na natin to patatagalin pa. We are your casters. My name is Vil. And syempre, kasama ko ang ating guest caster, the analyst of mismong Southbuilt Esports, mga kaibigan. We have Black and Blue. Isipin mo, nasa English siya kanina, pero bigla siya lumipad dito sa Tagalog broadcast. Men, napakainit nito. Tingnan mo, nakabarong na ako. Kulang na lang, pumikit ako.
Handang-handa na tayo, men. Parang, teka lang, bibitawan ko muna ang English ko, baka mapakonyo tayo mamaya-maya. Pero, ayusin muna natin to.
Kalma muna tayo, pare, kasi yung suotang ko, parang wag niyo muna isasara yung kabaong, pero hindi, okay na, nakatapat sa akin ng aircon, pare. Parang pwede na ako tawagin parang governor, parang mayor ang datingan ko ngayon. Pero Black and Blue, later on, papakita natin kung sino pa talaga ang gusto mong manalo. Kasi balita ako, sobrang prepared ka na daw eh.
Oo. Alam mo, sa totoo sa Bill, hindi ko talaga ine-expect na mapapakast ako ngayong araw na to. Pero kanina ata yun, nung pag-gising, may nag-suggest eh. Sabi si Taylor ba o si Ray ba? Hindi, kayo ni Dax pala kamo mismo nagsabi kagabi. Uy, BNB, baka bukas may gimmick tayo, trip natin. Sabi ko, G, tara gawin natin to, men. Siyempre.
Pumayag si Derek, pumayag si Boss Narp mapagmahal. Pumayag sila eh. So siyempre, pag gumugusto, binibigyan, pre.
Oo, give the people what they want. And this is what the people want. Ito na nga, guys, last seed ng Pinas na natitira dito sa APAC Challengers and Southbuilt. They have to prove na deserve nila ang spot nila.
Derek, pwede bang ilipat muna kaya, no? Ilipat muna sa amin. Pwede ba, Derek? Isang mabilis lang, oh. Derek, konting request lang. Ilipat mo muna sa mga casters, kasi meron akong ipapakita sa kanila, eh. Okay, Black and Blue. Tatulungin kita. Sino ba ang gusto mong manalo dito?
Siyempre, sino pa ba naman kundi ang SBE?
Handang-handa na si Black and Blue. Naka-jersey na, kala mo naman talaga maglalaro, pero nag-yoyo na sa likod. Pero ito na ang Titos of Esports, mga kaibigan, maglalaban dito sa Icebox. Ito, Black and Blue, ang SBE kasi parang nararamdaman natin na medyo sa umpisa, parang nabubugbog sila sa umpisa, pero sa dulo doon sila bumabawi.
Siyempre, para sa kwento lang yan, di ba? Sa mga magandang pelikula, siyempre yung bida sa simula, parang bugbog muna, tapos babalik yan, round 12, dun, saka pa sila babawi, di ba? Kaya, ito na nga, mga kaibigan, round number 1 ng Southfield versus OF G na G.
Parang feeling ko 2-0 na ata to, Black and Blue, wala nang question pa ito. Kasi ito guys, tapos na talaga tong game na to. Talagang formality na talaga nakikita, pero kala Noma nakachamba na nga dito kay Aziz. Pero Black and Blue, I mean, pag si Ja talaga, nag-jet dito, talaga sobrang lakas eh, no? Kala mo kung sino?
Mapa niya talaga to, men. Dito talaga siya nagpapakita ng gilas. Ayun na nga, Ja, nakapitas ng isa. Makakapangalawa pa ba? Si Chime, makakaisa.
Oh God,
and there's
Ja!
the second kill ngayon galing kay Ja. Si Micro naman susunod. Bill, 1v3 na lang.
Walang magawa dito yung mga players ng OF talaga. Basta Pilipinas, matik number 1 yan. Pero no man, mga kaibigan, nag-aantay lang siya dito. Pwede mo patay dito, pero kaya 1v3. Kaya mo pa nito, 69 HP. Wala na, kaharap na si Micro. Ladies and gentlemen, and your champions already ng VCT APAC. Huwag nyo nang patagalin to. Paliparin nyo na yung SBE sa Iceland. Ito na yun eh. Next map na tayo. Next map.
Bill, round 1 pa lang. Bill.
Hindi pare, 1-0 na pare next one. Baka mamaya ma-1-1 pa eh, di ba? Huwag natin patagalin pre, Icebox, 100% success ang SBE dito. Diyos ko naman, pinapatagal nyo pa. Ang dali-dali mag-Valorant, ginagawa nyo pang komplikado pa.
Okay lang, pare ko.
Okay lang, pare. Ganito talaga kami dito, pare.
Hype na hype pa. Parang mas hype ka pa kaysa sa akin.
Ang sikip ng barong ko. Kasi nung kinuhanan ko nito, payat siya nun eh.
Bawasan mo muna ng botones, Bill, para maka-shoutcast ka ng maayos talaga dito. Pero ito na nga, push tayo, papuntang A-side camo, Flippy, Ja, isa, dalawa, tutumba, pangatlo. Si Noman sasagot, pero apat pa din. At panalo ang round na naman. Yan na nga, 2-0, Bill, tapos na!
2-0 na, best of dito, di ba? 2-0, tapos na! Direct, tama na, end stream na! Diyos ko. Pero itong kasi mga Titos of Manila, paano ba nabuo ang SBE Black and Blue? Gusto nating malaman.
Okay, so, bale, may team sila syempre, di ba, sa CSGO, magkasama sila dun sa Brain Esports, tas isip na, teka, parang ang dami nang lumilipat dito sa bagong laro, Valorant, tayo din kaya? Oo, number 1 tayo dito sa Pinas, ang CSGO, pero may bagong laro eh, lipat tayo dun sa bago. At yun na nga, ever since noon, parang talagang sinigurado nila na mag-grind pa din sila katulad ng ginagawa nila sa CS para mapatunayan na kaya pa din nila dito sa Valorant.
May asim pa sila.
May asim pa sila.
Oo. Kasi ito kasi mga may alat din ka.
May alat din ka mo.
Depende na lang kung saang parte ng katawan nyo
yung alat. Kulang.
Oo nga, pero yung alood sumisilip-silip ngayon yung mga players ng OF. Kala mo naman talaga makakaisa. Pero magandang crossfire ang ginagawa dito kasi si Shy May at saka si Sage nagbabantay lang din. Pero yung anong Furious Meow nakachamba na naman isa. Pero yung anong Micro with just that Sheriff. Sheriff lang ang kalaban mo pre, pero hindi ka naman tumatama. Aziz! He's gonna get that Vandal instead. Hypator from the backside right now. Pero mukhang hindi pa talaga umaalis dito si CQ.
Pitas pa nga ng isa dito si Hypator. Pero si Aziz sasagot! Vandal lang ang kailangan. Ayun lang pala ang solusyon. Hypator sasagot din naman. Itong Soba na to ang galing din tong bumarila kahit Soba ka. Pero si Pro sabi niya, Tito din ako. Kaya kong ginagawa mo.
Oo nga, tinan mo naman si Pro, partida nakapag-maintenance, partida nakakuha na yan ng vitamins from A to Z. Uminom na talaga yan para syempre pagdating na dito hindi hindi siya mapapagod bigla eh. Kasi yan si Pro kasi isa yan sa pinaka-veteranong player sa buong bansa mga kaibigan. Isipin mo ang pangalan ng dati, Batang Pro, pero ngayon hindi na pwede yun.
Tito Pro na lang dapat ata papalitan yung pangalan. Pero teka, narinig ni Kiyu na parotate na nga sila dito papuntang sa A site. Mahuhuli ba niya ang isa? Si Pro na iwan dito sa mid para lang mapitas sana kung pag-rotate. Pero si Kiyu, maganda yung pwesto niya.
Oo, Micro. Maganda yung pwesto niya. Pero nga nagbabalik dito yung mga players ngayon ng SBE. Micro, just waiting patiently. Pero si Kiyu nakachamba ng isa. Pero okay lang yun, men. Pro, hawak mo ang bola. Alam mo nga sa kanan to, planted to para sa'yo. Pero inaantay ka ni Kiyu dito. Meron ka Shockdart. 10 seconds for that recon bot mga kaibigan. Ang kailangan gawin lang ni Tito Pro is mag-antay. Pero mukhang sisilip na ata si Pro. Chris, sumilip ka rin, Pro. We're gonna get that kill. 3-0. Score naman kayo.
Napakagandang bonus round dito sa Southfield. Nakaplant pa nga at naubos pa ang kalaban. Ngayon makakabandal na sila. 4-0 na nga dapat to. Bill, kala mo best of 5 ba?
Oh, tapos na nga. Hindi mo isipin mo, man. Alam mo yung OF, tama nga, yun yung score nila. 0.
Huwag naman natin
masisira
ito
ata.
ang OF. Magaling naman sila. Pero mas magaling pa rin tayo, syempre.
Siyempre. Marunong sila mag-Valorant, pero mas marunong yung mga Pinoy, pare.
Nako naman. Nakita mo naman ang ginawa ng Pinoy nung kalating taon, nung last year. Ito naman, babawi naman tayo ulit.
Oh, babawi tayo. Tingnan natin if ever makakabawi pa ba talaga yung mga players ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero tingnan natin if talagang makakaisa pa ba sila. Pero wala silang problema. Kasi tira mo naman, isipin mo naman talaga maka-sheriff, classic, marshal lang din talaga. Kala mo naman makakaisa pa, pero Q. Chamba ng isa siya nag-go with the second one right now. Q. Nakaisa pa nga.
Okay nakakapitas pa din sila kahit puro nakabandal lang ay naka-sheriff ka mo. Si Flippy sasagot kaso 2v4 medyo alanganin to, naka-rest pa nga at nakapitas pa nga si Flippy dito. Battle stage na battle stage, lumalaban at lumalaban. Wala siyang kahiyaan at tatakbo na nga siya gamit dalaang spike.
Pero ito na. 3v3 situation right now, 50 seconds in. Pro, waiting for that perfect situation, waiting for the perfect angle. Dalawa yung nagbabanta dito kay dito sa mid, which is si Noman at si Hypator right now. Pero 2v2 pa naman, kaya pa. Winnable pa para sa side ng SBE.
Winnable pa nga, 2v2. Kung nakapitas dito si Hypator, talagang posible. Kaso si Flippy, di niya papabayaan na gano'n ang mangyayari. At makukuha pa nga niya 4K para sa round number 4. At 4-0 na ngayon ang South Field. Let's go!
Ay nako mga kaibigan, ito na ba? Valorant lang. Ang dali-dali mag-Valorant, ladies and gentlemen. Anong nangyayari dito sa OF? Sino ba yung pinakamalakas sa Hong Kong, Taiwan? Yeah. Okay. So isipin mo, the best of the best. The best of the best ng Hong Kong, Taiwan versus the best of the best ng Philippines, diba? Ito yung nangyayari.
Oo naman. Siyempre, ibang klase din ang Pinoy. Siyempre, pakitang gilas tayo. Alam mo, men, kinakausap ko yung mga boys kahapon, yung mga Southfield nung kagabi. Nung natalo man sila galing sa Full Sense. Katulad lang din nung natalo sila ng mga Naos o ibang team sa Pinas. At sinabi lang nila, hindi, Boss Nix, kaya yan, pakitaan lang natin. Tas tara G, abot tayo doon.
Tara G. Paro-paro G mga kaibigan. Pero ito na nga nakikita talaga natin ngayon po si Furious mga nakachapa na naman isa pero si Shy May. Talagang paulit-ulit siya. Andito na siya sa may yellow. Pero Ja with just his jet. Alam naman talaga natin pag si Ja nag-jet na. My God, matik na yan. Hindi na tinatanong yan. If ever, sa Astra, yes, talagang si Ja siya yung flex no? Siya ba? Tama siya yung flex talaga. Pero kailan, sama ka. Pero marami silang, maraming flex din. So, ibig sabihin talagang marami silang agents na alam. So, mas nagiging parang, mas marami kayo nagagawang strategy if ever, kung pwede sila papalit-palit ng agents dito, no?
Batak na batak ka mo. Madami kasing flex.
Batak na batak.
Kaso,
batak na batak. Ramdam ko yun, Ramdam kayo sabi mong batak na batak, pero nga alam, mas batak si Pro. Okay, pagbigyan natin yung mga kalaban natin, okay lang yan, men. Ang tawag dyan, nagiging generous tayo. Kasi sa Filipino broadcast, mga kaibigan, alam talaga natin na if ever nakascore yung kalaban, syempre hospitable tayo, di ba? Mapa to ng SBE. So, kailangan natin pagbigyan lang din yung mga kalaban natin kahit konti lang. So, ito na yun.
Siyempre ba naman, makikilala ba ang Pinoy sa pagiging very hospitable, di ba? Siyempre kaya Pinoy hospitality, hindi natin papagbigyan, di ba? Siyempre kailangan, medyo para mas malapit din ang laban natin dito, mas nakaka-excite din siyempre.
Sobrang nakaka-excite lang din talaga, pero OF! Ano mo bang ilang beses na muntik kabahan sa basahin tong OF?
Oo nga, pare.
Talagang wala ka nang talagang magagawa kundi mag-subscribe sa YouTube ng PPGL, mga kaibigan. Huwag niyong kalimutan yan. Pero Hypator, hindi na alam kung saan ba lumilipad yung mga recon bolt ng mga players dito ng SBE, mga kaibigan. So ang gagawin ng talaga laki, they need to rotate, they need to change the positions kasi medyo hindi mabasa ng OF yung mga galawan dito ng SBE.
Pero yung SBE, basang-basa ang galawan ngayon ng OF. Nag-subscribe na nga sila, pare, mukha. Pati sa Twitch umaabot, nagbayad pa yan 100 per night. Pero Kiyo, nakapitas ng isa. Si Pro ang tutumba. At siya naman ang susunod.
Ba't may 100 per night, kaibigan? Pero ito naman, Ja, with a 2K, pero Aziz, naka-isa pa. Shy May, mag-isa na lang. 4v1, baka mana.
Di yan. Wala.
Naninibago yung mga tao. Naninibago yung mga tao. Marunong ka daw pala mag-Tagalog.
Alam nyo guys, marunong naman talaga mag-Tagalog. Pero syempre, kung napapansin nyo, mga Konyo boys tayo. Nandun tayo galing sa English. Syempre, medyo mahirap yung back and forth. Si Bill kasi, kahit back and forth, kahit mag-English siya, hindi nagiging Konyo. Pero tayo medyo pasensya na, mga tough boys.
Alam mo ba, na never ko sinabi yung may asim pa ang SB. Ikaw lang talaga ang nagsabi. Maraming salamat ha. Kasi at least, sa wakas may nagsabi rin na may asim pa ang mga titos of Manila. Pero, Shy May, wala siya magawa dito. Mag-a-enter siya ng probably exit frags or anything like that. Pero yun nga, if ever sumilip siya dito sa may A, dito sa may spawn ng attackers, talagang GG ka talaga dyan. Pero, 5-1, kapatid! 1-5!
Ano ka ba pare?
Yun hindi lang yung score.
Hindi lang asim, pati tamis. Syempre, kahit anong edad yan, matamis pa din. Iba. Ibang klase talaga ang mga tito ng SBE. Ito na nga, 5-1 Bill. Very good starting half. Pero itutuloy pa ba nila ngayon na may operator na ngayon, si Noman?
Ito, wala! Sila yan. Hindi naman tatama yan.
Talaga.
Double up nga sila, double up sila. Kasi si Shy May meron din talaga, pero yun nga lang, let's see if ever kung sino ba unang mamamatay, ang SBE ba o si Noman. Pero kung napapansin natin, grabe yung pag-focus ni Noman dito. Pero if ever sumilip siya, sana double pick. Pero nagkakita ka na nga ng ulo, pero Diyos ko po, bakit nilalabas mo yung ulo mo dyan? Masyadong malaki, kitang-kita!
Take flight.
Huling-huli dito si Jabong, pero makakahabol pa ba dito ang Southfield? 4v5 na nga, naka-operator. Dalawa nga ang operator dito ng ng OF, ng Oblivion Force. Pero hindi matatamaan ba kamo? Ang tanong, 45, low HP na lang.
Hindi siya matamaan dito, pero nagbabattle din yung mga players dito ng SBE. Kailangan, they need to take down Noman first para lang at least syempre magkaroon sila ng konting bawi dito. Pero si Furious Mel, tamang packet stage na talaga ginagawa dito kay Noman do. Pero si Ja nabuhay galing sa hukay. Pero ito rin long gatong ni Hypator mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga na parang wala naman. Nabawasan nga yung dalawa pero okay lang yan. 5-1, 35 seconds in. Nagpaparindig lang yung mga players dito ng SBE dito sa may pipes black and blue. Paano sila papasok dito kung kunyari kayo naglalaro?
Ipit na nga sila, wala silang pang-rotate palabas kasi hinahawakan ni Chime ang rotate nila dito galing sa amin. Wala pa natamaan si Noman! Buti may bala pa siya at tutulong na ngayon si Hypator. At ubos ang Southfield. Kaya dyan na lang natitira ang lahat. At siya ang huling tutumba. 2v5. Sige, pabayaan natin. Pagbigyan natin, syempre, hospitable tayo.
Hospitable tayo, men. Okay lang yan pagbigyan natin sila para lang syempre maramdaman nila yung feeling ng may puntos, di ba? Okay lang yan, men. Kaya maganda ganito kami sa Filipino broadcast. But, actually, meron ako nababasa. But ang bias to ng mga kasas, bias kami! Totoo
Buti
yun!
alam mo! Buti
alam mo, totoo yun. Kasi syempre, pusong Pinoy tayo. Isipin nyo, nakabarong pa ako.
Partida pa yan, kamo.
Sarap kaya magkas ng barong. Parang ramdam na ramdam ko yung pagiging Pilipino ko, di ba? Kasi sino ba ang mga nagsusuot ng barong? Siyempre sila Jose Rizal, di ba? Magaling sa barilan na. So Jose Rizal, yun nga lang, na-backstab siya. Pero, Shy May! Muntik na siya dito, pero walang produce ko po hahampasin ng Hunter's Fury si Shy May right now. Pero ang importante, nabawasan siya kahit konti. You need to check that corners. Meron tao dito sa may snowman though, which is apparently si Hypator. Pero sana wag ka na matamaan yan. Pero tamang wall lang din ang ginagawa dito ng Micro para syempre talaga makapasok yung mga players dito sa SBE. Dito sa may A, sa may B. Sorry.
Tamo ngayon ang pader nila pag galing sa Viper. Umaabot hanggat sa Snowman. Talagang i-control nila yon ng malayuan. Nakita na nga ng Recon dito. At nakapitas pa nga si Chime. Lumabas dun sa smoke. At nakakuha ng dalawa.
This is gonna be really bad for the players of SB. Right, pero nga si Felipe nakaisa pa, pero Shimer from the backside onto the side of Flippy. Pero 2v4 winnable lamang pa rin ng SB kahit anong mangyari. So it's all up to Tito Pro. Nakakita ng isa pero Hypator win at trade. 5-3, okay lang yan. Lamang pa rin ng mga Pinoy. Kahit mag 11-5 pa yan, lamang pa rin ng mga Pinoy.
Okay na sana kuha na sana yung Snowman. Pero in fairness, magaling din si Chime lumabas pa din dun sa wall at nakahanap ng dalawa. At dahil nga doon sa dalawang pitas niya, parang nawalan tuloy ng momentum yung Southfield sa round na yon. Ngayon, medyo huling buy na nila bago mapaiko pa nga.
Medyo kinukulang ata sa vitamins dito si Kuya Pro. Mukhang parang hindi na ata nainom lahat ng vitamins niya, yung mga pang-maintenance niya Pero feeling ko kailangan muna niyang magpatigas ulit ng tuhod. Tamang crouch lang, mga 500 crouches per second. Tad rin niya yung control, men, pampatigas ng tuhod. Mga konting balot lang yan, men.
Mga crouch spam lang syempre. Spaghetti pa baba.
Delikado ngayon yung mga players ngayon ng SB kasi alam na alam talaga natin pero yung nga at least si Ja nakapatay na nga ng isa dito. No man though! Wala man lang tumama kahit isa. Lumiko yung bala ng operator dito ni No Man. Ja. Ilang blades na lang to? 1, 2, 3.
Apat pa ata.
Apat pa.
May ano din, may tour de force din. Oh, nakapitas pa nga si Micro. One tap ka lang, boy. Isang bala ka lang. Tatitira dito, si Aziz may operator din siya.
Samba.
Pagbigyan.
Samba. Pero nga lang, Charlie, with that vertically, with that boost na ginawa dito ni Fearless mo, baka makuha siya pa nisa. Pero nga sabi ni Ja, hindi. Sa akin yan. And si Ja, with that Guardian, oh my God, Ja! Alam naman natin, paggipit sa patalim kumakapit. Tamang Blade Storm lang talaga. Pero Guardian lang ang gamit ni Ja dito. Ang importante, meron pa siyang Blade Storm. Kailangan niya maghanap ng Vandal.
Di na niya kailangan, boy. Di na niya kailangan. Blades lang yan. Hihiwain at hihiwaan lang talaga niya yan. Tamo, hindi papalit ng baril yan. Pick, isa. Ay, hindi pa tumama. Nakita yung paa.
Nakita yung paa. One-way wall. Kung may one-way smoke, may one-way wall. Nakita yung paa ni Ja. Okay lang yan, pare. Give chance. Good eco. Kasi tatlo na patay nila, di ba? Importante na rin yun. Pero nakuha ni Ja lahat ng kills, pero importante, lamang pa rin ng SBE kahit anong mangyari.
Oo. Di tayo papatalo, syempre. Icebox to eh. Dito itong isa sa mga map ng Pinas. Tsaka yung nakapatay na lahat dito, sa yung talaga magpa-farm. Except dito sa kill ni Micro, pero muntigan pa nga yun talaga. Kung di lang na-res yung kakampi, malay pa natin kung anong nangyayari doon. Kung may sakali.
Kamusta naman magkastang Valorant at Tagalog?
Hirap din.
Naninibago ka ba?
Naninibago talaga ako, men.
Okay lang yan, men. Sana makabangon ka pa sa English kasi pero nga lang ito ng Viper Split na ginawa dito ni Q onto the players of dito sa A side pero nga lang medyo hindi ata tumama si Noman dito maganda yun pero nga lang Q with a 2K already taking down Giant Aziz. Masama ito sa players sa SB kasi buy round to. Meron silang pera next round if ever napatay sila, men. Wala silang pera pero importante at least sa 3v3 pa rin talaga to ng mga champions which is SBE. Furious Mau from the backside and si Q medyo nagiging aggressive siya ng kahit konti dito pero wala silang idea at all na si Q andito lang.
Wala nga silang alam. Tapos, ayun pa nga, wala pang out-drone dito si Pro. So talaga wala silang info. Tatambayan lang ba nila dito? Gagalaw sila papuntang B site. Ang abante na ng posisyon dito ni Chime sa papuntang B main. Lumapit siya, makikita siya ng mga trap na nilapag. Kaso, parang alanganin dito ang pwesto ng SB. Ipit na ipit sila.
Sobrang ipit na ipit pero importante 3v3 pa rin talaga nangyayari dito pero yun nga lang Q Micro versus Q sino mananalo dito pero yun nga lang kitang-kita naman natin si Q talaga nakasilip yung ulo ngayon with that swing Q at least naman tayo siya push ka 2v2 situation right now 20 seconds left onto the shot clock pero Flippy with the plant of the spike and now that is the Viper Spit na nilabas ngayon ni Micro pero kung napapansin nyo si Shyme mukhang nag-off lang ata siya ngayon Furious Meow
nahanap pa nga si Micro na lang natitira Bill 1v2 alam ba niya kung nasan siya nakapitas pa nga ng isa 1v1 at lamang siya dito dahil nasa kanyang ultimate nababawasan ng HP yan si Furious kadang sekundo nasa loob siya ng smoke pero patay pa din si Micro at naka-game pa nga nila 5-5
5-5! My God! Okay lang yan. Kasi ang gusto ng SBE, syempre, gusto nila yung may thrill. Ayaw nila talagang sobrang manalo sila dito. Syempre, gusto nila yung may storya. May thrill lang talaga. May tinamo, Furious, maganda lang ngiti. Well, maganda naman talaga yung ginawa niya. Wala naman tayo magagawa doon. Pero, eto na. From, ano score niya kanina? 4-0, di ba?
4-0.
From 4-0 to 5-5. Naka-comeback ng kahit konti ang Obsidian Force. Tama ba? Oblivion Force. Basta Oblivion Force basta yun.
Only Force.
OF na lang. Kinabahan. Men, kitang-kita mo na si Furious mo, kinabahan siya, no? Kitang-kita mo sa mukha. Kaya nung nakapatay siya ng isa, parang a sigh of relief.
Talagang laking bigat ang nawala dun sa shoulders niya, syempre. Tension na.
Ay! Nako mga kaibigan. Pero si
Oy!
Diyos ko po! Norman! Ginawang isaw! Si Ja at si Pro! Ja Pro connection, ladies and gentlemen! Anong nangyari? Ginawang shawarma si Ja Pro!
Malapit pa naman, kaso nakapit si Flippy. Uy, yung wall na yun, nakakatulong pa kay Aziz, nakapasok siya dito. Parang may alam ata si Hypator na dito nga siya papunta. Inaabangan na nga niya, mananalo pa ba siya dito sa pick na to? Hindi, huling-huli si Aziz. At ngayon, natitira na ngayon kay Flippy.
Buhay pa.
Oo.
Kaya pa, puso lang dito. Bus yan kay Flippy, mga kaibigan. Hindi na ba alam battle stage yan? Flippy doesn't know kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng OF, pero just take time. I mean, kalma ka lang, man. I mean, okay lang yan na mapagpadahan-dahan ka muna, huwag ka muna mag-push or anything. Antayin mo muna siguro. Just take some pot shots maybe, pero yung Furious Mao will be revealed. 1v2 Hypator. Up, narinig ni Flippy yun. Narinig ni Flippy kung nasan si Hypator. Alam niya na meron dito sa tube, pero hindi niya alam kung paakit ba o pababa.
Alam niya, may banda doon sa tube, banda sa kitchen, pero nga, magpa-plan siya dito sa kalagitnaan ng site. At yung maganda din dito is kung pupunta siya ng snowman at pumunta ng
may
city,
wall pa.
makikita pa niya, may wall pa nga siya para masakaling isolate, mabigyan ng konting depensa. Kaso pareho sila manggagaling dito sa long. Kung nakapitas siya ng isa, baka matradean pa nga agad.
Oo nga eh. Left and right of the ng yellow ang gagawin dito. Pero hindi. Oh my God! Sayang!
Ay,
sayang na timing! Na-timingan!
Malas naman.
Timingan! Okay lang yan, 6-5. Okay lang yan, men. Okay lang yan.
Okay lang yan. Babawi yan.
Iba ang puso ng Pinoy, mga kaibigan. Ano ang feeling Black and Blue na medyo unbiased yung pagkakas natin ngayon dito sa SBE?
Siyempre, masarap ang pakiramdam kasi sobrang unbiased natin dito. Talagang pinagbibigyan natin ng lahat sa parehong team.
Nalabas mo yung galit mo sa katawan eh.
Lahat talaga, men. Init ng ulo, lahat talaga.
Init ng nako po, nalabas mo yung sa ulo, mahirap yan. Kitang-kita, Diyos ko po, ginawang Betamax si Japro. Ginawang isaw.
Tagos na tagos eh.
Ito pa yung isa
Naku.
Diyos ko po. Pero okay lang yan. I mean, papalag pa rin naman ang mga Pinoy dito, mga kaibigan. Pero meron pa naman tayong first half. Isipin mo, best 11 rounds dito, pero mukhang 12 times sa ata napatay dito si Ja, pero hindi naman, joke lang yun. Pero nga lang, si Noman nakakuha na nga na isa dito. Aziz is gonna be down, pero mukhang magdo-double pick ata yung mga players dito ng SB. Mga kaibigan, pero Diyos ko po, Ja, napakalaki ng ulo mo! Kitang-kita! Nakasilip, men!
Kita yung ponytail eh. Kita yung
beses na yun!
Kinalbo.
Kita yung bumbunan ni Ja!
Kinalbo tuloy ng bala. Ito na nga si Flippy.
Kinalbo, lahat ng cut! Hindi ko na sasabihin yung isang cut. Delikado. Pero alam niyo na yun, kasi nakakuha na yun. Men! Ja! Huwag mo munang ilabas yung ulo mo! 5v3. Bawas naman daw, sabi ng OF. Oo nga eh. Huwag kang makilala, masyadong marami ng delikadong moment dito sa PH broadcast.
Huli! Mukhang magiging flawless round pa nga to ng OF. Nakapitas ng isa si Micro. Ito na ba ang simulaan ng The Comeback Israel?
Tama. Comeback Israel, ito lang ang pagbangon ng api, mga kaibigan, for the side of SBE. Pero magkatabi lang sila. Alam na alam ni Q kung nasan si Micro ngayon. Rinig na rinig niya, pero mukhang babackstabin ata. Pero si Q hindi man na tumatama!
At ayan na nga, Hypator!
Men, nakatalikod na kayong kalaban mo, pero hindi ka pa tumatama!
Yun lang. Medyo awit. May timeout pa naman sila. Pwede sila mag-call kung sakaling masyado lumamang dito ang Oblivion Force. Pero gagawin ba nila?
Hindi natin alam. Pero 7-5, okay lang yan, 7-5. I mean, wala namang problema dyan eh. Ilang beses na natin nakita ang SBE na 7-5 at nakaka-comeback. Alam mo, Black and Blue, alam talaga natin ang SBE. Syempre, sa una talaga nabubugbog yan. Lahat naman ng Filipino actions sa nabubugbog na una. Tinan mo si FPJ, tinan mo si Lito Lapid. Di ba nabubugbog naman na una? Imposible. O si Cardo Dalisay, di ba? Imposible na malakas ang Pinoy sa umpisa. Lagi talaga nabubugbog sa una yan. So ngayon, dito sa second half, dito babawi ang SBE.
Siyempre, di ba, ang matapang talaga ng Pinoy, di ba, pag suntukan, sabihin mo, sige, sapakin mo muna ako, ikaw unang sumuntok, tapos saka ako babawi.
Di ba? Tipong di ba? Ganun naman talaga, di ba? Puro amba. So, umaamba ang SBE ngayon, pero mamaya, at saka, siyempre, parang diesel yan, men. Kailangan mo munang painitin. Bago mo paandar.
Siyempre. Ngayon umaamba pa lang, pero mamaya aabante din yan.
Pero ito, Nico, tanong kita, I mean, as a coach perspective, sa perspective mo, men, sa tingin mo, ano ang mali ng SBE?
Unang-una, yung di natamaan ng nakatalikod. Pero hindi, ang legit dito, may mga moment talaga na parang nagkaka-off timing or parang yung mga simple mistakes na nagkakamali sila kahit veteran na team. May parang
Oo.
kunyari dun sa wall, nung nag-wall sila papuntang B site na dapat kukunin yung snowman, yung malalim dapat, may konting gap at kaya nakalabas yung si Chimay kanina dun sa likod ng backside. Yung magong bagay na tipong
Ba't may blower? Ano to? Ba't may blower si Noman?
baka mainit daw dun.
Okay. Hindi. Siguro habang sa parlor ata nagano si Noman, meron dalang blower. Siguro pasmado siya.
Oo, baka.
Basa siguro, 'di ba? Baka ganun.
Bagong ligo, malay natin.
Siguro. Naol naliligo.
Sa totoo sin, nakakawala ng tutok yun minsan kaya huwag lang kayong maligo. Total.
Men.
Hindi naman kayo nalabas.
Mas mapalilig. Si Ja pushing in already pero hindi alam to ng OF mga kaibigan. Pero Ja with that swing, pero Ja with a kill with that frenzy. Protection bago umaksyon. Pero Furious Mau, low on HP, take it down Ja, pero importante. Si Noman, low na. Furious Mau. Isipin mo, men. Mas low yung kakampi na pero syempre, makasarili siya.
Pero sa bagay kasi, kung mas matagal buhay yung Sage, baka mamaya makahil pa siya ng isa imbes na siya pa yung mamatay, di ba? Kaya okay lang din, pero medyo ha?
Pwede. Pero ito saan ba mas malakas ang SBE? Sa defending or attacking sa
Defend
Icebox?
talaga.
Defend. Yan. Ito na. Ito na ang Great Wall of SBE. Ayan. Makikita nyo kung gaano kakunat ang mga Titos of Manila.
Siyempre, doon sila magaling. Minsan mahirap tumakbo. Oo, mahirap umabante. Pero yung tipong upo ka na lang, bangers ka na lang.
Mga bangers. Yung talaga yung mga terms talaga natin, bangers, mga ganun talaga. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng OF going in already dito sa BB. Wala na silang chance na pumunta pa sa A. Sobrang kulang na sila ng oras dito. Pero yun nga lang, importante, si Flippy, meron siyang wall. Kaya nang pigilan yung pag-push dito ng OF if ever, kunyari. Pero nga lang, Micro with a pick. Pero mas natatamaan ata siya dito ng mga players ng OF mga. Pero Aziz with a big kill, gonna go with a second one. Aziz with a 2K right now. Furious Meow with a spike being planted. Alam niya kung nasa si Furious dito. Pero meron pa si Flippy, meron pa siyang wall. Kaya niyang i-block off yung mga players ng OF ngayon. Pero they need to repossession. Hypotor dito lang sa may yellow. Hypotor with a kill again. He low, they're low. Flippy with a kill. Pero nga Hypotor lang dito mga kami. 34 seconds. 34 seconds. 34 HP left. Pero Micro,
Right click pa.
with a jump, right click, with a kill.
Ayun nga,
Si
sinasabi
Flippy.
natin, Bill. Simula lang yan. Siyempre,
Simula
nagpapano
lang
lang
yan.
yan. Alam naman natin talaga yung SBE. Legit, mabagal talaga sila magsimula talaga. At nakita natin yan ilang beses. Nung qualifier nga, men, sobrang bagal na magsimula. Number 8 sila. Pero saan din sila natapos? Saan din sila dumating?
Sa champion, isipin mo, men, ito ang Cinderella story. Babangon ako at dudurugin ka. Yan ang nangyari sa SBE. Literal na started from the bottom, now we're here. Ganyan ang SBE, men. Isipin mo, pinaka last place, really never thought that SBE na makakaalis sila sa group stage. Black and blue. Pero nagulat na lang tayo na sila pa ang nag-champion. At ganyan ang mangyayari sa SBE rin ngayon. Magandang Cinderella story lang din talaga.
Oo naman, syempre. Kung anong armor man bibilin mo, half armor, full armor, ang pinaka-impactong armor ay yung plot armor. Yung armor para sa kwento, para sa Cinderella run dito, na balak gawin ng SBE.
Yeah.
Gapang-gapang lang, lakad-lakad lang. Abangers naman dito, si Pro, kala mo, Soba, hindi lalaro dito, hindi ipapwesto sa gitong posisyon. Baka magulat ka lang.
Magugulat ka talaga dito, kapatid, pero ang SB ang importante, meron silang Spectre dito, so meron talaga silang bawi dito mga kaibigan. Pero dito naman sa side ng OF, it's just that Sheriff syempre and the classic lang din na meron sila. Pero medyo mahirap lang din talaga para sila makakapasok dito. Kalaban nila naka-SMG, di naman tamang rat-rata talaga ang gagawin nila dito. Pero yun nga, medyo nagkakatamaan na nga dito ng SB at OF. Pero that is bro na minama! Literal na dinaan sa edad. Nagulangan yung mga players dito ng OF. Pushing ito a 4v3. Makakakuha sila ng Spectre. Pero Aziz with a kill. With a 2K. It's on up to Chimay. At saka yung Q. Low on HP. Baka manalo ka dito, Ben. Aziz, he knows already. But Chimay will gonna get that kill instead. Siya, na-plant na nga ang Spike dito. Pero Diyos ko po! In-Avengers pa!
Muntikan pa! Muntikan
na!
Sobrang close round nun. Medyo mahal pero okay lang. At least ngayon, talagang may rason bumili ang SB mag-reinvest. Tutuloy ba nila dito ang bonus? Muntingin pa nga makarami doon si Pro. Dami niyang na low HP. At dami na tuloy na clean up dito ni Aziz pagkatapos.
Clean up crew. Kumbaga, yan ang ginagawa dito ng SB and knowing, tulad nga na sinabi mismo ni Coach. Pareho lang yun. Pareho lang yun.
Ibang titulo lang.
Sige, ang sabi ni Black and Blue na isa sa analyst ng SBE, malakas daw sila pag defending. Makikita na natin kung gaano makakunat ang Titos of Manila. Pero, no man?
Tama yung push dito. Tatlo, lumapit dito sa B-main. Oo, may trap. May nakaabang, may trap dito yung chamber. Kaya medyo mahabala sila, pero kumahanap nila yung timing. Baka may paalis! Aziz! 2 vandal kill!
Okay na yun, man. I mean, okay, win secured already for the side of SBE. Nakapatay sila ng 2. Pero tignan mo naman yung barrel ng SBE, man. Broken by frenzy pa si Micro dito. Pero importante, si Aziz nakadalawa. He is low in HP, pero pwede naman siya i-heal ni Flippy. Pero no man! Sis Ja! Pero hindi niya alam kung ilan mo ba yung mga players dito ng SBE, mga kaibigan. Pero Pro, with just that goes, Micro, with just that friends, we're gonna take you down. Flippy, with a spray and pray, will take down no man. It's all up to Hypator. Men, walang pera ang OF mamaya. Aziz, with a swing, with a kill, with a 3K87. Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo.
At sa kusina, sa kitchen ka pa lulutuin dito ni Aziz. Paprito nga ng isang round number 8 at SBE bonus pa nga ang naipanalo dito. Nako, may operator pa si Jack. Kahit depending yan, syempre masal na ka mo pag depending. Sa totoo sin, men, kung ba't ito yung isang mapa, isa sa mga mapa na pinapa-jet talaga namin dito si Jack, is ito talaga mapa niya. Kung may mga player, may favorite map, may best map, ito talaga ang best map ni Jack. At dito talaga siya nagpapakitang gilas pag may operator na kapit. Kaya abangan nyo na dito kamo, si Mr. Jack.
Makikita natin yan. Makikita na natin, Jice Box. Pwede, di ba?
Jice Box. Ice Jack Box.
Pwede. Jabox.
Jabox. Mas okay yun. Jabox na lang.
Pero delikado. Ang baho pakinggan eh. Pero siya may pinapakilig ata. Akala mo, sa ihi ka na lang kikiligin, pero sa urine pala. Pero Micro! Spectre sa base, all to Q right now. Hindi pa rin siya nag-upgrade ng barrel. Aziz with another one. Pero gusto mo, Hypotor with just that Iron Sheriff. Okay lang yan. Maganda makasi talaga yung baril na yan. Pero 4v3, buhay pa si Jack.
Ring siya dito. Alam nila papuntang B dito,
si Micro!
Yung Spectre nanalo pa!
Spectre lang, Shy May! Men! 100 kada putok! Pro with a kill!
Yung piso, parang yung Spectre, parang piso lang ata kada putok niyan eh. Ang daming bala. Bilis pa nga lumawa.
Ang bilis pa, parang Stinger, di ba? Mabilis
parang Stinger.
Pero mahirap mahirap yung recoil eh. Pero at least, men, 9-7 already. Panalo ang SBE nung may pera ang OF. Panalo ang SBE nung walang pera ang OF. Men, anong nangyayari? Pero ngayon, wag nyong gagamitin si Jack ng operator, men. You don't mess with the Filipino people, mga kaibigan. You don't mess with the operator of Jack. Kung nakita si Jack lagi. Oo nga eh. Oo nga, double up sila. Pero oh my God, naunahan!
Sumilip na naman. Sumilip na naman.
Ano sabi sa naglalaro?
Lamang.
Oo, lamang. Okay lang yan. Feeling ko dapat may Philippine server na eh, para rack na ito.
Oo nga eh. Baka kung malayo na ipaabot ng ating SB dito, baka talagang maisip nila mapilitan sila. Sige nga, bigyan natin ito.
Q! Nice!
Patay!
Let's go. No man. Sige. Push kayo.
Ayan! Ganda ng server natin dito. Paktay ka niya kay Jack.
Let's go. Paktay ka talaga. Pero yung alam, tamang wall back. Tamang dinidirso lang talaga ni Micro yung wall na para syempre makapasok sila. Pero alam na nila kung nasan ba yung mga players ngayon ng OF, mga kaibigan. Pero, let's see. Jack! With that high angle. Kaliwa. Kaliwa moment.
Sa likod nyo!
Hypator nakachapa, pero yun ko. Pro! Si Tito Pro nakaisa, pero Hypator from the backside right now. Pero eto na! Flippy! Frost don't fight! Let's go! Bakit ako titigil?
Bakit
Hindi
naman?
ako titigil!
Ayaw nyo kaming i-pick? Sige, itutuloy ko lang. Ba't ko bibitawan to? Tara, kain tayo, kaunta kasi lamang na lamang at lumalamon na ngayon ang South Build.
Men! Flippy is my name, Valorant is my game, tandaan nyo yan.
Mismo.
7-10? Tira mo yung pera ng tira mo yung pera ng OF ngayon, marami na ulit, pero ay, daming pera ng OF kasi syempre, yung Valorant na yung mga nagbibigay sa kanila ng pera. Okay, lagi kayo, pero bibigyan kayo ng bonus.
Siyempre, partida pa yan. Para
bonus
naman
lang
makabawi
yan,
sila,
men.
para makahabol.
Oh, man, ganoon lang yan.
Huli ka, boy! Anong ginagawa mo? Play ko din yan. Kasi kung nung hindi pa si Jack, yung nagje-jet dito, si Aziz, siya yung nagje-jet at alam niya yung play na yan. Pag narin niyang updrap at dash, alam niya mismo saan pupunta.
Doon sa may taas, doon sa may dulo ng B.
Matik.
Pero, jet main ako, ikaw Reyna main ka eh. Matik na yan. Pero ang ginagawa na talaga dito ng OFS, at least nakuha na, at least na force ng SBE yung paggamit ng res ni Sage dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, sama-sama sila dito papunta sa A. 1 minute left. Feeling ko, kailangan nila na mag-commit dito, BNB. Pero, ang ginagawa lang ni Ja dito, hindi talaga siya umaalis dyan sa corner na kasi malay mo, meron siyang makuhang isa.
Hindi lang isa, promise, hindi lang isa yan. May ilang beses ko na nakita to, si Ja mag-isa sa A-site na may operator. Ihandaan nyo na ang clip, ihandaan nyo na ang highlight. Isa, unang-una, ay, hindi tumama. Makakabak naman.
Okay lang, bawi. Meron pa isa. Boom! Nice one! Ayun na nga, Noma nakachamba with a blade storm. Pero let's see if si Pro, Diyos ko po! Pero it's fine. Ja, buhay pa. Meron siyang operator dito. They need to check out dito sa rafters. Si Benjo Tricado rin, pero si Ja, waiting patiently. Uy! Sayang, Diyos ko po, konti na lang. Ay, gabuhok yung distansya eh.
Sige, pagbigyan. Medyo nagpa-pop off dito si Noman ah.
Hindi siya nagpa-pop off, man. Walang pop off. Pero, nice. Walang ace. Walang ace. Hindi, wala kang bagong cover photo.
Sabi ko nga, ihanda yung clip. Kami pa yung na-clip.
Ay, nako. Importante, lamang tayo, Nico.
Lamang pa rin.
Lamang pa rin tayo, men.
Hindi tayo papabigay. Siyempre, Pinoy tayo. Yung kaninang 7-5, pakabalang yun. Siyempre, para maginang kwento, maginang pelikula natin. Nasa script naman, siyempre. Napapahabol dito. Aziz, nagamit niya yung operator kanina, kaya wala siyang baril ngayon. Parang yung headhunter lang gamit niya yung sheriff na skill niya.
Sobrang sheriff lang din talaga, pero Aziz! Ang ginagawa mo dyan, Balbon! Diyan naka-isa pa! 5v3, bawas naman kahit armor lang! Ito, 100 kada putok! Aziz with a 2K! Pero dalawa lang natitira ngayon sa OF, mga kaibigan, 4v2! Si Micro with just that frenzy! Action! Protection bago umaksyon!
Partida pa yan, kamo. Pinagbibigyan nga yan, Bill. Pinagbibigyan yan, syempre. Kanina, swerte lang din sila na dito mama yung unang bala nila. Kung sila unang bala tumama, alam mong yung sunod na 4, susunod na rin.
Men, isang bala ka lang. Ganun
isang bala ka lang. Maling laro yun ibang laro yun pero...
Valorant pa rin yun. Basta lahat na nakikita natin, Valorant lang. Valorant ang tunay na bang-bang, tandaan nyo yan!
Walang iibang bang-bang, kundi Valorant siyempre dito.
Men, Valorant ang tunay na bang-bang. Sa pakinggan nyo.
Want to play?
Si Pico umiiyak. Ang ingay ko daw, pero okay lang yan. Pasensya na, baby. Pero, Noman? Sobrang lalim na nga, pero at least nakita na pro. Na-montage si Noma dito, kitang-kita, pero si Q, nakachamba ng isa. Pero Flip trying to be really aggressive right now dito sa may A. Or they gonna push this? Noma, nakaisa pa!
Lalim ng talagang nalusotan nila doon sa may elbow papuntang mid. Ngayon 3v5 kaso may rest pa naman dito si Flippy. Mukhang may babawi pa nga niya ang buhay dito ni Pro at may ibabalik pa niya para maging 4v5. Ngayon na nga ang rest. Ito na nga ang execute dito ng Oblivion Force papuntang A. Naringatan ni Flippy na mayroong malapit dito. Nawalan pa nga. Nakatras siya.
Okay lang yan, Tam. Nice wall. Okay lang yan. Lahat ang ginagawa ng SBE, lahat nice. Noman, waiting patiently dun sa may likod ng smoke, mga kaibigan. Pero nga na Furious, I'm gonna plant the spike already. Q. Nabukasan na ng kahit konti pero meron pa siyang dalawang snake bite dito. So pwede pa siyang makapag-post plant ng maayos pero nga Fleet is inside already. Micro with a kill onto one Nomad with a third kill as well. Pero kala Micro with a deny. Pushing ito 2v3. Winnable pa rin to kapatid.
Uy!
Nice! Flick by Micro! Saimay! We're gonna take down one Pro! Okay! Pro versus Saimay mga kaibigan! Bata! Kalaban ng hindi ganun kabata!
Medyo,
Pro! Idadaan pa sa edad! Idadaan pa sa edad!
lang.
Diyos ko po,
Galing
hindi.
pa sa likod. Lakas
Ding,
talaga ng Chamber pag may ultimate, pag may tour de force, yung operator niyang ultimate doon. Masala na pag ganun yung plan, tapos nandun siya sa may bandang belt, napakalayong angle, napakahirap i-challenge. Pero kung gusto natin pag-usapan ng operator, si Jam mukhang nagbabalak din bumawi ng op.
Mainit. Oh, tinan mo, di ba? Flick lang. Look at the flick of the wrist! Pero okay lang yan. Pagbigyan natin yan, yung tour de force, wala na silang ganyan. Hindi naman unli yan. 5 putok lang yan. 9-11. Importante lamang pa rin tayo, men. Naisusunod sa Biblia, chapter 6, verse 9, 2-0. Panalo tayo.
Talaga ba? Ayun ba talaga ang batas? Sabi ng Diyos.
Umuo ka na lang, pre, na yun.
Oo na lang. Total.
Sisilip po. Ano mangyayari dito? Pachacha pa si Q.
One tap lang yan.
Men, sisilip na, pre. Isang putok lang yan. Kalma ka lang, huwag ka sisilip, ha?
Iyo, baka gusto mo naman. Baka lang naman.
Huwag ka alis.
Uy!
Sayang!
Muntikan pa!
Men, alam mo ba, pag si Ja napatay si Q, alam mo kung anong tawag?
Ano?
Ja Q! Malinis. Malinis yung sinabi ko, di ba? Walang mali.
Oo na lang. Ito talaga yung oo na lang ako, Bill.
Oo, talaga.
Poison's off.
Oblivion Force, men. Medyo nagbabagal sila ngayon. Alam nila na hindi sila pwede magbasta-bastang madalian.
Pero tamang montage muna, di ba? Siyempre, para maganda yung picture sa vlog. Shoutout nga pala kay Miss May. Review siya dito mga kaibigan, pero hindi naman wall bangable yan. Pero tamang updraft and a dash para siyempre siya mamatay dito. Repossession, pero hindi tumatama si Ja!
Hindi talaga tumatama.
No man! We're gonna take down Flippy right now, Ja! May wall, sayang! 1 bullet, Ja, reload! 13 seconds, hindi pa rin sila!
Naipit sila! Mali yung wall!
Hindi, mali yung wall, pero ito...
Ubos!
Mali yung wall nyo! Diyos ko po, Valorant!
Uy, kaso walang wall tayo!
Assist! Huwag ka sumilip! Let's go! Nagkamali ng wall! Men! Furious Meow wall na nga yung gagawin mo, pero mali pa!
Ginagawa mo, magsesemento ka na lang? Mali pa?
Diyos ko! Yun na nga lang yung trabaho mo! Mali pa!
Nako, pero muntikan na tayo dun, pare ko, ha? Muntikan na tayo dun. Buti na lang.
One enemy remaining.
Match point 1-0. Sabi ko sa inyo, we came from the future and the future is bright. 1-0 already.
Ito na. Kailangan nilang tapusin dito. Kung hindi sila manalo dito, eco round na naman. Lalapitan pa. Aziz, nakaisa. Nice one, Aziz. Let's go.
Nice. Let's go. Ano ha? Valorant pa mga kaibigan. Pero ito, tamang wall lang. Saan ba sisilip yung mga players niya? Pero yung hype story.
Boom!
Micro, nice.
Wala na kayong smoke. Wala nang aas-aas dyan.
Wala na. Men, 5v3. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Hoy! Hop! May langaw na lumilipad mga kaibigan. Kailangan puksain. Pero Aziz with that tour de force, pero Flippy patalon-talon ka pa. No man. We're gonna be dead. Isa na lang. Hypator, we're gonna be dead as 1-9-13. 1-0.
Defenders win.
Flawless victory dito sa huling round para sa South Build. 13-8 ba yun, Kabo? Ayun, ang sarap ng pakiramdam. Alam nila na good win yun, pero kailangan pang ituloy para sa map number 2 natin, Bill.
Oo nga pare, makabayan mga ganito.
Siyempre.
Ikaw
barong, pero ako.
Okay lang yan. Men, 1-0 easy win na, isusulat na yan, men. Hindi na talaga tinatanong-tanong pa. Feeling ko, pag may laban ng SBE, ikaw na lang lagi para siyempre, para sure win. Pero tingnan natin kung gano'n talaga mangyayari.
May pare, pag ito eh.
Pero check mo natin yung stats. Kung paano dinurog ng SBE ang OF.
Si Micro pa. MVP. 1.7 KDA, 18 kills. Si Noman naman, in fairness sa partida, magaling din naman si Noman. Madami siyang ginawa. Muntikin pa nga siya mag-ace dun sa isang round na yon nung sila nag-a-attack. Pero syempre, mas magaling pa rin tayo. At partida pa yan, dito matama yung operator ni Jack. Kung talagang nag-pop up si Jack, ewan natin, baka mas lamang pa talaga at tayo dito.
Wala siyang wala siyang pang mood challenge si Noman. Wala siyang pang montage. Wala siyang ipopost sa Valorant, kung ano man, kung saan man sila galing. Valorant HK.
Siyempre, pinagbibigyan lang din yan. Hindi naman pwede talagang lamang na round 1, map number 1 pa lang, simulang pelikula pa lang, batak na agad ang ating bida. Kaya, kailangan paabutin pa natin ng mas tumagal. Baka sa map 2, doon na natin makikita siya.
Pero, ano next map? Nico?
Hindi ko alam din pare.
Feeling ko tapusin na natin to. Ito na yun. Parang OF, tama na.
Hindi naman importante kahit anong mapa yan
Panalo pa rin naman ng SB. Pero
Ascent.
we've seen
Ascent
it already.
huli.
Ascent. Diyos ko po. Men, mapa ng Pinoy ang Ascent.
Oo naman.
Ano ba?
Saka itong icebox din.
Men. Huwag nyo kaming bigyan ng mga mapa ng Pinoy lahat. Lahat ng mapa ng Valorant, mapa ng Pinoy yan.
Oo na. Kahit anong mapa ilapag mo. Kahit ano pa yan, DDoS. Mapa ng Pinoy talaga yan. Masal na pag ito naglalaro, itong SBE. Sanay pa naman yan dyan.
Kahit DDoS o CS Deathmatch, box muna.
Oo. Partida, wala daw kasing snow map dun wala namang yellow dun sa CS kaya medyo naninibago lang dito sa Icebox map number 1. Pero map number 2, Ascent, nako, sanay yan, parang inferno yan.
Men, tignan natin dito if makakita sila ng banana dito sa side ng mga players ng SBE.
Oo. Ito talaga yung shot na to ni Noman talagang nakadalawa tapos yung pangatlo res na sayang lang din. Yung mga ganong mismong mistakes lang ang mga malas na timing ang talagang nakakadali dito sa SBE. Pero minsan, swerte din, parang ganon, katulad nung kay Flippy na nakita natin na umakat pa nga sa wall ang kalaban, pero nabawi naman. At yun nga sinasabi ko, parang partida pa yan, hindi pa tumatama si Ja dito sa operator niya.
Oo nga I mean, lahat ng ginagawa dito ng SBP kasi really on point. Pero sa OF as well, sa tao lang, kailangan, they need to shut down Noman first in order for them to, possibly win more pa rin talaga. Kasi, grabe yung mga reflexes ni, ni Noman.
Uy, akit naman yan.
Hi, Pico.
Pakilala mo naman.
Hi!
Hello!
Ayun. Asan yun sa'yo? Asan si...
Ang laki masyado pare, baka mabuhat kinis. Sa malaking golden.
Pero kitang-kita natin yung game number 1 of SBE versus OF. Pero we're gonna go to Ascent, mga kaibigan. Makikita natin kung paano ba dudurugin ulit ng SBE ang OF. Once again, we are casting for the day. My name is Phil, alongside me is Black and Blue. See ya. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters.
Welcome back mga kaibigan dito sa ating huling match of the day. Ang number 1 seed ng Pinas, ang natitirang team na lang dito sa ating APAC Challengers sa South Build versus ang number 1 seed din ng Hong Kong, Taiwan, Oblivion Force. Ako naman si Black and Blue at kasama ko dito si Paragong Vil. Kamusta ka naman?
Ako ay mabuti, Ginoo.
Ang bait-bait ng itsura mo ha.
Okay. Salamat sa hiniraman ko na to ha.
Hiram lang talaga ba yan?
Oo, rest in peace. Pero...
Buti nagpaalam ka muna.
Oo, nagpaalam muna ako sa kilo. Pare, pera ma. Wala naman siya magagawa. Hindi naman siya sasagot eh. No? Hindi naman siya sasagot. Actually, lumalamig na kayo likod ko eh. Baka nandyan siya nanonood eh. Uy, joke ka. Mag-isa lang ako dito sa bahay.
Sino yan sa likod mo? Ba't may dumadaan?
Umigil ka, tigilan mo. Pero yeah, I mean, solid. Really solid first game. Map 2, I mean, Ascent. Pwede rin nga sabihin na, sa tingin mo ba magigame 3 to? I mean, Black and Blue. I mean, pumunta tayo sa totoong, basta yun, basta gets mo na yan. Sa tingin mo, mag-3-0 ba?
Sa
2-1?
Legit na usapan. Posible talaga. Magaling din naman talaga ang Oblivion Force dito sa Ascent. Ito yung pinili nilang mapa. At ito yung mapa talaga na nasa kanila. Ito yung parang isa sa mga number 1 map nila. Yung South Build, medyo minsan alanganin sa Ascent. Medyo magandang performance din minsan. Pero tingin ko talaga, kaya nung prediction ng panel na sinabi ko talaga 2-1. Expect ko talaga na mananalo sila sa kanilang map pick. At sa map 3, sa Haven talaga tayong aabutin.
It's gonna be Haven na sa game ng number 3, pero feeling ko Nico hindi na tayo pupunta doon eh.
Diba? Total, di ba, Southbuild alam naman natin medyo mabagal minsan magsimula, pero medyo mabagal ganyan, pero nanalo na ngayon, partida pa yon, kaya malay natin dito sa map number 2. Kaso ang ina-expect ko lang dito kasi talaga is KO din. Nagke-KO din talaga ang Oblivion Force pagdating sa Ascent. Katulad ng kinalaban nila ang Full Sense, parang lamang na lamang yung KO ng Oblivion Force eh. Itong South Build, nung kailan lang sila nagsimula mag-KO, parang ilang days pa lang nila pinapractice. At kung mag-KO din sila, baka medyo lugi sila in terms of experience ng pagkalaro na may KO kasama.
Well, actually nakadepende naman yan sa sides, di ba? Like if ever, like kunyari mag-a-attacker kayo, it's better to use a KO if ever alam yung attacker kayo, di ba? Rather than Sky. Well, that's for me though. Para lang at least talagang malaman niya kung ilan yung tao niya sa site, para syempre para makapag-entry na site na sobrang bilis. Pero dito naman sa dito naman sa dalawang teams na to, well, pwede natin sabihin na they have the experience already. They have an idea kung ano ba yung mga capabilities sa mga bawat players, sa mga bawat teams. Kasi it's not all about individual plays. Yes, you can actually win with your individual skill. Para kunyari, mag-isa ka na lang, di ba? Pero they have their best fundamentals already. Pero minsan, nagkakamali lang din talaga sa mga trade-offs Sa mga trade-offs, sa mga duels. Di ba, Nico? Parang okay na yung fundamentals, pero sa duels, medyo dun ata rin kinukulang kahit papano.
Yun talaga yung minsang sinasabi nating off day actually kadalasan is okay naman yung strategy, okay naman yung plano, kaso hindi lang tumatama ang mga bala, hindi lang talaga tumatama ang mga gunfights, hindi lang gumagana. At yun yung sinasabi nga natin parang minsan medyo off yung laro niya ngayon dito. It's usually yung mga ganong gunfights na hindi talaga nakikita natin lumalabang ang isang side. Pero in fairness ang Oblivion Force, magaling naman talaga sila at kaya nga sila ang number 1. Pero mas magaling pa rin tayo. Siyempre, pwede nating puriin ang kalaban. Pero di tayo papabigay ng pasimple-simple.
Pinuri na nga, gusto pang manalo. Akala mo naman talaga, di ba? Hindi araw-araw birthday nila. Pero ito na, naglabasan na nga dito ng RoboCup mga kaibigan. Ito si Flippy tsaka si Shyme. Furious Meow with that Omen. I mean, ito. For Ja, balik Astra na naman siya. And si Aziz with that Jet. Well, back then, may mga off days si Aziz talaga with that Jet no? Kung napapansin natin.
May mga days talaga siya. Talaga siyang parang super hot streak na player. Talagang pag lumalamig, medyo malamig. Pero pag umiinit, talagang napakainit. At kaya din namin siya nilalagay dun sa pagje-jet is sige, siya yung parang pagdating sa offer, siya yung magaling. Pero pagdating sa malapitan, tapos naka-blades at yung ganong galawan, si Aziz talaga yung mahilig lumaban, hilig gumamit ng bakbakan talaga. At saka yung mga malapitan na gunfight, dun talaga siyang sanay mag-jet.
Which is apparently, that is the reason as well kung bakit nilalagay nyo si Ja sa ice. Si Jet sa icebox. Kasi pang malayuan yun
Kasi pang malayuan.
Malayuan yun, tama. Makes sense. Pero ito na yung mga players natin ngayon. Makikita natin kung paano ulit dudurugin ng SBE ang OF, mga kaibigan. 2-0 ito. Promise. Kitang-kita naman natin. Action, bago protection. Tamang frenzy lang si Noman dito. Pero, SBE, can they stop the push of OF? Na-choke ako ng konti doon na. Wala
Sa OF, nasasakal ka talaga dito, Bele, no? Parang medyo alanganin. Ayun, kaso, may nakita ata si Flippy, may na-suppress siya. Na-suppress niya ata yung Omen, si Furious dito sa main. So, may information sila. Dahil doon, medyo nahatak ngayon ang depensa ng SB. Nakita mo, parang nakaabang na sila dito papuntang A site. Kaso, yung drone, papuntang mid naman. Papuntang mid. Pero napapansin mo, di ba? Wala na si Micro, Flippy in already. Yes? Tama. Wala na si Micro, Flippy in. So, it's gonna be a different place for the side of SBE for sure. Kasi ganoon naman talaga, if ever meron kayong player na pumapasok sa isang mapa, depende sa sitwasyon, talagang magbabago talaga ang strategy nyo. And kailangan talaga mabasa ito ng OF para syempre mabawi lang ng SBE. Mabawi lang din ng OF yung pagkapanalo ng SBE pero kanan. Noman with a 2K already, pero Papi Chulo with a deny onto that, right click onto that. Classic dito kay Noman, mga kaibigan, pero Papi Chulo skills 1 as well. Pero mukhang iisa pa ata dito ang OF, parang gustong-gusto pa talaga nila siguro talunan ng SBE, pero feeling ko mukhang hindi ata nila magagawa yun. Hindi pa talaga nila napaplant yung spike, mga kaibigan.
30 seconds
Nakay KO lang, nakay Shyme lang, pero walang magawa si RoboCup.
Oo. Ito nga, ipaplant nila ang spike. Papi Chulo, right click ka lang, tumama. Oo, umabate din at umabot.
Give me the ace, give me the ace.
Remaining. Bigyan mo nga na ng ace to.
Kaya ba na ace? Papi Chulo, ace
ka naman dyan. Kasi Papi Chulo.
10 seconds left.
Kalma. Aziz, narinig mo. Nice one, let's go! 1-0! Direct tapusin na natin to! In-stream na! Kasi 2-0 na to!
By the way, hindi lang sa tanggal na si Micro at si Flippy na yung nakikeo dito, pero si Papi Chulo na rin. Kanina nung icebox, di siya naglaro. Ito, pumasok na nga si Papi Chulo. Init na init. Unang round pa lang, nakaapat na. Partida pa yan, di maka-ace. Muntikan na nga.
Muntik na, grabe. Isipin mo naman, game 1 pa lang. Grabe yung Valorant. Umpisa pa lang, puto ka na, barila na. Malamang.
Unang kita pa lang. Kotok na agad.
Magulat ka kung hindi, di ba? Grabe naman talaga nito. Pero let's see. Tamang kongkas lang din. Tikman mo, pero wala siyang chup-chup yun, Diretso lang! Winawas-iwas yung Spectre niya! Spray and pray, pero Furious Mau, nakaisa pa! No man, with just that shorty like a melody, pero wala naman tatamaan yan! Anong gagawin ng shorty mo sa apat na kalaban mo na naka-Spectre at saka si Marshall? Pero yun nga lang, Aziz, we're gonna shut you down! 2-0! Direct, tama na! Nasasaktan na ako para sa OF!
Nakita niyo ginawa ni Jadon. Siyempre nakaabang siya sa mid lane. Nag-dash si Noman dun sa taas niya. Sabi niya, sige, kung gusto mong maging ibon at lumipad ka. Ako dito ako sa baba. Hanap ako ng pitas. Susugod lang din ako. At si Pro, dan din siya mahilig Yung talagang lalapitan niya. May Spectre, may Vandal, may Phantom. Kahit anong baril gamit niya, gusto niya talaga malapitan, macho man.
Oo, diba? Yung mga viewers ngayon nagtatanong, ba't ka nakabarong? Malamang, makabayan ako Filipino pride. Diba? Ba't hindi, diba? Nag-formal na ako. Well, formal to ngayon, diba? Oh. Pero, ito yung literal na semi-formal. Kasi naka-shorts lang ako ngayon. Nakabarong ka, pero naka-shorts.
Hindi naman nila alam yun kung hindi mo sasabihin.
Oh, man. Ang tawag doon, semi-formal. Diyos ko.
Ayun na pala yun. Alam ko na, sunod na susuotin ko pag sakaling may lakad na semi-formal sabi. Barong, sabay short sa baba.
Ganoon na, pero nga lang, no man, we'll kill on to Aziz right now, nakachampa pa ng isa, pero let's see if ever mapipigilan pa ng SBE ang pagpasok ng OF dito sa may A, pero nga lang, no man, revealed yung dalawa, revealed yung tatlo, kitang-kita ka na kung anong ginagawa mo, pero Flippy will kill on to Q right now, less than a minute left in the clock, pero mukhang iikot pa ata dito ang OF, men, Diyos ko po, it will take a lot of time para makapunta kayo dito sa B, naglalakad pa kayo, pero kailangan nyo nang bumawi dito. Ang maganda, si Papi Chulo, merong mga traps dito sa may dito sa may B-main.
Nakahanda na, pero bibigay niya, alam niyang hindi niya kaya labanan to ng mag-isa, masalo naka-Spectre lang siya, kaya ibibigay niya. Ngayon, dami nilang naririnig. Masasarap pa nga nila dito ang switch pero medyo na-delay din ang pag-push dito ng OF.
Nadali din talaga because of that traps na meron dito si Papi Chulo. Once again, 4 versus 4 situation ngayon. Si Flippy lang ang merong hawak ng Vandal, pero winnable pa rin to sa side ng SBE, mga kaibigan. The clock is ticking already. Merong shock card si Pro. May recon bot din si Pro dito, pero kano si Flippy, at least meron siyang flash. Pero Flippy, wala na kill on to no man right now. 3v4. Furious man gonna use all the smokes na meron siya para sa mabigyan dito yung possible push ng SBE. Pero Papi Chulo with all these pot shots na ginagawa niya, delikado lang din if ever dito si Pro, pero kano Hypator. Kailangan nyo muna patayin si Hypator para siyempre mas maralo pa ang SB dito.
Ako, 1v1 pa dito ang dalawang soba, pero nahanap pa nga ni Pro! Natitira na lang si Furious para konti lang oras. Si Furious Mouse, mahul pa nga niya, hindi niya alam na dito si Pro! Napanas pa nga! 2-1!
Diyos ko, Pro! Hindi ginamit ang edad! Sayang!
Wala na kasing oras, kailangan niyang sumugod. Muntikan pa, pero katulad ng kanina, good bonus yon, men. Isa na lang natira na naman.
Sayang. Okay lang. Puso.
Wala masyadong ginamit na utility, wala masyadong ininvest na barrel. Kaya okay lang, dami pa rin pera tayo, men.
Dami nilang pera, men. Big shoutout nga pala kay Terror.
Sino ba yun?
Sino ba yun? Anong terror? Terror dapat. Terror. Aziz, sumisilip
Huli ka, boy!
Napicturean, mga kaibigan, ngumingiti pa! Aziz with a kill, may ugat-ugat pa!
Story mo na yan!
Diyos ko!
Ay, jet diff talaga, jet diff. Spectre na lang, kapit ni Hypator dito.
Wala na magagawa yun, men.
Medyo na dismaya sila. Sabi nyo, sige, huwag na tayo dito sa A, balik tayo dun sa B. Medyo awit. Huli ka, alam nila. Alam. Huli ka.
Basang-basa kami. I read you like a book. My guy. Yan ang sinabi ng Sentinels, men. Na hindi ko naman nakas kahit isang beses. Men, hindi ko nakas ang Sentinels, pre. Wala akong nakas na NA team kahit isang beses ng Valorant Champions.
Yung champion? Talaga?
Oo, seryoso. Ewan, awit. Diba? Pero okay lang, at least nakas natin ang secret. Okay na yun. Bawing-bawi.
Inaagawan ka ba ng schedule ni Taylor? Ganyan ba?
Hindi, okay lang yun. Mas gusto ko nga secret Mas gusto ko nga maaga. Pero ito na.
Siyempre, Pinoy yan.
You are powerless. Hindi na kayo makakita sa papel ng Furious Mau goes in already. Papi Chulo, magandang pull siya. Pro will kill on to 1. Pro? Tamang crossfire sa balo. Pero Furious Mau nasa loob na. Pero sumisilip-silip ka pa. 3v1. Q.
2v1.
Binubuhay mo pa.
Nabait pa nga dito dahil sa red sumusugod ngayon. Natitira lang sa Kio. Pero si Papi Chulo ang makakapanalo ng round dito. 3-1. At ayun na nga sinasabi natin. Kanina partida pa yun, naka-puro Spectre, naka-Marshall lang. Ngayon na may baril na sila at defensive side pa naman at ang dami na nilang ultimate. Lamang na lamang ngayon ang South Build.
Oh, man. Chill lang yan, Paps. Ano nga ba? Napakadali-dali mag-Valorant eh. I mean, alam mo, wala pang Valorant. Nagbabalorant na yan si ang SBE. Yun lang yan. Lalong-lalo na si kaibigang pro na itatago ko sa pangalang Chris Matir.
Saan arena mo ba? Unang nakastong batang pro natin?
Men, napakatagal na, men. Bata pa lang siya.
Literal batang pro.
Oo, napakatagal na. Pero isa yan sa pinakamabait. Alam mo dati alam mo dati ang sabi nga ni Robotics nung nag-CS:GO pa lang si Pro daw ang pinakalaging dumadating ng maaga, pero joke lang 'yun. Lagi daw siyang late eh.
Baka dati, pero ngayon palagi na siya ngayon maaga. So ang ganda ng play nila. In fairness to No Man nakadalawa, gumabot pa nga sa heaven, pero maipapadala pa nila dito sa impyerno. Hindi, nakapangatlo pa nga si No Man. Napakagaling naman ng blades nito, pero hindi papabayaan niya si Sian.
Hindi magaling yun! Bakit mo pinupuri ang ohip? Bakit? Pero ito, nagkakasiripan na nga dito, pero si Noman nagbabati na dito, pero destroy ngayon ang lockdown mga kibig. Alam nila kung nasa si Noman ngayon, pero Diyos ko po, wala man na tumatama dyan kapatid. Papi Chulo, 7 bullets remaining, waiting patiently na makasilip dito yung mga players ngayon ng OF mga kaibigan. Pero matakot si May Jenny, nalapas na nga dito yung pang-montage, pang-vlog dito ni kaibigang Hypator. Pero furious man with all these smokes na meron siya, kahit anong mangyari. 3v2, lamang pa rin ng SBE dito. Aziz with a kill, the clock is ticking, merong tao sa hell, merong tao sa Jenny, kailangan niyo bumaba sabay. Papi Chulo may na-kill, pero meron pa buhay dyan, right click, pero Hypator, buhay na buhay pa, wala nang oras.
Muntikan pa sana, hindi tuloy na save ang operator. Si Papi Chulo, mapapatay nga niya sa huli, pero siya din ang tutumba. 3-2, medyo bumabawi ang OF, pero pinagbibigyan lang din yan natin, syempre pare.
Pinagbibigyan, syempre give chance to others kasi masyado kasing mapagbigay ang mga players ng SB.
Masyado mabait tong South Build eh.
Ayaw nilang masaktan ng OF kapatid.
Syempre naman. Mga kapwang competitor natin, syempre gusto natin pagbigyan. Para naman medyo mas exciting ang laban natin dito.
Alam mo ba? Alam mo, dito lang natin magagawa yan kasi hindi natin pwedeng gawin sa LAN eh. If ever LAN setup naman, hindi natin magagawa to.
Oo, bawal yun.
Bawal.
Hindi naman sa bawal, pero mahirap ipaalam.
Oo.
Buti nga to, pumayag sila boss.
Oo, sila boss, syempre. A big shoutout nga pala kay Boss Franz Mapagmahal. Yan, hello sa inyo.
Lahat,
pero
sa mga, si Direk, lahat.
Oo, si Direk, lahat ng bumubuo ng show na to, maraming salamat. Pero Aziz, sumisilip-silip lang din, pero si Ja, tamang marshal, tamang sheriff lang din. Ito na ang
huli ka!
Oh my God! Huli ka, Balbon! Lipad-lipad pa! Ha? Sinampal ng Longkadog sa mukha!
Natamaan pa nga si Kiyo dun eh. Medyo na low HP pa nga siya eh. Kaya Diyos isang bala na lang yan.
Alam ni Pro! Yung gagawin ni Noman, isipin mo, natamaan sa mukha. Nung lumipad, natamaan pa ng isa! Pro,
bato sa langit! Bato sa langit, Noman ang medyo umawit.
Bato sa langit, si Noman umawit. Oh! Diyos ka po! Sheriff! Dalawa! Oh God! Siya! Nabatay si Q! Jack Q!
Ano ka kayo ngayon?
Man, you don't see that every day. You don't see that every day, mga kaibigan. Sheriff! Dalawang napatay! Nag-line up, mga kaibigan. Ginawang isaw!
Na nga ang sinasabi natin
Diyos ko po, walang nagawa si Noman.
Isang bala lang kayong pareho. Tag team pa kayo. Pareho naman kayong tutumba. Galing kayo.
Walang nagawa. Bam! Men, Diyos ko po. Ja, mamaya pag uwi mo talagang may buko, Diyos ka!
Buong gabi pa, hindi ka mauubusan.
Oo, men, anli yun! Magdamag! Diyos ko po!
Klaseng buff na kay Ja eh.
Oo!
Bait na si Ja.
Oh my God, napakaganda nun. Mayroon sila everyday chef. Man, hinati niya yung bala. Malalayon Guerrero. My God, isang bala, dalawa patay.
nagbigyan. Siyempre, medyo tipid tayo sa bahay. Mga Pinoy tayo, marunong tayo tumipid! Diyos ko, na tipid pa nga! Wala pa akong nakita, patay na.
Men, ba't nilalabas mo yung Odin mo? Sinampal mo na! Men, sinampal mo na naman yung players dito ng OF, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita mo yung Odin. Ni Pro, galit na galit. Colorful pa. Umiilaw pa. Gold-plated, mga kaibigan.
Nako. Medyo sa alanganin tayo maabot. Pero Aziz, hindi niya papabayaan ng ganun-ganun lang. Si May nakaisa. Furious mo. Sige, pumitas ka ng isa. Nakapulot pa nga ng bandal pero wala ka din mga butan. At panalo pa din to ng SB. Sige, pagbigyan mo pa nga ng isa pang pitas.
Sige lang.
Kahit makaisa ka pa nga panalo pa din kami.
Sige, para maganda yung stats mo, pre. Pero ito na. Nabawasan ngayon ng shock dart, ladies and gentlemen. Ja and Flippy. 2v1. Pinagplant ng spike para syempre meron kayong pera mamaya plus 300 pesos lang yan. Furious man with that smoke. Pero isang tao sa kaliwa, kanon pero hindi. Walang gagawin ng gano'n. Pero wala Ja! With a kill again! 5-2 already!
Kala mo i-smoke ka pa dyan. Ecoms ka. Wala ka namang matatamaan.
Wala naman talaga, men! Sige, maghanap ka muna. Sige, Flippy, maghanap ka muna ng magandang skin.
Uy, pre, gusto ko to
Oh, ganda ng skin na to. Uy, gusto ko na ito. Yan. Shopping lang muna.
Pinapulot pa nga. Minaistat. 10 kills ngayon kay Papi Chulo. Sentinel, by the way. Pero ang ganda-ganda pa din ng laro. Unang mapa pa lang niya dito sa series na to. Kalaban ng Oblivion Force. Impacto na agad ang presence dito ni Papi Chulo. Talagang high impact frags at madami pa.
Pero ako nabasa. Pero hindi ko pwedeng sabihin kasi sa'yo. Wait lang. Tatawanan ko na lang.
Replyin mo na lang.
Replyin ko na lang. Ayan. Sa Twitch Tungkol kay Furious Mo.
Sige. Mag-respond ka.
Wait lang.
Ay, nako. Seryosong nako.
Pero ito.
Grabe.
You should run.
Ay. Ito na nga. Killjoy naglapag ng lockdown pero nagbato ng molly dito si Flippy. Aabot ba? Hindi. Ay hindi, nasira nga niya. Sakto. Lani. Grabe namang lineup yun. Saan mo nakuha yun, Flippy? Hindi ako nagturo nun sa'yo, ha? Ako, tuturuan mo na ngayon, ha? Jack at Aziz, nakadalawa. Nakapangatong petas na para sa Southfield. Isa pa nga. Isa pa nga.
Isa pa.
Hindi, isa nga.
Men, grabe naman yung mga lineup ni Flippy. Kasi alam mo yung ginagawa ni Flippy? Men, syempre, nag-YouTube nag-alt-tab yan. KO Ascent lineup.
Tumitingin yan si Flippy
Oo, KO Ascent lineup easy. Ganun yung nag-search sa YouTube, pre. Nag-alt-tab.
Kabay PM kay Average Jonas muna. Pre, may lineup ka ba dito? May nag-lockdown Baka may masabi ko, may maturo ka naman sa akin ng mabilisan. Ayan na, binigyan ng lineup. Sa pool. Huling-huli ang lockdown.
Men, alam na natin pag gumugusto, binibigyan. Pero mukhang iisa pa ata yung mga players ngayon dito ng mga ng SB, mga kaibigan. Pero tamang mamba out lang. Alam na merong mayroong turret dito, pero sa Aziz, quiet lang siya. Sige, Papi Chulo, barilin mo lahat. Pero ito na! Up! Hoy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Pero hindi ka tinamaan, pero partida lang yon.
Kaso, nakagapang na sila dito sa short at walang nakaabang, walang nakadepensa, walang nag-hold ng angle, nakapasok patuloy ng grass. Medyo alanganin to nung nakita natin dati. Pero si Flippy, wala siyang pake. Naka-sheriff lang kayo. Anong gagawin niyo sa akin?
Bawas naman kahit armor lang! Hop! Flippy with a kill! Let's go! 7-2 na ngayon, defensive side ng SBE. At parang walang kakupas-kupas. May timeout kayo, ha? Oblivion Force, ha? Baka hindi lang alam. Come on, man. Ano masapit na mag-timeout? Libre yan.
Libre yan, oo.
PM mo nga. PM mo nga yung SBE, Nico. Sabihin mo mag-timeout sila para sa OF.
Oo nga, baka... Siyempre, tayo yung mga Pinoy, hospitable tayo pag bigyan natin yung mga game.
Oo, Diyos ko. Men, nagwawala na yung mga players ng SBE, Matic. Hindi na tinatanong to, surnament na to, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na yung mga players kayo na OF. Tinatry talaga na pumasok dito sa B. Pero Papi Chulo! Niluto! Yung turret! Churup-chup dito, mga kaibigan! Pero tamang ko, pero sa magiging pero Furious now will kill all the way! Nakachamba para okay lang yan! Pag-pick yan! Okay lang yan, pare! Ja! Buhay pa si Ja! Ja, mga kaibigan, nakapatay ng isa! Pero Hypator, nakachamba pa rin siya! 7-3, okay lang.
Tamba lang yun. TP, papuntang lags, tas saka nakapitas. Ba, sige, pagbigyan natin ng isa, pero hindi na mauulit pa.
Oo. Sinasabi nila na okay lang ba yung lalamunan mo? Men, more than isang decade ko nang ginagawa to. Sanay na yung lalamunan ko.
Sibil, daming ginagawa yan gamit lalamunan. Kaya talagang sabak na sabak sa paglaban. Daming inabutan.
Baho pakinggan. Sanay na lalamunan ko. 10 taon na, pre. Anong paos? Paos walang namamaos sa akin. Isipin mo, kayo hindi nagsasalita, pero kayo ang mamamaos para sa akin. Pero, Azizot! With the kill, kita pa si Flippy nakakuha ng kill dito mga kaibigan. Pero alam mo kung nagkakaroon tayo na balag buki dito sa mid. Dalawang players lang dito sa mid.
Sugod pa din, no?
So, bro, walang pakialam sa nararamdaman, no? Ang kapal ng mukha, dire-diretso lang, no? Pero walang pro, Diyos ko po. Tamang tsa-tsa na pa si Aziz. With the kill, high pa tayo nakachamba. 3v1, Furious Meow.
So si Flippy, alam ba niya? Oo, alam na alam. Sabi niya, teka, tumatayo yung box sa likod ng leg ko May tao ata dito, may Omen na naman. Ayan, Omen ka. Omar. Men, tinan mo si Furious mo, binubuhat si Chai Mei. Baka naman.
Naman.
Tingin mo dito ngayon ang score ng ng SBO 11-11-11-9-8. Magkadikit lang, magkalipit. Talagang team play is the key.
Well distributed, Nico. Sobrang well distributed. Lahat sila talagang may ginagawa para sa team. Walang bumubuhat, walang nagpapabuhat.
Oo.
Parang yung kaduo ng mga viewers natin. Sila yung binubuhat, sila yung nagpapabuhat.
Okay lang kung ikaw yung taga-buhat pero yung mismong binubuhat, maya ka naman, di ba? Tumulong ka naman.
Baka naman, di ba, gawa-gawa rin, puro heal lang, hindi naman dapat ganoon. Pero
sa likod kaya.
Pero okay lang.
Okay lang, pabayaan natin.
May nagsabi bias kami, oo.
Buti lang mo. Kaya nga tayo nandito sa Pinoy
Azizoy!
Uy!
What? No way!
Jump shot ng ganun
Pero okay lang
yan. Tumba ang depensa. Papi Chulo. Ay!
Diyos ko, chamba yung ginawa niyang una, men. Chamba yun. Di tumama yung pangalawa Pero si Ja, nakaisa pa nga. 3v3. Medyo mukhang naging aggressive ngayon players ako. Pero Diyos ko, paano ginagawa mo dyan? What are you doing, step bro? 2v2. Flippy, low on HP. Kung pwede rin talaga mag-heal si Ja kanina pa. Tamang lockdown. Nag-lockdown ng OF. Okay lang yan. Kasi sanay ang Pinoy sa lockdown.
30 seconds left.
Totoo, partida, totoo, sa bagay. Pero si Flippy, low HP na ngayon. Total, hirap din naman tayong Pinoy sa taghirap, kaya walang problema sa kanya to. Alam niyang siya yung low HP, alam niyang siya ang unang pipik. Dami pa niyang utility.
Men.
Fragments, may dalawang flash, may yung 0 point niya.
Pero eto mga kaibigan, tamang chup-chup lang dito kay Ja mga kaibigan. Pero kung nakita si Q, pero Diyos ko to, nahulog si Ja.
Walang flash.
Napilay si Ja
itong lane Nung pag-drop niya, nagkamali doon, medyo miscom. Yang mga ganyan, pinapas yan kadalasan. Alam na kung nasan siya. Right click.
Wala, mahirap to, men.
Mahirap. Pagbibigyan na natin.
Pagbigyan natin. Sige. Sa na yan.
Total, kailangan nyo naman Kailangan nyo naman. Pero ayun na nga, OF, sige, naipalapit pa nila 8-4. Hindi, ang totoong solusyon dyan guys, nung magitong sitwasyon, nung kinausap ko sila, ang advice ko talaga sa kanila, last round, 8-3, ibigay nyo na para hindi tayo man 9-3 curse.
Men.
Kasi 8-4, okay lang, 9-3, medyo masusumpaan tayo
Okay lang, men. Okay lang yan. Kasi pag 9-3 kasi nakakatakot yun, di ba? Kasi maraming kwento, mga kaibigan, mga haka-haka, na pag 9-3, talaga nakaka-comeback. Kaya 8-4 lang. Ganun lang. Doon lang tayo sa safe. Pass lang tayo, Lods.
Siyempre naman.
Ay, nako. Try me. 3-11. Hindi man na naman gumagawa. Nagpapabuhat kay Furious Meow.
Baka naman, gusto mo lang makisama sa atin dito. Masaya naman trip namin dito.
Tira mo, Flippy, KO Diff, Sova Diff, Jet Diff, ano pa ba?
Partida.
KG Diff,
Oh, parehong smoker, top frag ha,
oh.
parehong 12.
Pero mas less yung ni Dets ni Ja. So, smoke dip. Ay nako, team dip mga kaibigan.
Team dip. Lahat. Built dip ka mo.
Ayun! Ayun! Yun ang yun ang maganda talaga. Built diff mga kaibigan. Built different. Iba talaga ang SBE, di ba? Sa paggawa ang SBE.
Legit na, hindi, saan pa ba? Kundi sa South, Laguna.
Yan.
Talagang South.
Alam mo,
layo ng biyahe.
Masarap sa South, mga egg pie. Ayan.
Egg pie.
Mga pizza pie.
Buko pie.
Ayan, basta lahat ng pie, masarap yan. Ayan.
Pie.
Alam ko yung nasa isip nyo guys, tigilan nyo ako.
Huwag nyo kaming sisimple yan ha.
Huwag nyo kaming simple yan. Alam ko nasa isip nyo, kung ako sa inyo, tumigil kayo.
Linis namin ditong caster eh. Kaya nga ako nagbisita dito sa Tagalog para magbalinis.
Man, Diyos ka po. Ano ba, Q? Tinan mo? Mag-storm grenade ka na nga, hindi mo pa alam kung saan mo ilalagay.
Baka hindi niya kasi ata tropa si Average Jonas eh. Wala siyang lineup para sa mga
pare.
Hindi ka tulad ni Flippy kanina, isang DM lang. Pre, pahingin naman lineup, may lockdown. Diba?
Anong Average Jonas? Meron tayong Average Jomar. Tandaan mo yan.
Oo.
Si Pro.
Pinoy made pa.
Pinoy made.
Support local.
Support local. Tandaan nyo, yan si Papilo, yan si Pro, antik na yan.
Uy, kaso huli ang ating smoker na si Ja. Tingnan natin kung mababawi pa nga to si Pro. Ang daming na tikman na bawas dun ha.
Pero medyo masakit na nangyayari. Mapakasakit ko yan, pero nga Flippy! Ang tinatalon-talon mo dyan kapatid, pero nga lang Q nakaisa na naman, pero nga lang assist mo. Pero big trade off, isa pa! Pero Furious mo, nakachamba pa! Ito na mga kami mo. Kaya mo yan, Pro. Kaya mo yan. Puso.
Wala pa naman sa kanya yung spike.
Asan yung spike? Naku po, nasa market, sige.
Mamalengke muna to, hatang si Boss Pro natin.
Okay lang yan, Pro. Puso lang. Ayaw kunin yung ghost kasi maririnig siya. Oo, maririnig siya.
Kaso may turret sila dun sa likod, kaya alam nila na dito lang ang posibleng pagdaanin niya, Pro.
Okay lang.
Mapipitas. Okay lang. Sige, bigyan natin yung pistol. Total, pag-arma light, dun tayo talagang bumabawi.
Sana 2-0, pagod na ako.
Masyadong hype.
Hindi, kasi gising na kasi si Ray. Alam mo yun, hindi man lang siya makaramdam. Ray, mamaya na.
Dito ako parang kinakabahan eh. Pag gumigising niya talaga si Ray, parang baka mag-map trip pa tayo dito. Gising na si Ray, siya yung talagang sumpa eh. Mas malakas pang sumpa ni Ray kaysa sa 9-3 eh. Talagang malas.
Ano yan, ang tawag doon, tried and tested na yung sumpa ni Ray dito, pero sana hindi magkarotoo yun. Pero, yung mga players ngayon ng SBS, wala silang arep. Kailangan nila mag-save para syempre makabawi sila next round, pero kailangan nilang ma-plant yung spike dito sa round na to, pero this is gonna be really hard for sure. Pero si Ja, inaantay lang din ng mga players ng SBE yung knife dito or like siguro outdraw ni Pro, yung smoke ni Ja, depende din kita kung sino mauna, pero nga lang tamang double pick, triple pick, quadruple pick dito ang ginawa ngayon ng SBE, pero nga lang Chai May all the way here from 3, gonna shut down Ja na rin talaga. Okay, wala ngayon smoke ang SBE, pero 4v5, walang pera ang SBE, lamang pa rin ang SBE.
Nakaisa ngayon dito si Aziz, si Papi Chulo na lang natitira. Basta makapitas siya ng isa o dalawa, good eco na to eh. Yun ang kailangan niyang gawin eh. At yun na nga, nakapitas. Chimay ang tutumba. At tara na, di na natin to. 8-6, sige, pinagbigyan. Pero gun round na ang idadala dito ng South Build.
Pagbigyan lang natin sila para syempre malaman naman nila yung feeling na may maraming points. Okay lang yarn. Puso lang naman. Sige lang. Pero yun, mabawi yan, men. Magna 9-6 yan, magna nice yan sa mga mukha nila, promise.
Sana lang may mga buff pa to.
Oo. Sana nga, makapagkaspa ako bukas kung hindi pa ako tanggal eh.
Ako, parang ililipat ata ako sa kabila ulit naman eh.
Oo, wala eh. Pero okay lang yan.
Okay lang, one time, big time.
Napakabilis ng napakabilis ng journey mo no, from English to Philippine talaga.
Ben, ngayon ko lang napansin. Ngayon pa lang ko na natapos ang tour de VCT. Nung simula, nag-host ako, nag-panel na ako, nag-English cast na ako. Ngayon, umabot na ako sa Tagalog cast. Ako ba ang una na nakaabot ng lahat ng apat na yun?
Si Eliza.
Si Nomad.
Si Eliza.
Si Eliza din.
Si Taylor. Pero feeling ko ako na yung susunod eh. Kung mag-i-English ako, pwede naman sa mga feeling ko, it's time, of course na rin kasi. Pero yung kalapat lang natin dito sa SBE, mga kaibigan. Pero nasa loob na rin talaga yung spike. Pero wala silang idea at all na meron tao dito sa may likod. Pero okay lang yan. Meron namang alarm bot if ever. So makikita dito kung nasan si Noman. Pero Aziz, maganda ang posisyon niya. I'll do it para kay Hyper. Tamang montage lang din para maganda yung vlog niya.
Pero yung pwesto dito ni Pro, malaking bagay ito. Kailangan niya makapitas. Nahanap na nga siya, narig na nga siya, nakita siya.
Natamaan yung flash! Diyos ko po, nice one para kay Aziz. Pero Diyos ko po, meron pa sila pa rin sila natamaan na Andrew.
Nice one!
Aziz with the kill nilabas ang classic! Nasa yung isa, pero patash-dash ka pa! No ban, ano na? 9-6! Nice!
Nice! Yung unang main dalawang napitas, si Jad, si Flippy, di na pinagbigyan ng may mapitas pang isa. Partida pa yan, nakita si Pro sa mid, ang ganda na sana ng flank niya, ang ganda na sana ng yung kembot niya dito. Pero talagang nahanapan pa niya ng paraan makabalik sa laban at makatulong. Buti na lang yung smoke na to, harang na harang yung flashbang. Oh, at least talaga, kahit tatlo lang yung bala, insta-flick, insta-kill.
Ay, nako! Dali-dali mag-Valorant.
Babaril ka na lang eh.
Diba? Press W, click. Press W, tapos press left click, kill.
Game. Ngayon, Furious. Furious, naka-sheriff lang. Naku, parang medyo tipid. Pa-value mill ata kailangan ito eh. Nice pick. Galing dito kay Ja. Kaya natumumba na naman si Noman. Ito yung nakikita natin dati. Nung Icebox din na pag natumba si Noman, medyo nahirapan silang makakilos. Pero ngayon naman, si Furious naman ang top frag. Pero ang bagong pa din mangyari.
Ay, nako. Pero eto na. Ang lockdown. Sanay na sanay yung mga Pinoy sa lockdown. Oy, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Eto na yung mga parak! Raid, mga kaibigan! Ang ginagawa mo dyan?
Diyos, ipit-ipit ka.
Shrouded sa palm na lalaman. Ito yung mga parak ng SBT.
Aray, sakit! Sakit!
Ito pa. Ay, Diyos ko po! Kinilig si Jack.
Iwan pa yung spike.
Oh my God. Takbo, pre. Diyan yung mga parak ulit.
Ako, dami nang nakabang dito.
Oh, yan pa naman kayo. Sige, let's go! Yon! Let's go, yon! 2-0, may naisusulat sa Biblia, mga kaibigan. Matik.
On this day, March 19, SBE 2-0. Sabi doon. 9 commandment yun, pare. Ay, hindi. Ano ka bang? 11. Pro.
Tagal matapos.
Nagbibigyan syempre para naman sulit dito ang pagpanood ng mga kaibigan natin. Syempre, inabangan nila to eh. Inintay nila to. Kaninang map number 1 pa lang, nakikita ko na sa chat na balik na lang ako pag SBE na. Ito na nga. Natutuwa ba kayo?
Noman, dire-diretso lang din talaga. Oh, Diyos ko nakata. Oh my God!
Naku!
No way! Are you kidding me? Oh no! Anong nangyari kayo? Pero Diyos ko po si Noman! My God, anong ginawa niyo dito? Diyos ko po! Pero okay lang yan. 2 versus 3. Winnable pa rin to sa side ng SBE. Pro! Tito Pro! The Ancient Pro, mga kaibigan!
Uy, nakalabas pa. Kaso galing sa likod niya. Nandito na ngayon si Kiyo. Naka-sheriff. Hindi pa natamaan! Nakatakas pa! Nice one, Pro! Nice one!
Nice one. Takbo lang, men. Nasa iyo ang spike. Kalma ka lang. Hindi ka na narinig. Hindi alam ng OF kung nasan ka, pre. Gamitan mo na lang edad, pre!
May ulti pa siya. Pag nakapitas siya ng isa dito. Tapos konti na lang yung oras, pwede pa niyang ultihan to. May shock dart pa nga atang na hindi, wala na. Rico, ano na lang, yung outdrone niya. Kaya pag ito 1v2, alam mo lamang ang kalaban sa tao, kailangan mo talagang medyo mag-aggressive para makapitas agad.
Maganda ang position ni Pro. Boom! Let's go! Okay, meron kang Hunter's Fury. Kumalma ka! Pro, kumalma ka! Puso lang! Nagtatago. Kitang-kita ka na, pre! Pro, hindi mo kailangan lumaban. Tag. Kalma. Pro, kalma. Ay!
Ulti! one. Okay, sige.
Sa gilid,
Medyo maubusan ng oras. Kaso, alam niyang naka-half defuse lang to. Nako! Hindi pa aabot! Nako! Na-defusean pa nga! Diyos ko! Pa sa ilalim!
Hindi. Okay lang,
Medyo
okay lang.
masyadong malayo.
May sumakit yung kasuhan ni Pro.
Oo, medyo...
Inatake ng Rayuma. Okay lang yan.
Tubig muna.
Tubig, inatake ng Rayuma si Pro. Bigyan na ng tubig, baka atakihin yan.
Unas pawis muna. Bimpo, paabot ka isa. 10-7. Napakabalan tayo, syempre. Yung itong OF, syempre naman, para sa mga kaibigan natin sa Hong Kong, Taiwan, kung durog na durog. Kaya itong SB, pero medyo chill pa lang
Aziz. Ito Aziz with that Blaze. Ang ganda naman talaga nung ano yun. Oh, Diyos ko muna ginagawa mo.
Walang tumama.
Okay, may sheriff. Puso. Pero alam ngayon ng mga player, oh, Diyos ko po, si Hypator nakapatay pa sa Hypator. Hindi tumama dito sa Aziz. Mga kapit para Hypator. With a 2K with that wall bang. Pero buhay pa naman si Jaja at si Papi Chulo. Meron silang father para sila bumawi dito. Papi Chulo and Jaja tamang patchas lang din talaga. Pero not gonna strike anyone dito sa side ng OF.
So wala sa kanila yung spike. Nandun malalim sa may lane, kaya kailangan talaga nilang i-go to either susugod na tong B main o umikot sila. Baka nga mag-split play sila mukhang si Papi Chulo dito. Gumagapang na yung papuntang mid.
Winnable talaga. Pero ang problema nila talaga na-drop yung spike lang dito sa may speedway. Kailangan nila ng smoke dito. Pero si Ja, meron siyang isang star para sa smoke ka. Yan. Yan si Ja, si Astra, star for all seasons, Manabil Masantos ang galawan. Ginugel ko yun.
Bilis Yun, kaso naping si Ja, tapos nahuli pa si Papi Chulo, alam nila.
Winnable pa rin yan, lamang pa rin talaga ang SB kahit anong mangyari, pero Hypator, okay lang yan. Lamang pa rin ang SB kahit anong mangyari. Pinagbibigyan lang talaga ang OF kasi ayaw nilang masaktan itong mga players na to.
Siyempre, mabait tayong Pinoy, di ba? Kaya nga kilala tayo dyan sa ating hospitality at swerte din yan na tinapitas tong si Hypator, dito mamang blades ni Aziz. Kung hindi, baka sure win na yon. Muntikan pang ang maklatch ng 2v3. Pero sa pagkasara nila ng pintuan dun sa market, alam na nila talagang dalawa lang madadaanan dito. Si Papi Chulo, kung hindi galing B-main, Matic galing dun sa top mid. Yun, inabangan na nga. Ito to, eco round na naman galing sa south build.
Up. No man. We're gonna be dead! Nice kill by Ja. Oh, tama. Uy, Diyos ko po na isahan.
Huli.
Okay lang yan. Si Aziz meron ng Vandal. Okay lang yan. May nagkabigay sila ng Vandal dito. Pero nga na Flippy, waiting patiently. Q. Market.
Ulti na sila.
May ulti sila. Oh, nag-iingay itong mga players na to. Maganda ang ginagawa nila. Oh, I like this.
Tapang,
I like this. I like
papasok
this.
pa sa smoke ng basta-basta.
Tingnan mo si Pro, nasa loob no. Ay, Diyos ko na, saan pa? Pero alam ni Aziz kung nasan. Walang idea si Shyami na nandito na si Aziz. Oh, pero yun na nga si, ay, Diyos ko po, hindi pa tumama. Sayang lang. Pero okay lang yan, men. Backside, sayang. Isa pa. Backside.
Sulit pick agad si Flippy. Ayun, huli ka, boy. Nice one.
Papusulo na kill. 2v2 mga kaibigan. 1v2 na pala to. Flippy.
May ulti pa siya. Dami pa niyang utility. Parang aasiman pa nga niya to. Oy, umakyat! Ba't ka umakyat? Ganun, men. Alam mo ba tao dun?
Bakit ka umakyat?
May flash naman siya. Pwede naman sanang i-flash. Ay, medyo alanganin yun na. Pero sige, lamang pa naman tayo.
Sleep outside.
Medyo sayang lang. Pero good eco yun. Good eco round.
Oo.
Naging 1v2 pa nga. Sayang lang.
Oo. Pagalitan mo mamaya si Flippy.
Sasabihin ko yan, uy, technical pause sa lahat ng dumaan dito. Gising na nga si Ray talaga.
Oo, gising na si Ray. Pero eto na. I mean, dito sa round na to, complete reset.
Chill muna, syempre. Pahinga muna tayo. Parang kailangan syempre nating huminga muna. Inom tubig. Hay.
May tubig ko, nasa baba yung tubig ko eh. Kailangan pang pumunta sa kitchen para kumuha ng tubig.
Layo, tatakbuhan pa eh.
Oo nga, hindi namin.
Baka pagbalik mo dito, hingal na hingal ka na rin. Mahirapan ka magkas.
Pero sana makabawi na rin talaga dito ang SB kasi isipin mo naman mapa ng Pinoy to. Pero kung napapansin mo, Nico, sa loob ng 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds, dalawa pa lang ay napapanalo ng SBE, kumakambak ata ng OF ng kahit konti lang.
Sa bagay, defensive side talaga ang SBE paglaro nila eh. Ang talaga sila lamang pagdating sa defense sila, sa attacking doon sila medyo hirapan talaga. Nakita natin doon sa Icebox at pinag-usapan nga natin pagdating dito sa South Build, mas lalo na sa mga mapang ganong split, talagang sa defense silang bumabawi. Dalawang round pa nga lang na panalo dito. Pero dadagdag ng pangatlo yan.
I mean, umpisa pa lang naman yun eh.
Tsaka eco round na yun. Eco round pa lang yun, Gamo. Tapos,
yun nga, di ba? Wala silang pero napakagandang eco. 3 yung napatay nila dito sa OF. Yun din naman talaga. At least kung napapansin mo, actually, sobrang saya nga ng comment section kasi talagang gustong sumusuporta talaga sila. Kasi ito, pinag-uusapan namin ni Taylor na ang SBE, ang kryptonite ng Team Secret. Anong masasabi mo dun?
Well, legit naman na parang pagdating sa matchup, ang SB talagang isa sa mga best team na makakatalo sa Secret, oo. Pero syempre kailangan pa natin makita kung yung mga teams na natalo din ng Secret, kaya din bang talunin ng SB?
Makikita na natin yan kung talaga. Pero a big shoutout nga pala kay PPGL, di ba? Shoutout nga pa sa PPGL. Wala pa tayong kape dyan. Anong oras na
Pwede naman.
At konting kape lang, PPG.
Pero salamat, pinagbigyan nyo na gawa namin to.
Yeah, at least, diba? I mean, napakita mo sa Filipino people yung SBE pride mo. No? Pero ito. Question muna tayo, man. Question muna tayo. Sino sa tingin mo, sino sa SBE ang malakas kumain?
Nako, hirap yan kasi dun sa amin, sa South Build, patabaan kami lahat Palusugan talaga kami doon Kaya
si Ja sobrang dadbad na
lahat kami kung ano nang inaabot na timbang Siyempre, ang sarap din kumain naman para.
Sino ang pinakatahimik? Si Pro?
Ang hirap din sabihin depende sa kausap mo. Siguro si Papi Chulo sa totoo.
Si Papi Chulo.
Pag hindi mo pa kilala, oo. Pero pag nakilala mo na, maingay na rin siya.
Sino ang pinakamakulit sa SBE?
Makulit. Parang sa totoo wala masyado Lahat sila puro chill nga Alam mo nung nanalo sila. Nung nanalo sila doon sa championship nung Philippine qualifier, anong ginawa nung pagkanalo? Kumain, natulog.
Diba? Chill lang, diba? Ganun talaga pag may edad na, diba? Kasi syempre
pagod
yung mga kaso-kasuan, yung mga ugat-ugat nila, Diyos ko, baka atakihin pa, masama na yan, pero back in the game right now mga kaibigan, once again, lamang pa rin ng SBE dito at meron ng pera ang players ng SBE. Pero ang problema lang din talaga, if ever natalo sila dito, wala ulit silang pera. Dalawa ang kalaban nila, which is apparently OF. Next is ang ekonomiya.
Medyo spread out sila dito. Ay, nag-aabang ng lockdown. Mag-fake to. I-fake nila tong kaso, maloloko ba kamo itong OF na maipapunta sila dito sa nag-lockdown. Ano nga, ang mga utility binabato para mahatak. Pero sumusugod din sila ng B-mate. Tingnan mo tong si Killjoy, si Kiyo. Iniispatan niya talaga kung meron bang fake. Tataguan pa nila.
Aziz, napakaganda, grabe. Napakagandang pwestuhan dito. Hindi na ina-expect na nandun ka lang, kapatid. Pero high pa to, sumisilip-silip lang din. Pero Diyos ko po, mamba out ang ginawa dito ni Aziz, mga kaibigan. Shotgun, we're not gonna connect on to these players right now. 5 versus 3. Walang kabawas-bawas, kahit armor lang. Papi Chulo, again. Mukhang magna 9-11 na naman ulit to. Napanood ko na to, men.
Nako, tumawag na kayo ng 911 emergency. Dahil lang OF, parang nabulaga ata. Kaso si Aziz, parang mabubulaga din siya. Hindi pa niya alam na nandito si Kiyu. Sige, pagbigyan na natin ng isa. 4v2 din naman.
Ito na pinakamagandang operator sa balat ng Valorant, mga kaibigan. Tamang Iron Vanda lang, pero the clock is ticking already. Kung napapansin nyo, hindi sila bumupush, hindi sila bumabawi kasi gusto lang nilang kunin yung operator dito ni Aziz. Pero ang importante, lamang pa rin ng SBE.
Lamang na lamang, syempre. Papi Chulo, napakaganda talaga ng mga pitas niya dito sa mga lurk. At huling-huli ang Oblivion Force, ang OF, dun sa fake nila. Bentang-benta talaga no? Kumagat, men.
bentang-benta talaga dito. Wala silang magawa. Kita mo naman talaga, di ba? Pa-out-out na lang. Pero sana mapatay yung mga players dito ng OF para syempre makuha ulit ni Aziz yung operator niya. Pero, mga kaibigan, meron bang pera ang OF? Feeling ko meron kasi 3 rounds silang dire-diretso nanalo eh. They have the money, but they don't have the spirit ng isang champion, ng isang kampiyon.
Siyempre, iba talaga ang pusong Pinoy.
Alam mo yan,
Tingnan ba naman natin. Siyempre, kung sa boxing, lumalayo tayo. Siyempre, dito sa Valorant din, aabot tayo sa ganoon.
Placing swarm grenade.
Ito naman, basta may Pinoy. Laban pa din yan. Medyo, ayun na nga. Medyo light buy. May blades, sino man. Kaya, kung ito, hindi nila maipanalo, medyo alanganin yung pera dito ng OF.
Oo. Tama ka dun. Wala silang pera next round. Oh my God! Delikado to mga kaibigan. Kailangan nilang manalo dito kasi hindi. Matutu-0 na ata to ng SBE mga kaibigan. Coming from the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen, SBE. Angat! Papuntang Valorant Masters. Pupunta sila sa Iceland kasi maraming damo doon. Pero, Q! Hindi man lang tumatama. Diyos ko po, pa-off-off ka pa. Hindi ka naman marunong yan.
Killjoy pa naman yan, ha?
Killjoy ka pa? Op, di ka ba marunong yan eh? Pero, no man, delikado siya. Oh my God, nakatama pa ng isa chamba. For V5, lamang ang SBE.
May ulti dito, may ulti si Flippy. Kaya kung sakaling sumugod yan, si Noman, pwede siya mag-ulti, mawawalan agad ng blades niya, mawawalan ng ulti niya. Kaya, dalawang blades lang natitira, wala pang natamaan. At yan, ubos na nga ang kutsilyo. Kaso nag-lockdown. Si Papi Chulo naman, sumugod. Na-tradean din agad. Pero sumusugod din sila. Kaso, ang daming pitas dito ng OF. Takbo, Flippy, takbo. Madedetain ka pa, munti ka na.
Nice, hindi ka tinamaan.
May oras pa ba siya? Nasa kanyang spike. 12 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Naku, may nanoswarm pa dito. Talagang tatakbo niya. 4, 3. Umabot pa, men! Umabot pa! Ay, hindi! Muntikan na! Tatamaan pa ng shock dart sa dulo.
Ang importante may 300 pesos. Ang importante may 300 pesos, men. Okay lang yan. Pero,
pang-commute.
Grab din yan.
Grab din yun. Taxi. Ayun, pinakaunang timeout natin sa buong series na to. Dumating sa round 22 na map to.
Dikit ang laban, mga kaibigan. Pero sabihin ko lang, PPGL, mahal kita. Joke lang.
Pero ano binawi? Babawiin.
Hindi. Pero ako tinipe. Tapos hinide. Joke lang, PPGL. I love you.
Ay. Grabe to. Bumabawi na ngayon ang Oblivion Force. At medyo nahirapan ngayon ang ating SBE. Mga kilos, mga build ng momentum sa attacking side nila. Pero yung OF pa yung nag-timeout, Oblivion Force, partida. Southmilk, napalaro lang nila. Pero at least, nakakatulong din to sa kanila sa tutusin.
Hirap na ngayon sila. Ano ba pare? Tama na. Masyado na masakit eh. Pero, lahat lamang pa rin talaga SB dito sa kills, everything. Pero, for OF, I mean, this is their map pick, yeah. If ever you're gonna pick a map, dapat talaga meron kang like advantage para doon, like you have all these strategies in your mind.
Siyempre.
Para manalo. Pero yun nga lang, it's just, ang problema lang talaga, parang mapa rin to ng SBE, no? Kasi ilang beses lang na SBE dito, men, sa Ascent. Maganda to para sa SB.
Pero ito yung isa sa mga pinakunang beses na nakita natin si Flippy nagka-KO dito. Kadalasan, mapa niya to eh. Pero pag Sky, minsan lang siya nagka-KO talaga dito. Kaya medyo nakita mo, naninibago ang galawan ng SBE ngayon. Hindi gawang kalinis sa ina-expect natin. Nakita natin ng Grand Finals. Wala binanaos. Kaya talagang SBE, niraramdaman pa nila. Pinaparamdaman pa ng medyo konting ka ba. Pakiramdaman.
Pakiramdaman gaming muna ang ginagawa na dito. Kumbaga sa magjowa, ito yung ligawan portion. Getting to know each other lang kumbaga. Pero mukhang mag-i-ata yung mga players natin ngayon, pero medyo delikado rin talaga kasi napakaraming utilities sa side ni Killjoy dito. Alam nila, naririnig nila kung nasa yung turret do, pero ito na, nagtatapon na rin talaga ang SB. They're gonna wanna go inside A already, pero kind of furious Mel just trying to hide inside that smoke right now. Pero mukhang hindi ata na alam kung saan siya pupunta, pero mukhang alam na ata, pero pro with a kill onto one right now. Pero Aziz with a spray and pray with just that classic.
Huli ka! Huli ka!
Aziz! Inubos! Nilusaw yung mga players dito ng OF! No man! Anong gagawin mo? Siyempre wala!
1v3. Kailangan dito siguraduhin ng SB, hindi sila ma-isolate, hindi sila ma-1-to-1-to-1. Kaso nakita na nga si Pro. Hindi mo pa nasabi, Pro! Nice! Ano naman nandiyan na, pero na-trade ang din
Huwag ka na! Huwag ka na magalit! Kalma! Huwag ka magalit! Panalo tayo, pre! Panalo tayo! Pero galit pa din ako! So hindi, huwag ka... Kalma! Huwag ka magalit, pre! Panalo tayo! Last round! Kalma! Barong buff, mga kaibigan! Analyst buff! Ladies and gentlemen, eto na yon.
Partida, Spectre pa yan, ha?
Oo!
Bilis lumawa ng bala yan.
May pera ba ang OF, kapatid? Tingnan natin.
Baka merong pang... kailangan nila
Konti lang.
Siguro mga Spectre, mga Bulldog lang yung iba.
Oo. Check natin.
Oo nga.
Ay, hindi, Spectre. Walang Bulldog, pero okay lang yan. Winnable.
Baka full armor naman yung karamihan, pero yung iba, half armor lang.
Oo. Okay lang yan. Puso. Huwag nyo nang ipa-OT, men. Pagod na ako.
Oo nga. Alam kong gising na si Ray, pero men naman, sige na, pabitsan mo kayo dyan.
Oo, baka naman, di ba? Kahit konti lang, black and blue, laban tayo dyan.
Si boss, tanungin mo. Hindi ako.
No, boss, laban tayo dyan. Baka naman, kahit konti lang, kahit chicha lang, pwede na. Pero, ito rin mga players ngayon ng OF trying to stop the possible push of SBE, pero wala silang idea kung saan ba talaga pupunta dito ang SBE, mga kaibigan. And nagpapanig lang din ng konti on all the sound cues lang din talaga, pero sobrang nagpapa-aggressive dito si Noman, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, 3 ang katapat mo, baby boy!
Huli ka!
Bakit hindi ka nakatingin sa likod mo? Ano yung ginagawa mo? 5
Tapos na to, men.
Situation! 5v1! Chime mag-isa! Wala ka na mga ambag! Let's go! 2-0 SBE! Naisusulat sa Biblia! Chapter 6 verse 9! Ubos pati pantubos! Vamos naman kahit armor lang!
Victory para sa SBE 2-0. At ito na nga mga
Diyos
kaibigan, sinasabi natin, pagdating sa lower bracket, iba talaga ang playoff SBE, iba talaga ang lower bracket South build, talagang build different ang ipinapakita nila dito.
Ubos. Men, kitang-kita mo. Grabe,
boses.
buto na. Ubos yung boses. Ubos lahat. Puso, mga kaibigan. Pusong Pinoy. South built esports, buhay na buhay pa and will advance sa kanilang bracket. And syempre, kitang-kita natin na mamamaalam na ang OF sa VCT APAC.
Ayun na nga. OF ang natitirang representative ng Hong Kong, Taiwan region dito sa APAC Challengers. Last chance, last hope nila at ipinauwi ng 2-0 galing sa SBE natin.
Ginamitan ng edad ng mga titos of Manila. Ay, Diyos ko, napakagandang laban na yun, promise. Gustong-gusto, finally, no? Kasi ito naman talaga inaantay natin yung just the wins of these players. Everyone really popping off. Really solid games, really solid pickoffs, really solid lineups. Siyempre, partida nag-YouTube pa yan sa kalagitnaan ng laro para makakita ng bagong lineup.
Alam naman natin din syempre para yung SBE talagang nabagal magsimula. Nakita naman natin yan. Katulad ng sabi ko kanina, di ba? Nung PH qualifiers sila, nung naglalaro sila dito, makalaban mga ibang Philippine team. Number 8, huling-huli sa leaderboard, umabot sa number 1. Kaya aabangan nyo lang. Oo, nasa lower bracket sila dito. Pero babawi at babawi yan. At abangan nyo ang SBE. Sinasabi ko na sa inyo, umabot ng playoffs. Darating tayo dyan, mga kaibigan.
Ay, nako, napakainit din talaga. Pero ako napapansin, talagang napakaganda talaga ng momentum din talaga na South built. Isipin mo, winning game number 1, winning game number 2, on a fashion na sobrang medyo dikit lang din. That is the thing na kailangan nilang ayusin kung napapansin mo. Malayo yung lamang sa umpisa pero game 1, game 2, nahuhuli agad sila sa bandang dulo, black and blue.
Masal na pagdating sa attacking side nila, medyo doon nahihirapan talaga Kaya sa defense, bumabawi yung team na to Pero malakas naman ang ating manok. Malakas sila tumuka. Nakita mo na ba naman doon si Jack, isang tuka, 2 patay.
Men. Isang bala, 2 ulo nakuha.
Lahat sila tayo.
Men. lahat sila meron talagang glory days dito sa game na to. They all have all these parang mga plays na sobrang solid, na sobrang wala ka nang tatalungin pa, men. Kasi ito pwede natin sabihin na hindi pwede natin sabihin pero ito yung top 1 sa buong Pilipinas ngayon. Arguably top 1 in the whole Philippines right now. And you've just witnessed na talagang itinatayo nila yung bandera ng Pinoy.
Sila nga ang di ba, syempre, ang huling natitirang inaasahan ng mga kapang Pinoy dito sa APAC Challengers natin. At hindi pa sila magpapabayang pauwiin ng number 1 seed ng ibang bansa, ng ibang region.
Really solid games, man. Do you have any last words to say bago natin end yung show? I mean, sobrang solid. Naka-jersey ka pa, hindi nyo ina-expect na dito si coach. Tapos ako nakabarong pa, syempre, laban Pilipinas tayo, man. Nagulat din ako Maraming salamat ulit sa pinahiraman ko sa hiniraman ko nito. RIP sa'yo.
Wala naman nato siyang kontra sa'yo pero maraming salamat mga kaibigan na ipadpad pa ako dito sa Tagalog stream. Natuwa naman ako and I had lots of fun dito na nagawa natin to ng biglaan. Siyempre, ako parang suporta lang din. Pero proud din ako sa nagawa ng SBE. At sinasabi ko sa inyo mga kaibigan, aabot tayo dyan. Aabot tayo ng playoffs. Gagawin ng boys yan, sigurado.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed kung paano naniigang mga Pinoy 2-0 in favor of SBE eliminating Oblivion Force sa VCT APAC. Mga kaibigan, kita-kits ulit bukas. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. Once again, you are tuning in dito sa VCT APAC. We are casters VIL and Black and Blue. Thank you for watching. See ya.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese.
with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's every from Paris.
It's a 2-0, but it's a close 2-0. And with that being said, Hong Kong and Taiwan will bid farewell for their run here in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf. South Built Esports. Pretty shaky there on the start of Icebox. You guys talked about how Icebox is really the pick of South Built Esports here. What exactly happens through the rest of the series? Because when we went to Ascent, SBE, they kind of not struggled, but they kind of had a hard time closing out the game on Ascent.
Let's just put that out there. Okay,
let's put that on the table, right? Cards on the table. They did struggle.
It's their old bones, you know. Like you kind of need to again, South Built is really just one of those teams where like this is honestly how I could describe it. They're like, oh, we're in a tournament. They just kind of zone out, they come back in, and then they start that steamroll. But yes, let's take a look at Oblivion Force first, because I feel like they have so many bright spots that you just can't ignore. Yes, it was a 2-0, but still, again, No Man was an absolute Terminator, really turning up the heat, not letting go of any momentum that he found early on into the series. He has been an absolute virtuoso. Shimei's spot on support provides the perfect synergy for this type of aggression. Hypathor, Furious Mouse, and Q contributing with clutches in bunches, aside from many things. And like I said, No Man, the man of the hour with that collateral plus another freebie just on the screen.
Oh yeah, No Man was an absolute menace there on Icebox. He almost had an ace at one moment, and if not for this game, they really would have been that close guarded. But we go on over to Ascent, and we're looking at things here. You know, Southwood, they start really strong, a lot better. I mean, Papi Chulo, first round of the series, he gets a 4K, almost an ace even. And it was looking really good for them on their defensive side, ending at 8-4. But you go over to that second half, and that's really where I guess the weaknesses of South Built starting slow can be seen, because their attacking side has faltered many a time.
Yeah, and South Built, they have the wonderful ability to recover, but it seems that there's a little bit of an over-reliance on that. I feel like if they shed that layer, it would only bring boons. Their pistols honestly adds to the confusion, because honestly, South Built, we've seen the cleanest ecos, anti-ecos from them, which again begs the question, what is going on? Playing against South Built is kind of like playing against the 2014 Spurs, actually, especially considering they have a myriad of configurations that are more likely than not, they lead to success, right? The game slows down to the point where you kind of feel like you're in a bit of a doldrum. But once that torrential assault begins again, well, South Built Storm, it's a little too much to handle.
Well, yeah, this kind of begs to ask the question, though, with South Built's past performances here in their group specifically, where they did lose 2-0 to Full Sense. They won 2-0 against Oblivion Force, barely making it to Game 3 because of how they struggled here. Now they're waiting for their opponent. It's either going to be Full Sense again or Velocity Gaming. How well do you think these guys are going to be faring up against whoever drops down to the lower bracket? I'll start with you, Black and Blue.
I mean, I think most of us are predicting Velocity be sent down to the lower bracket. I think there's a very small chance, unless they really show everybody up that they can beat Full Sense, to send them down to a lower bracket. If it's Full Sense, I think it's going to be a better matchup this time, at least for South Built, to try and play them again. They're usually good when it comes to the rematches, as we saw during their own local qualifier, but it's still going to be much more difficult, I believe, than facing Velocity. But Velocity is still a really good team, and there's a reason why they're in the upper bracket, not Oblivion Force.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's just so many things we want to talk about. I feel like a little bit of time is needed for my brain to process what's about to happen, because I'm a little hung up and, you know, a little happy the way things turn out. Once again, Oblivion Force showing the world that they have such a high potential for that region. Just so excited for this game to age and for everybody to really mature in the scene.
Yeah, and speaking of being excited for what's about to happen for South Build Esports, let's have a look at the groups here so that for the guys that are just tuned in right now, you'll get a good understanding of what we have in store for you for the next couple of days. Boom Esports versus Made in Thailand happened earlier on. They got a 2-0 victory off of that, and they qualify for a knockouts. Down at the lower bracket, it's Made in Thailand and Cerberus Esports once again. The rematch from actually the first opening match that we have here in the Asia Pacific Challengers group stages. Now, moving on over towards the next group that we have, it's Group B. Paper Rex went up against Persija Esports earlier on today. 2-1 scoreline. Paper Rex secured their slot into the knockouts. And once again, just like what happened in Group A, in Group B, it's another rematch. Bonkers and Persija Esports, where Bonkers is looking like they are finally adjusted to the Southeast Asian playstyle, and Persija Esports, they want their revenge against Paper Rex, and they will want to go in to the knockouts. Moving on over to the next group, we have Group C. We have yet to see this matchup unfold. It's Xerxia Esports versus Bleed Esports X10.
Yeah,
The
is
former X10. They're already familiar in the Thailand scene, but Bleed Esports, they're kind of adjusting here with their Swedish imports, namely Pith and the Maxi. They got a 2-1 victory against Naus, and still a question mark here if Bleed Esports can keep up against Xerxia. On the bottom half there, Onyx G is waiting for whoever is going to get knocked down from the upper bracket. And the final group that we have for the entirety of the group stages here at the Asia Pacific Challengers, it's Group D, Full Sense and Velocity Gaming. We have yet to see that happen. We have already discussed the possibilities here if whoever goes up against Outbuild Esports and the lower bracket, and we will definitely see all of that happen in the next coming days. But what's more important here is our schedules for tomorrow. We need to get this out of the way and talk about the matches that we have in store for you guys. Definitely, we'll be seeing the upper bracket matchup a little bit more, and I kind of want to talk about this a little bit more. We got Bonkers versus Persija Esports, Xerxia versus Bleed Esports, and lastly, it's Velocity versus a Full Sense. Raph, what are your thoughts on the matchup here? What should we look forward to for tomorrow?
Truth be told, I'm still hung up on our series, but again, I would love to see Bonkers take on Persija with that maybe slightly more refined approach because of the days they've spent scrimming and studying VODs, but I feel like this Xerxia Bleed one is going to be incredibly interesting. Full Sense versus Velocity, once again, a clash of styles that we have to all pay attention to.
Well, there's nothing I can add more to that because I think Raph hit it right on the money. Xerxia versus Bleed, that is kind of like the matchup we're looking forward to, I guess, in terms of like, if there was a main event, it would probably be that, because that's, you got two teams who are arguably in the top 6 of this entire tournament, and so they can really go the distance, and I'm expecting a really good matchup when it comes to that. Velocity and Full Sense as well is a very important match for the Group D stage, and when you look at Bonk and, well, Persija, there definitely is a favorite in that, but Bonk are like if anything, the fan favorites when it comes to just their personality and how much entertainment value they really bring to this, and just how cool they are seeming to be as a team.
Yeah, with that, I mean, we'll see a little bit more of Bonk. We'll see their social media unfold as well for the rest of the teams who have been slowly getting active in the social media scene as well, so you guys can go ahead and give them a follow. But before we wrap up the entire day, any final thoughts to partake to the viewers before we end the entire show? Let's start with you, Nico.
Just if you guys are watching the Filipino broadcast, at the very least, you know some hijinks have happened over there, in support of that final game. But well, what did happen happened, and what was set here today is set in stone. Finally, we have our first round of lower bracket matches completed. We're going to the second round in a few days, but we got some matches on the upper bracket to play out as well, and see how that will go, because the matches tomorrow, while they might not be elimination matches per se, they are going to basically define how the rest of this group stage are going to continue.
I'm still hung up. Still pretty hung up. I'm thinking about it, like, what a series, what a day we have tomorrow. And I mean, everything has been said, really. It's still pretty early on the night, but we cannot wait for the rest of our APAC Challengers to play out.
And I'm pretty sure the viewers at home cannot wait as well for the day to start tomorrow. So with that, on behalf of everybody here on the casting desk and on the panel and everybody all across the Asia Pacific region that's broadcasting right now simultaneously, I'm Nomad with the Black and Blue and Raph. We'll see you tomorrow for more explosive action here at the Asia Pacific Challengers.
Could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hypness. Generations cope up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around this.